North Shore Drive podcast. Check out postgazette.com for insights on your favorite pros from our pros at the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette.
Download the Par-Mar Rewards app today for some big gas and grocery savings. Dan Zangrili here to tell you that loyalty has its rewards at Par-Mar stores. Remember, if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Hey, are you considering an electric vehicle, but you're worried about the cost of a home charger? Worry no more. When you buy or lease a new EV from No. 1 Cochran Kia, you'll receive a $1,500 credit toward your charger purchase and installation. This offer is exclusively available at No. 1 Cochran Kia this October only. Simply mention this ad when you buy, and the $1,500 home charger credit is yours. No. 1 Cochran Kia has also partnered with Treehouse, a nationally renowned electrical contractor that can handle the entire permitting and installation process. Get your EV and a $1,500 credit toward your home charger purchase now at No. 1 Cochran Kia. Shop their EV inventory online at cochrankia.com. May not stack with other offer. New in stock only. Promo does not increase price of vehicle. Ends 10/31/24.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is bringing out the big boys for the Fan Game Day. Donnie Football and Mark Cabali host the Enhanced Fan Game Day. The biggest personalities, the hardest working hosts, bringing you our exclusive coverage before every black and gold game. Brought to you by Monsters Brewing, The Beast Unleashed, and Weather Seal. The Fan Game Day on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Good morning.
Good morning. It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. We've reached that point in this very, very young day where now we talk about Pittsburgh sports exclusively. Not really. Sometimes we go on tangents, but, you know, we're local. We're here. And you're listening to Nicholas Harry Callis. That's me. It is Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It is the Fan Early Morning Show. The Fan Early Morning Show is presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can buy like a pro. The biggest news coming out of yesterday, Aiden O'Connell starting over Gardner Minshew on Sunday for the Las Vegas Raiders at quarterback. So they seem to be mixing it up a bit. Are the Steelers going to mix it up and put Russell Wilson in there? Indications right now say no. Justin Fields still going to get an opportunity, though it is perhaps the hottest conversation right now in Pittsburgh sports is who should start. And there are people defending Justin Fields, saying that he's earned it. There are many out there also that say that Russell Wilson could make this team clearly better with his experience, and Fields hasn't shown enough. George Pickens still a hot topic. Is he justified in complaining? Was the eye black appropriate to wear during a game? Was he justified in pulling a guy's face mask? I say no to that outright. But I don't know, some people were like, Lewis was giving it to him. Well, whatever you think, there's a lot of topics related to the Steelers. A team that's 3-2 going into this game, a team that's still working to set the pace for the division. And I think the underlying opinion here is that the Steelers really can't afford to lose many more games, and you especially can't lose this weekend against a Raiders team that isn't constructed all that well. I mean, you got Devontae Adams, who's asking to get out. You got a quarterback switch going into week 6 here, so there's a lot of, I'll call it disarray on that team, a lot of reconstructing that they seem like they're going to be doing. You cannot give up wins to teams like that. And I think for the rest of the time, as long as Mike Tomlin is the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers, I don't think there's ever going to be a team ever again, like where I'm watching the game where I'm like, yep, Steelers got that team. There's no way the Steelers lose. Never going to say that again. They always seem to find a way. I mean, the Colts game was a little different. I mean, you expected them to play well, but there was some pessimism. The Colts have some bright sides. They were going into the game with some bright sides, and then Joe Flacco just magically appeared and picked up where the team was in mid-game. Losing to the Dallas Cowboys, that wasn't it. That wasn't good. And I've got some opinions on, what I think of the Steelers' approach that I'll reveal here in a bit. You can express your opinions with me this morning, 412-928-9370. That's the phone number. You can reach me at. Taking calls all morning. You can also talk to me on X at Callas_33. That's CALLAS_33, where also if you haven't heard about the good news yet, we may talk about it a little bit in the show later on. But good news on there. It was revealed yesterday, and I'm very happy and excited to be entering that journey. But I digress. If you want to make comments, you can mention me in a post at Callas_33, CALLAS_33, and I do read those. So you can talk to me on X in a mentioned post. You can call me, 412-928-9370. We'll plenty to discuss. But back to my point, I cannot be comfortable with the Steelers against any opponent anymore ever. Just can't do it. Because they seem to find ways to lose to teams that they should be beating. And I think when we go into a week, like there were not many at all, even the national broadcast that was carrying the game on TV was like, yeah, I think the Steelers got this one. They're better constructed. They've got the experience. Mike Tomlin's the head coach. Never had a losing season. Like they were singing the tune of the Steelers are the Steelers, and that's what it is. That's the reality, and that's why they're going to win. I can't have that mentality anymore. You can't afford to have that mentality. At least not before the bye week either, because they've got teams that they have to beat these next few opponents before their bye week. They have to. You cannot go into your season's second half playing like they had the last few weeks. Even when they won, there were some of those games where it was like, this doesn't feel comfortable. There's no blowouts in Steelers land. It's a rarity that you have a blowout anymore. They usually match the pace of their opponents, play conservatively, and then win by a relatively small margin. Can't remember the last blowout that they were on the winning side of. Maybe it's sooner than I think. I'm not sure. But it just seems like they're not winning games comfortably. And so for me watching now, like, yeah, I'm done. I'm done with it. I'm not worried about assuming that they're going to win anymore. I'm not interested in that. Because we can't do that as fans if they're going to lose games like they did to the Cowboys. And maybe they take teams lightly. They've been criticized of that as well. So as long as I'm a Steeler fan moving forward, no longer assuming. Every game could be lost. And so I'm not going to set myself up for that disappointment. Not that I want to have optimism that they are capable of winning, but I'm not going to do what the entire nation seemed to do this past weekend and just assume that the Steelers are going to win. Not going to do it. And especially this season, as it progresses, like I said, they can't afford to lose games on this first half of the schedule because their second half is a nightmare. Now, if we're talking about how they reverse psychology themselves, where they play up to better opponents and they play down to more inferior competition, then maybe you're welcoming the second half too with open arms and saying, yeah, come on, bring it on, because they usually play up to the bigger games with the better opponents, and they usually lose the games that you think are a slam dunk. Kind of evens itself out. But that's just where I am. That's where my feelings are. So even though Aiden O'Connell is starting this weekend, even though the Raiders are kind of unstable as an organization at this point, the way they're structured, not taking them lightly, because, I mean, this is one of those, I won't go as far as to say it's a trap game, but it is a game where it could get away, and the way that they approach games, the conservative, run the football, don't turn it over, keep it close. I don't think they're trying to keep it close, but that's what happens. That style of play leaves them susceptible to losing games that they could win and should win. More about that coming up here in a moment. I've got some opinions on strategy and how they approach their games, what I've noticed and what I think they could do better. But got callers on the line now that want to talk. So let's take those now. We'll start with this caller. Good morning. What's your name?
My name's Gregory.
Hello,
Gregory.
Gregory.
How you doing today?
I'm all right.
I'm doing
What's up?
fine, sir. I wanted to speak. I think this is a game where you're saying the least team. I think the Raiders will beat the Steelers. The Raiders still have like a rivalry with Pittsburgh for years.
Yeah.
And that's like a Super Bowl game to the Raiders. And I think they're going to get the Steelers 17-10.
Huh.
And I think that if you put Russell Wilson in, you get a better experienced quarterback. He can throw the ball better than Justin. And I think he can win some games for you. But if you keep Justin in, you're going to keep losing. Have a good day.
You too. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. 412-928-9370. I have an opinion about that, about quarterbacks and about how they approach games. And, I mean, I'll give my opinion here in a little bit. I want to get to more calls, so I will pause before I give my own opinion. But I do want to respond to that. Although I agree with most of what you said there, Greg. That's fine. If you think the Steelers are going to lose, there's no reason to think that they couldn't. So, sure. No, I'm with you. I get it. The quarterback situation for the Steelers, kind of on that. I mean, I'm not one way or the other. I understand the point, but I don't understand. I understand the doubt in Justin Fields, but I don't at the same time. We'll talk more later about that in particular. 412-928-9370. Another caller. Good morning. What's your name?
This is Anthony here in Oakland.
Go ahead.
Look, I understand George Pickens' frustration.
Okay.
This team offensively looks like Groundhog Day all over again to the young man. He was told with the new coordinator, there was going to be more scoring, more innovation. It looks the same.
Yep.
They're back to that not scoring in the first quarters again as they did for 3 years. I mean, I think 2 years they didn't even score a touchdown in the first quarter. So this nonsensical way Tomlin wants to play, he can't play any longer. Mm-hmm. And I'll give you, and Georgia's sitting there. You see these other games like you and I see where rookie quarterbacks are in, bombs away. We saw it last year with C.J. Stroud. We're seeing it now in Washington because these innovators are scheming wide receivers open. They see none of that here.
Mm-hmm.
And so frustration sets in. And then when you want to play like Tomlin, as soon as you start getting people hurt on defense, now your defense is susceptible.
Yep.
To fumbles laying on the ground by the end zone, but none of your defensive players see it, but the quarterback, who shouldn't even have been standing up when a play like that happens, jumps on the ball, you lose the game. So, I mean, the frustration setting in, and we have no one to blame but the coach himself. Period.
Yeah, Anthony, I appreciate it. Thanks for the call, of course. The only problem, and I'm with you, I've said this over and over and over again, it's documented, I did not want Tomlin to get extended this offseason. I wanted this season to play out. The organization decided to give him a 3-year extension, so the only reason why I say that, I won't listen to it's the coach's fault is because they're not going to fire him mid-season. Like, we can't control that right now. I mean, they're not going to fire him mid-season. They're going to have him through 2027. That's the reality. We can critique him. That's fine. I mean, he is clearly the problem. The only thing I can say to that, there's nothing we can control. There's nothing we can clamor for. There's no hope in this regard. They extended him this past offseason for 3 years. Would they fire Mike Tomlin mid-season if it got drastic enough? Sure, perhaps. But they also have a winning record right now, so there's no hope in that department. I'm sorry to be a downer about that. I get it. I get where your frustration lies. I agree with pretty much everything you said. You can't do anything about the coaching. But your opinion on George Pickens and how he may perceive the Steelers is something that I do want to address a little bit later on once we get through all the other callers. So stand by for that. But I do agree with most, if not all, of what you said. It's all fair points coming from you, Anthony. Appreciate the call. 412-928-9370. Another caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, this is Danny.
All right, go ahead.
Hey, first of all, there's no defense for George Pickens. You just don't act like that. I don't care what's going on. Also, I'm going to take a little different take. I don't think that Mike Tomlin wants to play this way. I think he has to play this way. When you're drafting in the 20s, 24, 20s, 18 every year, you're not going to get a great quarterback. Look what happened to the Washington Commanders. They were drafting in the top 10 every single year for a decade, and they stunk. As soon as they got a great quarterback, bam, everything started working. Same with Cincinnati. You can't win with a piss poor quarterback. You just can't win that way.
Yeah, I hear you, and thanks for the call. I appreciate it, Danny. 412-928-9370. Can't win with a good quarterback. I understand that. The only problem, though, too, with that point is that, quarterbacks, they come from different places, and they can come from anywhere. That old saying, greatness can come from anywhere, right? Applies to multiple different things, but here we're talking about football. Greatness can come from anywhere. Brock Purdy was drafted last. Tom Brady was a late-round pick. Patrick Mahomes even was drafted in the first round, but wasn't a top pick in his draft class. So I get what you're saying, kind of. I mean, they have to get a good quarterback, but I'm not gonna sit here and say that just because their draft selection isn't in the first 10, and that means that they can't find a great quarterback somewhere. They can't scheme to make a quarterback great. I don't subscribe to that. They've got to get lucky and find a quarterback. Whether that's a drafted quarterback that isn't Kenny Pickett. You know what I mean? You can't just greatness again can come from anywhere. There's no formula to it. Top draft picks have failed. Late draft picks have succeeded. So it's all about how a team is constructed and about how a team game plans and executes on game day. That's it for me. So I'll disagree with you slightly. I understand your sentiment. I'm not going to say just because they're drafting in the 20s means that they couldn't get a quarterback if they wanted one. I think that they don't want to invest in quarterback to save on that money, but also to allocate resources toward the defensive side of the football. That's what I truly believe. Is that I think it's because it's Mike Tomlin's philosophy as a coach. And I can kind of prove this concept too, because if you noticed when this team was desperate, Matt Canada pulled some plays out that you didn't really see all that much. And then they went back to the same thing. But, when they were desperate in that season where they started 3-7, I believe it was, they were doing some desperate things. I mean, when they were in some of these games where they were down, like think about the Colts game. What they brought out to mount a comeback during that game. Now you could argue the defense shouldn't have let up 17 unanswered, but you could also argue that the offense maybe should have scored in that Colts game. At least once or twice before 17 got put on the board. So there's different ways to look at this, but watching the Steelers offense come back down 17 to lose by 3 in the end tells me that they're capable. They are a capable team. They are capable of scoring and moving the football. When the game's close, though, they play it safe. And that's where I think that I just get ultimately frustrated with the Steelers, because if they just took the mentality that they're losing by 17 at the start of the game, and they took those risks and maybe they were a little looser with the football to start the game, they may very well score more often, look better, and win games comfortably for a change. That's the way I look at it. We've seen them do it, but they only do it when their backs are against the wall, when they are down by a large margin early. That's the only time that they activate the fullest potential of the offense, because they have to at that point. It's more forced. Do it on command. Try that. Try that approach. Be a little unsafe with the football early. And if you turn the ball over 2-3 times in a half, maybe don't do that anymore. But, you can't know if you don't try. And, they've lost 2 games that they could have won in 2 different ways. The Colts game, they could have mounted a comeback, and if they didn't give up 17 unanswered to begin the game, maybe they have a better chance of winning that one. And then against the Dallas Cowboys, they kept it close throughout the entire game and got beat with under 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Just some things that can't and shouldn't happen. And I do think it's about how they approach. I don't think it's so much about drafting a quarterback. Maybe draft a quarterback one of these days and hope for the best. But again, drafting is not an exact science. So scheme better while you can. Justin Fields hasn't played that bad. Not, like I said, he hasn't played good enough for me to completely push aside Russell Wilson. But, I mean, I can't blame him for how this team's played. He's done a good enough job. We'll just have to see, though. Sunday, Steelers and the Las Vegas Raiders play. We're almost there. We're at the end of the week. It's a Thursday. 412-928-9370. More of your calls on the way. If you want to get a phone line, please do. 412-928-9370. I've got a break coming up here, so I'll take it. We'll come back. We'll keep talking. My name is Nicholas Aricalis. This is the Fan of the Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Fan Early Morning Show for the Average Joe, presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can buy like a pro.
I'm Taylor Bisciotti with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. The Saints announcing a quarterback change Wednesday. Rookie Spencer Rattler will get the start Sunday against the Buccaneers after losing Derek Carr for multiple weeks with an oblique injury. Rattler will be the fifth rookie quarterback to start a game in 2024. The Raiders also announcing a change at quarterback. Aiden O'Connell is replacing Gardner Minshew as the starter Sunday against the Steelers. O'Connell started 10 games for the Raiders as a rookie last season. Meantime, the Texans will be without wide receiver Nico Collins for at least 4 weeks after the team announced he's been placed on injured reserve with a hamstring injury. And the Eagles getting some good news coming off their bye week. Wide receivers Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown both returned to practice Wednesday as full participants. Brown missed 3 games with a hamstring injury, and Smith missed week 4 with a concussion. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards RealFit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. And the third bite, you get the idea. The boss of breakfast burritos, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
So far, not a bad start to the Thursday morning rush, and this report brought to you by Valvoline. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing us that the HOV lanes are open alongside the Parkway North. Parkways east and west mainly steady into their respective tunnels. Same story for Route 28 from Harmer down to the north side. In Bethel Park, ongoing utility work restricts Route 88 Library Road in both directions between Valley Drive and Connor Road. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change wants to help ease your oil change-anxiety with a few moments of automotive peace.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. And the third bite, you get the idea. The boss of breakfast burritos, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or diabetes, you're at higher risk of being hospitalized from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Know a veteran who deserves something special? This is your chance to say thank you with an unforgettable experience from Verizon. 20 local veterans and their guests will win the chance to have lunch with Pittsburgh Steelers star Cam Hayward at Acrisure Stadium on November 12th. Nominate your favorite local veteran today by visiting a participating Verizon location in Western Pennsylvania. Nominations close on October 20th, so hurry in. No purchase necessary. Must be a resident of Pennsylvania, Ohio, or West Virginia. 18 years or older to enter. Void where prohibited. Visit lunchwithcamhayward from Verizon.com for official rules and entry form.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here. Let's talk fantasy football. You know the drill. Hours spent researching, stats scattered everywhere, and you're thinking, this is it. I've got the perfect lineup. Then Sunday rolls around and boom. You pick the wrong player. The guy's a dud. 3 points. Your season on the ropes. Now imagine your weight loss journey is the same thing. You're reading labels, trying new healthy foods, but that one wrong choice, yeah, it's like benching your star player and losing the week. That's where Awaken 180 steps in. Think of them as your fantasy football guru. No more guessing, no more bad calls. They've got the proven playbook for weight loss. I'm proof, Donnie's proof, half of Pittsburgh is now proof. With Awaken 180, every meal is like starting your top draft pick. The right foods at the right times. No more blown weeks or stalled progress. No guessing games. If you're tired of making the wrong calls with your health, let the pros at Awaken 180 handle the lineup. Call 844-346-1800 or visit awaken180weightloss.com.
Tired of settling for beers filled with artificial preservatives, additives, and unnecessary sugars? It's time to make a change and upgrade to Stoney's Beer. At Stoney's Brewing Company, we believe that beer should be made with the highest quality ingredients and no shortcuts. That's why we use only the finest natural ingredients to brew our beer. From the water we use to the hops and barley, everything is carefully selected to ensure a pure and delicious taste. Stoney's Beer, a Western Pennsylvania tradition since 1907. Raise your standards and taste the difference that only a Stoney's Beer can provide.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal, as well as 4 out of 4-star rankings on Charity Navigator. You can join their squadron today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. 24 Silverado 1500, 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Today, high of 62, low of 41. Clear skies expected tomorrow. High of 68, low of 38. Clear skies expected, but we're getting that fall chilliness, that feel, especially if you're up at this hour of the day. It's all the time I have. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. The Fan Morning Show pre-show with Crowley and Doran. That's coming up next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. If you're over 60 and looking for a weight loss program built specifically for you, Awaken 180 is your solution with Awaken 180 Golden, a new 1 to 3 month program for fast weight loss tailored to those over 60. Online at awaken180weightloss.com. Get your home winter ready with Window Nation. Save up to 40% on your energy bills. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus 0 down and no interest or payments for 2 years. Schedule an in-home estimate now at 866-90Nation or windownation.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
It's Dan Zangrili for the injury lawyers LGKG. You may know them as Luxembourg, Garbic, Kelly, and George. They've been around Western Pennsylvania for over 90 years. I've come to know and really like Joe George as a trustworthy professional. And for Joe, trust is everything.
You can't have a wide-eyed client on the other side not knowing what to expect. And when you say, my recommendation is this, and they turn around and say, we trust you. You're the professional. Let's do it. Whether it's accept the offer or go to trial.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Hey, Colin Dunlap with you. Listen here. We're getting into those cold months. You better get into that four-wheel drive. You want an F-150, you want a Bronco, you want to explore anything where you can get around town because it's going to get cold and it's going to get, well, the roads are going to get messy. Schultz Ford, bunch of locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling. Always online, 24/7, 365, schultzford.com. You could check it out. Heck, you could shop in the middle of the night at schultzford.com. Gigantic selection of inventory, every single thing that you need, all those locations. And let me tell you about the customer service. Richard Bazzi and his staff, no one will treat you better. So the leaves are falling right now, right? It's autumn. It's going to be snow falling sometime soon. Make sure you get into a four-wheel drive right now. All those great locations and always online at schultzford.com.
The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette goes deep when it comes to Steelers coverage with all the hard-hitting, up-to-the-minute news you need about your Pittsburgh Steelers. Have a real-time chat with Post-Gazette reporters and columnists. Send your burning questions and hot takes to our mailbags. And tune in to get an earful on all things black and gold from experts on the North Shore Drive podcast. Check out postgazette.com for insights on your favorite pros from our pros at the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette.
You know what's scary? All the stuff that could be hiding in your carpet, all the dirt everywhere that needs to be taken care of. It's time to get ready for the spooky season. By eliminating all of that, don't ghost your carpet this fall. Halloween brings out the best in people, but it also brings out the scariest dirt from all the foot traffic. That was supposed to be scary. Go with it. Let's get it all zero-resified by calling the cleaning pros at Zero Res. They're going to walk you through the entire process, make sure you're completely satisfied with the cleaning before they leave. It's an amazing experience, and right now you can get your entire home zero-resified. 3 rooms of carpet cleaning starting at just $129. And get the ghosts and goblins out of your ductwork as well. $75 off air duct cleaning this month. The only thing scarier than all the dirt hiding in your carpet? Missing out on this deal. Schedule your appointment at ZeroResPGH.com or give them a call, 412-701-1188, and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. You spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Par-Mar store. See for yourself. Download the Par-Mar Stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrilli reminding you that if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
At Columbia Gas, safety is their #1 priority. Remember, if you smell the rotten egg or sulfur-like odor of natural gas, or see or hear any sign of a natural gas problem, leave the area immediately and call 911 from a safe location. Never try to find the leak yourself. Light a match or candle or operate anything that could cause a spark, including cell phones, light switches, or garage door openers. Learn more at ColumbiaGasPA.com.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Takeback Day, October 26th. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent drug misuse before it starts.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam taking a look at the Parkway East, getting heavier now between Edgewood Swissvale and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Meanwhile, work continues on I-79 southbound. Watch for that lane restriction between the Neville Island Bridge and the Crafton Moon Run interchange. Also, crews of clearing an accident in Wilkinsburg on Penn Avenue near Montier Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit
Callis, you're going to lose a bunch of weight here, huh? Huh? Big announcement from you yesterday?
Did you like that?
I did like that, yeah.
Me too.
You said, hey, haters, quit calling me fat.
No.
Oh.
Not quite what I said.
Well, I was condensing it.
Because some people I'd be doing a video and, I'd be minding my own business, and people would just tag Awaken 180 at Awaken 180 on X. And I'm just like, all right.
Well, maybe you should thank them. Maybe they helped.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe they got you on board.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Awaken was like, this guy needs our help. Let's help him.
When do you start?
I start the program on Monday.
Nice. Are you excited?
I am excited. Yeah, they got a bunch of tasty protein-packed foods that I'm excited to try. It's going to be great.
Do you have to make them, or do they come already like pre-made?
Great question.
I gotta make them. They come. Not. I can't speak this morning.
Wow!
Jeez.
Pull that one.
Jeez.
That was 8 seconds of nothing. That was outstanding. Good morning, Pittsburgh.
They are.
Wow.
They are pre-packaged. They still need some preparation, but it's not cooking from scratch.
Okay.
And so I'm getting enough food for them to supply me 2 meals out of the 3 that I eat per day.
Okay.
Now, don't be dumb in the third meal now.
Right.
Right, that's the thing. That's
Yeah.
the whole point, which is to, allow you to dive into something without overindulging.
Sure.
Well, I don't work for Awaken 180 clearly, but I do know a little bit about dieting from my previous career. Like, if I were you, this is just a suggestion. I would have my last meal at night before you go to sleep, because you really don't eat in the morning, and that could be the third meal. The morning, if that makes sense. You could have like a meal at like 1, your first meal, or 12, and then your second meal towards, the evening time, and then you wake up and then you don't really eat breakfast, so you can kind of skip that meal.
I'll have to consider it. I haven't quite talked to my coach yet, but I had a consultation with the owner, Paige, and I got a coaching scheduling meeting. I can't speak this morning. Gosh darn it. I've got a scheduled meeting with my coach tomorrow, and then I officially start the program and get my food delivered on Monday. There you go.
Great.
I'm excited, yes.
Texter, y'all better be good friends and hold him accountable. We will, but so will his coach.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. We're going to be the locker room leaders.
Yes.
You need leaders in a locker room.
You do.
If you're going to be a good team. You need the locker room to drive the bus. But he's got a coach, so he'll be fine.
With no bus.
No bus. And he has no bus. That's correct. Texter says they're 3 weeks in on Awaken 180 and having some success.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
So apparently I guess I'll reveal this too, because this is hefty. Apparently they told me that it would not be unrealistic to assume I could lose 150 pounds.
150 pounds.
And that would make me the biggest weight loss story of any of the endorsers that they've ever had. And I take that as a challenge, so that's an extra motivator as well.
Man, if you lost 150 pounds.
Can I be mean, but not really be mean? It might come off as mean, and I'm not trying to be mean, but I want to just sort of capture what that would mean.
Mm-hmm.
You'd be losing a me.
Mm-hmm.
You would be taking a Crowley-sized chunk. I'm a little bit bigger than that. Crowley-sized chunk out of Callis. Be a different guy walking up around here.
Would be. High school Callis, right?
I'm so excited. Not quite. Baseball.
It's going to work. It always works. It worked with Mulsey. It worked with everybody. Yeah.
Everybody.
So I do take that as a challenge. And they're going to break it up, too, and I like how they've got it scheduled to make it work. So I'm
150 pounds.
That's a lot. That's a lot of weight.
How much did Donnie lose?
75, I want to say.
He lost 75 pounds.
Dang.
Wow.
Yeah, Donnie looking svelte.
It was somewhere between 45 and 75. There was a 5 in there, though. But my brain's not working this morning, so don't trust me, I guess.
Yeah, how'd the early morning show go?
I did surprisingly well, but I think I used all my energy to make that show not sink. Yeah.
Awesome, great. Really looking forward to the next 4 hours. I'm not making fun of this. The hurricane devastation is immense. I saw, Doran, you pointed me in this direction, the roof of Tropicana Field in Tampa got destroyed, and you just hope everyone's okay down there in Florida.
people texting us about Ron Cook at this early hour in the morning, and I guess Austin Bechtold reached out to Ron 2 days ago, and Ron said he was going to get out of Dodge. So Ron did evacuate, far as I understand it. Hell, he could be here in Pittsburgh right now.
Yeah.
He might be listening to the show. Ron, if you are, 412-928-9370. I did have to laugh, though. We don't have a TV in our room. So I wanted to watch some hurricane coverage while I was falling asleep, so I had to watch it on my phone. I couldn't get the weather app on my phone. I couldn't get other channels, so no one kill me, political this, political that. I pulled up CNN because that was an app that I knew that I could get. And so I'm watching Anderson Cooper in Bradenton, Florida, home of the Buccos in spring training, standing along some river walk, holding on to the railing for dear life. Just blowing around, trying to anchor all of CNN's coverage. He would throw it out to another reporter. They'd come back to him, and it's even windier and rainier. And he's like, oh, we have a fallback location. Pretty much hint, hint, nudge, nudge, producers. We have a fallback location. Conditions worsening here. He'd send it out to another reporter. They'd come back. There'd be like water up to his knees. What are we doing here?
What?
Why we got Anderson Cooper out there? Hey, I understand you're going to have some reporters. You don't need your guy, your $12 million man, your anchor of all your coverage being out there, I don't think.
I've always thought that that was just amazing how, like, there'll be an evacuation or a disaster somewhere, and it's like everybody leaves, but we're going to send the TV people, like, to cover it.
Yes.
Like, it's 2024. Like, you can't throw any drones in there, like some durable drones with cameras on there, and have people like the TNT broadcast that was crushing the Penguins last night with Gretzky. You can't have a panel of people just kind of talking about the storm from a nice, safe studio while the drones are filming it.
You absolutely could.
Unreal.
Think about COVID. They used to do a lot of the college basketball broadcasts, college football broadcasts from closets in Bristol, Connecticut.
Right.
Hey, I realize this is different, but it's not that different.
I don't need to see a human being out there. What we're watching right now looks insane.
Yes.
I don't need to see a human being out there reporting on it, getting slapped in the face by all kinds of stuff and rain and wind, like right there. Like, I don't need to see
Weather
that.
Channel right here. He's going to get hit with debris.
I don't need to see that. I'm fine. Just tell us what's going on with the video.
Correct. The palm trees are blowing sideways. You've got traffic lights moving. I think I can safely assume if a traffic light is going to fall down, a human being probably not going to fare all that well out there.
Crazy.
Texter, they filmed a guy taking a jog along the ocean. And then there's some stupid people out there. Saw Lieutenant Dan was in his boat. You see that?
Oh, yeah.
What?
He's riding it out, baby.
And he did. The worst passed him.
Oh, did it really?
He made it.
No way.
Lieutenant Dan's good.
Oh, my
He's sitting
goodness.
there in his boat. His little,
A tiny boat.
tiny little speedboat, kind of, I don't know the names of boats.
Sailboat, I think.
Yeah. Just in the cabin, someone, after it all passed, runs out and screams down, Dan, you okay? And he pops his head out. I'm good. I'm fine. Just rode the thing out.
He got past the worst part for real?
Got past the worst part, yeah.
Wow.
That's balls and stupidity, and sometimes I think those things you can't have one without the other. You gotta be a little wild to do stuff like that.
A little bit. Yeah.
Texter, guys, you can't fly a drone in 150 mile an hour winds. Well, invent one.
I mean, yeah, come on, like, you know what I'm talking about.
Well, because here's the deal. You and I were talking about this yesterday. Molsey put the thing out on Twitter of these storm chaser people. I guess they're not even storm chasers. They're just data collectors so that you know where the hurricane's going, how fast the winds are, blah, blah, blah. In a plane flying into the center of this thing.
Right.
And you're like, we can't send a drone in there? How can you fly a plane up in that and not a drone?
Right.
Plane's a lot bigger, more mass, more aerodynamic. Drone's very small.
I mean,
has helicopter-type propellers.
Is he doing the thing where he's talking out of his ass again? He doesn't know?
Yeah. No, my boss at BBTV has a drone.
We understand.
Makes me an expert. There you go.
Someone texted in saying they were 367 pounds in 2020. Now they're 190 pounds.
That's awesome.
Holy cow.
Good for you. Whoever you are, good for you.
Callis, don't be a cocky jerk whenever you're walking around here with your jawline that can drop some pants.
Where did that come from?
I was going to say another thing I don't know if I'm allowed to say, and then my mind could only pivot to like the PG-13 version. There's trees falling down.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, I wasn't saying like a drone, but I know that they have things like Musk that was at the Steeler game. He probably has something.
He probably got something
there.
They got camera guys out there, right, with these reporters. You're telling me you can't have a camera on some sort of tripod that's anchored down that you can remotely control? Like,
it's crazy.
I mean, come on.
It's crazy.
Anderson Cooper got hit by some flying debris, too. It just wound up being like a styrofoam, like one of them styrofoam coolers. He's like, oh, that's not good. And then the screen went blank, and they cut to somebody else. They're like, we're gonna get you back out to Anderson Cooper. Who could have predicted that 100+ mile-an-hour winds might have debris fly and hit some dude in the head? Hey. And then you got this nice lady out here, Jen Cafano. I'm not even going to try. I'm going to wind up swearing by accident.
Cafagno.
Better you than me. And it's like, all right, were you out there whenever it was really raining, lady?
No.
Because now you're out there now. Oh, look how calm the water is. Come on now.
Is it like, so the storm is past?
It looks.
In most parts, right?
It looks like the worst.
The worst.
Yeah, now it's hitting a little Charleston, South Carolina, a little Jacksonville, a little Daytona Beach. Seems like it's past Tampa now.
What causes a hurricane now? Just the part of the earth getting pissed.
I'm sure Callis knows, but he's gone. Man, he lost that weight fast. Where is this dude?
He's out.
I really want to hear him try to describe what causes a hurricane.
Do you know?
Something about barometric pressure.
Oh, man.
Mm-hmm.
Is it the same type of, consistency as a tornado?
Well, it can cause tornadoes.
Okay.
And there was a ton of that. I said there was like 150 tornadoes that made landfall in Florida.
After?
So
together
in the lead up, and they're just tornadoes dropping everywhere. Yeah. Hurricanes form when warm, moist air interacts with warm ocean water.
Ah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. When the wind speeds reach 74 miles an hour, the storm is officially a hurricane.
Do you ever watch those videos of fishermen, deep sea fishermen, in those big storms, on those big boats?
You ever see the show Deep Sea Fishers? Is that what you're?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that what it's called?
I don't know.
Deadliest Catch or something.
I think that's it.
Those are special people. Special people. I mean, there's no way you couldn't pay me. There's no price to go out there in the middle of the ocean whenever there's a storm, or even just in general to just go do that. Those are different type of people.
Yeah, they're different.
Work on those oil rigs too.
Oh God.
Yeah, no.
Oh man. First of all, I've seen some of those oil rig videos. Those dudes are so strong.
Yeah.
And they just do it day after day, and they're tightening the valves, and they're lifting the thing, and they're jamming it in, and they're punching stuff, and there's wind whipping and salt water in their face, and oh my God.
I sit there and I look at those videos sometimes, and I go down a rabbit hole, and I think how do they get built? You have to anchor them in at the bottom of the ocean.
Man, that's such a great question.
So, is there scuba divers that have to take piece by piece down and then build it from the bottom up? I can't put it together sometimes.
My brother-in-law, he's a chemical engineer. He works at Smucker's in New Orleans. But he got offered a job to work on an oil rig outside of Texas. And what they would do is you would work for a full month, and then you're off for a full month, and then it's on and on and on and on. And he was like, I better get another job offer because I would do this. I don't know if I want to do this. So he's in the jelly plant instead.
Yeah, that's better. That's a lot better.
It is a tough commute every day, though, Doran. Get stuck in a traffic jam. Also in charge of Folgers Coffee. Folgers and Smuckers under the same umbrella.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, and the guy who owns the company is a DJ. Did you know that?
No, he's not.
He plays a lot of jams. Callis, do you know what causes a hurricane?
Yeah, I heard you talking about it. You were asking what I thought.
Darn it.
Yeah, well, not a surprise.
I love the text line right now because I think this is legit. You've got reporters sometimes standing in water, and then if you just pan the camera to the left, and if they walk to the left, they would just be standing on dry land.
Right. Yeah, they manufacture stuff.
There was a reporter one time that was like in a boat, and it was like seeming like he was sailing, and then there were just people walking behind him. That's a pretty popular video.
One of my all-time favorite ones, it doesn't have anything to do with a hurricane, but one of these winter storms, and I forget where it was, but the news person was asking a woman who was jogging in like this terrible winter storm, what are you doing out here? Shouldn't you just go home and be safe someplace? She goes, oh, no, this is the perfect kind of snow to run in. It's soft. It's not too slick. And they're like, oh, okay. And then she runs like 30 feet and slips and falls on her back.
Like, look at this right here. Like this. See, like this is where I have questions. Look behind him and look at the trees and look at the wind and then look at him. Nothing is blowing. Like his jacket's not even blowing. But behind is like insane. Is he actually out? Is he actually out there, or is that just like a video behind him and he's standing somewhere else? Yes.
Is he green screening?
He might be because he's on a curve, but maybe it's just like it's wet from the parts of the hurricane in a different spot. But that's a green screen behind him because there's nothing blowing on him. But everything getting behind him just looks insane.
You think anybody's staying in that Hilton?
No. It's crazy.
We got Pat Bostic today from 7 o'clock until 9. Bill Hillgrove going to join the program. Jeff Hathorn. We're going to get to the Penguins' disastrous start to their season. Probably take a big picture look at the state of Pittsburgh sports because not a ton of reason outside of Pitt football right now to be excited. But we're going to start with the latest on George Pickens. Latest implying there's new information. And it's not good, people. And we're back to talk about it in 15 seconds. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Crowley, Dickerson, Nicholas Harry Callis, and we have new information about George Pickens from a man that we trust, from a newspaper that has stood the test of time, and that is Ray Fittipaldo of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, a Steelers insider for us here on 93.7 The Fan. And Ray has reported that a source told the Post-Gazette George Pickens has shown up late for work on multiple occasions this season. Oh, Doran. Oh, Doran. Perhaps a theme of today's show is the more things change, the more they stay the same.
Yes.
Pirates get Paul Skeens, and you know what? It was exciting every fifth day. They still didn't make the playoffs. Steelers have new offensive coordinator, new quarterback. They're only averaging one more point per game than they were last year. The more things change, the more they stay the same. The Penguins. Power play stunk. Bad start to the game. Goaltender's just out to lunch.
Yep.
That ain't going to change. The more things change, the more they stay the same. And, hey, the Steelers have a maligned wide receiver showing up late. Causing problems on the field, causing problems off the field. And my read on this, Doran, is if Jerry Dulac were reporting that Pickens had arrived late to a couple of work-related things, that it would be coming from ownership or it would be coming from Mike Tomlin or above. That Ray Fittipaldo reports this tells me that when he's in the locker room, guys are pulling him aside off the record and letting him know exactly what's going on with George Pickens. I think Pickens' teammates might be putting on a brave face, and all credit in the world goes to our guy Pat Freiermuth for yesterday defending his teammate. That's the right thing to do.
For sure.
But enough guys, I think, are pissed that they're going to reporters such as Ray and letting it be known this guy has been a problem.
That is the absolute right thing to do by Pat Freiermuth, and kudos on him. But that wears on you after a while.
Sure.
and you don't want to have to answer for somebody else. The last thing you want to do as a player is have to answer questions about somebody else's situation or somebody else, because we're all grown men in that locker room. I don't want to have to talk about you, and I don't want you to have to talk about me. I should be able to talk about me, and you should be able to talk about you. That was the right thing by Pat, but the next time, Pat's going to be like, okay, well, all right. Well, yeah. You know, he's a young guy, and, you know, he's a talented guy, and, you know, we're pulling for him. The next time, all right, like, I've had enough.
Yeah.
I've had enough. And that's the right thing to say, but that doesn't mean that mentality and that feeling and that thought process isn't happening right now with some of his teammates, looking and seeing that he shows up late while everybody is there putting in the work. That, you know, and you know how I feel about stuff like that. When people are late, when people don't show effort, I talk about, you know, even my kids. Like, that's the main thing I talk to them about every single day. You can control your effort. Everything else, I don't care. I don't care if you drop passes. I don't care if you, miss a three-pointer. I don't care if you strike out. But is your effort 100%? Because everything else will happen. Everything else will fall in place if you can control your effort. And that's how sports are played. That's how life is. And other people are relying on you in sports. Other people are relying on you in business. And if I have to rely on you and you're not taking it as serious as I am, then there's an issue.
Yep.
And there always will be an issue for at least successful people. People that are in that locker room are successful.
Every one of them.
And there's only one way to do it. There really is at the end of the day. It's everybody pulls their weight. Because if there's one weak link, then you will lose. That's just how it is. And if nobody wants to hear that or believe that, I don't know what to tell you. But if there's one little weak link in anything, you will lose. Everything has to be buttoned up. And as his teammate, you almost don't even want to talk to him. You want to have him figure it out, because if he can't figure it out himself and he needs talking to, that's even worse than him just showing up. Like, if I have to go talk to you, if Pat Freiermuth has to sit down with George, that's even worse. Like, you don't have this figured out by now in year 3? This is the NFL. We're trying to win football games, and you're showing up late? As a teammate, I'd be furious right now.
For sure. Absolutely, and that's why I think it got to Ray. Because they don't want to put him on blast publicly. You don't want to put your name, your face behind it. The best Steelers teams didn't handle it that way, and I do think there's an issue of leadership on this team, because George Pickens is one of your best players. There's no doubt about that. He's certainly one of your best talents. And Antonio Brown would show up late to stuff, but when he'd be there, he would bust his ass. On the practice field, after games, the way he ate, the way he put things into his body, that guy was serious about being a great football player. He was. Maybe show up late to meetings a time or two and to events.
Yeah, but life is crazy, though, too, because, there are exceptions. There are exceptions for guys like that, and that's just how it is. And it's not... it's not something that you want to, hang your hat on of having exceptions for people, but there are some people that are really good at what they do, and you know that they will show up whenever the time is needed. So sometimes you just are like, all right, well, hey, is he going to be on the practice field? And is he getting covered? Is he scoring touchdowns? Okay, fine. And that's Antonio Brown. That's not George Pickens.
No, he's got a goose egg in the touchdown column.
Right.
Antonio Brown had 1,848 yards, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
One season.
You'd be like, okay.
I think that's fine. Oh, whatever AB's doing working for him, it's working for us. It's helping us when we're going to deal with it. You also, at that time, and before that, when the Steelers were playing in and winning Super Bowls, you had your best players also be the leaders.
Yep.
Like Joey Porter.
Yep.
Jerome Bettis. Hines Ward,
Polamalu,
yep. Alan Faneca, Heath Miller, and the list goes on and on. The Killer Bees, you had been there. You had offensive linemen who were Hall of Fame adjacent kind of players, and Marquise Pouncey, David Castro, at least very, 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 very good players who would speak up when needed. Now, the offense is so young. You have a veteran quarterback in Russell Wilson, but he's new to this. You've got Cam Hayward, but he's on the defensive side of things. TJ Watt, I don't necessarily think is this outspoken leader kind of guy. You don't have dudes in the locker room policing the locker room. And this is just an educated guess on my part, the way that it used to happen. Yep. Now, maybe you just don't have as many good players. I think that's true, too. But I don't think this stuff would have flown with those teams that we're talking about. Again, with AB, he was a different animal because he was so good. But you think James Ferrier ain't grabbing George Pickens around the neck and saying, buddy, get it together?
Man.
Right?
Man, I mean, policing the locker room should only have to happen one time. And rookie year 2010, different football. And if somebody, even on the Houston Texans, we weren't even good. But if somebody messed up or was acting out, it never got upstairs, first of all. It never got to the coaches. It never got to the front office. The players handled it in the locker room, and it only happened once. You only get one strike. You only get one strike. And then after that, see ya.
The leadership guys, the leadership council, they're taking care of it.
This is how we operate. You either fall in line or you're out of here. And you're right though. Like I don't know if that's every other 31 other teams. That how those locker rooms and the leadership, I think that has shifted. I don't think that teams and players operate like that anymore. It's a lot more individualized and worrying about other things than football that I don't think people are comfortable with calling other guys out anymore. I don't think it's a Steeler problem. I think it's just a culture sport problem. Or even in a culture problem. Really.
Could be.
A young culture problem.
Yeah, I mean, and then if I translate that to sports, you think, and I've said this for a long time, but you got high school recruits. They're promised playing time. They're put up on this pedestal. They get to have press conferences. They're picking from hats. You've got coaches in press rooms celebrating when 18-year-old kids are committing to their college. That's going to make guys feel even more important than they are.
Yes.
And congratulations to the 18-year-olds for working their asses off to get there. That's not what I'm saying. But you are making them feel like they're bigger, at least for that moment, than the team. And now you think about NIL and your ability to transfer. And when things go wrong, you can just not battle through it. You can go someplace else. And I'm all for player mobility and things of that nature, but I do think there are repercussions, and all that filters up to the NFL.
Yep.
There's no question about that.
Think about the gameplay. Think about the when we watch on Sundays, does the quality of the games that we watch, do you think it's as good as it once was about a decade ago?
I don't think it is.
No.
And Brady said stuff like that.
I mean, if you have eyes and you've been watching football for a long time, you can absolutely tell that the quality of play is not even near as good as it was, even 6-7 years ago.
We blame officials for the flags. A lot of that has to do with poor fundamental play. Yeah. You also can't practice as much as you used to. Right. Tackling's worse than it's ever been. Offensive line play's not very good. Yeah, I'm with you, man. So it isn't just this uniquely Steelers problem, but it is a habitual deal here where, like Deontay Johnson, you talk about back in your day with the Texans, one thing happens and it ain't happening again, or else you got real issues.
Mm-hmm.
Deontay Johnson's fighting with Mitch Trubisky 2 years ago, and then he's fighting with Minkah Fitzpatrick, according to reports, and yet he still is on the field in a position to not recover a fumble because he's not working his butt off.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he just progressively got worse and worse and worse, and I'm sure it was addressed initially.
Mm-hmm.
Of course it was. That's probably what happened, is Minkah walks up to him and says, cut your crap out.
Yep.
On a couple of occasions, he didn't cut the crap out. So eventually, he gets shipped out of town. But if George Pickens eventually gets shipped out of town, whether it's before this deadline or before next season, they're just going to wind up backfilling the roster with another George Pickens because that's the way it goes. That's the way it's always gone around here.
And I really can't believe, and the guy has come under some fire a little bit lately from the bigger stage, from the national media. But like I said before, it usually never got to up top, never got to the coaches whenever you had issues in the locker room or issues with the player. But whenever it did, it got handled. And for Mike Tomlin to be around for so long, to see different generations of football and to kind of, embrace all of that, for him to let these things go on is absolutely insane to me. It is. Because that trickles onto the field. I mean, you watched Broderick Jones last game. It looked like he didn't even know what some of the plays were. I mean, you start to wonder really what happens in practice. Like, our guys paying attention. Does Mike Tomlin have, a real good, strong hold on this football team? And has he? When's the last time he really has? Because this happens every year.
It does happen every year.
Every single year. And you would think from, the experience that he has had with some of the older guys and back in 2008 and the Super Bowls and stuff like that, and how guys operate, like the Farriers and the Troy Polamalu's, and you would think that he would step in whenever he needed to step in. Now, he might, but is that message getting through?
Clearly
Doesn't seem like it.
Clearly not. I say it's not a uniquely Steelers problem because I just think it is the culture that we're in. And as we've discussed, I do think we see it a little bit more here. We also analyze this team and we put this team under the microscope, and we're not watching the other 31 teams as closely. But it does feel like every single year this happens. And I think the Steelers are in a very odd position with Pickens because he has not lived up to expectation. At times he's been good. He's a highlight reel machine, but he's not consistent. But they need him because they don't have any other playmakers on the offensive side of the ball. So you're caught in this bizarre purgatory here where you can't really punish him because you're probably going to score 0 points offensively.
Right.
But you have to punish him because it's not going to get better. And so the beat goes on. It's wild.
It is.
So I just kind of want to open it up, and we can talk about this, and we will in the next segment. What the hell do you do with George Pickens? 412-928-9370. I think there's one obvious answer here, but it seems unlikely. 412-928-9370. He played 59% of the snaps against the Cowboys. He played 76% of the snaps the first month. Load management. 412-928-9370. You can text us. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us. Brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins played yesterday, and they got shut out by the New York Rangers. They've got a game tonight, so back-to-back days, but they're traveling. They're going to play in Detroit, and that game starts at 8 o'clock. For more fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. When you think Steelers football, Smash Mouth Defense is the first thing that comes to mind. And Landon Roberts proved this weekend that nobody embodies that play style more than him.
So I knew, like, man, the only way I can make this play, I got to just go airborne.
And that's just what he did.
So I was just like, it is what it is. I'm fit to just go all out. Like, I'm fit to just sacrifice my whole body. I don't care. You know, I want to get this ball stopped, and I just went airborne.
Tune in every Tuesday night from 6 to 7 p.m. for the best player show with the toughest player on the tee. It's the Landon Roberts Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
A governor's election in Massachusetts. A race for Congress in New York. Control of the entire Virginia state legislature. All elections that came down to a single vote. One single vote. That's one person who decided to show up, make their voice heard, and ended up swaying history. One person whose decision was the difference between higher and lower taxes, more or less personal freedoms, better jobs in their community, or an industry that packs up and leaves. That's the power you hold this year. That's the potential of your vote. And our elections come down to you more often than you think. In 1 year, in one state, 69 elections came down to just a handful of people. That's the power we hold this year. And we can move mountains when we use it. Go to votehq.org and look up your polling place and make a plan to vote. It could mean all the difference. Paid for by American Independent Radio.
Looking for a great golf experience? Look no further than Old Stonewall Golf Club, Western Pennsylvania's premier golf destination. Warm up at their incredible driving range and then drop a ball on the putting green. Their award-winning course layout will surely impress. To complete the experience, you got to step out to the back tee on number 16, their signature hole, and absolutely bomb one off the tee. Whether it's a competitive round with friends, treating a special client, or simply treating yourself, celebrate Old Stonewall's 25th anniversary season. Visit oldstonewall.com to schedule today.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese sauce, bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese sauce, bacon. And the third bite, you get the idea. The boss of breakfast burritos, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Rita, hot hat, let's bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Sunny today, high 59.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich and Geist.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. To paraphrase Brandon Nimmo, if they made a movie about what the Mets have accomplished over the past 10 days, people wouldn't believe it. Too many turns, too many comebacks. This isn't even close to real life. NLCS, here we come. And man, what a run on Boomer Esiason.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their valuable tools, but to protect their professional reputations. For pros, the WeatherGuard badge makes a statement about what drives them. It says, "Bring it on. Been there. Done that. We've got your back," without saying a word. And the folks at WeatherGuard, they're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. See what it means to be driven at WeatherGuard.com.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush starting to build. This report brought to you by the Greater Pittsburgh Fall RV Liquidation Sale. The Cordell and Cordell Traffic Cam with a look at the Parkway West. Getting heavier now as you head down the front side of Green Tree Hill past the runaway truck sandpile of the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East lining up near Edgewood Swissvale. Route 28 is up to speed. So's the main line Parkway North where the HOV lanes are open. Meanwhile, crews on the scene of an accident in Pine Township. Watch for delays around the intersection of Babcock Boulevard and Route 910. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Get your clearance priced RVs before they're gone. The Pittsburgh RV Liquidation Super Sale, October 11th to the 13th. David Lawrence Convention Center. Great deals on clearance priced RVs. Get them before they're gone. Plus accessories and services. Visit pitrvshow.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All right, phone calls pouring in on George Pickens. The latest from Ray Fittipaldo in the Post-Gazette is that Pickens has shown up late a couple of times for work. And I'm guessing that came from guys within the locker room, off the record to Ray Fittipaldo. We'll take your calls, 412-928-9370. First, though, I wanted to pull this during the break, callous during the pre-show.
I gotta make them. They come. I can't speak this.
I wouldn't play that if I didn't do the same thing routinely.
I gotta make them. They come. Not, I can't speak.
It's the sound at the end. I can't.
I can't.
It's like you spontaneously combusted there.
Yep.
Like you're a YouTube video that's buffering because it was so early in the morning. All right, back to George Pickens. We were talking about this during the break, Doran. You've got Justin Fields. Last best shot, seriously, to be a starting quarterback in the NFL. He needs George Pickens. You need to be able to rely on that guy. Run your routes at 100%. Be in the right place. Work your tail off the way that we know Justin Fields is working his tail off. And if it's Russell Wilson, all the same stuff still applies.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Russ needs this guy too. I think Pat Freiermuth's a really good player. Jaylen Warren's been out. Cordero Patterson's been out. The offensive line's banged up. The guy that's supposed to be the best playmaker on this offense, you can't trust him to do what he's supposed to do. If I'm Justin Fields, I'm pissed.
Mad.
Real mad.
Real mad.
Steaming mad.
Look at my situation in Chicago. You think that this is hard? Like, look what I have to do right now just to keep my career alive, and you're over here moping around. Like, we need you. I need you. Like, I don't know. Like, what could he be mad about? Like, maybe being challenged by his receiver coach, because we know that that's happened a couple times, and his receiver coach is a damn good coach. He's a really good NFL coach.
Hard-nosed guy.
Hard-nosed guy and doesn't take any nonsense. Maybe that, Azani is challenging him, and George just doesn't like that type of coaching. I don't know what he could be mad about. I mean, look what was his stat line the game before the Dallas game?
He had 100-plus yards.
Right.
11 targets, 7 catches.
It's not like he's not getting the ball.
Right. It was his best game. And if I'm Pickens, here's how I'd think about it. I need to go out there and work my ass off every day, not just during games, every day, meeting rooms, film study, practice field, on the field, every day, because if you do and you're open and the ball finds you, you're going to make $120 million.
Right.
All you got to do is play good soldier and you're going to be generationally wealthy. Come on. But then he's writing open bleeping always. He's grabbing a dude's face mask. He's late for meetings. This is the way you play yourself out of the league.
Yep.
And I'm not saying that's going to happen, but you're on the path. And here's the other thing. And we kind of touched on this in the first segment. You did eloquently. Guys like Freiermuth have to talk for him because he hasn't talked.
Right.
He's not meeting with the media. And when I say stuff like that, inevitably I get texts, tweets, maybe calls. He doesn't owe you, the media, anything. He doesn't owe me anything. He doesn't owe Ray Fittipaldo or Caboli or Jeff Hathorne anything. Go stand up there and answer questions so that your teammates don't have to. Not to mention, every player is required to speak during the week if they're healthy.
It's being a professional.
Yes.
Like, there's a way of doing things, being a professional. And he's not being a professional. So he doesn't owe anybody anything, but it's a part of being a professional. And like you just said, now everybody else has to answer for you.
Yes.
And why would, if you're okay with putting your teammates in that position, then there's issues too.
Yes.
Like that's a whole other side to it.
Great point. And he should also be smart enough to see the writing on the wall. And I don't question George Pickens' intelligence. I don't like when anybody does that ever to any player in any sport because you're not there. You don't know what they say to the media. Sometimes they just don't want to talk to the media. I happen to think George Pickens is a very bright guy. So he should have seen Deontay's not putting the effort in. He gets shipped off to Siberia. They bring in the aforementioned Aziz Ansari as the wide receivers coach, who's I'm going to get in your face and hold you accountable kind of guy. George, don't you see what they're doing here, man? They brought in Allen Robinson last year, and a lot of the talking points were, oh, this is a veteran, and okay, whatever. But that was a lot of what they talked about. George, they're telling you, get it together. And then you get your snap count reduced. And Tom was making up BS lies on your behalf. Like, read the room, George. Read the room. Turn it around. I want you to get paid. I want you to use your God-given talent to get paid. It always bothers me when people don't make the most of the opportunities that they've earned. He's earned the right to be an NFL player. He's 1% of the 1%, just like you. You've got a chance to provide for yourself and your family for generations if you get your head out of your ass, man. Get your head out of your ass.
The Steelers gave him the loyalty in most ways to say that you're our guy. You're our number one receiver. Like, you can't be mad at the team.
Man,
you can't be mad at the coaches. You can't be mad at the organization. They looked at you and were like, you're our number one guy. Now they did go. I mean, they're going to do what's best for the team, and they're going to talk to other players. They're going to talk to Ayuk. They're going to talk to Devontae Adams because that makes the team better. But heading into the season, man, like they looked at you and were like, hey, we're going to get rid of Deontay because we have you. So we want you to grow. We want you to get better. We want you to take this and run with it. And now you're, doing the things you did last game, and your reps are reduced, and now your coach is making up things because of load management whenever you needed to win a football game, and they know that you're the way to win and produce. It's no good. It's no good.
It's no good. And there's only one solution, I think, because I don't know that they're going to, quote-unquote, punish him or hold him accountable enough that he's going to just change overnight. Like, the obvious solution is you trade him and you get Devontae Adams. I just don't know how likely that is. And I'll say it again for the umpteenth time. I said it a lot yesterday. He's not going to be a Steeler in 2025. He's just not. You can't pay this guy $30 million a year, $25 million a year. John in Cranberry wants to talk about George Pickens. Hello, John.
Hey, guys. I love this. You caught me perfect time. It's my wife's birthday. I was listening to Paul Zeiss music while catching a greeting card for my wife's birthday in Walmart. But I got out of there in time to... holy cow, don't ever go to Walmart this early in the morning. It's wow.
I'm sure you see some things out there, John.
Yeah. That's why, guys out there, I know your demographic, don't wait as long as I did, because that's what you just run into. So anyway, hey, I'm going to hit this quick. You're right. He is setting himself up to fail. They knew this. We know who they are. We know who he was. They knew this in the scouting report when they drafted him. But they always said, Tomlin was the player's coach. If anybody he could play for, it was him. They drafted him. This is on the heels of AB. So here's my question. The defense, and Doran, no offense, Adam. Doran, you know this. The defense, even with team leaders in the locker room, defense stays on their side, offense stays on their side. Who is the offensive leader? Who is the vet on the offensive side to pull him aside? Because it's not going to be Mike.
John, thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. Happy birthday to your wife.
Yep.
Thank you.
I mean, there is none. You just talked about it. And if you want to say there's one, it'd be Isaac Seumalo because he's been the most tenured. But there's no life, there's no world, there's no universe where an offensive lineman would go challenge a wide receiver.
No.
Or call out a wide receiver. Unless it just wouldn't even get to that back in the day.
No, if you got 10-year vet Marquise Pouncey, it might be different. Like a guy who has been here for that long.
Right.
But even then, your best leaders generally aren't your offensive linemen.
No. And then you talked about the Russ situation. Like, he would be the leader, but he hasn't taken a snap.
Right.
So he has to lead himself before he can lead others.
That's right.
So there is none. And there wasn't any last year either. There wasn't any the year before that either.
That's what happens when you have a veteran-laden defense and a lot of their draft capital's gone into the offense, and so you're hoping that these guys can grow, be very good players and very good leaders, but this is still an offense that's young. And Najee Harris and George Pickens and Deontay Johnson, to an extent, before obviously they shipped him out, like all these guys have known nothing but mediocrity.
Right.
Like, the culture that they have ain't the one that the old teams had, because those teams had experienced success. This team knows we're a playoff bubble team, and when we get in there, we get our asses kicked. So how can you even draw an experience when your only experience is, we've been okay?
Yeah, but you know what? And I totally understand where you're coming from, but the one thing that you can take, if there's one thing you can take from college, is that success. And George played at Georgia.
Good point.
Najee played at Alabama. Like, that stuff doesn't change. The foundation of that does not change from high school to college to the NFL. That doesn't change. If you're around success and you win, there's only one way to do it, as I said in the first segment. So, like,
it's a good point.
Those guys have been around a structured environment where they know what it takes to win. Broderick Jones, Darnell Washington. I mean, they're guys that are not, they're not to slight any schools. They're not coming out of Akron.
Right.
They're coming out of Alabama and Georgia. They've won. So you can carry that to the NFL. You know what it takes.
I think it's Zach Frazier's culture of winning from playing under Neil Brown.
Zach Frazier was the best player at his position in college, so he understands.
He does understand. You're right. That's a really good point by you. You can't tell me walking into the SEC championship game, you don't have the same kind of nerves, same kind of feeling as you do walking into Baltimore for Steelers-Ravens.
Same thing.
Yeah. It's a good point.
Thing.
They need to know better.
Yeah.
412-928-9370 if you want to weigh in on the George Pickens conversation. Coming up next, one of the key Steelers who's been missing these last few weeks says he thinks he's got a chance to play on Sunday, and boy, what a difference he would make. We'll get to him when we come back. Fan Morning Show Twitter poll is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement, TrustPJ.com. We'll go over that coming up in the next segment as well, but first, a Callis headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Aiden O'Connell is going to start on Sunday for the Las Vegas Raiders against the Pittsburgh Steelers. That news first announced yesterday. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy two. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Every day, Cintas service reps help businesses get ready for the workday. They provide freshly laundered workwear delivered every week. Mats, mops, restroom and cleaning supplies. First aid and safety products to help your employees stay safe. They even test and inspect fire extinguishers and emergency lights. Cintas helps keep your business running smoothly. See what Cintas can do for you. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
That's the power of Bowser.
Leaves are starting to fall, and so are the prices at Bowser Hyundai. Fall into savings with the 2024 Hyundai Elantra SE. It's the perfect ride for all your autumn adventures. And right now, lease a new 2024 Elantra from Bowser Hyundai for just $199 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance that are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year, $2,999 due at signing with approved credit and financing through HMFC. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer dock fee of $464 applies. See Bowser for complete details. Offer ends October 31st.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Want a satisfying meal for just $6? Try the new $6 meal deal from Dunkin'. It's a medium hot or iced coffee and a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich and a side of hash browns for $6. America runs on Dunkin'.
Allegheny County is looking for poll workers to work the election November 5th. Poll workers earn $150 to $175 for the day, plus paid training. For more information and to apply, visit AlleghenyVotes.com. That's AlleghenyVotes.com.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their valuable tools, but to protect their professional reputations. For pros, the WeatherGuard badge makes a statement about what drives them. It says, "Bring it on. Been there. Done that. We've got your back," without saying a word. And the folks at WeatherGuard, they're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. See what it means to be driven at WeatherGuard.com.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Autumn is in the air, and like the leaves, prices are falling at Harbor Freight's parking lot sale this weekend. We've got tons of products on sale, like 3-ton jacks for under $100, 5,000-watt generators, $250 off, plus dual bevel miter saws at nearly half the price of the competition. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight. Valid until 10/13/24 while supplies last, so hurry in. Limitations apply.
This season, get premium tech that inspires joy from Dell Technologies. Bring projects to life with the XPS 16. It delivers supercharged processing for enhanced productivity and freedom to express yourself. Performance-class Dell PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors deliver a dedicated engine to help accelerate AI. Enjoy free shipping, Dell rewards, and expert support. When you get a Dell PC with AI, it gives back. Shop now at Dell.com/deals.
Now, with the MLB app, you can get baseball your way. Pick your favorite team, your favorite players, and get customized highlights, stories, and breaking news right on your home feed. Follow the action with Game 10, where 3D replays add another dimension. Plus, notifications can keep you connected to every pitch, every hit, every game. The MLB app. Baseball your way. Download it now for free from the App Store or Google Play. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Talking about George Pickens, the latest from Ray Fittipaldo is that he's been late to some team meetings. No good. At some point, you got to start thinking about the seeds that are planted. What I mean by that is you draft a guy, that's a seed. You plant him, it grows into a malcontent wide receiver, right? But you knew when you bought the beans, this is a bad analogy, but I guess I'm going to keep going at it. When you bought the beans, you knew they came with a warning label. And we knew that there were some red flags with George Pickens at Georgia. Now, competitiveness is not a bad thing. Frustration is a natural thing. It's how you handle those emotions. I feel like it's how I talk to my almost 5-year-old daughter. Like yesterday, she didn't get to be like the line leader at school, so she came out and she was moping. I said, frustration is normal. Disappointment is normal. That's life. It's how you handle it. Did you cry? And she said no. And I said, okay, good job. You handled it well. You're allowed to feel this way. How do you emote, right? Pickens is allowed to be frustrated. A lot of people on this offense should be frustrated. It's how you handle it.
Right.
But when you draft a guy that you knew handled it poorly in college, they don't have the track record of reforming these individuals. And so I don't know why now they would think, oh, it didn't work with Deontay, it didn't work with AB, it didn't work. I mean, XYZ. Why they think they have the magic elixir and formula that's going to get these guys to walk the straight and narrow, it doesn't make any sense to me, and I think they're probably going to need to reevaluate. Like, Roman Wilson's a guy, he loves football. Loves football, did all the right things, blocks. Not as talented. So there's a fine line there. I just wonder if they're going to change the way they go about doing things.
I think whenever you talk about all the guys that you just said, there's a reason why that they do this. There's a reason why. You talk about AB. You talk about even Martavis Bryant. You
Fourth
talk
round.
Yep.
6th round.
Yep. Second round. It's like, okay, like the talent is top 10. But everything else, that's where their draft slot, that's why they fall. We can get the talent at that draft slot and then hope and pray. You know, it's a 50-50. It's a crapshoot. You know, it's like, all right, they're either going to be this way or they're going to be this way. But the talent may be, more important than the outside stuff. And it worked with AB for a long time. And they had that formula from AB. It's like, okay, like we knew what this guy was. He fell to the 6th round, and look what he became. And, then it ended the way that it did. And I think good things come to an end at some point. And it's like, well, if we could find another one of those, hey, might as well take a shot. And that's a lot of teams operate.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, and I was going to say a quarterback has a lot to do with it, and it does, but Diggs and Josh Allen weren't seeing eye to eye. Did you see their embrace after the game the other day?
Yeah, give them a side-eye.
A little side-eye action. That was not exactly a warm embrace. So they had their issues. It happens everywhere, but I do think Ben had a lot to do with it too. Where he's going to get the ball to the open guy.
Yeah.
And you're going to score a lot of points.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's easier to keep those guys happy. Would be nice if the Steelers had a running game, too. That might make it easier on the wide receiver and quarterback. Jaylen Warren practiced yesterday in a limited capacity. He said either before or after practice that he thinks he could be playing on Sunday. I think that would be a big deal.
Significant. Whew. Yes. He looked pretty good. Just from the clips I watched.
You watched some clips?
Yeah, he was doing some running back drills. He looked like he was full speed.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Cutting. Mm-hmm. No limp. Nothing.
Look, people have called out the offensive coordinator. They've called out some people, the quarterback. They've called out the wide receiver. Oh, offense got a lot of issues. Offensive line banged up. There's a lot of that. There's a lot of truth in that. Injuries are also playing a role in the offensive struggles, too. They haven't had Jaylen Warren at 100% all year, and in some instances, they haven't had Jaylen Warren. I think he makes a big difference.
Yeah.
So get his ass back and see what it looks like. Long list of guys on the injury report, Doran. Russell Wilson did practice in full. Najee Harris did not. KZ did not. Warren, limited. Minka, limited. Herbig, no. Highsmith, no. Sayamalu, no. Pruitt, limited. Patterson, no. Watt, rest. Hayward, rest. Leal, no. Larry Ogunjobi, no.
Jeez.
And that's it for the show today. It took us 4 hours to read the Steelers injury report. We'll get back into the Steelers. Definitely going to get in the pit. Pat Bostic going to join us at 7 o'clock. Coming up next, one of the themes of the show, the more things change, the more they stay the same. Happened to catch the Penguins last night, Doran?
A little bit. I chose to watch a horror movie instead at some point, and a lot of people tweeted me and said, you were already watching a horror movie.
That's right. The Penguins power play is scarier than anything you could have been watching. We'll get to all that coming up next. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Right now, a Callis headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins, they got shut out yesterday against the New York Rangers. And now they're going to Detroit. And they're going to play tonight at 8 o'clock in Detroit against the Red Wings. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here's Doran.
The leaves are falling, and it's time to call PJ Fitzpatrick for the perfect new roof. I trust PJ Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from PJ Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands, and dealing with PJ Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Visit TrustPJ.com and check out thousands of five-star reviews. In addition to roofing, PJ Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit TrustPJ.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's TrustPJ.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Thursday morning rush getting a little messy. This report brought to you by Valvoline. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam spotting an accident on the inbound Parkway West right around the Carnegie on-ramp. The right lane is blocked. That's causing delays now all the way back to I-79. It's also affecting outbound traffic as well, which is stacked back toward the top of Green Tree Hill. Inbound delays right around that runaway truck sand pile once you do get past the accident to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Also, an accident being cleared in Pine Township, the intersection of Babcock Boulevard and Route 910. The Parkway East, that is jammed right around Edgewood Twistvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change wants you to breathe out your oil change-anxiety. And breathe in automotive peace. Visit us today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
My values have not changed. I will not ban fracking.
Roll the tape.
There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. Access to health care should be a right.
Roll the tape.
So for people out there who like their insurance, they don't get to keep it?
Let's eliminate all of that.
She was big on defund the police. Roll the tape.
Defund the police. We need to reimagine how we are creating safety.
I would enforce our laws with people who cross our border.
Roll the tape.
An undocumented immigrant is not a criminal.
Fight for America is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Now is the time to get into your brand new Jeep at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township. For a limited time, get unbeatable deals on the entire lineup of rugged, adventure-ready Jeeps. Choose from a versatile 2024 Grand Cherokee 4xe, payments starting at $399 a month for 42 months, or the 2024 Jeep Wrangler Sports S 4xe, starting at $347 a month for 36 months. Visit them online at southhillschryslerjeep.net or see a dealer for details.
Now that Baird and Heffron Tillotson are one, we're proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 8 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors build secure financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise, down to the personalized master plan we'll create based on your unique goals and dreams, your financial security is our first priority. Discover the Baird difference. Visit rwbaird.com/Pittsburgh. Robert W. Baird & Company, Incorporated, member SIPC.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash, urging you to go unlimited. That means you can wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations when you sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. You're getting a pass that gives you access to all those car washes for one low monthly price. You're getting an undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer, wax. Your car is going to look so good. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now. And for an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wet Go Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder & Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right, they're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder & Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Hey everyone, it's Doran Dickerson. Do you want to feel more confident when you smile? People give me compliments all the time about my smile. It's been 2 years since my smile makeover, and my only regret is that I didn't do it sooner. For my veneer treatment, I only trusted the best cosmetic dentist in Pittsburgh. Doctors Brian and Rob Klaich of Cranberry Dental Studio, and my experience was incredible. Request a free virtual consultation by visiting cranberrydentalstudio.com or check out their award-winning smile makeovers on their Instagram at Cranberry Dental Studio.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Pennsylvania football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws an awesome block so his teammate can score instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Everyone knows the most exciting part of football is the score. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD scorer wager today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show. Listen, please. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Pat Bostic going to be joining us from 7 o'clock until 9. It's coming up in a few minutes here. Penguins lose last night, 6-0. 7 of their next 9 games are on the road.
Jeez.
So you can't afford to come out of the gate slow here. And all the problems we had with last year's team, all of them, apart from overtime, because they didn't even come close to getting there, they reared their ugly heads again, Doran. Jari gave up 4 goals on the first 11 shots he saw, and really it was 5 on 12, and they called the one back due to offside.
Yep.
Which was bad D-zone coverage, but Jari, man, you're allowed to make a save. They were 0 for 3 on the power play and allowed a shorthanded goal, so picking up right where they left off. They allowed a goal about 2.5 minutes into the game, which happened a ton last year, within the first few minutes of periods. In the last few minutes of periods, well, guess what? They allowed 2 goals in the final 3 minutes of the first period. So the more things change, the more they stay the same. And the Rangers are really good, and the Penguins are maybe a bubble team, but they look exactly the same.
Yep.
Exactly the same.
Right.
That's the most, what's the word I'm looking for? Uninspiring first game of a season that I can remember in a really long time.
Ever. It's so early. There's so many games. But, like, you begin to wonder, like, whenever you get routed like that at home to open up the season, like, how that does feel in the locker room and how you can kind of paint a picture where it could be a successful season. You start to question already?
Yeah, you do.
I mean, you just do. You're human beings, and you just start to question whether you're players, whether you're front office, whether you're the coaching staff. You're like, man. Like, this is what it looks like whenever we, like, all offseason we had to prepare for this game to start the season, to grab some momentum, and this is what it looks like. How can you fool yourself to think it's going to be better?
Right. It's one thing if you lose a game to start the season. Whatever. That happens. It's hockey. You play 82 of these things. Right. But now it's like, ooh, they got to play 82 of these things? Like, that's how I'm feeling today. They get a chance tonight against Detroit, bounce back. Crosby talked after the game, and he said there are a lot of lessons to learn from this one. You had all offseason to work on all these issues, and seriously, all the things that plagued them last year plague them again. I don't think you could have Igor Shesterkin or Vasilevsky from Tampa in net, and the Penguins are winning the Stanley Cup, but you can't bring Tristan Jarry back. The optics of that are very bad.
Bad.
He stinks.
Bad.
He's bad. And we're going to see Blomqvist tonight because Ned's not available, and Ned gave them a spark last year. I can't believe they came back with this guy. I can't believe they signed him in the first place.
Right.
I can't believe they brought him back again this year and are expecting something to change. And that's the same with Sullivan, too. I think Sullivan is a hell of a coach, but NHL coaches have a real short shelf life. Real short shelf life. Those Stanley Cups were a long time ago. He should be in the Penguins Ring of Honor. He's one of the winningest United States-born coaches of all time. Maybe he's in the Hockey Hall of Fame one day. He's the United States Olympic coach. He's a hell of a coach. But it ain't working here anymore.
No.
And it's evident because they didn't change their defensive structure at all. That was apparent in the first game. They don't change tactically against a team that's clearly faster than them when they want to be one of these fast teams in the NHL and don't have the personnel to do it anymore. I don't know how you can watch the game last night and think that this is going to have a different result last year, unless you think the different result is they're going to pick in the top 10.
Right.
That's the result I could see.
I just, for the first time ever, I never heard in my 36 years, or like let's say 30 years of watching Pittsburgh Penguin hockey, that I can recollect 5 guys during an intermission that are former players and some Hall of Famers and one the best player ever clowning the Pittsburgh Penguins, like literally clowning them on the AHL team. What are they doing? This is ridiculous. Like, I've never heard that. And whenever I saw that, I was like, oh, my goodness.
And there are, I think, 4 of the guys on that desk had played for the Rangers before. So you would think they'd be sitting there gassing up the Rangers and pumping their tires. No, they went right for the throat of the Penguins. And we had Anthony Beauvillier on the other day. He's a very nice man and has had a decent NHL career. But he's a role player. Drew O'Connor's a role player, and they're playing on Crosby's wings. I get that Rust is hurt, but that's the best he can do. Sidney Crosby can be here for the rest of his career, just signs a contract, and that's what he gets to play with. It ain't good. Ain't good. Pat Bostic is good. He's going to join us for the next 2 hours. We always have fun with Pat. We'll get to Pitt because we're going to have Bill Hillgrove on at 7:50. They got a big game this weekend. Penn State's got a big game this weekend. We'll start with the Steelers stuff, though, with Pat before we get into a lot of college football. First, though, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. 24 Silverado 1500, 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com.
Morning, another punch of cold air moved in overnight. That means morning lows in most places have dipped to the 30s. Brr, grab the jacket. Highs today will only be around 60 degrees. Winds coming in out of the north-northwest at about 10 miles an hour as well. Hey, Friday morning is going to be the coldest of the week, with highs on Friday returning to near 70 degrees. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Crowley here for Guardian Protection. Why is a Guardian Protection floodlight security camera so great at protecting your property? Well, you get crystal clear recorded video and two-way audio so you can identify and speak to trespassers. And guess what? You can set this camera for full floodlight, strobe light, or a combination of flood and red and blue warning lights. And right now, with a Guardian Smart Home Security System installation, you can get 50% off a Guardian floodlight security camera. Visit guardianprotection.com/fan. Limited time offer, new customers only, terms apply.
Would you believe that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people? Or that a single cloud can weigh 550 tons or more? Sounds fake, right? How about an insurance company that actually treats you right? Sounds unbelievable, but it's true. NJM Insurance is proud to put policyholders first, and they don't use jingles or mascots either. Don't believe me? Well, guess what? Everything in this commercial is true and approved by the legal department. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance.
Visit njm.com for a quote.
I'm Rick Julius, a partner at Cordell & Cordell. For over 3 decades, Cordell & Cordell has been on the front lines of family law. Divorce is more than just a legal process. It's a life-changing event that can impact your future, finances, and your relationship with your children. You've worked hard to build a life that you're proud of, and you deserve a legal partner who will work just as hard to protect it.
Offices in downtown Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Schedule an appointment with one of our Pittsburgh or Cranberry area attorneys. Rick Julius, licensed in Pennsylvania only. CordellCordell.com.
Rick Springfield, live in concert. 17 top 40 hits. Saturday, October 19th, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Buy your tickets now at riverscasino.com. Rick Springfield, live in concert.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. It's a great time to beautify the outside of your home. Save 50% off Weather Seal's insulated foam siding and pay no interest for 24 months. 0, zip, zilch, no interest for 2 years. Not only will you beautify the outside of your home, but the built-in foam insulation will pay for itself with huge energy bill savings. 50% off Weather Seal's insulated foam siding with no interest for 2 years or 24 months. Call Weather Seal now, 877-351-SEAL or WeatherSealHomeservices.com.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with savings on hundreds of items every time you shop, with new low prices, deals for days, weekly sales, and My Perks at your neighborhood Giant Eagle. Visit GiantEagle.com for details.
Located next to PNC Park, Acrisure Stadium, and Stage AE, McFadden's on the North Shore is Pittsburgh's premier destination to catch all the college football games this fall. Enjoy $4 Icy Light 16-ounce cans all day Saturday.
Halloween sales happening now at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. But don't worry, there's absolutely no tricks. Panda only dishes out treats at Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville, like monster savings on new Toyotas with the Panda price and a sweet lifetime powertrain warranty at no charge. So don't miss the Halloween sale. Hurry in and shop one of the largest new Tacoma and Tundra selections in Western PA. Only at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
See dealer for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Double the misery on the Parkway West. This report presented by Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine. Call for neuropathy treatment today. 2 accidents on the Parkway West, one of them inbound. That is at the Carnegie on-ramp, causing delays back to I-79. Now the Cordell and Cordell traffic cam spotting one on the outbound side. It blocks the left lane just before the bend at Carnegie. That's causing solid delays back to the Banksville on-ramp. Meanwhile, the Parkway East getting in line in Wilkinsburg. Parkway North is up to speed. And Route 28 heavy at the Route 8 at the bypass. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
There is treatment for neuropathy. I'm Dr. Dawn Spalla. At Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine, we treat neuropathy patients daily. No drugs, no surgery, just relief. Call 724-224-2224 for a free consultation in our Sarver or Brackenridge locations.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
That music usually means that Eli Holstein just threw a ball really far down the field, and it got caught for a tutty. Sometimes it means Eli throws one really short, and Desmond Reed runs really far for a tutty. For our purposes, it usually means Pat Bostic is late. We even went long in the last segment knowing he's not going to be here till like 7:05. I think we got a George Pickens situation on our hands here.
Oh, no.
I do.
Oh, no.
Patty B, not a team player. If you missed it, Ray Fittipaldo of the Post-Gazette reports that George Pickens has been late to work on a number of different occasions. So things going great for the Steelers at the UPMC Rooney Sports Complex. Pat Bostic brought to you by Gatorade, available at Giant Eagle stores. What happens here is the conversation we want to have, we can't. So then Pat comes in, and then we have the conversation, and the next thing you know, we've Starkeyed the clock.
Yes.
It'll be like 7:30 before we wrap up the first segment.
Yes.
And I'm not really sure what to do. Don't really know. Because I was going to lead him off and say, hey, Pat, what's it like playing a quarterback when you've got a receiver like George Pickens? Like, do you feel like you need to throw him the ball more? Is he bitching at you whenever you make the right throws? Other report indicates, and I think this was Jeff Hathorn, that when when Connor Hayward scored his touchdown on Sunday, everyone's celebrating, everyone's happy, and George Pickens sulking alone on the bench.
Didn't that happen last year, too?
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. And through 4 games, you weren't really getting a sniff of anything like this.
No.
And it feels like a lot now has happened in, just 4 days' time, 3 days' time with Pickens? Like last year, he did the whole delete everything off of social media deal, and then he wouldn't block for Jalen Moore whenever he's trying to go in for a touchdown. And through 4 games this year, and at the end of last season, when he was getting the ball, there weren't as many problems. He has a good game against Indianapolis. Statistically, he did fumble it away. And then all of a sudden, bang, snap count reduced. Players leaving him on the bench. And then you get reports of he's late. I'm more and more thinking with every passing day, Doran, that he could get traded before the deadline.
So am I.
How do you put up with it for another 12 games?
After you've already proven that you don't want to, there was other guys that you don't put up with. You know, you Chase Claypool, Deontay Johnson. Why would George be an exception?
Right.
Those guys, I mean, Chase Claypool was, you know, he was a talented guy coming out. I mean, ran a 4.4, 6'4", 235 pounds, just a freak of nature. Had a high productive rookie year. You didn't put up with him. You didn't put up with it with Deontay after you just paid him. I don't see why George would ever be an exception.
Chase Claypool had 11 touchdowns as a rookie.
Yeah.
11. He had 9 receiving, 2 rushing, 62 catches. He had a great year. Second season, 860 yards. Now, I know that Pickens went up over 1,000 last year, but I don't think the comparison's all that far off. Both super talented guys, both productive early in their careers, both mercurial. And in year 3 for Chase Claypool, they said, we can't deal with this crap anymore. Now, he wasn't as productive, obviously, in year 3 as he was the prior 2 years. George Pickens ain't exactly productive right now either.
Right.
So I have been saying all week long, I wouldn't rule it out. I'm starting to lean towards that's where they're leaning. Like, we can't win with this guy. And if you go out with him and in with Devontae, you're going to have to draft a receiver next year anyhow. I think all that's on the table. We are joined by our version of George Pickens right now, Pat Ubostic. Good morning to you, Pat. How you doing?
I have nothing in common with George Pickens.
Except for your lateness.
Well.
Woohoo! Yeah, got him. Yeah. Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection,
no response.
Your hometown home and business security company. Pat, what do you do as a quarterback with George Pickens? Like, do you have to force feed him the football more just to like satiate his appetite? Do you ignore him? Like, how would you deal with a guy like this?
Probably just do my job and move on. You know, if he's open, throw him the ball. If he doesn't make a play, that'll be less likely to throw him the ball the next time he's open. But he tends to make plays when the ball's thrown his way. I don't. We're year 3.
Yep.
I don't know. I don't know what else you can do to get a guy to buy in. I mean, some of these antics this past Sunday night were the worst I've seen from him, and this has been a problem since day one, and it hasn't gotten any better. And it gives me no reason to believe it will, regardless of whether he gets the ball or not. Because nothing ever seems to be enough for him on one side, and then you can't put him in the game when he's not a primary target because, I mean, if he's loafing on a take 2 post, like that's limiting the degree to which other guys can get open. If he doesn't want to block because he doesn't want to get folded up, how are you supposed to put him on a backside, force block? Like, there's just. I mean, I get what Tomlin's trying to say, in terms of the, putting a little bit of word salad together and trying to rephrase limited reps because we can't trust him. Because you don't want to exacerbate the problem, but the problem's past the point of solving, I think. I really think that. And they've had this problem for 15 years with receivers. So the difference between Chase Claypool and George Pickens is he had Ben. And if you have Ben, a first ballot Hall of Fame quarterback, things change a little bit. Does Russell Wilson change things? I don't know. He talks more, I know that. He's more assertive. I think there's no question he's more of a leader, and just how you define a leader. Does that change things? I think they're probably hoping that if Russell does play. But, I'm lost for answers.
What do you think happened, though? Like, do you think he got in an argument with maybe Arthur Smith, with his wide receiver coach? Like, what could possibly happen? I can't really wrap my mind around because the game before he had 100+ yards receiving against the Colts. It's not like he should be mad he's not getting the ball.
Well, he threw a fit in that game too on the sideline.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, Broderick Jones had to get in his face.
This defies logic. I don't think there's any sort of like A plus B equals C here. This is like A squared divided by 2 times 10 to the 10th power. Like, I don't know
7.
what the situation is. 7.
Yeah. Did that in my head just there, yeah.
I just don't know what the solution is outside of, I mean, these receivers, whether it's Pickens, whether it's Martavis Bryant, they've come in with some baggage. I made the comment, I was talking to someone last night, like Antonio Brown was so obscure at Central Michigan that it was probably hard to find baggage there, and that took him a while to accumulate the baggage that ultimately led to his demise as an NFL player. These are just miscalculated risks, in my opinion, in terms of player acquisition, and it's killing them because their margins are so small right now that they need guys that. I mean, look, Kansas City can plug and play, any veteran receiver that's in their 10th year, and they go out and make plays, and they buy in because they believe in Andy Reid, and they believe in Pat Mahomes. They don't have that here, and this offense is no better now than it was a year ago or the year before that.
Man,
it's a point better in 10 yards a game, dude. I mean,
no, I understand.
It's no better.
I understand, and I agree with that. It's just, and a lot of people want to put that on the quarterback. I'm seeing a lot of other stuff.
I saw a lot of other stuff last year and the year before that.
No doubt.
There's one root to the problem. There's one mainstay that we have to start pointing to.
MT.
I mean, right? It's a revolving door of quarterbacks, a revolving door of offensive coordinators. Where else should the finger point?
I agree with that. I said this on the day you were out, Doran. I started the 9 o'clock segment because Colin Cowherd went on this rant about Tomlin, and basically the Steelers are a flip phone and an iPhone generation. Very Colin Cowherd-esque, right? He's not wrong. I think you're right. But they're not doing anything with the head coach. So that is the issue offensively, and yet there's a much bigger discussion there with that in particular. And let's do it when we return. You can text us, brought to you by Egger Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a Callus headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins got shut out last night against the New York Rangers at PPG Paints Arena. Now they're traveling to Detroit, and they're going to play another game. That'll be at 8 o'clock tonight against the Detroit Red Wings. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
This fall, escape to the mountains for the ultimate gaming getaway and the perfect chance to win big at the casino at Nemacolin. This season, experience explosive jackpot prizes like black and gold football tickets, free play, and a brand new Ford F-350 Tremor. Featuring the newest slots, thrilling table games, and a stunning high roller lounge, your next big jackpot is waiting for you at the casino at Nemacolin. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Must be 21 and over with ID to enter the casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Know a veteran who deserves something special? This is your chance to say thank you with an unforgettable experience from Verizon. 20 local veterans and their guests will win the chance to have lunch with Pittsburgh Steelers star Cam Hayward at Acrisure Stadium on November 12th. Nominate your favorite local veteran today by visiting a participating Verizon location in Western Pennsylvania. Nominations close on October 20th, so hurry in. No purchase necessary. Must be a resident of Pennsylvania, Ohio, or West Virginia. 18 years or older to enter. Would wear prohibited. Visit lunch with Cam Hayward from Verizon.com for official rules and entry form.
O'Reilly. Need a little help? O'Reilly Auto Parts can help. Need advice? We've got advice. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. Exceptional customer service. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
In business, success is never by chance. You know that better than anyone. So why settle for a marketing agency that gambles with your money? At Scale Marketing, we've been in your shoes. Our founders successfully owned and operated businesses long before becoming marketers. They understand the business of, well, business. We specialize in performance marketing for mid-sized B2C companies with teams of over 100 people. From traditional and digital marketing to media buying, data science, and creative production, Scale Marketing manages it all. Our tailored strategies drive measurable growth, turning your challenges into opportunities. Imagine your company leading the market, not just participating in it. That's what we do at Scale Marketing. Don't let your business growth plateau or underperform. Scale Marketing will pinpoint exactly what you need to focus on, ensuring your success isn't left to chance. Take your business to the next level with Scale Marketing. Visit scalemarketing.com today. That's scalemarketing.com.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
In business, service is everything. Cintas delivers what you need to better serve your customers. Whether it's freshly laundered work apparel for almost any job imaginable, tested and inspected fire protection systems, first aid and safety supplies, on-site AED training, or mops and restroom products, stocked and ready when you need them. Better work days happen together. So visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5-HELMET.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get the zone, AutoZone. As the 2024-25 NHL regular season opens, here are my top 5 teams in each conference. In the East, you have the defending champion Panthers, the vastly improved Devils, my beloved Rangers, the Bruins, and the Leafs. Out West, Edmonton has the most firepower, but don't rule out Dallas, Colorado, Nashville, and Vancouver. Hopefully, those New York Rangers will be playing well into the playoffs. I'm Boomer Esiason.
The following is furnished by Excel Media Pros. Are you battling addiction? Call Rehabs America for a free consultation. Drugs and alcohol can destroy your life. Our program offers a complete medical detox plus inpatient drug and alcohol treatment. Your insurance may cover 100% of treatment. Many have already completed our program and are living substance-free lives. Call for your free consultation now. 800-210-5811. That's 800-210-5811. Hope is one phone call away. Call 800-210-5811.
Check this out, the new iPhone 16 built for Apple Intelligence. At Verizon, you can get it when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands.
Any?
Any.
Even if it's 4 years old?
Yeah.
Even if it's 4 years old and I drop it on the sidewalk?
Yep.
Even if it's 4 years old and I drop it on the sidewalk, then a scooter runs it over, so now it's not just old and cracked, but shattered?
With Verizon, the answer is always yes. Trade in any phone from one of our top brands for the new iPhone 16 with Unlimited Ultimate. Plus, get a new iPad. Trade in terms apply. See Verizon.com for details. Apple Intelligence coming fall 2024.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West remains a mess. This report brought to you by Ulta Beauty. Cordell and Cordell traffic cam with a pair of accidents, spotting them first on the inbound side at the Carnegie on-ramp, blocking the right lane, causing delays back before I-79. Also one on the outbound side at the bend at Carnegie, blocking the left lane and causing delays back to the Fort Pitt tunnels and across the lower deck of the Fort Pitt Bridge. If you're looking for an alternate, folks traveling northbound 79 to the Craft and Moon Run interchange trying to take Route 60, that is jammed all the way down to the Thornburg Bridge. Parkway East, you are stacked at Wilkinsburg, and Route 28 is steady. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Ulta Beauty.
We've brought the Emerald City to Ulta Beauty with wicked collaborations from REM Beauty by Ariana Grande. It brushes for Ulta and OPI. Hurry in, these fantabulous products won't last long. See Wicked November 22nd, only in theaters. Ulta Beauty, the possibilities are beautiful.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Jeff Hathorn joining us in 13 minutes. What's going on in that Steelers locker room? Seems like a lot. October is Fire Prevention Month. 93.7 The Fan and the National Fire Sprinkler Association reminds you to test your smoke alarms monthly. Steelers got some fires they got to put out. Here's a text. I can't find it. Now I found it. Crowley, you are so yellow-bellied. Don't call out Nutting or Tomlin because it's not going to change. That's terrible journalism. You need to grow a set of balls. A, not a journalist. Don't pretend to be one. I'm an entertainer. B, I said they should fire Tomlin last year and they gave him an extension.
You did say that.
And so I'm defeated. I lose. What's the point? Why would we point out when he does the wrong thing. We call him out for clock management. We call him out for the philosophy. We give him credit when it's due, and we criticize him when it's due. I can't do the fire Tomlin thing every year, man. I can't do it every week when they lose, man. I can't do it.
It's not going to happen.
That's right. It doesn't mean we can't say when he screws up. We do. I'm not going to call for his firing every week because it's just pointless, and I'm going to pop a blood vessel in my head. And then he goes on to say, my name is Roger, and I have your texts about not wasting your time on things. Hey, you know what, buddy?
Ooh.
You sound...
Don't do it.
Don't.
Give me your address. You won't do it.
Yeah, I'm not... You're right. I will not do that, but...
Adrian.
Like...
I mean, imagine going back through your texts to argue with a radio host.
Yeah, that's tough.
Passionate.
That's tough.
Grumble. Okay, so... back to the criticism of Tom, and this is something we've brought up, that Whaley's brought up, that I want to talk to Pat about. But Pat Narduzzi comes up in here, wins the ACC, wins 9 games, then craters last year, 3-9. And he says, you know what? Offense not good enough. I'm going to change my stripes. I'm going to do it a different way. Bang, 5-0. Already won more games than last year. Absolutely an ACC contender. Tomlin doesn't do that kind of stuff. It's the more things change, the more they stay the same. Doesn't matter who the offensive coordinator is. They don't love to throw it to the middle of the field. They don't love to push the ball down the field. They want to play conservative, run the ball, play defense, and win. Pat Narduzzi changed his stripes. Now they're winning. The Steelers don't, and here they are in Mediocreville again.
Do you think that is coming from up top? Because Pat Narduzzi can call his shots. Do you think that it's coming from Art II, or you think it's Mike Tomlin that wants to run? I know it's Mike Tomlin, that the philosophy of what he wants to do, but he still has to get that final approval. Now, Pat Narduzzi necessarily doesn't have to get that final approval of who he hires and what he does with his coaching staff. He does in a way, but he doesn't like logistically.
Mm-hmm.
Is it coming from Tomlin of what to hire, or is it coming from Art II?
I think Art trusts Tomlin.
I do too.
Heavily. I don't think Art would meddle. I think if Art got to the point of meddling, there would be I think he's involved. I'm not saying otherwise, but I don't think that he would force the hand. I think at that point you'd have a mistrust and probably have to go a different direction. I mean, during Mike Tomlin's tenure, they got to be about as pass happy as anybody in the NFL with Ben Roethlisberger. Again, with Ben. I do think there's just something in Tomlin's DNA that is like, I want to prove that I can win this way, and that I'm going to get, guys that I align with on my staff, and we're going to win playing this way despite the overwhelming trends the opposite direction in the National Football League. And they have an elite defense. They don't always play like it in critical moments, but offensively they've had moments this year where they've looked like they've maybe have potential, but for the most part they've been anemic, and they can't score when they need to win ball games. The exception of a late game comeback when you have to throw it against Indianapolis.
Doran, I think the Art II thing's a great line of discussion here, because I think he's not meddling Art Rooney II, Pat, but I think Tomlin and Art are so aligned in philosophy that even if Tomlin didn't believe it when he started his career, he believes it now, whether he really does or not. And you can't separate the two. Art wants to run the ball. He said it every year for the last 4 years after this season. We got to find a way to run the ball more effectively, whether it's the beginning of the season or not. And I think that's why Najee Harris gets drafted. I think their visions are so aligned that, you're never going to see it change. And I'm not saying Pat Narduzzi was on the hot seat, deserved to be on the hot seat, anything like that. Again, he just won the ACC championship not long ago. You don't want to go 3-9 again and find out. There's accountability there. Pat Narduzzi, I don't know if he felt like he was coaching for his job, but again, don't go 3-9 again. So he changes. There's no fear from Mike Tomlin that you would need to change, and thus, why would you change?
Well, that's because they always win at least at least half their games, and so there's this. There's always this habitual, like, we're close. We're perpetually close, but do you have what it takes to get past that point, both schematically and personnel wise? And they obviously do not. And I would also say they don't have it culturally. I don't think they have a championship DNA.
Which is amazing to me, guys, because they have won before. Like, we're not talking about a franchise that hasn't won. We're not talking about, what's a franchise out there that's even the Carolina Panthers. We're not talking about the Jets. We're talking about the Steelers, who have won, not in the 70s, but they won like 15 years ago. That's not that long ago when you look at the whole scope of things. They know how to do it. They know what it looks like, but they haven't evolved from that. Like, they haven't – they knew how it worked then when they did win in 2008.
Defense.
Okay, but they haven't evolved from that mentality. They're like, we won this way. We know what to do. Our structure is right, but we're not going to evolve. We're just going to stick to our plan. Like, you would think that a successful organization would evolve with the times year by year, and they just haven't done that.
I mean, is this defense that much worse than the 2008 defense?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just saying, has it been for the last, let's say, 3 years? It's been one of the best defenses in football. From a ranking perspective, it's been at or near the top of the league in most categories, if not all. What's the problem been? Offense. And you've been unwilling to address it. And you've made mistake after mistake after mistake in the draft because you feel like you can prove people wrong. I hate to say, even Kenny. I love Kenny. But you can't tell me there wasn't some element of, let's prove that we can take the pick guy, make him a hometown hero.
Well, and
brother after brother after brother. I'm talking about Hayward. You talk about like Watt. You take these guys, and it's like, what are you trying to prove?
They have long since stopped trying to be great because they like the comfortable. Kenny Pickett lived next door. Let's draft that guy. Let's get the brothers because we know what the guy on the current roster has done.
You don't win being comfortable.
Nope, you don't.
I mean,
you think Pat Narduzzi's comfortable running plays every 8 seconds?
No. I said this earlier in the week. Like, people are saying, "Oh my gosh, the clock management at the end of the game against UNC." I mean, this is an evolving relationship between Pat Narduzzi and Cade Bell.
Yeah, it's new.
7 minutes is an eternity. It's double their longest drive of the year, I would venture to say. And they're getting to know each other. And Pat Narduzzi, to his credit, as fiery as he is trying not to handcuff or meddle with Cade Bell. I'm sure they're having conversations, and I'm sure they disagree on a whole hell of a lot. But, this kind of groupthink that seems to be happening with the Steelers, it's unbecoming of winning a championship. You just can't do it. And I know Andy Reid's hired the same guys all the time as offensive coordinator. Yeah, but they got a generational quarterback. That's different. When you don't have that, man, like, look at Minnesota right now. Look at Minnesota. Look what Brian Flores is doing with that defense. All of a sudden, Pat Jones is, T.J. Watt.
Yeah.
Or Myles Garrett. They got Sam Darnold at quarterback. Now they got Jefferson and Addison, but they've evolved. This organization has just not.
Coming up next, Jeff Hathorn going to join us. Then, Bill Hillgrove talking about the 5-0 Pitt Panthers, the uncomfortable Pat Narduzzi, but he's sitting pretty right now, undefeated on the year. First, it's a Harry Kalas headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Thursday Night Football is tonight. Week 6 begins with this game, and it's a game that you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. The San Francisco 49ers playing the Seattle Seahawks. Coverage on The Fan of that game through Westwood One begins at 7:30. For more fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There are jewelry stores, and then there are jewelers. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. If you've been looking for a trusted full-service jeweler who can repair, refurbish, design, create, and appraise, give us a try. Or if you just need some advice or a second opinion on a family heirloom, we are here to help. At Urbanowitz Jewelers, our professional staff of trained experts have been helping Pittsburghers with their jewelry needs for over 40 years. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Casti Village or Peters Township. We're like having a jeweler in the family.
Celebrate the spooky season with Zero Res and get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of these huge savings. Spell it backwards or forward. It spells the same. Zero Res!
Pennsylvania football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws an awesome block so his teammate can score instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Everyone knows the most exciting part of football is the score. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD scorer wager today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Direct Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers. With a super low down payment, you can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote at directauto.com. Down payments vary, does not mean savings. How you buy can affect price. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
The Pittsburgh Gun Show this weekend at the Monroeville Convention Center. Tons of ammo, guns, knives, accessories, and more. Get your guns and supplies while you still can. Saturday 9 to 5, Sunday 9 to 4. Info at showmastersgunshows.com.
Wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wetco locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wetco Pro location and enjoy free, high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real-person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What if I told you that there was a single management software that could handle your CRM, accounting, manufacturing, marketing, inventory, sales, and everything in between for a fraction of the cost of the dozens of disconnected platforms most companies rely on to manage their business? Sounds pretty good, right? Well, that's Odoo. Odoo is the end-all, be-all for any business of any size, and it's ready to help your company reach the next level and beyond. Learn more at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Your coworkers might annoy you, but we promise we won't. Download the free Odyssey app and you can listen to us at work while you tackle your inbox or get ready for another meeting that probably could have been an email. Tune in late late, you can rewind your favorite live shows to catch what you missed. And with Chapters, easily jump to the topics that you care about most, like the latest updates from your team. Your sports talk, your way. The Odyssey app. Download it today.
Welcome to our special show. Let's go get him.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Yeah.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Joined now by Jeff Hathorn, Odyssey Sports Director. Jeff, how you doing today?
Morning, guys. Good.
Jeff, Ray Fittipaldo reports that George Pickens has been late to a couple of practices, or I don't think he wrote practices, but he's been late to work a couple of times. Man, it seemed like everything was going okay with Pickens, and now in the course of 3 days, it seems like a disaster, and I don't know what they can do with this guy. What do you think?
You know, a 7-catch, 140-yard game would kind of cure everything along with a win. You know, I don't think it's as bad as, like, everybody just hates the guy and can't stand the guy. I think there is some conflicts. Obviously, he was pouting during the game last week, and that's an issue. But, you know, I think there are people that you work with or in any line of work that it's like, okay, if they could just produce for us, you don't have to be their friend. And I think George is one of those guys. And if he can put up a big game, I don't think that there's any riff or there's any issue. It's just, can this guy produce for us?
Jeff, I'm going to ask this question, and some people may think that it's obvious, but I don't think it's so obvious. There's still some room to develop in this. And actually, I'm going to ask you two questions. Percentage chance that Russell Wilson starts on Sunday, and percentage chance that Russell Wilson plays on Sunday.
Starts on Sunday at 5-10%. I don't see it very high at this point because Russ, as Mike told us on Tuesday, has taken the second team reps. And until he takes first team reps, then that's when the door is, then Tomlin's words, more ajar. Man, I think it would have to be pretty extreme. I would say maybe 20% chance that he would play, but I think Justin would have to be really bad. Now, if it's a bad game and they were to lose again in Las Vegas, I think obviously the Jets that percentage skyrockets for that game against the Jets.
Jeff, I'm not asking you to take any shots at credibility here with regard to how the Steelers handle injuries, but Jaylen Warren looked pretty good on video yesterday and says he's ready to go. What's the deal with him? And seems to be a little bit of a trend because Wilson seemed to indicate that he was good to go too earlier in the year.
Well, I think with Jaylen, because he was still limited, that there's still a little bit more that they want to test. I mean, this is the first time we've seen him out on the field. Now, you guys have seen some of the videos, I'm sure. I mean, he looked really good. I mean, the push was there, the cuts were there, the acceleration was there. I mean, it was positive, but he's still limited. So there's still more he has to do in practice, I think, to get to the next level. But here's the other thing with Jaylen, that maybe where his history hurts him, of a guy who plays through injuries. Like maybe he has to show them even more because, like, okay, is this really it, or is he hiding something? Like, I think they have to be very convinced. Today will be a big day for him. If he can get into a full practice, I think there's an opportunity on Sunday. But first opportunity back where he really pushed it. Let's see how the recovery goes.
Jeff, this is not a criticism of T.J. Watt. This is just reality in the National Football League. He's going to pull himself off the field at times because you can't play 100% of the snaps. So when T.J. is not on the field, who the heck are the two Steelers outside linebackers on Sunday?
So you're saying TJ's dogging it during games? Hi, guys.
No, this is legitimate load management.
Right. Jeremiah Moon is one you're going to see. Beyond that, I think you'll see a combination of Isaiah Loudermilk out on the edge. And then, unfortunately, it's funny because we talked to him yesterday. Ade, I asked him to pronounce his last name. I can't exactly remember how he pronounced it. So we'll go with Ade. number 48 is how you'll know him on the football field. He has a little bit of NFL experience. Last year he was with Atlanta, but injured. So I think that's who you're looking at right now. I mean, it's a little late in the week to be adding people from waivers or other teams' practice squads. That's still an outside chance that could happen, but I mean, that's what you're looking at, an outside linebacker.
Awesome. Penguins stunk, Jeff.
He's gone.
Oh.
Dude.
Oh, he's there.
Dude, that was, I mean, that first 13 minutes wasn't so bad, even though they were down a goal. But then they gave up those 2 late goals in the first, and it's like, oh. I mean, the second got no better, and the third was like, like watching your kids' game in the 7th or in the 5th inning of 7 innings in baseball, where all the subs are in, and you're just sitting in the stands like, oh, and this thing ends.
That's right. I just went to bed.
I mean, I think the brutal thing, or the good thing is, in back-to-backs, which are kind of brutal to start the season, is you got a chance to wipe this right out tonight in Detroit. I mean, one game doesn't make a season, but, man, in one game, I think as much as anything, it showed that if you think that the Pens are contenders, the Rangers are contenders. The Pens have some work to do.
Pretenders. Jeff, thank you for your time. As always, we'll talk to you after the Steelers go on the road and play Las Vegas. Nothing ever bad happens on the road against the Raiders.
No, and, really questionable quarterbacks never beat the Steelers in a Raiders uniform.
No, it doesn't happen.
Tough.
Thank you, Jeff.
No, see you boys Saturday.
See you, Carl.
A lot of good stuff on 937thefan.com as well from Jeff. Aiden O'Connell going to get the start against the Steelers.
That's right. Where did he go to school?
Purdue.
Wow.
Quick with that, Pat.
He was real quick.
Rutger McGroarty played for the Penguins last night. What's a better name for an Irish pub, Aiden O'Connell's or Rutger McGroarty's?
I think Aiden O'Connell's is easier to say.
Yes.
Man, I would love to have a Guinness at Rutger McGroarty's, though, I'll tell you.
You know Rutger McGroarty went to Rutgers?
He did not. Michigan guy.
Oh.
That just, you were trying to make it all flow.
Yeah.
That didn't happen.
I would drink a Guinness anywhere.
Me too.
Friend.
We have not had a Guinness together,
They're
Pat.
not that good.
You're a Guinness.
Get the hell out of here!
You're a Guinness Zero guy, aren't you?
Now you can get the hell out of here.
Guinness Zero guy.
Bill
Did you
Hillgrove.
watch Friday the 13th last night?
Of course.
I saw his tweet.
Yeah.
It's like, it was 4-0. I think he turned it off.
Yeah, 2 horror movies going on at once. The Penguin game and Friday the 13th.
Mm-hmm.
Bang. Look at me.
Billy Hilly up next. First a Callus headline.
Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins, they play tonight against the Detroit Red Wings at 8 o'clock. Penguins lost yesterday at home to the New York Rangers. They got shut out. And this game will be on the road for the Penguins. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning filled with accidents. Just added one more. This report brought to you by family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread, Pittsburgh. Latest accident on the inbound Parkway West, just past Venture Street. That's causing solid delays now all the way back toward Bellevue Westview. Meanwhile, the earlier accident still being cleared from the Parkway West. One on the outbound side blocking the left lane just before Carnegie. That's causing delays back through the Fort Pitt tunnels across the Fort Pitt Bridge and on to the approaches from the Parkway East and the North Shore. Also, the one inbound blocking the right lane at the Carnegie on-ramp. Delays back before I-79. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Want a game changer for any tailgate party? Saloni's Italian Bread. The key to any great sandwich, burger, or dog is the bread, and Saloni's is the bread to use. Family owned in Pittsburgh for over 100 years, Saloni's Bread is the game changer for any Pittsburgh tailgate party.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, J. Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My check engine light's on?
That could hurt your gas mileage. The AutoZone free Fix Finder service can help find the fix for free.
This whole report for free?
That's right, printed and on your phone for free.
But what if the fix is too tough?
We'll recommend a local shop. Fix Finder, only at AutoZone. AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Check this out. The new iPhone 16 built for Apple Intelligence. At Verizon, you can get it when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands.
Any?
Any.
Even if it's 4 years old?
Yeah.
Even if it's 4 years old and I drop it on the sidewalk?
Yep.
Even if it's 4 years old and I drop it on the sidewalk, then a scooter runs it over, so now it's not just old and cracked, but shattered?
With Verizon, the answer is always yes. Trade in any phone from one of our top brands for the new iPhone 16 with Unlimited Ultimate. Plus, get a new iPad. Trade-in terms apply. See Verizon.com for details. Apple Intelligence coming fall 2024.
My sister Rachel Morin loved to run. She loved to laugh. But most important, loved her 5 children. August 5th, 2023, she met a monster. A criminal, illegal immigrant that raped and murdered her. He was already deported once before. Kamala Harris was supposed to get the border secure. Kamala and the Democrats' policies allowed the killer back in. That was a really tough day on Mother's Day, going with the 2 youngest to the gravesite so they could visit their mom. Any given day, your family could experience what happened to my sister. There's no reason why these kids should not have a mother. It just breaks my heart. The last thing that we need is more of Kamala Harris.
The Biden-Harris administration's open border policies have led to an influx of crime and chaos, putting every American at risk. We cannot afford to let the dangerous agenda continue. Right for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here. Let's talk fantasy football. You know the drill. Hours spent researching, stats scattered everywhere, and you're thinking, this is it. I've got the perfect lineup. Then Sunday rolls around and boom. You pick the wrong player. The guy's a dud. 3 points. Your season on the ropes. Now imagine your weight loss journey is the same thing. You're reading labels, trying new healthy foods, but that one wrong choice, yeah, it's like benching your star player and losing the week. That's where Awaken 180 steps in. Think of them as your fantasy football guru. No more guessing, no more bad calls. They've got the proven playbook for weight loss. I'm proof, Donnie's proof, half of Pittsburgh is now proof. With Awaken 180, every meal is like starting your top draft pick. The right foods at the right times. No more blown weeks or stalled progress. No guessing games. If you're tired of making the wrong calls with your health, let the pros at Awaken 180 handle the lineup. Call 844-346-1800 or visit awaken180weightloss.com.
At PJ Dick, we're breaking ground and building dreams. Since 1979, our firm has provided full-service construction management to build some of Pittsburgh's most iconic buildings. For our local listeners, the Peterson Sports Complex, Peterson Event Center, PPG Paints Arena, and the UPMC Event Center might ring a bell. We're proud to be a family-owned company with world-class expertise. Build big with PJ Dick and visit our website at www.pjdick.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Back to more of the Fan Morning Show.
In the morning, y'all.
With Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
So let's get rolling.
Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark of the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Route 19 in Peters Township celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. That music means we're joined by the voice of the 5-0 undefeated Pitt Panthers, Bill Hillgrove. Pitt Breakdown with Doran and Pat brought to you by Gatorade, available at Giant Eagle stores. Good morning to you, Billy.
Good morning, gents. How goes it?
Not bad. Not bad.
Great, partner. Great.
Billy, you beat the Chapel Hills. You finally got it done. How'd it feel? What do you think about the momentum this program's got right now?
Well, I go back to that first visit at Kenan Stadium. I believe it might have been 1974, but the one that really stung was in 79 when Hugh Green and company got beat for the only time that year. Yeah, it was a house of horrors, but I tell you what I did. I wore my Champion Lakes Pitt shirt, and, you know, Dick Groat was not real fond of the Tar Heels. Matter of fact, he poured in 48 in his final game against them. Still stands as a record, by the way. And I wore that shirt, and I think Dick helped us win that game.
Billy, have you ever seen a running back with over 100 yards receiving in 2 games in a season, much less win receiver of the week as a running back in the ACC?
They don't come along too often. What can I say? Between the quarterback and the running back, and it was a team effort. Everybody had to contribute, and that goes. And we kept pleading in the booth, Pat. You remember, we haven't had a sack in this game. Well, guess what? That's how the game basically ended up in Pitt's favor, with Kyle Lewis making the big sack, and he got an ACC honor as a result.
Bill, how much credit do you give Pat Narduzzi for changing his stripes? I mean, going 3-9 last year, very tough year for everybody involved with the program. But Pat Narduzzi, he goes outside the box and he hires a young up-and-comer in Cade Bell. And for the first at least 5 games, it's been proven a right decision. How much credit do you really give Narduzzi for just going outside the box and doing what he did and hiring a guy like Cade Bell?
Yeah, this offense is a pretty special thing. You know what I like about it? He keeps the hammer down. It keeps everybody involved. It keeps everybody go. And I think, that's contagious. And I think it's worked very, very well. They're what 6th in the nation in scoring. It's been a wonder to watch it. It really has been.
Bill, what do you think about the longtime conference foe Cal Bears coming in here?
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Cal, your thoughts on them?
Oh, well, first of all, what jumps off the page is their +8 in turnover takeaway. And they've intercepted 11 times. The one kid, Noel Williams, a transfer from UNLV, the corner, has 5 interceptions. He leads the country.
Does anybody stay at UNLV, by the way?
They're opportunistic, and they'll play takeaway. On offense, they've had their problems. They had, I think they suffered 18 sacks so far this year. And, of course, with Pitt coming off a 1-sack game, maybe the defense is licking its chops. But there's a reason that this is only a field goal game, and I think the experts think that Cal can win this. So the Panthers are going to have to come up with the same type effort as they did last week. Last week was more of a 60-minute effort. I know it went back and forth. But one thing I love about Eli Holstein, he's almost like a cornerback. He's got no memory. That pick 6 would have probably taken the sails out of the wind out of the sails of a lot of quarterbacks, and it didn't. He didn't let it, and I think that's one of his hallmarks.
Billy, I know you're working on your charts, and you'll probably notice that a Western Pennsylvania native is the kicker for Cal, but is only 6 of 12 on the year. Ben Saul is obviously perfect. I asked you about Ben Saul's last week, but how much of a weapon is it in a field goal game to have a kicker like him?
I think he gets to kick on Sundays. I really think he's that class of a kicker. He's not the biggest guy in the world, but he's got that great leg, and he's very, very accurate. And what I love about him is you just look at him, you can tell whether the ball's good or not. It's almost like guys walking away from putts. When they hit it, they go, that's in. See you later. Let me go walk and hand this putter to the caddy. I like that about him, but he seems like a remarkable kid. I've only spent a little time around him, but and I think maybe that even speaks to the character of this whole football team. There are a lot of pretty good kids on the team, and they're enjoying being undefeated, but they know what it takes to win, and that want to know every week is certainly the key. Hey, by the way, the last time we played Cal was in 1966. It was out there. Pitt lost. But the memorable game was the one in 63 when the Panthers were 9-1 and uninvited. And that was the head coach of the Golden Bears at that time was Marv Levy.
Wow.
And
wow.
Guess what? Guess who the quarterback was?
Ron Cook.
He played 18 seasons in the league, many with Dallas. Greg Morton.
Wow.
So that's kind of a memorable thing that we'll get to kick around on Saturday, guys.
These longtime rivals. Bill, great stuff. Wear the shirt again, man. See if it brings more good luck.
Well, I'm H2P, there's a reason that this shirt fits me very well. I bleed blue and gold.
Yes, sir.
Bill Hillgrove.
Yes, sir.
We'll hear from you on Saturday. Thanks, Bill.
Thanks, Bill.
Thank you.
See you, Pard.
Kicker talk again.
What did you say? You said to Larry on the broadcast, if you wanted to know if the kick was good, to look at Cam Guess, who's the holder.
Yeah, if they start dapping each other up like immediately after the ball leaves the foot, you know it's good.
Yeah.
I mean, that's who I watch because I'm sure as hell not watching the kick. It's too nerve-wracking.
I can never see it.
Kicker
I can never
again.
see if it's ever good or not.
Hey, it matters,
keep talking
dude.
Kicker, yeah.
You wish you were a kicker. That's about all you could do.
Dang. He just coming at your heart. That's all you could do.
When he kicks the game winner on Saturday, just remember where you heard it.
If he kicks the game winner on Saturday, the first thing that comes through my mind is you. And I hate that. All right, coming up next, back to the Steelers. We have yet to talk to our quarterback expert, Pat Bostic, really about the quarterback position, so we'll do just that. Lots of college football talk coming in the back half of the hour. Right now, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. 24 Silverado 1500, 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Today, high of 62.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Leaves are starting to fall, and so are the prices at Bowser Hyundai. Fall into savings with the 2024 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive with 1.99% APR for 60 months. It's the perfect ride for all your autumn adventures. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance that are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. With approved credit and financing through HMFC. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies. See Bowser for complete details. Offer ends October 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. So visit Bowser Hyundai today.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-709-7022. 800-709-7022. 800-709-7022.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Flat tire, low tread. The best way to save money on tires is with Champ Tires. My tires were bare, and one new Bridgestone cost more than $400. At Champ Tires, a like-new Bridgestone in the exact same model cost only $81, saving me $320 on 4 tires. Champ Tires inventory is huge. They carry all brands and sizes. They have 2 Pittsburgh locations and offer free shipping. Head to champtires.com/thefan for a special coupon to save even more.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world, protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You want the best. UPMC Health Plan is ranked #1 in member satisfaction among commercial plans in Pennsylvania by
J.D. Power. With UPMC Health Plan, you get access to UPMC doctors and hospitals, local community care, and a national network for travel outside the UPMC service area. Plus 24/7 access to virtual urgent care services through UPMC Anywhere Care. When you're given a choice for health insurance, choose the best. Choose UPMC Health Plan. For J.D. Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Tune in this week to Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti, where they break down all the headlines in the NFL, presented by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on the iPhone 16 Pro.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
We still on for breakfast tomorrow? I've been looking forward to it all week.
Yes, ma'am. Wouldn't miss it.
And then we're gonna go vote together, right?
Yeah, I guess.
This stuff matters, kid. It wasn't that long ago when there were laws that kept us from voting.
I know. I learned all about it in school.
And now it's pretty simple. We can vote by mail, we can vote early in person, or we can vote on Election Day.
Who and what are we voting for?
That's up to you. But it's important to make sure you don't sit on the sidelines. You've got to make your voice heard, and voting is the best way to do it.
All right. I'll go vote with you. But breakfast is on you.
Voting in Pennsylvania has never been easier. You can request a mail-in ballot until October 29th. It must be returned to your election office before 8 p.m. on Tuesday, November 5th for your vote to be counted. And remember, you can always vote in person on Election Day. Go to votehq.org for all the information you need to vote this election.
Paid for by American Independent Radio.
The Halloween sale's happening now at Spitzer Acura. But don't worry, there's absolutely no tricks. Panda only dishes out treats at Spitzer Acura, like monster savings on new Acuras with the Panda price and a sweet lifetime powertrain warranty at no charge. Plus, anytime you come in for service, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle. So don't miss the Halloween sale. Stop in and let our friendly consultants help you find your perfect new Acura.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Good news, bad news on the Parkway West. This report brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Save 50% on installation of Gutter Helmet during their fall sale this month only. 888-5 Helmet. Crews have cleared both accidents from the inbound and outbound Parkway West near the Carnegie Interchange. However, you have leftover delays on the inbound side back before I-79. It's also affecting northbound 79, which is jammed all the way back toward the Kerwin Heights Interchange. Outbound, the earlier accident approaching Carnegie has been cleared. However, you still have slow traffic back through the Fort Pitt tunnels and on the approaches to the Fort Pitt Bridge. Your delays bound the Parkway East back around 2nd Avenue. You're also jammed across the lower deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge. Parkway North, an accident approaching the East Street off-ramp causing delays now back to Bellevue Westview. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fall into savings with Gutter Helmet. Save 50% off installation and enjoy 0 down, 0 payments for 1 year. Don't risk costly water damages. Gutter Helmet guarantees clog-free gutters for life. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for your no-cost free estimate today.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, the land,
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Get in touch with us on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service. Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Bostic with us until 9 o'clock. And he's brought to you by Gatorade, available at Giant Eagle stores. Simple question here, Pat. Russell Wilson, full participant in practice yesterday. Would you start him at quarterback against the Las Vegas Raiders?
I probably would. But I don't think they will, based on what Jeff has said. I think that I think that they would probably lean on the side of caution, err to the side of caution in terms of bringing him back slower, and giving him an opportunity to practice with the ones. That being said, I don't know what to think. I don't know what to believe in terms of what they're going to do. There's just a whole lot of smoke screening going on with a lot of things with that team right now, and nothing would surprise me. But I think what we've seen from Justin Fields is, and I don't think he's played poorly per se, but he hasn't necessarily improved on a week-to-week basis. And I heard you say this the other day when you were on Solo, like success isn't linear, but mistakes being made repeatedly are not an indication of improvement. And his QBR is 48. I mean, that's exactly where he's been his whole career. It's just they have put him in a box, essentially, and not allowed him to make as many mistakes as he had to make in Chicago. And I'm not sure what would happen if they open. I mean, at this point, I know the discussions about paying him at the end of the year. Like, you're kind of at a fork in the road as an organization. Like, if you're going to play him, I would say this: cut him loose. You know you got a veteran behind him now that's ready to play. Cut him loose, see what happens. If it's bad, and you know what you got. If not, you're kind of perpetuating this unknown. So I think Fields will start, and how the game goes will dictate whether Wilson plays. But I do think Wilson starts games this year.
See, like, that's where I've been wrestling with, and I think I've asked the question a couple times. Like, are we in a situation where we're watching these games underneath Fields, with Fields being the quarterback and Arthur Smith being the offensive coordinator? Are they hiding him and protecting him from some of the things that he used to do, or is he getting better from the things that he used to do? And I still don't really have an answer. I don't know if we'll ever get an answer because we're not there. But it may be a combination of both, but I am actually leaning towards the fact that they are protecting him, kind of like they did with Kenny. Put the handcuffs on so they don't, put the ball into harm's way. And that just tells me that they're waiting for an actual quarterback where they don't have to do that, where they can trust. I don't think they trust him at all. I really don't. Like, it just doesn't seem like – maybe Arthur Smith does, but I think from the head man, I think that those conversations are I don't trust him yet. So then, if he says he doesn't trust him, then Arthur Smith can't trust him, and the game plan has to be, kind of coddled a little bit going into each game and then give him a little piece here and there. But I think that with Russ, like, they can exhale in a way, even if they don't even know Russ is going to be good or not, but they can exhale to the fact that they can trust him immediately.
That's why I think we agreed that it was never really a competition because, frankly, they probably didn't trust Justin Fields. And now Justin Fields has fumbled 5 times, and they've got really good fumble luck, actually. When they did let him go against Indianapolis, and he's throwing the ball all over the place and got them back into the game, the 3 straight scoring drives were bookended by 2 horrendous plays. The 22-yard sack, which looked an awful lot like what he was doing in Chicago. And I want to see Fields keep playing, by the way. And then the fumbled snap, which he took full responsibility for. That thwarted their chance to win the game. I think they probably go down the field and score and either take it to overtime or win the game if that doesn't happen. But it did happen, and that's on him. I think they can get production out of Russell Wilson without telling him you need to be careful. They just assume
he's going to do it.
He's going to do it.
This looks an awful lot like Kenny, though. I mean, Kenny, fourth quarter Kenny, if Kenny comes back whenever they need him to do it, with Justin Fields against, Indianapolis, that just looked so much like Kenny. And that just tells me that it's like, all right, you got all these new faces. Where's that coming from? Oh, you're going to open it up now because you're behind and then, the ball starts moving. It's kind of how Kenny operated. I'm not saying that Kenny's better than Justin Fields. I'm not saying that. Justin Fields has put together complete games in the first quarter, at least, in the second quarter, and Kenny didn't do that.
Right.
But it just seemed very, very odd timing of, oh, you're going to open it up whenever you're behind. That's kind of how they operated with Kenny as well.
Do you agree with Pat that they should open it up from the start? We kind of touched on that a little bit yesterday. Me too.
What do you have to lose?
I agree.
I mean, I don't think they have anything necessarily to lose. I mean, I'd like to see Roman Wilson get in there as well.
Do you think he's ready, though, as a young receiver, rookie receiver that doesn't
more ready
have any
than
reps?
Van Jefferson is in terms of getting open? Like, I'd like to see somebody put draft stock and capital in play if he's ready to play. But there's just – I guess I would say if you did a blind test of what you would say Justin Fields has done well and what Kenny did well, they're virtually the same thing. They haven't turned the ball over. Right? They protected the ball. Well, Justin Fields has fumbled 3 times in 5 games and fumbled twice more than he recovered himself. He has 19 fumbles in 4 seasons.
Yeah.
As a quarterback. He's been sacked 13 times this year in 5 games. 13 times. And mobility is supposed to be his strength. He's more athletic. He's averaging 3.6 yards per carry. And they're running quarterback sweeps on the goal line, and he's getting killed. Like, this is more than a him problem for them on offense. But he hasn't exactly been an eraser for this offense either.
I do think he's been their best offensive player, though. He has not been an eraser. He's not that good. Hasn't shown to be that good. But I do think he's the one thing in the offense that has provided them jolts when they need it. Like, their number 1 wide receiver is not playing like a number 1 wide receiver. They don't have anybody else. Their running back stinks. The other 2 guys aren't healthy.
You know who their best offensive player is if he's healthy?
James Daniels.
Jaylen Warren.
I agree with that, yeah. In terms of a skill position guy, yeah.
A pretty wide margin.
Mm-hmm.
What does that do for Justin Fields?
I think, again, I'm just looking schematically. Like, if I got Justin Fields and I have Jaylen Warren and I have Calvin Austin, and I thought this last year, like, why are you not, and their offseason, how they handle themselves in the offseason would not, does not reflect moving this direction. But why are you not in more 11 personnel and, spreading things out and RPOing and doing some of that stuff? Like, they're in 2 tight ends, 3 tight ends, with James Washington, who's effectively a tackle, but is talented enough, and Connor Hayward. Like, I think Connor Hayward's a really good player. He's not a tight end in the National Football League. He's not. If that's Pat Freiermuth on the H-League, it's a walk-in touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
He's 7 inches taller than him,
Mm-hmm.
6 inches taller than him. But, like, and I'm not, again, it's not the short thing, but it's like you're throwing 3 tight ends on the field. It doesn't accentuate your quarterback's strength. It condenses the box. It doesn't allow for him to do what he does best. And Calvin Austin's been one of their more dynamic players in the first 5 games, quite frankly. That's not saying a whole hell of a lot.
No, because it was basically all in one game.
Yeah, but he gives you a punt return. He scores a touchdown on a pass. Like, give me someone that can make an explosive play. Like, they're having to string 10, 12, 13 play drives. That's hard to do. That's hard to do.
So what we're saying here is Russell Wilson's not going to be a cure-all to all the things that ailed him offensively.
I think he's better at playing under center. I think he's more used to it. I think he understands probably the run game better, but I don't think he gives them an added dimension in any way outside of more familiarity with this type of offense and he probably more efficiency, which is exactly what Mike Tomlin wants out of this offense.
I want to ask you next, and then we'll get into college football at the bottom of the hour. All right, if Fields stinks for the first half, do you play Russell Wilson? So we'll get, did I say that right? I did say that right. We'll get to that next. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a Callis headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Thursday Night Football is tonight, and it's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. It's the first game of Week 6. The San Francisco 49ers and the Seattle Seahawks will play. 8:15 start time. Coverage on The Fan begins at 7:30, and again, that coverage is through Westwood 1. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
Want a satisfying meal for $6? Try the new $6 meal from Dunkin'. It's a medium hot or iced coffee and a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich and a side of hash browns for only $6. You know Dunkin' coffee. It's always made just how you like it.
That's right. The bacon, egg, and cheese is toasty and delicious. And how about some crispy golden hash browns? They're a must, and they're in the new $6 meal deal, too. Take advantage of this offer while it lasts. Price participation may vary. America runs on Dunkin'.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. When you think Steelers football, Smash Mouth Defense is the first thing that comes to mind. And Landon Roberts proved this weekend that nobody embodies that play style more than him.
So I knew, the only way I can make this play, I got to just go airborne.
And that's just what he did.
So I was just like, it is what it is. I'm fit to just go all out. Like, I'm fit to just sacrifice my whole body. I don't care. I want to get this ball stopped, and I just went out for it.
Tune in every Tuesday night from 6 to 7 p.m. for the best player show with the toughest player on the team. It's the Landon Roberts Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
O'Reilly.
Extend the life of your engine with a full synthetic oil change and save at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, pick up 5 quarts of O'Reilly full synthetic motor oil and a MicroGuard oil filter for $29.99. Or upgrade to a MicroGuard Select filter for just $2 more. Limit supply. Offer in-store only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
You okay?
Sorry, I can't sleep with this cough.
Sounds like you need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with NyQuil VapoCool. It's NyQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
So you ready to get some sleep? Thank you, NyQuil VapoCool.
NyQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing nighttime coughing, aching, fever, best sleep with a cold medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
93.7 The Fan, an equal opportunity employer, is dedicated to providing broad outreach regarding job vacancies at the station. We seek the help of local community organizations in referring qualified applicants to our station. Community organizations who wish to receive our job vacancy information should contact Amy Mock at 93.7 The Fan at 412-920-9400 or by sending an email to amy.mock@odyssey.com. Listeners are encouraged to visit odyssey.com for a listing of job opportunities at all Odyssey radio stations.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
It takes a lot to prepare for game day as a dedicated fan, and preparing the perfect tailgate meal might be most important of all. That's why Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise is the MVP. Hellmann's Mayonnaise is the secret to bring out the rich and creamy taste to all your game day dishes, from buffalo chicken dip to your favorite sub sandwich and everything in between. So give it a try, and mayo game day be delicious with Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise. Shop at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store, and add some extra deliciousness to your game day dishes this football season.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5-HELMET.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get the zone, AutoZone. Kansas City and Minnesota are the only 5-0 teams. The Chiefs stayed perfect with ease, while the Vikings eked out a victory over the dysfunctional Jets. Next on my power rankings are Baltimore, Houston, and Detroit, all starting to roll now. Washington, Green Bay, Dallas, Buffalo, and Atlanta complete my top 10. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Pennsylvania football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws an awesome block so his teammate can score instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Everyone knows the most exciting part of football is the score. With BetMGM's Second Chance promotion, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Place a first touchdown score or wager today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Things looking a little bit better on the parkways as well as the other roadways. This report brought to you by Ulta Beauty. Inbound Parkway North, earlier accident, now off to the side, approaching the East Street off-ramp. Some leftover delays, though, as far back as Camp Horn Road. Meanwhile, we do have an accident in Crafton. Crews are on the scene at the intersection of Noble Avenue and East Steuben Street. Parkway West jamming inbound around I-79, and then another delay between Carnegie and Greentree. Outbound delays from Banksville to Greentree, and then heavy from 79 to Campbell's Run Road. Northbound 79 heavy from Kerwin Heights up to the Parkway West. Parkway East are jammed at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Ulta Beauty.
We've brought the Emerald City to Ulta Beauty with wicked collaborations from REM Beauty by Ariana Grande. It brushes for Ulta and OPI. Hurry in, these fantabulous products won't last long. See Wicked November 22nd, only in theaters. Ulta Beauty, the possibilities are beautiful.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, text us, 412-928-9370, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Going to continue to talk to Pat Bostic, who's our guest until 9 o'clock, about the Steelers quarterback situation. But breaking news, and it derails everything here. Dorn and I just found out, and Dorn is, you've lost your mind on this.
I'm messed up right now.
Nick Saban, 5'6".
Are you kidding me?
5'6" for the GOAT.
5'6"?
Mm-hmm.
I can't even look at him.
He's 5'6".
You said that you walked past him.
I walked past him at the Heisman ceremony up in New York City when Kenny was up there, and he was up to my shoulder.
Oh my goodness!
And I was like, wow, because he's the most powerful person in college football.
I can't believe this.
5'6", doing a good job on College Game Day.
He's phenomenal.
He's outstanding.
How much do you think they wanted to give him his office back on Monday at Tuscaloosa?
Yeah, how many?
Do you hear what he said, though? He said a couple weeks ago, the only place that's not hard to play in the SEC is Vanderbilt.
Yep.
They
right. They played that at the end of the game on the Jumbotron.
Oh. They did. I love college football.
It's the best.
They selling up pieces of that goalpost to pay for the fine.
Well, they pay at Cincinnati. They played the audio of Narduzzi saying it's not that loud at Cincinnati. Remember that?
I do.
During the game? I love it. I mean, just pettiness, just go for it.
Speaking of pettiness, and we'll get back to the Steelers quarterback conversation, but while we're here, James Franklin. Need a little longer runway there, Mr. 1-0 every week? Just real quick, because I'm sure you guys have thoughts on this too. My guys been playing in the Big 12 for a decade. Got to fly. Closest place we played for a long time is Ames, Iowa. Got to drive to Pittsburgh to fly out. Got to drive to Bridgeport, a couple hours away, to fly out. You ain't ever heard Neil Brown bitch. Now, leaves a lot to be desired in other places.
It's an hour and 29 minutes to Harrisburg.
Get over yourself. You are part of the problem, James, where institutions such as Penn State want these super conferences, want to get a bigger slice of the pie. Guess who pays the big slices of the pie, you jackass? It's the TV networks. It's Fox. Why are you playing all your games at noon and complaining about whiteouts? Oh, we got to do a fake whiteout because our other whiteouts at noon. You won't shut up about that. You're playing at noon because of TV. You want to do that to take the money because you think you're better than everybody else. You want your conference to change and shift because you think you're better than everybody else. You want more money. So you can't bitch then about the runway being short.
It's State College.
It's State College.
Is he essentially calling out the university by not paying
He's
for it?
calling out the airport, I would imagine.
The airport?
Yeah, which is like...
Who would pay for it?
I mean, Penn State could give him the money tomorrow.
Right. That's what I think he was doing.
Lengthen the runway. Well, yeah,
Give us a runway.
How about you think about that in the offseason? I mean,
yeah, like you didn't know you were going to USC.
We're going to USC, guys. Like, this isn't going to work. But oh, by the way, it's an hour and 29 minutes to Harrisburg. Like, you guys have West Virginia's got to bus up to Pittsburgh to fly out,
We
right?
do it all the time. That's college sports today. Get used to it, dude. You'll be fine.
You know what's going to happen.
They're going to lose.
Yeah, they're going to lose, and he's going to make. That's going to be his excuse.
They're going to lose because he's already made it an excuse.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, if you're Mr. 1-0 every week and every team's Akron, kind of the whole nameless gray face thing, don't give your team reason to complain. What you should be saying, James, is, yeah, we got to fly out to California. It's a flight. We've been on buses before. We played high school football, all of us.
Are they going out Thursday? Did I see that?
I don't know, but they probably should.
I think they're going out Thursday.
Today?
Yeah, they got to recover from that extra hour and a half long bus ride.
What's Cal doing?
I feel like they're overthinking it a little bit.
Is Cal going out tomorrow or today? You know?
I have no idea. I would imagine they're coming in today, but they've done this before. They went and played at Florida State, and they played at Auburn. So those are the Central and Eastern time zones. So they're kind of their plan's pretty ironed out. But they're not complaining about the runway. I can tell you that much.
Virginia Tech flew out Stanford, took care of business. Miami flew out to Cal. Bumpy, little turbulence in the game. Have to come back from 25 down, win the game.
Yeah.
And they played at like midnight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Penn State's got to go play a 3:30 game at USC. This is the game that conference realignment was built for. You've got Ohio State and Oregon this weekend. That's why the TV networks have done it. And now you're a fixture in that Penn State. You want to be a brand? Go beat a brand. We need a longer runway. Get the hell out of here. Longer runway. So typical.
Typical.
It just did. Now I'm feeling uncomfortable.
I'm uncomfortable.
The seat won't recline in front of me, feeling uncomfortable. Probably going to lose because I don't get enough peanuts on the plane.
Yes.
Probably not getting enough peanuts. We're going to have to watch Rush Hour 3 as the in-flight movie.
Yeah. Or the Rush Hour
back to back to back.
Yeah. We can't pick a different movie. We don't want to watch Jackie Chan.
I want to watch Sister Act, and I only got Jackie Chan's.
Hey, if any of those guys are listening, you should watch the Vince McMahon special on Netflix. That's what you should watch. I'm into it.
I told you.
Into it. Trying to change the subject here. You just napalmed.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I can't stop, so thank you for doing that.
We're going to get the brunt of it. Watch on social media.
Yeah, that was all.
Pick guys, you're yelling at
me. That was all me.
That was all the mountaineering dude.
Mm-hmm. That was all me. Right here. I'll wear it. I'll own it. Cal leaving Friday, apparently.
Yeah, it makes sense.
It's an advantage, no doubt, to play a home game when you're traveling multiple time zones. There's no question about it. But that's what it is. You want to. It's football. Play between the white lines. Get it done. They don't want to hear excuses.
God, I love college football.
It's good.
A lot of great college games this weekend. A lot of great NFL games this weekend. We'll go all over as many as we can over the next 30 minutes. Still do want to ask Pat a question about the Steelers quarterback situation, so we will do that coming up next. Fan Morning Show Twitter poll, before I forget, brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Trust, PJ.com. Would you rather go to an Irish pub called Aidan O'Connell or Rutger McGroarty's? All right, right now it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins got shut out by the New York Rangers yesterday, and now the Penguins are going to travel. They're going to Detroit, and tonight at 8 o'clock they're going to have a game against the Detroit Red Wings. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now it's Crowley.
Hey, thank you, Nick. Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice, I've told you time and time again, is to call the pickle at 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They're a platinum certified contractor with Atlas Shingles, plus all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas Shingles and a lifetime Scotch Guard guarantee against black streaks. Don't wait. Call the pickle today, 724-515-5551, or call thepickle.com.
Everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number one Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Want a satisfying meal for just $6? Try the new $6 meal deal from Dunkin'. It's a medium hot or iced coffee and a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich and a side of hash browns for $6. America runs on Dunkin'.
Cedarbrook Golf Course is the area's finest and affordable public facility. Conveniently located at the intersection of I-70 and State Route 51 in Ross Draver, this season, Cedarbrook has heavily invested in new course equipment and continues on-course construction improvements. Book your tee time today at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com or call 724-929-8300. Cedarbrook is the leader in affordable quality golf.
Pennsylvania football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws an awesome block so his teammate can score instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Everyone knows the most exciting part of football is the score. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD scorer wager today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here. Let's talk fantasy football. You know the drill. Hours spent researching, stats scattered everywhere, and you're thinking, this is it. I've got the perfect lineup. Then Sunday rolls around and boom, you pick the wrong player. The guy's a dud, 3 points. Your season on the ropes. Now imagine your weight loss journey is the same thing. You're reading labels, trying new healthy foods, but that one wrong choice, yeah, it's like benching your star player and losing the week. That's where Awaken 180 steps in. Think of them as your fantasy football guru. No more guessing, no more bad calls. They've got the proven playbook for weight loss. I'm proof, Donnie's proof, half of Pittsburgh is now proof. With Awaken 180, every meal is like starting your top draft pick. The right foods at the right times. No more blown weeks or stalled progress. No guessing games. If you're tired of making the wrong calls with your health, let the pros at Awaken 180 handle the lineup. Call 844-346-1800 or visit awaken180weightloss.com.
I'm personal injury attorney Joe George from LGKG. Our success model is simple. Care, listen, fight and deliver. As Western Pennsylvania injury attorneys for more than 90 years, LGKG's core beliefs will never change. If you're injured in an accident, let us help. LGKG.com, LGKG, your home team.
You know what's scary? All the stuff that could be hiding in your carpet, all the dirt everywhere that needs to be taken care of. It's time to get ready for the spooky season by eliminating all of that. Don't ghost your carpet this fall. Halloween brings out the best in people, but it also brings out the scariest dirt from all the foot traffic. That was supposed to be scary. Go with it. Let's get it all zero-resified by calling the cleaning pros at Zero Res. They're going to walk you through the entire process, make sure you're completely satisfied with the cleaning before they leave. It's an amazing experience, and right now you can get your entire home zero-resified. 3 rooms of carpet cleaning starting at just $129. And get the ghosts and goblins out of your ductwork as well. $75 off air duct cleaning this month. The only thing scarier than all the dirt hiding in your carpet? Missing out on this deal. Schedule your appointment at ZeroResPGH.com or give them a call, 412-701-1188, and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. You spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Pennsylvania football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws an awesome block so his teammate can score instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Everyone knows the most exciting part of football is the score. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Place a first touchdown scorer wager today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All right, we'll get back to some of this weekend's big-time college and NFL games in a few moments, including Pitt's battle against Cal at home, 3:30. You can hear it right here on 93.7 The Fan this Saturday. All right, Justin Fields likely to start this game. We've been saying it all week. Hathorn was on earlier. He said 5 to 10% chance that Russell Wilson will be the guy on Sunday. So let's say it is Fields, and we've talked about this, Dorn, haven't got Pat's thoughts on it yet. If he stinks, do you go with Russell Wilson in the second half? Is he over there texting, not paying attention?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what happened?
Mm-hmm.
You're talking to Dorn.
You pulled a big time Starkey there.
Yeah, he did.
Mulsey's complained about that. He'd go on this long rant, and then Starkey would look at him like 3 minutes later. Wasn't listening at all.
Listening.
If Fields starts, would you?
Yes. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason they went out and got Russ and named him captain, and I just, unless it's all for show, which it may be.
Do you think that's the best chance for him to succeed? And do you think that that's good for Fields' psyche? Because that's where I am. Like, if I'm going with Russ, I'm going with him at the start of a game. And if I'm giving Fields one more shot, I'm letting him finish the game.
I don't think that – I mean, I think their situation's good. I think it's far from great. I don't think this entire process has been great for Fields' psyche. He's been – every week it's is he your guy, and we're not ready to make that call yet, and he could win the job, and then it makes every week kind of a make or break, which that's how the NFL is, but you don't need to say that out loud. And the whole thing with Russ is like this budding drama it hasn't surfaced yet, and I think Russ has actually handled things weirdly but really well. Fully dressed as an inactive player. All the things that he's doing, but you haven't seen him whine or complain. He's been positive. And I think that offense is looking for a leader because they don't have one. They do not have a leader on that offense.
How do you think the relationship between Russ and Justin is?
I think it's fine. I think
would you go out of your way to, if you were Russ, would you go out of your way to help the backup quarterback that could possibly take your job?
Yeah, I'd help. I mean, we're trying to win. Ultimately, does it suck? Yeah, but you're trying to win, and I think that they made a lot of changes to that position in the offseason. I think they're in a better spot, but it still ain't great. And I do think they made some promises to Russ that are ultimately, you've got a player that's, he's got a Walter Payton Man of the Year tag on his jersey. And if you do wrong by him, who I know his situation in Denver wasn't great, but he's, aside from some clickbait here and there, is very widely respected as a player. You do wrong by him, you've got bigger issues. It'd be one thing if Fields was out there playing like Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson. He's not. And this offense isn't humming. It ain't much better than last year. So I think if he plays poorly, they put Russ in, yeah.
You already got tumult with the number one wide receiver, who's not playing like a number one, and he's acting like a baby. And now you got this quarterback drama. You can't put it off any longer. I mean, I wouldn't do it mid-game, but if Fields doesn't play well, and you've got Russ clearly ready, dresses as the backup this week, if you don't go with him in the following week, and let's say you're 3-3, I think you will lose some guys.
Can I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
When's the last time the Steelers didn't have drama?
I don't remember much in 05.
Serious.
Been 19 years.
And I know we live here, so we tend to, but separate yourself. I mean, head coach, I'm not talking head coach like drama. Like, you look at the Eagles right now, relationship between Hurts and Sirianni. They've had that kind of drama every year here. So, like, they're used to it. It's almost like they're immune to it.
Mm-hmm.
They're impervious. They're just, this is just how it is. And they just sail on.
Which they could have gotten out of their way a bunch of times. I mean, they could have gotten out of their way with this quarterback situation and put it to bed by putting Russ on IR. Like, he's been out for 6 weeks. You could have put him on short-term IR.
Yep.
He'd have been an afterthought. Nobody would have thought about him until he was off IR. And Justin would have thought about him and maybe looking over his shoulder every day. I mean, all this stuff matters. I don't know why they didn't do that. They could have, even in the press conferences, as we talked about yesterday, the whole speculative and speculation, like, you're creating this speculation.
Yep.
Like, we're only speculating because you're telling us one thing and we're seeing and believing another thing.
You nailed it. Week 2. Put Russ on IR. Yeah. You get 4 weeks, designated to return. 3 weeks he can return anytime in that window. So you could have 7 weeks if you want it. It could just be 4 weeks if you want it. And no questions get asked. Who's starting a quarterback this week? Not one. And instead, now he's defending a wide receiver, talking about load management. Tomlin's done a bad job with the messaging this year. And usually I think that's one of the better things he does. He's doing a bad job with it this year. And now you're losing football.
I think it kind of started at the end of last year, quite frankly.
With the Kenny stuff?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And it just there's this air of just kind of unknown around. Like, I don't know if you walk into that, unless you're on the defensive side of the ball, I don't know if you walk into that building knowing where you stand.
That's what Justin was trying to say after the game.
Every day. Like, I don't think you walk in knowing where you stand or having an honest – you're living in limbo. And it's hard to play fast and confident when you're living in limbo. Whereas if they just told Justin, we're going to IR Russ and he's our starter, you're going to play, you're our starter for the next 4 weeks. Boom. Okay.
And on the flip side, Russ Wilson's thinking this whole time, I'm ready to play. I feel okay. My calf's all right. You cleared me 2 weeks ago, according to Jerry Dulac. So he's questioning.
If he's on IR, it's not a story.
Right.
The point is completely moot at that point.
And you know what? They kind of need extra roster spots right now, too. And that's another issue. It's a totally separate issue. Jeff said it when we talked to him at 7:35, that what they got right now is what they got because it's Thursday and it's too late to make roster moves. Why did they make none earlier in the week with all this injury stuff, too?
Don't know. They want to win with the guys that they have. It's weird.
Like some guy that Jeff had to ask, how do you say your name?
Right.
That can't be good. That can't be good. And then you got Charles Johnson. What's his name? The wide receiver who dressed last week? Brandon Johnson didn't play one single special team snap. Not one. He gets a helmet before Roman Wilson? A lot of stuff they're doing right now doesn't make sense. And everything Pitt's doing right now does seem to make sense. They got a big one against Cal this week, and we'll talk about that. And I'll list off some of the other big-time games, and we'll pick our favorite. But first, it's a hairy headline.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new...
Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Whoops. Anyway, the Penguins, they got shut out yesterday, and now they're going to turn around, go to Detroit, and they're going to play the Detroit Red Wings tonight at 8 o'clock. More Fun Headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Dorn.
Nearly everyone will need a lawyer at some point in life, but how do you find the right lawyer for your specific situation? The Allegheny County Bar Association Lawyer Referral Service is your trusted source for finding the right attorney for your specific case. It could be an employment situation, a tax issue, a real estate dispute, a DUI, you name it. The Bar Association will help you find the right lawyer. There's no fee to use the service, and you get a free 30-minute consultation with your lawyer. Check out their website, getapittsburghlawyer.com, or give them a call, 412-261-5555, and explain your situation. That's 412-261-5555, or getapittsburghlawyer.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Good news on the Parkway North. It's not so good elsewhere. This report brought to you by 2 men and a junk truck. That earlier accident just cleared from the inbound Parkway North approaching the East Street off-ramp. However, you're still looking at leftover delays back before McKnight Road. Meanwhile, we do have an accident being cleared in Crafton, the intersection of Noble Avenue and East Steuben Street. Also, one in Penn Hills on Universal Road near the intersection with Rodi and Frankstown Roads. One downtown on the 300 block of Oliver Avenue between Smithfield and Wood Streets. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by 2 Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at 2menandajuncktruck.com.
At 2 Men and a Junk Truck, we know cleaning out an entire house is a daunting task. Psst, but that's our sweet spot. Book us online. 2menandajuncktruck.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday morning at 9, The Fan Morning Show learns a little bit more about football with Doug Whaley. Wednesdays with Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Equipment, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Smale Kia.
You okay?
Sorry, I can't sleep with this cough.
Sounds like you need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with NyQuil VapoCool. It's NyQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
So you ready to get some sleep? Thank you, NyQuil VapoCool.
NyQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing nighttime coughing, aching, fever, best sleep with a cold medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Want to keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Hey, are you considering an electric vehicle but you're worried about the cost of a home charger? Worry no more. When you buy or lease a new EV from No. 1 Cochran Kia, you'll receive a $1,500 credit toward your charger purchase and installation. This offer is exclusively available at No. 1 Cochran Kia this October only. Simply mention this ad when you buy, and the $1,500 home charger credit is yours. No. 1 Cochran Kia has also partnered with Treehouse, a nationally renowned electrical contractor that can handle the entire permitting and installation process. Get your EV and a $1,500 credit toward your home charger purchase now at No. 1 Cochran Kia. Shop their EV inventory online at CochranKia.com. May not stack with other offer. New in stock only. Promo does not increase price of vehicle. Ends 10/31/24.
A governor's election in Massachusetts. A race for Congress in New York. Control of the entire Virginia state legislature. All elections that came down to a single vote. One single vote. That's one person who decided to show up, make their voice heard, and ended up swaying history. One person whose decision was the difference between higher and lower taxes, more or less personal freedoms, better jobs in their community, or an industry that packs up and leaves. That's the power you hold this year. That's the potential of your vote. And our elections come down to you more often than you think. In 1 year, in one state, 69 elections came down to just a handful of people. That's the power we hold this year. And we can move mountains when we use it. Go to votehq.org and look up your polling place and make a plan to vote. It can mean all the difference. Paid for by American Independent Radio.
Rick Springfield, live in concert. 17 top 40 hits. Saturday, October 19th, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Buy your tickets now at riverscasino.com. Rick Springfield, live in concert.
My values have not changed. I will not ban fracking.
Roll the tape.
There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. Access to health care should be a right.
Roll the tape.
So for people out there who like their insurance, they don't get to keep it?
Let's eliminate all of that.
She was big on defund the police.
Roll the tape.
Defund the police. We need to reimagine how we are creating safety.
I would enforce our laws with people who cross our border.
Roll the tape.
An undocumented immigrant is not a criminal.
Fight for America is responsible for the content of this advertising.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Taking you back to the Fan Morning Show. Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Come on now, wake up.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
You got your headphones on, Bostic?
I do. I love this music.
I know you love this music. You're going to love this.
The Pittsburgh Steelers.
Callous in the 540 segment this morning.
I gotta make them. They come. I can't speak this.
So we are off to a rip-roaring start. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. All right, guys, how are we feeling about Pitt this weekend against the California Golden Bears?
I feel great. I think it's the best team Pitt's played so far. No offense, Mr. Crowley. They're well tested. They played Auburn. They played Florida State. They played Miami. They got to come across the coast. It's going to be beautiful weather. We need a great crowd. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a really good college football game and a beautiful day for it.
As Pat alerted me, they're very multiple in defense, and they like to switch in and out of different packages, different types of defenses, and that's going to be hard to do against a high-powered and high-paced, fast-paced offense that Pitt does bring to the table. And, it's little, but it doesn't matter, the travel. They are used to it, but, having to cross the time zones and they're getting in tomorrow, you just hope that could be in Pitt's favor, but it is going to be beautiful. And, Pitt understands that they have every single week is going to be a challenge from here on out. Every week. Every week is going to be except for next week whenever they're off. But every game is going to be a challenge. And, like they say, take it 1-0 and one game at a time.
You think Cal's runway's long enough to get him here?
Should be.
Yeah.
You don't think they'll have a connecting flight in, like, Chicago, something like that?
I think so. They're going to have the full gas tank. And, their defense is on the field for 92 plays against Miami. And you know how many plays Cal had on offense? 52.
Wow. Not a great recipe. This football segment, College and Pro, brought to you by Champ Tires, all brands in every size. I'm gonna list off some college games, guys, and I want you to tell me which one has piques your interest the most. Texas, number 1 in the country, taking on Oklahoma, Red River rivalry. Penn State, USC. Number 2, Ohio State v. number 3, Oregon. Number 9, Ole Miss versus number 13, LSU. Love the way that worked out. Which of those games interests you the most?
All of them.
It's a great weekend.
It really is.
There's something about Texas, Oklahoma that I love that game, and I think Texas is for real. But this will be, I think, the most skilled team they've played to date. And I think that'll be. I think they have too much offense, though. Ohio State, Oregon, interesting. Man.
They're finally playing someone.
Yeah. I mean, talking about
Ohio State.
Ohio State, yeah.
Yeah. Oregon already played Boise. Boise's pretty good.
I know.
They've had their battles. This is the first time I think Ohio State gets tested.
Yeah, Dylan Gabriel's on his 18th school.
Yeah. Yes.
He was a quarterback at Oklahoma last year.
That's right.
Yeah. I mean, I think Oregon beats Ohio State.
I like Penn State, USC. I was talking to my buddy Jay Woodward, who golfed at Penn State, and then he coached golf at West Virginia, so he's got ties to both. He cheers for both, and he was saying, and I'm not saying
he's your buddy.
He was, I know. he was saying this, that Penn State is good, they're not great, and he truly believes that.
USC's not good,
and they're not good, but I think he thinks that Penn State's going to stub their toe, so I take his word for it. So I do want to see Penn State go against a decent football team and see how they stack up whenever their backs are against the wall and they have to drive to Harrisburg to.
Lincoln Riley's lost 7 of his last 12 games.
And he did it with a Heisman quarterback in Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
I have a good buddy that's a big Oklahoma fan, and he's loving it. Lincoln Riley is.
Oh, because they were on a razor's edge, man. They were all jumping off of whatever they could jump off of because that does not happen to OU.
Right.
These big schools, they generally don't have their coach leave. Notre Dame, same thing with Brian Kelly. Kind of a slap in the face from a reality standpoint. We'll talk about some of the NFL games later on in the show. Pat, this was fun, as always, buddy.
I enjoy you having me. Thank you.
Have a good call on Saturday.
I can't wait. It'll be fun.
I'll see you Saturday.
See you, dude.
All right, coming up next, Penguins lose, and we're not going to spend the whole segment talking about just one of 82 Penguins games, but kind of a bigger look at Pittsburgh pro sports. Last night was a slap in the face and a dousing of cold water. We'll explain, we'll discuss. We might cry when we come back. First, though, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet, 24 Silverado 1500, 1.9% financing, up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Today, high 62.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
There are so many things I love about fall weather. The crisp air, the changing leaves, it's all so magical. Until my kids catch a chill outside. That's where Kohl's comes in, with cozy layers, warm jeans, and more. I found all the styles my kids need when the seasons change. Plus, I got 20% off with a coupon and earned Kohl's cash. So here's my style forecast. Prep better for fall weather at Kohl's. Select styles. Offers end October 20th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Leaves are starting to fall, and so are the prices at Bowser Hyundai. Fall into savings with the 2024 Hyundai Elantra SE. It's the perfect ride for all your autumn adventures. And right now, lease a new 2024 Elantra from Bowser Hyundai for just $199 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance that are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year, $2,999 due at signing with approved credit and financing through HMFC. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies. See Bowser for complete details. Offer ends October 31st. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Join the Pittsburgh Riverhounds for Night of the Living Dead night at Highmark Stadium. When the Riverhounds host Charleston, they'll have special guest Judith O'Dea from the movie signing autographs during the first half. Only 2 regular season home games remain, and they need you to help the Riverhounds with this playoff push. Kickoff is at 7 p.m. Get your tickets now at riverhounds.com/tickets. That's riverhounds.com/tickets.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $199 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $219 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires October 31st, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
My 75-year-old Cape Cod-style all-brick home was in a serious need of a facelift. Loose and worn mortar joints. Old brick, cracked and worn and crooked. It wasn't good. After hearing ads right here on The Fan, I gave Precision Pointing a call. Completely blown away by their professionalism, communication, plan, and action, I could not be more satisfied with the expert craftsmanship I watched unfold as my home was transformed. Plus, no down payment was required. So thanks to Precision Pointing. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
Want more? Sure you do. More friends, a little more time, a few more laughs. More is a good thing, unless you're talking about risk of serious illness from a respiratory virus. But as we get older, we're more at risk for severe flu, COVID-19, and RSV. Worst birthday presents ever, right? But vaccines lower your risk, so you can keep doing more of all life's good stuff. Get started at vaccines.gov. Risk less, do more. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Multitude of accidents blocking up the roadways. This report brought to you by Train, one of them in Penn Hills on Universal Road near the intersection with Rodi and Frankstown Roads. Also one downtown, Oliver Avenue being cleared. This is between Smithfield and Wood Streets. And an earlier accident being cleared, Noble Avenue at East Steuben Street. That's in Crafton. Parkway West, you're jammed almost to the bend at Carnegie. Inbound. Outbound is just heavy now from Banksville down toward Carnegie, and then from 79 to Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East, that is jammed at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Route 28 remains stacked before the Route 8 at the bypass. Parkway North just heavy around Bellevue Westview. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by TrainInfo.com. Train heating and cooling systems are tested, retested, engineered, and re-engineered to keep up with you. We run together. Visit TrainInfo.com to find your local independent train dealer. TrainInfo.com. It's hard to stop a train.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Visit Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington for the most affordable all-wheel drives. Our fall kickoff has new 24 Outlanders up to $6,500 off, new 24 Eclipse Cross up to $5,250 off, and new 24 Outlander Sports now up to $5,000 off. Plus, financing at 0%. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Stop in today or shop the fall kickoff at JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for details.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. So the Penguins lose last night. That's really not an accurate way of describing it. The Penguins got eviscerated last night, down 3-0 after one. And Tristan Jarry gives up 4 goals on the first 11 shots. Would have been 5 out of 12 if they didn't overturn one of the goals on a ticky-tack offsides call. So the goalie, who we know stunk. The Penguins, who had problems giving up goals early and late in periods last year, did it 3 times in this game. Gave up a goal within the first 3 minutes and then 2 goals within the final 3 minutes of the first period. Penguins, 29th ranked power play in the league last year. They've started 0 for 3 now, and they've given up a shorthanded goal. So all the places where the Penguins were seemingly deficient last year, in one game, they were deficient in again. The Steelers, sitting here at 3-2, their offense last year. At this point, what was it, 17 points a game? Now it's 18 points a game.
Right.
So they're average and they're bad offensively. Think about the Pirates. 76 wins last year, 76 wins this year. What do all 3 of these franchises have in common? There are a lot of differences, fair enough, but what do these franchises all have in common, Dorn? What do you think?
They stink.
Yes.
What do they all have in common? The same philosophy. The same philosophy for years and many years. And the Penguins and the Steelers have found that philosophy and found themselves winning at one point, but they haven't changed. The Pirates don't know what their philosophy is, but they are not going to change, clearly.
Shelton back.
Yep.
GM Charrington back.
They fire Andy Haynes. The Penguins fire Todd Reardon.
Steelers fire Matt Canada.
Scapegoats to the actual issues.
That's where I am, man. We talked about this during the offseason. When I was out for paternity leave, you talked to Pat Bostic about this. We were talking about it off air. You brought this up to me before the show. Like, this could be a little bit of a dark ages here for Pittsburgh sports, and it's because each of these franchises has been married to mediocrity, and it's not just that they're married to mediocrity. They don't see it that way, but there's a comfort in knowing if you're Art Rooney II, Mike Tomlin is steering your ship. If you're the Fenway Sports Group, you love Mike Sullivan. And if you're the Pirates, now you're going into what, year 6 with Derek Shelton and Ben Cherington? How can you hope for things to change when your leadership stays the same? That's why I come in today, I feel defeated. You watched the Penguins last night, and again, it's one of 82 things I guess could change, but why would we expect it to change? You bring Tristan Jarry back. He was one of the big issues last year, has been 4 years, never won a playoff series. You handed him a bag of cash, then he can't play down the stretch. When he's healthy, the backup's out playing him. You bring him back. With the Steelers, I think they tried to change a lot this offseason from a roster standpoint, right? And you got rid of the offensive coordinator during the season last year. But the head man's the same and the philosophy's the same. And I'm so down because he's going to be here until he doesn't want to be here anymore. And he's a good coach and would go and have success someplace else. I have no doubt about that. But they found their ceiling now with Mike Tomlin. And without Ben Roethlisberger, it's 9-8. It's 10-7. It's getting your doors blown off in the playoffs, and they were even doing that with Ben. The Penguins haven't won a playoff series since 2018. But hey, nothing to see here. Mike Sullivan's the right guy. He's not going anywhere until he doesn't want to be here anymore. Nothing's going to change. When's the next time the Penguins are going to be good? I don't know.
Not for a while.
Not for a while.
The thing that bothers me is the mediocre mentality of all three teams. And the mediocre mentality meaning that the ownership of all three teams is okay with what being an owner does entail instead of winning. And what an owner entails is making money. And all three of these teams know that they have a vessel to make the money that makes them mediocre. So if you win, you lose, it doesn't matter because you know that you're going to sell tickets because of Paul Skeens. You know you're going to sell tickets because of Sidney Crosby, because of Evgeny Malkin, because of Chris Letang. You know you're going to sell tickets because they're the Steelers. They're the brand.
And you're going to be in it until the end of the season every year.
They're fine with it as long as they make money.
Yep.
And that's where all three of their mentalities are. Tell me Fenway Sports Group wanted to acquire the Pittsburgh Penguins because they thought that they could have a winning franchise. No, they acquired because they know that 87 will make them money. They know that they have a brand. They don't, wins and losses, yeah, and that might go away. That does happen. I don't know if it will in Pittsburgh, but in some cities you'll see a big-time brand go away because of losing. You will see that, but I don't know if that'll ever happen here in Pittsburgh because of who they have to sell them tickets.
Yeah, you figure your Fenway Sports Group, you get the Penguins, and for the first fill-in-the-blank many years, you're going to have Sidney Crosby, and people are going to pay the price of admission to go watch that guy. And he's going to sell jerseys, and you kept the gang back together. Why? Because you know it was good enough to almost get you there last year. And I don't know that they're banking on getting there this year, but they're banking on being in it again. 1 through 82. Penguins last 2 years, they were a bubble team, so you were never really out of it at any point. Same with the Steelers. Never really out of it. And the Pirates, they view it as, let's get to the deadline, let's give ourselves a chance, let's be competitive. But competitive for them, apparently, is 76 wins. 2 straight years, and you got the general manager coming up to the podium after the season saying, we've made strides. Well, the most important place to make strides would be the win-loss record. And you got Detroit with a 0.2% chance of making the playoffs, and here they are.
Doesn't matter.
It's very frustrating. And it's beyond frustrating. It's actually soul-sucking as a Pittsburgh sports fan right now, because I think very rarely the fans know better. I think in all these instances, the fans know better than who's running the organizations right now. Like, Arthur Smith, you and I were higher on that hire than anybody else was. Mike Tomlin still is the guy who has the mission statement. You still have to kowtow to his demands.
Right.
He still wants to play a certain way. And so, at best, the way that they want to win football games, you can do what Tennessee did a couple of years ago. And you can go to an AFC championship game. You're not winning a ring. Baltimore's got a quarterback that's won 2 MVPs. Might be on his way to a third with the way he's playing right now. But they want to run the ball. They want to play defense. And in the playoffs, they've hit their head on the AFC championship ceiling. the way the Steelers want to play, best case scenario is it doesn't win you a Super Bowl. They've raised the floor. The ceiling is the floor. They're touching each other.
Yep.
It's like one of those tiny houses. You wouldn't be able to fit in it, Doran.
Nope.
And the Penguins, it's the same thing. The Penguins, you can at least explain away a little bit because they won 3 championships with their captain, 2 of them with the coach. I don't agree that you need to keep the coach, but I can at least entertain their argument. Their championship's more recent than the Steelers' most previous championship, which was, don't look now, in 2008. So I sit here and I wonder if any Pittsburgh sports fans that are listening right now are more optimistic about one franchise than the other, if they have any hope overall. And we're talking about the pro teams. Because Pitt's going in the right direction with football, obviously, sitting here at undefeated. The men's basketball program has some momentum. You got volleyball, a lot of good things going on at Pitt. But as far as pro in this town is concerned, do people have any kind of hope? If so, where's the hope? 412-928-9370.
And it's not even just the hope now, but the hope for the future. Like, to me, it's not even just about the hope this year or even next year. It's about 10 years. Like, can you see through a clear window where that there would be hope 5 years from now for any of these organizations? I mean, Sidney Crosby's going to retire.
Mm-hmm.
Malkin's going to retire. Letang's going to retire. Skeens is going to be coming up on the end of his deal in 5 years. Are they really going to make the right moves and necessary moves to surround him in the next 5 years? I don't think so. The Steelers, what are they going to be? They're going to be a quarterback purgatory if they don't figure this situation out and have to go to the draft in a year or two and have another rookie quarterback that you missed on 2 years ago.
Who's the Steelers' best player in 3 years? Maybe T.J. Watt.
T.J. Watt, yeah.
Who's their quarterback in 3 years? No clue.
No idea.
No clue.
Zero idea.
Who's the Penguins'
T.J. Watt
best
probably
player
will
in 3
retire
years?
in 3 years, I guarantee. I guarantee that right now.
He's not a young guy. And if you're going to be hitting your head on 9 and 8 every year,
yeah.
Why are you risking your body? 412-928-9370. The phone lines are exploding right now. We got this tweet here from Zach, who is a regular listener of the show. He said, I went to bed last night thinking about what you guys are talking about. Love this segment very much. I don't love it, Zach. It's something that needs to be talked about, but I don't love it. Hey, Paul Skeens gives me the most hope out of any player on any of these 3 teams right now, because hockey's a young man's sport. I mean, they all really are. Your best defensive player your best overall player, I should say, being an edge rusher ain't great for you in the NFL. You'd like that guy to be your quarterback. But with Skeens, we know what the budget's going to be, and it doesn't preclude you necessarily from winning. But you need to make the right moves within that budget, and Ben Cherington has now shown for 5 years that he can't. I'm looking, guys, for a bright spot. Even Pony last night tweeted, I don't have high expectations for the Penguins this year, but you get to watch Sid every night. That's what we've been reduced to.
Yes.
And it's the same thing with the Pirates. Like, okay, is it a Skeens day? Great. Is Jared Jones pitching? Okay, maybe it's worth watching in the second half of the year. But if they're not winning games, like 1 out of every 5th day, you make an appointment viewing. Other than that, not so much. So where are the silver linings? Where are the bright spots? What gives you hope? Or do you have no hope? 412-928-9370. Nice, light morning show topic for all the people.
Just honest, though.
It is.
Just being honest. And you would love for these organizations to be honest with themselves, too, and make the appropriate moves to get out of what they're in right now and just kind of have a clear vision of reality. And that's where we're at. It is what it is.
Hooray. 412-928-9370. We'll talk to you all out there, the listeners, about this when we come back. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Right now, it's a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
It's a football Thursday. Week 6 is beginning, and Thursday Night Football, game between the 49ers and the Seahawks, can be heard right here on 93.7 The Fan. We've got coverage through Westwood 1. Game time's at 8:15, and that coverage starts at 7:30. More Fed Headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now it's Crowley.
Thank you, Callis. BetParks online casino and sportsbook app has you covered today for the baseball playoffs. Even if your team doesn't score, there's always another way to win on the BetParks app, playing all your favorite casino games like blackjack, craps, roulettes, and hot online slots. 3:30 p.m., college football Saturday. Pitt, 3.5-point home favorite hosting Cal. Pro football, black and gold, 3-point road favorite somehow at Las Vegas. The over-under line, 36.5. New users download the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app. Get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Casino bonus must be wagered. See betparks.com for details. Must be 21 in PA, New Jersey, Michigan, Maryland, or Ohio. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
I saw a couple of y'all blinking though, for real. No. I'll talk to you about it.
It's the Tomlin Rewind, every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Twin Peaks, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Verizon, the official 5G network of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and LGKG Injury Attorneys. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Would you believe that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people? Or that a single cloud can weigh 550 tons or more? Sounds fake, right? How about an insurance company that actually treats you right? Sounds unbelievable, but it's true. NJM Insurance is proud to put policyholders first. And they don't use jingles or mascots either. Don't believe me? Well, guess what? Everything in this commercial is true and approved by the legal department. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
Know a veteran who deserves something special? This is your chance to say thank you with an unforgettable experience from Verizon. 20 local veterans and their guests will win the chance to have lunch with Pittsburgh Steelers star Cam Hayward at Acrisure Stadium on November 12th. Nominate your favorite local veteran today by visiting a participating Verizon location in Western Pennsylvania. Nominations close on October 20th, so hurry in. No purchase necessary. Must be a resident of Pennsylvania, Ohio, or West Virginia. 18 years or older to enter. Void where prohibited. Visit lunch with Cam Hayward from Verizon.com for official rules and entry form.
It takes a lot to prepare for game day as a dedicated fan, and preparing the perfect tailgate meal might be most important of all. That's why Hellman's Real Mayonnaise is the MVP. Hellman's Mayonnaise is the secret to bring out the rich and creamy taste to all your game day dishes, from buffalo chicken dip to your favorite sub sandwich and everything in between. So give it a try, and mayo game day be delicious with Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Shop at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store and add some extra deliciousness to your game day dishes this football season.
Ready to take your business to the next level? In today's fast-paced marketing world, staying ahead isn't just an option, it's essential. That's where Scale Marketing comes in. We don't just help you compete, we make sure you win. Whether you're looking to grow, expand, or overcome stagnation, Scale Marketing is your performance marketing partner. We specialize in helping mid-sized B2C companies with teams of over 100 thrive. Scale Marketing is a full-service agency offering expertise in performance marketing across traditional and digital platforms, creative production, and data analytics. We treat your money like it's our own, ensuring every dollar is spent with purpose and every decision is driven by data. Our knowledgeable team stays ahead of the trends, crafting strategies that align with your business goals. Partnering with Scale Marketing means gaining a dedicated strategist and a team committed to your success. If you're ready to lead the market, visit scalemarketing.com today. That's scalemarketing.com.
It's time to review the top 3 highlights of the day. I'm joined as always by my co-anchor Snoop.
Hey, what up, though?
Snoop, number 1 has to be getting the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence at T-Mobile.
Yeah, you should hustle down to T-Mobile like a dog chasing a squirrel chasing a nut.
Nice analogy, Snoop. Dogs do love to chase squirrels.
And squirrels love to chase those nuts.
On to highlight number 2. At T-Mobile, families can save 20% every month versus the other big guys.
That is very impressive. You know, y'all can take some of those savings and buy some Snoop merchandise.
That's exactly what I'm planning on doing with my savings, Snoop. Now, take it away, Snoop.
Head to T-Mobile.com and get the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on them. Now drop that jingle.
2024 monthly bill credits. Eligible trade-in on Go 5G Next. Well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 connection charge. Cancel entire account before receiving 24 bill credits and credit stop and balance on required finance agreement due. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See how you can save versus the other big guys at T-Mobile.com/switch. Apple Intelligence coming fall 2024.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. Nashville's second favorite team, the Titans, slipped into the feeble 5 at number 28, followed by the Jaguars, who finally won. The Browns' Deshaun Watson isn't even playing elementary football. Neither are the Panthers or the Patriots. Good luck, Drake May. You're going to need it. I'm Boomer Esiason.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Retired or retiring soon? How much money do you need to live comfortably? Retirement Planners of America is here for you. Would you like to have financial peace of mind? Here's how. Step 1, find out the amount of money you'll need to retire. Step 2, have a plan to get there. Step 3, make sure that plan can take advantage of market gains but protect you from market losses. Discover how to do all three with a free consultation at 800-508-6108. That's 800-508-6108.
All investments involve risk, including losses. Past performance does not guarantee future results.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Lots of delays and midday work has begun. This report brought to you by the Greater Pittsburgh Fall RV Liquidation Sale. We have delays due to a couple of accidents, one of them in Penn Hills on Universal Road near the intersection with Rodi and Frankstown Roads, also one in downtown. Final stages of clearing on Oliver Avenue between Smithfield and Wood Streets. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill. Inbound, outbound heavy at Green Tree down toward Carnegie, and then again past I-79 toward Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East jams at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 slowing at the Route 8 at the bypass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Get your clearance priced RVs before they're gone. The Pittsburgh RV Liquidation Super Sale, October 11th to the 13th. David Lawrence Convention Center. Save big on clearance priced RVs, accessories, and services. Get them before they're gone. Visit pitrvshow.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Did you say Kurt Angle's walking around here somewhere?
Yeah, I think he's on with Larry.
Really?
That's what I assumed he was going. That's the direction he was headed.
Intensity, integrity, and intelligence. 3 I's. Kurt Angle. You know where he went to high school?
Mount Lebanon.
That's right. You think he learned the three?
Wait,
you think he learned the 3 I's there?
No.
What up, Callis?
I thought he went to. Maybe I'm wrong.
You are.
You're
wrong.
I heard
Yeah,
before he
just,
went.
nah, you don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know
what you're talking
No,
about.
where do you
No.
think he went?
The only reason Doran paused was because he knew I was going to take satisfaction out of the words that were about to come out of his mouth.
Yeah,
Correct.
never mind.
Thank you. Good.
Where did you honestly think that he went to high school? Green Tree High? Where?
I thought one of his relatives then or something went to Keystone Oaks because.
One of his relatives?
I've heard stories.
I got
before.
relatives that went to Keystone Oaks. Yeah, relatives that go all over the place. Went all over the place. Laurel Highland.
Yeah.
Hampton. Whole deal. All right. Kurt Angle's brought in so many people. Americans, Mount Lebanites, joy. Pittsburgh Pro Sports right now not bringing a ton of joy. We were up in the clouds at 3-0. There was talk on the station. Could they start 9-0? I even said, can they challenge the Ravens for division superiority or supremacy would be the word I'm looking for, and the answer right now looks like no. Penguins started a new season yesterday, and it looks like they picked up game 83 of last year. Isn't that what it looked like? It looked like the next game, and just slap it on the end of last season,
Yeah.
everyone would have believed it. Power play stunk, goalie stunk, bad start, bad end of the period, D-zone problems. And we're asking, guys, what gives you a glimmer of hope right now in Pittsburgh sports? Pro sports. Can we talk about Pitt? Pitt's doing good stuff right now. Let's start with Dave in North Huntington. Join the pity party, Dave. What's up?
Hey, guys. First of all, I got to thank Doran for finally comparing Art with the other loser owners in this town. I'm sorry. The difference between the Steelers right now is Art. Dan and his predecessors were football guys. The Steelers were important to them. They wanted to win. Art's a businessman just like Nutting and everybody else. He just lets it go. He's making money. He's happy. And this town, people need to realize it, and for some reason, they don't want to believe it because it's the glorified Steelers.
Thank you, Dave. You're not seeing any positive trends.
The only positive trends is the history and the stability of Art and, his family. Those are the only positive trends. Like, they have won. Underneath this, underneath Art, underneath his family, underneath the Rooney family, like when the Penguins haven't won underneath Fenway Sports Group, the Pirates clearly have won,
right?
So I wouldn't compare Art to the other ownership. That's not really what I was trying to do, but the mediocrity mentality is the same right now.
And their unwillingness to change, I think, is the biggest thread that runs through all.
That too, yes.
And you don't really even have a name to associate with the Fenway Sports Group. Not really. Like, who talks?
Don't know.
Right?
Do they have somebody here?
It's just
That's a
Kyle
big
Dubas.
question. Yeah.
And it just feels like rudderless leadership. But they want to keep Sully. Steelers are keeping Tomlin. As we go into next year with the Pirates, it's going to be the same manager and Derek Shelton and the same general manager and Ben Carrington. And there have not been positive results where you can say, okay, they're reaching a crescendo. Last year actually was a step in the right direction for the Pirates. They won 76 games. They had the good start. They actually finished 32-30, and you knew Paul Skeens would come into the fold, and you thought, okay, you could see it. I would have said last offseason for the Pirates, the next team to contend would be the Pirates.
Yes.
And they're in exactly the same place. And you watch the Penguins last night, they look to be in exactly the same place. I think the Steelers at least went for it this offseason to make change. You get a new OC. You get 2 new quarterbacks. You pay a lot of money to Patrick Queen. You spend money into Deshaun Elliott. They trade Deontay Johnson because that guy wasn't helping you win. They tried to change, but if the philosophy is the same, you can only change so much. Paul on the south side. Hi, Paul.
Hey, guys. I got a few things. First about the Steelers. Mike Tomlin, he reminds me of the young kid who goes to college. His dad's a millionaire. As long as he gets C's, he's okay. Daddy keeps giving him the money, so he sits tight. He's a happy man. All he does, he spends more time on his soliloquies at press conference than he does prepping for football.
It's the soliloquies. I agree with you, Paul. That's not a bad analogy, actually. We talked about it earlier.
Comfortable.
Pat Narduzzi goes 3-9. Ain't no college football coach going 3-9 and feeling comfortable. So he says, my philosophy, I want to win with defense. We want to run the ball. That's why Signetti's here. We're going to ground and pound. We're going to control the clock. My defenses are always good and get better. No, 3-9. So you know what? Let's go with the complete 180 opposite. That's legitimate accountability.
Yep.
Seriously, and I think Narduzzi deserves, and we talked about this too, a ton of credit for saying my way wasn't working. I'll still have my fingerprints all over the defense, and they'll get better as the season goes on. That's what I do. But I'm going to let someone else come in, a youngster who is like this little chihuahua running around without a collar on, and I'm going to let him call the offense, and I'm okay with being uncomfortable. That's what accountability does. And instead of letting Mike Tomlin go into one final season and be a lame duck coach and have to earn the next contract, 10-7 and getting your butt whooped in the playoffs earned him that next contract. So why change your philosophy? There's no incentive to change it. There's no fear of losing your job. That's an important thing. Like, we want to get ratings. I want to keep my butt in this seat, understanding the opportunity that I have for as long as I possibly can. You got to perform. Steve in the car. Hi.
Hey, gentlemen. 3 things in terms of team direction. When they had to sell off Gensel, the Penguins should have finished selling off everything else and be super rich right now with high draft picks to rebuild.
Can't disagree,
the Pirates, man. Okay, well, let me go to the next one. The Pirates, they need to collude with the other small market teams, cooperate, to get together and work to change Major League Baseball, to change the sport, to operate the way the other ones do, with a floor and a ceiling on the ceiling cap, revenue sharing, and make every team equitable, have a chance to win. The Steelers are fine. They have a chance this year to still they have time to get another receiver, and Russell Wilson's coming back. That team could end up being good. I'm going to hang up and listen.
Thank you, Steve. Yeah, if they got Devontae Adams and Mike Tomlin allowed, whether it's Russ or Justin Fields, to start throwing a little bit, that would present a glimmer of hope. That would be what we're kind of talking about here.
Mm-hmm.
That would be a change.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't thrown it since the heyday of Ben. And if you got Adams and you had Pickens and Freiermuth and the line starts to gel and you would open it up a little bit, yeah, I do think that would get people around here excited. But I don't know if that'd be the case.
I don't even know if that's going to happen.
And then there's that.
They put themselves in this position.
That was quite the soliloquy from our last caller. Small market baseball, never going to happen, bud. Never going to happen.
Nope.
I hate to be this guy. Never going to happen. They don't want a salary cap. They're getting a revenue sharing money. Mm-hmm. And I'm not just talking about the Pirates. All these small market teams are okay with the way things are operating because a lot of these small market teams are also winning too.
Right.
I look at Cleveland.
Detroit.
I look at Detroit. They're playing in a series. I look at the Royals giving the Yankees everything that they can handle. I mean, I even look at the Padres as a smaller market team, but their owner just still pours the money into that because you're allowed to do that too. So you're never going to have that happen. There will never, ever be a salary cap in Major League Baseball, much as it pains me to say it. Jeff, others waiting online at 412-928-9370. I think this is good catharsis for everyone involved. We'll talk to you guys around the corner. And then a Steelers topic you brought up yesterday, Doran, that I wanted to spend more time on today. We'll at least touch on it coming up next. But first, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Penguins play tonight against the Detroit Red Wings at 8 o'clock. They're traveling, and they're coming off of a loss yesterday. They got shut out by the New York Rangers. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Hola, amigos! Brian Evans here to help you beat the books with BetQL. Bounce back spot for the Bengals? Joe Burrow and company are desperate for a win after dropping at 1-4 last weekend. The Bengals take on a short-handed New York Giants team, and the model loves Cincy to get back into the win column. Bengals minus 3.5 is a 3-star best bet. Hashtag Team Huevos. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Hey, Mike Valenti here, host of Cash the Ticket alongside my partner, Jim Costa. It's really simple. Are you tired of podcasts claiming they're a bunch of pro bettors when they live in their mommy's basement? Are you tired of podcasts that claim they hit 80% of the games when really they just lose like most of us? Then Cash the Ticket's the spot for you. We're real, we're transparent, we're having a hell of a good time with it, and we sit there and we're there for the sweat with you guys. We're just trying to figure it out just like you. Follow and listen to Cash the Ticket on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, Colin Dunlap with you. Listen here. We're getting into those cold months. You better get into that four-wheel drive. You want an F-150, you want a Bronco, you want to explore anything where you can get around town because it's going to get cold and it's going to get, well, the roads are going to get messy. Schultz Ford, bunch of locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Armour, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling. Always online, 24/7, 365. SchultzFord.com. You could check it out. Heck, you could shop in the middle of the night at SchultzFord.com. Gigantic selection of inventory, every single thing that you need, all those locations. And let me tell you about the customer service. Richard Bazzi and his staff, no one will treat you better. So the leaves are falling right now, right? It's autumn. It's going to be snow falling sometime soon. Make sure you get into a four-wheel drive right now. All those great locations and always online at SchultzFord.com. PresbyterianSeniorCareNetwork.com.
Are you handy with tools? Consider becoming a maintenance technician at Presbyterian Senior Care Network. Here's Stefan Braxton, a longtime team member, on why he loves the job.
Our residents are so appreciative. If you change their light bulbs, they adore you. That's what I love about this job. It's like having 100 grandparents, and they treat me just like I'm their grandson.
Get a hands-on career at their beautiful independent living apartments in the Pittsburgh area. Presbyterian Senior Care Network, making aging easier. Apply at srcare.org today.
Cedarbrook Golf Course is the area's finest and affordable public facility. Conveniently located at the intersection of I-70 and State Route 51 in Ross Draver, this season, Cedarbrook has heavily invested in new course equipment and continues on-course construction improvements. Book your tee time today at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com or call 724-929-8300. Cedarbrook is the leader in affordable quality golf.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Oh, down in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show.
Listen, please.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Social media's biggest loser brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Any objection to me saying it's James Franklin?
No.
All right, there you go. Social media's biggest loser. All of our sports teams kind of caught in mediocre land or worse. So they're all kind of big losers. And we are airing our grievances right now. Penguins come back last night, looked the same. Steelers at 3-2, offensive problems look the same. Pirates go 76-76, or 76 wins each of the last 2 years. So we're all kind of stuck in the mud, and we're venting. And Jeff in Acme, PA, joining us to vent.
How are you?
Hi, Jeff.
Good morning. I watched what happened to the Steelers in the 70s and 80s, and it's happening to the Penguins right now. They had superstars. They had Super Bowls, and now they have Stanley Cups. And they didn't plan on the future, and they banked that the superstars could get them over the line one last time, and they can't. You just are dealing with the person and the team. They don't want to face reality. They're hoping to go back to the glory days, and what we see when they go back to the glory days is what we see with the Pirates, that every 25 years, 40 years, 50 years, we celebrate what was instead of what's coming. That's what's happening to the Penguins. We're going to deal with this for the next whatever number of years until they can't get over the fact that who they have, they're not who they were, and they're not able to carry this cup anymore. That's it. Thank you, gentlemen.
Do you think that if Mario was still in charge of the team, that he would have made the appropriate moves, or had the vision to part ways with some of the other guys outside of Crosby? Or do you think that he would be stuck in this thought process of, having the glory days be the team right now?
I think he'd still have Sid, Gino, and Letang.
I know.
For sure. Because I think the Yager thing still bums him out, the way that divorce happened.
Mm-hmm.
And his close personal relationship with Sid, and Sid wants Malkin and Letang, I think it would still be the same. I get so caught with the Crosby thing because I want him so badly to finish his career here. But if if they had traded him and Malkin and Letang and just blew the whole thing up, I don't think I would have complained about it. Like, they're not going to win a championship. They're not going to win a championship with Crosby again. Malkin was saying to Josh Yohe just the other day, he wants to stick around until they get at least back to the playoffs. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it at all. And so what's the point? Doug Whaley's talked to us about this. What's your championship vision?
Mm-hmm.
And Kyle Dubas has been tasked with trying to keep the band somewhat together, but also build for the future. You can't have your foot on both sides of the fence. You absolutely can't. And then as far as the Steelers are concerned, I think they tried for change this offseason. But to our last caller's point, they used to know when to move on from guys. And that more fits in line with what we were talking about with the Penguins. But Paul Amalo, they retired him. They retired Bruce Arians. Now, wrong time. They retired James Harrison, when maybe he still had some more meat on the bone there. They moved off of Joey Porter, and then Joey Porter goes to Miami, he has 17 sacks, but they had a guy right there behind him in James Harrison. They always used to be famous for moving on from guys at the appropriate time. And you're not seeing that with the Penguins here, certainly. And you keep running it back, and you expect different results. It ain't going to happen. I did want to bring up a Steelers topic that you brought up yesterday. All the offseason questions, they haven't answered one. Not one. I feel better about Justin Fields than I did coming into the year. That's one. Do I know if he's a franchise quarterback? No. So if that was your question, you don't have an answer to that. But how's Patrick Queen going to look on the defense? Well, mixed returns and a lot of not so good. Do they have a number 2 wide receiver? Play it out. C. No. How about slot corner? Play it out. C. No. What's Arthur Smith going to look like? Well, kind of like the same. All the questions coming into the year through 5 games remain questions now. If not, the answers are bad.
Yes. Running back. You can go through the whole thing.
You really can. I didn't want to go through the whole thing. I went through a lot of it. And so that's where you are with the Steelers.
The only question that you have somewhat answered thus far is center.
Yeah.
And that was a big hole last year with Mason Cole.
Yeah.
And you had to address that.
But, even right tackle.
Right.
Right, what's Troy Fautanu? They believe in him, but he's
not there. He's not here. He's not available.
He's not here, not going to develop. What's Broderick Jones?
Broderick Jones, right.
Nobody can feel better about Broderick Jones right now than they did coming into the year.
No chance.
You might feel worse. Dan Moore's played well. I don't know that solves anything. That only kind of adds more questions when the end of the season would come. They paid Pat Freiermuth, and he hasn't had great numbers. Is that his fault? Is it a function of the offense? All the conversations we can be having right now about the Steelers are the ones we could have done leading into week 1 of the season.
Yep.
It kind of tells you exactly where we are. All right, we're going to wrap things up. Coming up next, then hand it over to Starkey. First, a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline. Still a couple of calls to get to on the venting session.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Thursday Night Football is tonight, and we got you covered here on 93.7 The Fan. You can listen to the game live on the radio here. We've got coverage through Westwood 1 that begins at 7:30. Game time's 8:15. It's the San Francisco 49ers and the Seattle Seahawks. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Trouble on the roadways for you. This report brought to you by Alta Beauty. The latest accident in Mount Lebanon. Crews checking the reports at the intersection of Connor and Washington Roads. That's Route 19. So just watch for delays around that. Parkway West are jammed inbound just over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacking at the Forest Hills on-ramp. Route 28 just a little heavy past the 40th Street Bridge. Northbound 79, though, you have crews setting up shop with a lane restriction before the S-bends. That's backing traffic just about back to the Crafton Moon Run interchange. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Ulta Beauty.
We've brought the Emerald City to Ulta Beauty with wicked collaborations from REM Beauty by Ariana Grande. It brushes for Ulta and OPI. Hurry in, these fantabulous products won't last long. See Wicked November 22nd, only in theaters. Ulta Beauty, the possibilities are beautiful.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, these players ain't gonna make themselves. Let's go get it.
The Fan presents The Morning After. Following each and every black and gold game, the guys break down the entire game and talk about what worked. Today you did and did big. And what didn't. The bad call. Brought to you by Twin Peaks and Robinson Township, Elise Services, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Smale Kia, and Tri-State Office Furniture. The Morning After. Following each and every black and gold game on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
That's the power of Bowser.
Leaves are starting to fall, and so are the prices at Bowser Hyundai. Fall into savings with the 2024 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive with 1.99% APR for 60 months. It's the perfect ride for all your autumn adventures. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance that are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. With approved credit and financing through HMFC. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies. See Bowser for complete details. Offer ends October 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. So visit Bowser Hyundai today.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
When two men in a junk truck takes your junk, we do our best to avoid the landfill by repurposing, recycling, and donating. And you can book us online. 2 men and a junk truck.com.
My values have not changed. I will not ban fracking.
Roll the tape.
There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. Access to health care should be a right.
Roll the tape.
So for people out there who like their insurance, they don't get to keep it?
Let's eliminate all of that.
She was big on defund the police.
Roll the tape.
Defund the police. We need to reimagine how we are creating safety.
I would enforce our laws with people who cross our border.
Roll the tape.
An undocumented immigrant is not a criminal.
Aid for America is responsible for the content of this advertising.
You can only help someone who has been injured in an accident if you have a relationship with them. Hi, I'm Joe George.
I'm Larry Kelly. That's what we do at the injury firm of LGKG. Clients quickly become friends and some become family.
It's part of the home team advantage with LGKG.
Visit lgkg.com. LGKG, your home team.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
We all want more. More laughs. More hangouts. More, this is the best takeout ever. Excuse me. But if you're 75 or older or 60 or older with certain health conditions, you've also got more risk of getting seriously sick from RSV. But an RSV vaccine lowers your risk, so you can keep doing more of the stuff you love.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Risk less, do more. Get started at vaccines.gov.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash, urging you to go unlimited. That means you can wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations when you sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. You're getting a pass that gives you access to all those car washes for one low monthly price. You're getting an undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer, wax. Your car is going to look so good. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now. And for an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wet Go Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Welcome to our special show. Let's go get him.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Yeah.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Last 45 minutes or so, just talking about the sad state of affairs in Pittsburgh sports right now. And I just want to see the Steelers win on Sunday. The Steelers win on Sunday. A lot of the vibes, they shift. It's just a happier state of being. It doesn't change the long-term projections we're talking about here in the state of the franchise, but we probably wouldn't be talking about it if they get to 4-2 and maybe Justin Fields plays well. And the Steelers do have some luck now, I think. And it's sad to say this, but Aiden O'Connell's going to start at quarterback. That's a break. That helps you. I think that guy stinks. And I don't think Gardner Minshew's God's gift to quarterbacking or footballing, Doran, but he did go 18 for 28 for 215, 3 touchdowns, and a quarterback rating of 123.4 against them last year. I'll take that guy, Aiden O'Connell, over Gardner Minshew every single day.
Mm-hmm.
So go take care of business. Now, that being said, was Dallas banged up when they walked up in here?
They sure were.
Mm-hmm. Was Indianapolis banged up?
Yep.
So you're banged up too, but you're favored. You're better. Just go beat them. Just go beat them. Get the vibes going in the right direction. And Penguins, go beat Detroit tonight. Just go. I don't want to. You imagine sitting here at 0-2, and you got 7-9 on the road. Like, at least fool us for a bit this year, right?
I mean, last night was awful.
You couldn't ask for a worse start.
No, every single way. I mean, awful. I actually couldn't believe it. But I could believe it at the same time. Like, what do you expect? Different results whenever everything's the same?
People are talking about how good the third line was, Doran.
No, really?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Yeah, real good. How many points? How many goals did they score?
I'm going to have to check. I'm going to say probably none.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. We did see Malkin and Crosby on the same line together a little bit.
Yeah.
Didn't mind that. You know why they had to do that? Because Crosby's line mates currently are Drew O'Connor and Anthony Beauvillier.
Yes.
Beauvillier, hell of a nice guy, joined us on the morning show, but you think Crosby's thrilled about playing next to Drew O'Connor and Anthony Beauvillier?
Well, I think
in year number 20.
I think this might be a little bit of the reason why that contract thing went so long. I don't know. Probably people have said opposite of it just was going to get done, at
way earlier.
Yeah. But it did take a lot longer than expected. I'm sure that there were some discussions of a lot of things.
I think it's about years. I think it's about how long do I want to be here?
Yeah, because it's situations like this.
Exactly right.
He knows what's going on. He knows who he has to play next to. He knows that nothing changed from last year to this year. He ain't stupid.
You don't think Rutger McGroarty coming in changed his mind at all about the state of the franchise?
No.
So hopefully they win tonight. When you win, you feel good, and you don't have these conversations. Doesn't mean the big picture, the sky isn't falling, but at least for that night, that day, Dorn, you feel good. So win tonight, get some good vibes going. Steelers take care of Aiden O'Connell and company.
If they don't.
Christian Wilkins out, too.
If they don't,
you're not just in a world of trouble a year from now. You're in a world of trouble now. And we've talked so much about this. I think the Penguins and the Steelers are in a very similar spot from a start perspective. Penguins, you ain't young. So when your bodies start to wear down late in the season, I'm not expecting your best. I know they played better down the stretch last year. I'm not expecting that again. Steelers, we know what the back half of the schedule looks like for you. Doesn't look quite as daunting, still not easy, and you're probably not that good. You need to beat the Raiders. You need to beat the Giants at home. Starts on Sunday. Hand it over to Starkey?
Yep.
We're going to hand it over to Starkey. Tomorrow, we're going to be looking at the here and the now. We'll do a lot of Raiders preview, look ahead to Pitt's matchup against Cal. General hijinks shall follow. Starkey up next. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. 24 Silverado 1500, 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Today, high is 62.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
As a contractor, you need a brand you trust to bring homeowners the quality they deserve when building or remodeling. 84 Lumber carries hardy exterior products that are built to last in the Pittsburgh climate. They can withstand harsh weather conditions and resist damage from moisture, fire, pests, and more. James Hardy and 84 Lumber also offer support and education for pros, providing you with a service like no other. Hardy products are available at your local 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest location and learn how it's possible to build your business with James Hardy.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmitt Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play.
Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable. And one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. And the third bite, you get the idea. The boss of breakfast burritos, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Get more of the Get-Go food you love for less with $5 value meals. Pair a chicken wrap or classic burger with fries or tots. And cleanse your palate with an ice-cold drink, all for just $5. And only at Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Pierce Township has your deal. Brand new 2024 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $314 for 24 months with $399 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $195 a month for 24 months with $399 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires October 31st, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
Thorne Dickerson here. I've got to tell you, don't go with just any guy to replace your roof. Choose PJ Fitzpatrick. Why would you choose the B team when you can go with the A team from PJ Fitzpatrick? Trust PJ Fitzpatrick to get your roof done right with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. PJ Fitzpatrick has thousands of 5-star reviews and over 40 years of experience. Plus, they can install most roofs in just one day. Visit trustpj.com today to set up a free design consultation and take full advantage of all the fall promotions. That's trustpj.com.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. Terms and conditions apply.
Chances are you're not hearing this ad while topping 100 in your Aston Martin or taking a spin around town in your Rolls Royce. But if you are, then Donald Trump's tax plan is for you. Just ask him.
You're rich as hell. We're going to give you a tax cut?
But if you're hearing this on your way to work or school pickup, if you're heading to the grocery store or wondering how long you can stretch that tank of gas, then your plan is Kamala Harris's plan. She'll make the wealthy and big corporations pay their fair share so she can give the middle class a tax cut, as well as $25,000 for first-time home buyers, $6,000 for first-time parents, and a $50,000 tax deduction for starting a new business. Because that guy in the Cybertruck that just zoomed by doesn't need another break. But Kamala Harris knows you sure could use one. Paid for by FFPAC, ffpac.org. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. FFPAC is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Your coworkers might annoy you, but we promise we won't. Download the free Odyssey app and you can listen to us at work while you tackle your inbox or get ready for another meeting that probably could have been an email. Tune in late? You can rewind your favorite live shows to catch what you missed. And with Chapters, easily jump to the topics that you care about most, like the latest updates from your team. Your sports talk, your way. The Odyssey app. Download it today.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real-person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
After you use Bounce Dryer sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Put a sheet on it. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Put a sheet on it. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry, put a sheet on it with Bounce.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still some problems on the roadways. This report brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Make clogged gutters a thing of the past with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET. In Penn Hills, crews checking reports of a vehicle fire. This is in the 9,000 block of Frankstown Road. Those crews have rolled up on the scene, the intersection of Frankstown and Verona Roads. Also, delays due to construction work on northbound 79. Watch for a lane restriction approaching the S-Bends. That's backing traffic back to Clever Road. Meanwhile, the Parkway West remains jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Also, delays across the Fort Pitt Bridge as a lower deck and up through the outbound Fort Pitt Tunnels, Parkway East in line and Edgewood, Swissvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fall into savings with Gutter Helmet. Save 50% off installation and enjoy 0 down, 0 payments for 1 year. Don't risk costly water damages. Gutter Helmet guarantees clog-free gutters for life. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for your no-cost free estimate today.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Visit Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington for the most affordable all-wheel drives. Our fall kickoff event has new 24 Outlanders with 0% financing. Choose savings up to $6,500 off or lease for just $279 per month. Plus, our trade-in values are at an all-time high. Get paid to trade. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Stop in today or shop the fall kickoff at JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for details.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
Oh, sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here. Just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, the Penguins season started last night, and it did not go according to anyone in Pittsburgh's plans. 6-0 was the final score. Igor Shesterkin shut out the Penguins on 29 saves. Tristan Jarry faced 41 shots and allowed 6 goals and .854 save percentage. Short memory for the Penguins. Back tonight against the Detroit Red Wings. That game is at 8 o'clock. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. It's time for Joe.
Here we go. The Joe Starkey Show. The biggest in the game. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I've done everything for Mousy. He's done nothing for me.
I just can't get enough of Bob Pompiani unintentionally imitating Elvis Costello. I can't. I'm depressed, but I'm also happy today. Can you be both those things at the same time?
No. Well, depending on the topic matter, so I guess.
I am. The topic matter begins with this. Malsey, and that is you at an event last night getting recognized as City Limits.
Yes,
right?
By about 4 different people.
Tell me more about where you were and what these interactions were like and who the autographed jersey was of.
It was the Celebrity Hoops for Hospice event. It was held at Baldwin High School, where people know I'm from and do all my PA announcing stuff from. So I got the opportunity through that. Neil Walker played. Michael McHenry played. Got a chance to talk to them. Steve Blass was one of the coaches. Really cool to be able to meet Steve.
You tweeted me a photo. That jersey that he signed was part of what was being auctioned off?
No,
correct?
actually.
No?
So I knew that I was PA announcing the event. And, Steve's such a legendary figure in the 71 World Series. So I got a jersey, and a friend of mine customized it for me and put Blast 28 on the back, and I asked Steve to sign it for me. And he signed his name, 71 World Series, to Austin, and he put Joy on it. And I'm going to put it in a frame and hang it up in my house.
That is awesome. And then what happened? People would come up and say, Limits, how are you?
There were a lot of different people that did, yes, really kind people that came up and said hello, said they listen to the show all the time. There were so many people, it was hard to keep track. There was 4, 5, 6, 7 or so that all recognized me from the show, said they love you. They love listening to the show and were very complimentary of the show. And they were curious about Ron, and we got good reports from Ron this morning as well.
I did get a good report from Ron last night, too. And thinking about people who are involved in that tragic situation. But he said he was doing fine. He said he was doing okay. Fort Myers took a hit for sure, but Ron's good. And what was the centerpiece jersey there?
So there were a couple baskets and events, and there was one prize at the very beginning that they gave away at the game, and it was a signed basketball by all the players, which was really nice, but that wasn't what stood out. What stood out was a signed Steelers jersey by none other than George Pickens.
That
as the main
tremendous.
giveaway.
And it's great. And you know what? George Pickens, for everything we're talking about this week, has been a productive player and sometimes a great player. And a fun player to watch at times when he's not quitting, pouting, throwing his helmet, and jogging on pass routes, right?
And it was a game jersey, like one of those official
That's cool.
type of game jerseys. But, yeah.
You know what else people like to talk to me about these days when I see them on the street, or especially at my daughter's volleyball game, since it's a volleyball-centric crowd?
What's that?
Our little outing with Olivia Babcock over at Pitt, where we sort of returned a couple of her serves after she threw about 100 past us. Last night, there was a clip of her in a college game blasting a serve to the deep left corner that went untouched.
Yeah.
Do you know how many serves at that level of volleyball go untouched by the opponent?
She's insane. Like, her level of skill, talent, and ability all wrapped into one. I mean, we saw it firsthand, but for people who don't get that close of a view to it and just see it on TV, it is special. That's why I think she's the best player in the country. I mean, she's making people look silly out there. Division I volleyball players playing at the highest level.
She went easy on us, bro. She was going about 60%. Neither one of us would have a chance against that serve. So Pitt volleyball rolling. And before we get back to Pickens, because there have been developments in this story, and somehow, some way, he is obviously the main story again when we have uncertainty about Steelers quarterbacks, which is only the most scrutinized position in this town and arguably in all of sports, for God's sakes. We're talking about George Pickens. Yes, we'll get to the Brian Kelly clip in a moment. I want to get the Penguins out of the way, and I'll see if I can do it in 10 seconds or less. I came home from my kids' volleyball game, forgot to tape the Penguins game. Lucky me. And tuned in. I'm not lying about this. Tuned in. It was, I don't know how much time was left, 10 minutes or so. The Penguins are down 4-0 and on the power play. This is right when I tune in. I see Malkin throw a pass to nowhere across the ice, and then it's Letang in a foot race with some guy who taps it ahead of him and scores a crap goal on Jarry. So I got the Malkin, Letang, Jarry experience in 5 seconds, and I can see that the power play's not fixed, mostly because Sully doesn't appear to have the cojones to take Gino off the thing, which needs to happen. It needs to happen. the power play looked just as bad as it was last year. And if this keeps up, and I know it's only one game, but last year's opener was pretty symbolic against the Blackhawks. It pretty much foreshadowed all of their problems that were going to occur during the season. And now this looks the exact same.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
Yeah, but only for a second. So I'm going to move on. We'll see the Penguins again tonight. And I wouldn't want to be Sully if they get off to an 0-2. I think they have the Maple Leafs coming up 0-3. They need to get off to a good start. Then again, maybe he's like Tomlin. He's here for life, and whenever he decides to go, he will. Thank you, Limits. May we move on?
Yes.
George Pickens, developments in the story. I can't believe that we're talking about this still. But what else do you want me to do? Now we have Pickens' dad getting involved, according to Ray Fittipaldo, and on social media. Remember Devin Bush's dad calling the station a few years ago. We may have a burner account, you're telling me, and most importantly, we have a source telling the Post-Gazette, as revealed in Ray Fittipaldo's story, that, quote, Pickens has shown up late for work on multiple occasions this season. When and where does this end? What are we doing here? But I want to be clear about one thing before I even dive into this. And I made mention of this in my Post-Gazette column this morning as well. This is not about excoriating George Pickens, the person. Okay? I mean, he's 23. A lot of us do idiotic things when we're 23. A lot of us do idiotic things at work and half-ass it at work, like he does when we were 23. I don't know about you. Well, how old are you? I was going to say, I don't know.
23. I am 23. I am the same age as George Pickens.
When I was 23, I did the math today. I sort of worked in a pizza shop and called in sick one day with a fake broken arm and never returned to the place. And I'm not even sure they noticed because the head cook was always high. He's probably still in that pizza place and still thinks I'm showing up for work 40 years later.
How did you fake a broken arm?
Told them I had a broken arm when I didn't, over the phone.
Simple enough.
Because I wanted to drink that night. I get it. You know, there's lots of horrible things happening in the world right now. And a football player not running his routes fast enough or showing up late for work isn't one of them. I don't know George Pickens. And the intent here is not to just shred him as a human being. But fortunately or unfortunately for George, this isn't a pizza place. This is pro sports where he's making millions of dollars. And more importantly, and again, the central point here, is he wants to make about $100 million more. And is he a worthwhile investment? And this ain't about what he's going to do in Vegas. He could go out and have, 13 catches for 200 yards and 3 touchdowns. And then you'd have people saying, told you so, told me and others what? What did you tell us? You were saying the same things last year after the Jaylen Warren incident when Pickens quit on a play there and then explained that he was trying not to get hurt on the play, and everybody ripped him for good reason as a football player. And the next week he had a great game and everybody said, I told you so. Well, where are we now? Not showing up for work on time, half-assing it on pass routes, throwing his helmet, all this junk happening again, and now I do feel like Brian Kelly. We're talking about the same things again.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
I need to hear Bob again singing about Mulsey, just for a second.
I've done everything for Mulsey. He's done nothing for me.
Does anybody anymore in the locker room, like, TJ or Cam, come up to him and say, hey, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
I think, what's that guy's name, Tony? Todd.
No, this is Tony.
Got you, Joey.
Yeah.
Tony.
I do remember Tony. I think Todd might have been on to something. And I love that when I said he was Todd from Pittsburgh yesterday, Kabali said, "Did you really have to add he was from Pittsburgh?" Can we hear Todd again with his solution to the Pickens dilemma?
Does anybody anymore in the locker room, like, TJ or Cam, come up to him and say, "Hey, what are you doing?"
I can't get enough of that. I can't. I'm sorry. I've told you many times out there, if I think something is funny, I'm going to say it over and over again and replay it over and over again until we're all sick to death of it. And I'm not there yet. Not with Pomp Song and not with Todd from Pittsburgh. It does bring to mind Pickens enablers. It does. What are they doing? We mentioned yesterday at the end of the show, can you imagine this guy, after jogging around and pouting on the sidelines and compromising his team's ability to win, walking into a locker room the next morning or whatever morning they meet after the game and walking past James Farrior and Joey Porter and Troy Polamalu and Ryan Clark and Casey Hampton and Aaron Smith and Alan Faneca and Jerome freaking Bettis. It's just different than it used to be. It used to be a certain culture was established by people in the room. To me, it's not even the coach so much as it really is in the room. It's Bettis and Farrior and company. And I'm not blaming the leadership core here because it can never be just about one leader. It's like you had groups of guys, a group of guys. And then we brought up, perhaps unfairly because things have changed so much with athletes and teams and locker rooms. Can you imagine George Pickens, the day after he doesn't block for Jaylen Warren and says he didn't do it because he didn't want to risk injury, walking into the 70s Steelers locker room? Yeah, good morning, Jack Lambert. Good morning, Joe Green. Good morning, John Stallworth and Mel Blount and Mike Webster and Rocky Blyer. How's everybody doing today? I don't think that would have gone well for George. I don't think it would have gone well. But like I said, maybe that's unfair. But now we have these developments. Come on, man. Late for work, as Fittipaldo says on multiple occasions. Like, this again now gets back to when Mike Tomlin starts to lose these guys, and there's a specific position where he loses them. It's receiver. He can't get them back. Something that Tomlin is doing isn't working. And my sense is that it's enabling, that it's sticking up for these guys when really early it's time to step in and nip it in the bud. He doesn't seem to want to do that. I think that he thinks, and maybe for good reason, and AB's the prime example, he thinks by allowing certain things with these guys, he's at least going to get something out of them for a period of time, like the most out of them, for a period of time before it really falls off a cliff. And maybe there's something to be said for that, but I don't know that that strategy works with everybody. And like I said, once these guys, and there's many examples now, take that turn down a wrong way here, wrong way street, one-way street, Tomlin is historically unable to get them to turn around. They're done. They're gone. They're eventually traded. It's Antonio Holmes, Mr. Big Chest, Martavis Bryant, Chase Claypool, Deontay Johnson. So this is going to be the exception? This? When we have a guy that Tomlin is standing up there talking about snap management as an excuse so he doesn't have to admit he benched him the other night? I can't believe that there have been these developments now to this story, that we're talking about it again, and then now we have he's shown up late for work on multiple occasions, and his dad has gotten into the mix. Did you read this story by Fittipaldo, Limits?
It's not good. It reminds me of Devin Bush all over again and other athletes where their families get involved. The Ball family, remember LeVar Ball, everything that he would do with Lonzo and LaMelo and be involved in the media circus.
Yes.
It's just another created distraction that's unnecessary. You don't need.
Pickens not speaking up for himself, which I'm sure thrills his teammates that they have to speak for him, instead of him getting his rear end out there in front of the cameras and explaining it, talking about it. Now they have to either run cover for him, be critical of him, whatever it is. But his dad is on X saying this. It's actually funny. It is funny. But also probably not a good development here, not a positive development. His father posted on Sunday, and I quote, Arthur Smith, this one is on you. Imagine Smitty reading that one the next day. And he also said, don't try to throw to George now. This offense is sad, says Mr. Pickens.
Contradicting himself, not wanting to get the ball now. Do you see the burner account? Michael Brewerly? Are we going to get to that? Michael Brewerly?
We got to be careful because do we know for sure this is a burner account?
No, but
let me just mention the other tweet from the dad before we get to what's his name?
Michael Brewerly.
It would have been really good if Pickens made a burner account and had it named after the two anonymous linebackers that Tomlin mentioned the other day. Who were they? Ika and Oka?
Yes.
Can you get that clip?
It really is a big week for them.
It's a big day, maybe for some edge rushers like Ade and Iko, man, who just got here.
They just got here, Joe. They found them. Here they are. They're ready to play.
My new X account, Free George by Ade and Iko. Mr. Pickens said on Wednesday he posted George Pickens, the athlete, a very fiery competitor that wants to win. He's a very talented young guy that has definitely been misunderstood. He has the super competitive gene. Guys with that gene have to be involved early and often. It's an engaged tactic. Involve him early. This is unbelievable, is it not? Can we get this guy on the show? Oh, my God. Find that tweet and contact him.
And get him on the show.
Yeah, absolutely. Get him, Ade, and Iku. We'll have them on the show. Maybe Freiermuth, since he's still and not uneloquently talking about Pickens. Mount Washington was his teammate, and he says, I know his actions probably weren't the right thing to do at the time. For me, I just try to pick him up. Like, these guys are acknowledging what Tomlin isn't. The whole thing's just a mess. It's ridiculous that we're talking about this. But back to, you say there's a burner account. Tell me again what's being said and who this guy is.
So when I was driving home yesterday, the PM team did an incredible segment with Law and Order music in the background. And they had Mr. Malsey on the case. Detective Malsey was the one going through this.
Did they include Bob's song on there?
No,
perhaps
they did not include that.
I've done everything for Mosey. He's done nothing for me.
I've done everything for Mosey. He's done nothing for me.
There's an account named Michael Brewerly. And Michael Brewerly only came into existence a couple days ago. Michael Brewerly, at the time of Pony putting out this, nice little screen grab of all the tweets, was just having 55 posts. And he's tweeting at multiple different people, including Pony. He's also tweeting at our friend Nick Farabaugh, the guy from Slippery Rock.
And what is Michael Brewerly saying?
So Michael Brewerly, and I'm going to try to pull up his full page.
Can you DM Michael Brewerly to ask him if he is in fact Michael Brewerly?
Yes. So I just pulled up Michael Brewerly. He has 0 followers, but he is not following anybody. He has 507 followers. So the last thing that Michael Brewerly has retweeted was a post that said, redemption game bout to go crazy, and it's a picture of George Pickens. Y'all remember the last time you guys doubted Pickens, said he should be traded, and said he was a bad player? I do. 195 yards and 2 touchdowns on 4 catches against Cincinnati. The last thing that Michael Brewerly has tweeted himself is, if you built like this, your athletic opinion doesn't matter, with a 100% emoji and a profile picture of Nick Farabaugh.
And he's the guy that I mistakenly thought went to Slippery Rock, right? Do we have that clip where I introduced Farabaugh? I didn't know him, and for some godforsaken reason, I thought he had gone to Slippery Rock. Do we have that? Nick, it's a pleasure to have you. I don't believe we've ever spoken before. You're a recent graduate of Slippery Rock. Am I right about that?
No.
That was the greatest introduction to an interview ever.
And Michael Brewerly also said, can't wait to see GP back out there on Sunday. Do you think GP calls himself GP? Maybe? Does anybody call George Pickens GP?
I mean, I think anything's possible. He had the F word painted on his face for a Sunday night football game.
Video from Aaron Becker from practice yesterday.
Boris's brother, yes.
Justin Fields to George Pickens, and it's a video of Pickens catching the ball. Michael Brewerly says, doesn't look lazy to me.
Well, here's the serious point in this matter, is that it doesn't matter in the big picture what he does in Vegas. Like I just said, he had that great game after the Warren whiff last year. And where does that get us this year? Showing up late for work and half-assing it during a huge game that they lost, by the way? That may be the game that keeps them out of the playoffs, by the way? It's all funny till somebody's eye gets poked out, right? Isn't that what we say at parties? I mean, this is not really a laughing matter. So he goes out and goes crazy at Vegas. Okay. The central point now with George Pickens is, do you want to sink big money into him? Will the problems outweigh the positive aspects of Pickens? Is he a guy you can win with? Will these issues resurface? Will he become unretrievable like so many other Steeler receivers under Tomlin and eventually do more damage than good in the pursuit of winning? Because, again, this isn't a pizza joint. It's a professional football team, and the only thing that matters, the only thing, no matter how old you are you having a positive impact on the team's ability to win? So I'm going to present that question early right now to you out there at 412-928-9370. The question is not, will George have a big game in Vegas? I wouldn't be surprised if he does. George is, for all the issues, is pretty productive and sometimes great. He's their best offensive player, which is why it was slightly curious that he wasn't playing or trying the other night. Nothing to see here, said Mike Tomlin. It's just load management. No different than what we do with 72-year-old Cam Hayward, who played 72% of the snaps, by the way, while Pickens played only 59%. Nothing to see here. But, yeah, the point and the question I want to ask you ultimately is this. Would you sink big money into George Pickens after this season? Yes or no? It's a very simple question, and I'd love to talk about it with you at 412-928-9370. 928-9370. Off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. We're going to have Chris Hoke at the top of the hour. I'm going to ask him simply right off the top. Pickens did what he did the other night, walks into your locker room, 2008 Steelers. What happens? A year after he quit in a game and said he didn't want to block because he didn't want to get hurt. So you can't pass this off as a one-time, first-time thing. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. And you can always follow on the Fan text line and express your thoughts to our dear friend City Limits. That's brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates. Personal injury law firm, they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Jerry Dulac, during training camp, reported, and this was at a time when the Ayuk pursuit was hot and heavy. Dulac reported in August that the Steelers intended absolutely to sign George Pickens after this season, before next season, the final year of his deal, whether or not Ayuk was here. Either way, they wanted George Pickens for the long term and want him signed and intended to do so. I wonder, and I'm not asking this rhetorically or sarcastically, I wonder how they're feeling about that right now. I wonder if they think he's a good investment long term. $80 million, $100 million, the kind of receiver money we see thrown around out there these days. $30 million a year, $25 million a year. For how many years? What kind of guarantee? Simple question. Is George Pickens a good investment long term? Would you throw him the money? Of course, he'd have to run a good pass route to catch it, right? City limits? 412-928-9370. 928-9370. Developments on the quarterback front coming up next. It takes a lot to be the main story on a week where we might have a new Steelers quarterback. Credit George, he's done it. Our six-pack brought to you by Bet365.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Thursday Night Football tonight. It's an NFC West matchup between the 49ers and the Seahawks. Westwood One's coverage right here on 93.7 The Fan will begin at 7:30. 8:15 is the kickoff. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. Penguins are also back in action tonight after getting blown out by the Rangers last night. We'll play against the Detroit Red Wings at 8. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get ready for every pit game with the Panthers Preview Show. 3 hours before kickoff, Bob Papiani and Doran Dickerson give you all the insight on the upcoming game.
It's pulled in. What a catch by Canate Munfield.
Panthers Preview is brought to you by Air Pro Heating and Cooling, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Voss TV and Appliance, Monster Brewing's Beast Unleashed, and Leon's Billiards and more.
Let's go.
We are the home for your Pitt Panthers. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with savings with new low prices on hundreds of your favorite produce items like pineapples, avocados, navel oranges, and lettuce at your neighborhood Giant Eagle.
You want the best. UPMC Health Plan is ranked #1 in member satisfaction among commercial plans in Pennsylvania by J.D. Power. With UPMC Health Plan, you get access to UPMC doctors and hospitals, local community care, and a national network for travel outside the UPMC service area. Plus 24/7 access to virtual urgent care services through UPMC Anywhere Care. When you're given a choice for health insurance, choose the best. Choose UPMC Health Plan. For J.D. Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Today, we're the largest injury firm in the world, and I'm thankful to you for trusting us all these years. We'll always be here for the people, not the powerful. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It's better over here. If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has an exclusive rate plan just for you. Right now, get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Plus, you can get one of the latest 5G phones free when you add a line. That's right, a free 5G phone. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. So why wait? At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Just go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 or visit your local store to make the switch.
With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees, 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Free phones up to $300 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable. And 1 blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
Check this out. The new iPhone 16 built for Apple Intelligence. At Verizon, you can get it when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands.
Any?
Any.
Even if it's 4 years old?
Yeah.
Even if it's 4 years old and I drop it on the sidewalk?
Yep.
Even if it's 4 years old and I drop it on the sidewalk, then a scooter runs it over, so now it's not just old and cracked, but shattered?
With Verizon, the answer is always yes. Trade in any phone from one of our top brands for the new iPhone 16 with Unlimited Ultimate. Plus, get a new iPad. Trade-in terms apply. See Verizon.com for details. Apple Intelligence coming fall 2024.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sportsman ad. San Francisco visits Seattle tonight in a divisional clash. Surprisingly, the Niners have given up big fourth-quarter leads and are 0-3 in the NFC. Team Shanahan needs this one badly, folks. Meantime, the Seahawks have fallen back to earth after getting beaten up pretty good by the Giants. In a high-scoring shootout, Seattle covers, but San Fran wins 30-27. Enjoy the game, everyone. I'm Boomer Esiason.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmitt Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
Check this out. The new iPhone 16 built for Apple Intelligence. At Verizon, you can get it when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands.
Any?
Any.
Even if it's 4 years old?
Yeah.
Even if it's 4 years old and I drop it on the sidewalk?
Yep.
Even if it's 4 years old and I drop it on the sidewalk, then a scooter runs it over, so now it's not just old and cracked, but shattered?
With Verizon, the answer is always yes. Trade in any phone from one of our top brands for the new iPhone 16 with Unlimited Ultimate. Plus, get a new iPad. Trade-in terms apply. See Verizon.com for details. Apple Intelligence coming fall 2024.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar and the place to watch all the exciting sports action on over 20 large TVs. Don't miss any of the big college and pro football games, Premier League action, and the return of pro hockey and hoops. Make Mike's Beer Bar your choice on game days. It's Pittsburgh's premier destination for 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Mike's also offers amazing food, including steak on a stone. So tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title place, and dealer dock fee. Not all buyers will qualify. Bonus cash available on select trims. In stock units only. Offers end 10/31/24.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai for huge end-of-year savings. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Elantra SC or Tucson SC all-wheel drive with financing as low as 1.99% for up to 60 months. Plus $500 bonus cash. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Hamlin Advantage oil changes for life.
My values have not changed. I will not ban fracking.
Roll the tape.
There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. Access to health care should be a right.
Roll the tape.
So for people out there who like their insurance, they don't get to keep it?
Let's eliminate all of that.
She was big on defund the police.
Roll the tape.
Defund the police. We need to reimagine how we are creating safety.
I would enforce our laws with people who cross our border.
Roll the tape.
An undocumented immigrant is not a criminal.
For America is responsible for the content of this advertising.
There are so many things I love about fall weather. The crisp air, the changing leaves, it's all so magical. Until my kids catch a chill outside. That's where Kohl's comes in, with cozy layers, warm jeans, and more. I found all the styles my kids need when the seasons change. Plus, I got 20% off with a coupon and earned Kohl's cash. So here's my style forecast. Prep better for fall weather at Kohl's. Select styles. Offers end October 20th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Shop the fall kickoff at ShorkeyChevy.com. Your Chevy truck headquarters has new 24 Silverado crew cabs up to $11,000 off. New 24 Colorado pickups up to $4,000 off. And you can finance Silverado EVs at 2.9% for 84 months. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Murraysville and the North Hills, ShorkeyChevy.com. Together, let's drive. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. See dealer for complete details.
I don't feel so good.
You do feel hot. Dayquil Kids will take care of that fever.
What about my cough?
Dayquil Kids has that covered.
Will it make my throat feel better?
Yes, that too.
But will it taste good?
Yep, Dayquil Kids comes in your favorite flavor.
Purple?
Well, yes, it's great.
Try new DayQuil Kids Plus Fever, the daytime coughing, aching, sore throat fever just for kids medicine. Safe for kids 6+. Use as directed.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
Let's get right to the lines on Pickens. I would have preferred not to talk about this today, but then when you have developments like Ray Fittipaldo reporting that Steelers sources telling the Post-Gazette that Pickens has been late to work multiple times, and Pickens' dad getting involved and ripping Arthur Smith, I mean, there's a lot here. And again, it's all, to me, in the context of, okay, get what you can out of Pickens, and it might be a lot, just 2 weeks ago, he had 100 yards and helped, a pretty good effort against the Colts, a losing effort, ultimately. And he also fumbled in that game, which we know Mike Tomlin, not a big fan of that, and players have been benched for that before. But would you sink big money and lots of years into him? Is he a good investment? That's the question. That's the big question, big picture question with Pickens right now. Do you, Limits? And you don't have to do it today, of course, but I'm talking as we progress through the season. How are you feeling right now about it?
I don't know if I want to bench my best offensive weapon, if I want to move on from my best offensive weapon, especially after there being a plan in place.
I'm not talking about benching him. I'm talking how are you feeling right now about the idea of spending $80 million and 3 or 4 or 5 years or $100 million on George Pickens?
Yeah, I know. I think this factors into it, though. I don't feel good at all about spending that type of money and investing that capital in him, especially because the past has shown us that if the Steelers have wide receivers who they believe do not fit in the locker room anymore, they'll move on from them. And that's a lot more money that you're giving George Pickens, at least projected, than what Deontay Johnson had at $18 million. You're talking about another $7, $8, maybe $9 million given to George Pickens. That could be a left guard. That could be a tackle that could protect on the line. That could be 2 corners.
Or it could be a different receiver. Let's get to the people here. 412-928-9370, 50-minute mark on the Fan. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. And you can listen to this show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. It's a Sidney Crosby rookie card this week and a Louis Tiant card. So contests run every Wednesday through Friday, right around noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page.
Start with Jack in Brookline.
Hey, Jack.
Hey, can you hear me, Joe?
Yes, I can.
Hey, so I want to start off that I've been a Tomlin supporter, pretty much. But, I'm starting to get, more and more aggravated with almost the arrogance of how he thinks the stupidity of the fans that we can't see that George Pickens is unhappy and that you benched him, during the game. And he goes up to the media and just talks circles around this. And then the players obviously know what's going on in the locker room, and they just say it directly to the media. So I don't understand what he's trying to accomplish. It seems as though year after year, the same issues are wrong with the team, and he just refuses to address it. I just don't understand why he doesn't go in front of the media and say, yes, George's actions are unacceptable, and I'm addressing them in-house. He doesn't have to absolutely rip him to the media. But are you just going to act like nothing is going on when everyone in the country can see it on national TV?
Well, it's like the F-word thing. Like George having the F-word painted on his face the other night, and Mike Tomlin claiming that of the 20.3 million people who watched that game, he's the only one that didn't notice that. It's like, Mike, I guess we're stupid, but we're not that stupid. Come on, we're not that stupid. I should emphasize the word that there. Thank you for the call. Some have suggested that Tomlin, if their intent is to trade Pickens, doesn't want to come out and criticize him and rip him and all that stuff. But, I mean, other teams have tape too. You think they're not watching tape of Pickens jogging on his routes the other night, or they don't see all this? They wouldn't know all of this? I just think it's a continued pattern with Tomlin. I remember Martavis Bryant, and wish maybe you can find the tape. When stuff first started to surface about Martavis being unhappy here. Remember when he said, I just want mines, period? In other words, get me the ball. I want my share. Want it out of town, scrub the Steelers. And Tomlin laughed it off as social media stuff. Who cares about that? And then pretty soon he was forced to suspend Bryant, as I recall, for social media snafus. It seems like his first inclination is to brush these things off, to either laugh at them or rail against them. And he has admitted with Pickens that he has railed against the idea from the day he got drafted that Pickens was a red flag type of guy. Not a guy that you wanted to be in your organization for a long time. That's not me talking. That's scouts and receiver coaches from other teams. Remember the Bruce Feldman story in The Athletic? He does every year about certain guys, and the topic was boom or bust candidates for the 22 draft. And Pickens was one. And one NFL coach said, yeah, he's talented, but I wouldn't touch him. Obviously, a lot of teams felt the same way. It wasn't really about Pickens' knee injury, I would imagine, for some, because he played after that. Guys come back from knee injuries. He showed he could with his performance in the bowl game that year. There were very clearly and obviously red flags around him. An NFL scout told Feldman, and I quote, there's a lot of upside, but he can't get out of his own way. He's been enabled his whole life. People saying that at the time. So how do you not wonder, is he still being enabled by the same head coach that has enabled others? And to be fair to Tomlin, and in defense of Tomlin, sometimes the enabling is what allows you to extract the most out of a guy for a limited period of time. All these guys that I've mentioned were very productive with the Steelers, very productive. Santonio Holmes helped them win a Super Bowl with an unbelievable play and lots of other plays. But when it started to go bad, it never got better. And they traded him out of town. Antonio's the shining example. Maybe it was Tomlin's enabling, letting Antonio do whatever he wanted without clear punishment, that helped get all that production out of Antonio Brown, especially after things seemed to go wrong after he signed for big money. But hey, he got a lot of great years out of him. He did. Chase Claypool, he got a couple really good years. One great year, and then the second year was still better, I think, than people give it credit for. Deontay Johnson, productive player for a long time. Maybe Tomlin believes that the enabling, and especially the not calling these guys out in public and crushing them, helps to keep their egos stoked to the point where they still want to play. But in every one of those situations, it went bad, and they traded the guy. It's only so long that you can continue to enable before it backfires. I guess that's the best way to phrase it. Eventually, the enabling backfires, and it will here too. The question is when. The question is how many years do you get out of Pickens before the whole thing blows up, and he's traded too. Next.
Well, let's go over to Matt in Regent Square.
Or does he become the one case that you do turn around? History is arguing against Tomlin there, but maybe this will be the one guy that turns it around and it gets better. Go ahead, sir.
Hey, how you doing, Joe? Thanks for taking my call, man. I appreciate it.
Sure.
So it's funny. One of my dad's best friends is a Georgia grad, and the night Pickens was drafted, he got a text and said, not a question of if, but when this kid melts down. And I just think that's coming to light now. You know, the immaturity, maybe the lack of structure and just the discipline isn't there. And it's funny, we're actually flying to Vegas for the game, and I'm really excited just to see the body language if he finishes plays, and just kind of excited to see how the game goes. But it's a shame, but I wouldn't sign him.
Me neither at the moment. And when I ask the question, it's an honest question, because it's always about production versus, deterioration. Is it worth it? That's always the question here. And at this point, it's a good question. And he may have, like I said, he may have a great game at Vegas. In fact, if I were betting, and what better place to bet, I would bet he would have a good game. And then everybody will say, I told you so. And I would say, told me and other Pickens and Tomlin critics, what? What did you tell us? That he's a good player? A great player? He is sometimes. He is that. He'll help them win some games. That's not the question. The question is he worth a long-term investment? Next.
Here's Danny on the Fan.
Hey, Danny.
Hey, good afternoon, Joe.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, let me just say this real quick, and then I'll get into what I have to say. First of all, I was thinking about the name of your show, The Joe Show. I was thinking because of your weird machinations and the noises you make, because I know a little something about that. I do those things, too, to release anxiety.
That is what it is, yeah. It's an anxiety reliever. Yeah.
Yeah. At inappropriate times, I make noises, and, my wife and daughter just, they can't take it. But I just think you should call your show The Joe Starkey Experience. I just think it flows better than The Joe Show.
I've done everything for Mosey. He's done nothing for me.
Now, first off,
yeah, I hear you. Thank you.
Huh?
Go ahead.
Okay. It's just a depressing time to be a sports fan in this time. After the deflating Pirate season, after the Steelers and George Pickens now, and then you kind of gave that pep talk yesterday about the Penguins, and Lord, everything that was the matter with them last year showed up in that game. The Pirate play was horrible. Tristan Jarry stinks. They're giving up early goals, late goals.
I'm not sure I meant that as a pep talk. I meant it as I'm not buying this crap about however this turns out this season. It's okay that Kyle Dubas was trying to sell the other day. I'm not buying it.
I took it as that because I'm trying to hang on to any thread, and it just all blew up last night. So I'm at the end of my rope. I'm just, 57. I mean, who knows if I'm going to see a winner again before I leave this earth, So I.
You know what you should focus on? You know what you should focus on? Pitt football this week.
I know, but I love pro sports just a little bit better. So, and on top of all that, I get thrown out of the bedroom and the living room last night by my wife and my daughter because I can't stop doing this. I love everything from Mosey, and Mosey loves nothing but me.
I'm sorry. I have to thank you for the call. I have to apologize. I got the same thing from a mailman last week on X, Larry, City Limits, who said, "Thanks a lot, Joe. I can't get this stupid song out of my head. I've been delivering mail for 8 hours and sang it for all 8 hours." To which I replied, "If it's any consolation, I can't either." I can't either, and obviously Bob couldn't. I mean, Bob has been singing this thing for days now, and I apologize to him.
I've done everything for Mosey. He's done nothing for me.
The effort there is incredible. If Pickens gave that kind of effort, we wouldn't be talking about this today.
Oh, it's insane.
I've done everything for Mosey.
No.
He's done nothing for me.
Did you hear the little lilt at the end?
That's the version you like best, huh?
See, yeah, I practiced that, and I thought I nailed it there. Who's next?
Let's go to Edward in Pittsburgh. Wants to talk about Pickens.
Hello, Edward.
Hello. I wouldn't sign him because he's not giving me the Hines Ward or Larry Fitzgerald feels. And what I mean by that is they both were very good players, very good with hands like Pickens is, but his mentality on the field of trying to be a team player is not matching what they are.
Well, I used Hines Ward. I appreciate the call as an example here. In that, Hines was often not overly thrilled with his role in the offense. All receivers want more passes. They all do. And Hines was a classic example. And privately, we would have conversations. I want more passes. I want more passes down the field. But we're a run team. And, sometimes the context was his numbers compared to, greatest show on turf guys. He would say, I'm never going to have that. You know, I play on a running team mostly. But that never, ever affected his effort. He treated every game, forget every game, every play like it was Super Sunday. And it would be one thing if Pickens had one of these incidents happen, you know? This is just every year. And again, we see in the Fittipaldo story today, multiple times showing up late for work. That's Antonio Brown stuff. Without the Antonio Brown production, I might add, although Pickens has produced. It's a very complex question. I'll say this about Hines Ward, too. If George Pickens blocked as well as Mike Tomlin has blocked for him all week, we'd be calling him Hines Ward Jr. He'd be breaking people's jaws. Instead, we have Ben on his podcast talking about how the Steelers have to work around George's role in the offense with their personnel packages and everything, because on certain plays, to quote Ben, he's not going to block. Think about that. Think about that. That these people who stay up all night game planning over there, Tomlin, Arthur Smith, everybody else, they have to look at certain plays and say, George just isn't going to block on that play. Not that he can't, mind you. Not that he can't. He obviously can. There's clips out there of him blowing people up. More to the point, though, anybody can. Calvin Austin was quoted in one of these stories today as saying, yeah, I block. You know, and a lot of times these days, blocking means just kind of getting in somebody's way. Especially, you know, on some of these wide running plays when you don't want to do a Hines Ward and break Keith Rivers' jaw because that's a penalty, or even do anything like that because it's a crack back and, you know, blind slide, all that stuff. Just get in somebody's way and show some effort. Anybody can do that. You could do that limits at 5'10", 140, right?
Yes, 145-ish.
I mean, Calvin Austin's not much bigger than you, but he's willing. But they have to sit there and say, all right, this personnel package on this particular play, you know, all right, George is not going to block there. So do we want him on the field or not? I mean, that's flat out sad, honestly. That is flat out sad. Chris Hoke coming in to join me. Top of the hour here. We'll talk to him about all of this. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevrolet, Washington Road, McMurray, or at sunchevy.com. High of 62 today with sunny skies.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers and Raiders, 4:05 kickoff as the Steelers look to avoid losing 3 games in a row on Sunday. 1 o'clock, black and gold, the fan game day, should say. We'll begin right here on 93.7 The Fan, hosted by Donnie Football, who will be in Vegas, as well as Mark Cabali. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with a Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fall into big savings at Sun Chevrolet in McMurray. 2024 Chevy Equinox up to $1,750 in rebates. 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 get 1.9% financing for up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. The Chevy Blazer EV and Equinox EV offering special leasing programs. Must take delivery by October 31st. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevy has so much more on the lot right now, especially a great selection of 2024 Chevy Trax as well. And remember, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. But the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new. Or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at sunchevy.com to find the truck or car of your dreams. Sun Chevrolet, find new roads. Pennsylvania football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws an awesome block so his teammate can score instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Everyone knows the most exciting part of football is the score. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD scorer wager today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder and Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right, they're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder and Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
15 packs of Pepsi products, 2 for $14. Save $1 on 2 gallons of milk, just for Par Mar Rewards card holders. Dan's angrily inviting you to download the Par Mar Rewards app today. And remember, if there's not a Par Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Tune in this week to Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti, where they break down all the headlines in the NFL. Presented by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on the iPhone 16 Pro.
Leaves are starting to fall, and so are the prices at Bowser Hyundai. Fall into savings with the 2024 Hyundai Elantra SE. It's the perfect ride for all your autumn adventures. And right now, lease a new 2024 Elantra from Bowser Hyundai for just $199 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance that are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year, $2,999 due at signing with approved credit and financing through HMFC. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer dock fee of $464 applies. See Bowser for complete details. Offer ends October 31st.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
I've just had a ton of work done on my home. I use Precision Pointing, loving the results and would do it all over again. A 100% satisfied customer right here. However, they go far beyond residential work. If you're a property investor, have a multi-family home, duplex, fourplex, or a commercial office building, one of those 120-year-old Pittsburgh structures, restore it, preserve it. Precision Pointing is the largest scaled masonry restoration company in the Burgh. They get it done and get it done right. PrecisionBrickPointing.net.
Rick Springfield, live in concert. 17 top 40 hits. Saturday, October 19th, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Buy your tickets now at riverscasino.com. Rick Springfield, live in concert.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Flat tire, low tread. The best way to save money on tires is with Champ Tires. My tires were bare, and one new Bridgestone cost more than $400. At Champ Tires, a like-new Bridgestone in the exact same model cost only $81, saving me $320 on 4 tires. Champ Tires inventory is huge. They carry all brands and sizes. They have 2 Pittsburgh locations and offer free shipping. Head to champtires.com/thefan for a special coupon to save even more.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. It's a great time to beautify the outside of your home. Save 50% off Weather Seal's insulated foam siding and pay no interest for 24 months. 0, zip, zilch, no interest for 2 years. Not only will you beautify the outside of your home, but the built-in foam insulation will pay for itself with huge energy bill savings. 50% off Weather Seal's insulated foam siding with no interest for 2 years or 24 months. Call Weather Seal now, 877-351-SEAL or weathersealhomeservices.com.
It's time to review the top 3 highlights of the day. I'm joined as always by my co-anchor Snoop.
Hey, what up, though?
Snoop, number 1 has to be getting the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence at T-Mobile.
Yeah, you should hustle down to T-Mobile like a dog chasing a squirrel chasing a nut.
Nice analogy, Snoop. Dogs do love to chase squirrels.
And squirrels love to chase those nuts.
On to highlight number 2. At T-Mobile, families can save 20% every month versus the other big guys.
That is very impressive. Y'all can take some of those savings and buy some Snoop merchandise.
That's exactly what I'm planning on doing with my savings, Snoop. Now, take it away, Snoop.
Head to T-Mobile.com and get the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on them. Now drop that jingle.
24 monthly bill credits eligible trade-in on Go 5G Next. Well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 connection charge. Cancel entire account before receiving 24 bill credits and credits stop and balance on required finance agreement due. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See how you can save versus the other big guys at T-Mobile.com/switch. Apple Intelligence coming fall 2024.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt football is 5-0 on the season and will play against Cal on Saturday. Where you can hear it right here on 93.7 The Fan. 3:30 is the kickoff. The Pitt football pregame show begins right here on The Fan at 12:30. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Chris Oak joins us next.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Now, more Joe. Joe. The Joe Starkey Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Favorite hour of the week, Chris Hoke, 2-time Super Bowl champion. Chris traveling at the moment, so he is on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. He's also on our YouTube feed. I'm looking right at him, and what a wonderfully handsome man he is. How are you, Chris?
Doing great, brother. How are you doing?
Doing great. People can go to YouTube, to our fan site, or on our website, 937thefan.com, and actually watch this as if you were watching a television commercial. All right, Hokie, let's get right to it. Unbelievably, this is the story of the week. In a week where the quarterback might change, the Steelers quarterback, that's the highest profile position in town here in any sport. But George Pickens is the story. Last year it was him quitting on a block and then saying he didn't want to get injured, which is why he didn't block for Jaylen Warren at the goal line. This year it's jogging routes against the Cowboys, pouting on the sidelines. Ray Fittipaldo reporting this morning that sources have told the Post-Gazette that Pickens has been late to work multiple times this season. You had Max Starks, your old teammate, on the Steelers' flagship station ripping Pickens the other night, saying basically this is a me guy, not a we guy, and he's got to get it together. You don't pout on the sidelines and things like that. You had Ben, another of your former teammates, on his podcast this week saying the Steelers basically have to avoid certain running plays because Pickens, quote, is not going to block on those plays. And you have Mike Tomlin running interference for the guy, even as his own teammates in the locker room are basically criticizing George this week. Here's my question, Hokie. If George Pickens played the game he played, and I put played in quotes, the other night, and walked into your locker room on Tuesday morning or Wednesday morning or whenever you guys see each other again, and walked past you and Casey Hampton and Aaron Smith and James Ferrier and Joey Porter and Troy Polamalu and Alan Faneca and Jerome Bettis and Hines Ward, what would have been the reception? How would you guys be treating this as a leadership group in your locker room?
Well, listen, you left out the big name, James Harrison. He wouldn't have gotten past James Harrison.
Oh, my God.
I mean, that's just that team back then was all about guys just bringing their lunch pail to work and going all out every single Sunday. And that's not a Pittsburgh Steeler. And so what you just laid out to me in your opening is not a Pittsburgh Steeler football player. And so he's got to fix that. And listen, this story of him being late to meetings, that's an old story. It's been going on since the day he got here. And that's the sad thing is that this has been going on forever and continues. But the reality is, Starkey, is when you get out on that football field, when you cross that white line and the ball snapped, there's no excuse to be lackadaisical. There's no excuse to not to be physical and play with a sense of urgency. And that's what you're seeing on the film. And that's why you see Max Starks pointing that out. As you say, Ben pointed it out, we're pointing it out. It's obvious on the tape. And when it's that obvious, you're going to see your plays diminished like you've seen. And no matter what the excuses of why he didn't play a lot, the reality is you put plays like that on the film, that Coach Thomas says, that's your walking, talking, breathing resume, right? That's his resume is what he's putting on the film and what he did on Sunday night, going about his business without a sense of urgency is who he is. And in order to get more playing time, he's got to change that.
Let me interject very quickly, Hokie, that George Pickens is speaking to the media right now, so we'll be coming back with some of that later in the show. But is he capable of changing that? I mean, the context that we're talking in today is Jerry Dulac reported back in training camp that the Steelers had full intentions of giving George Pickens a big contract after this season. He's an incredibly talented guy, and he's been pretty productive, Hokie, but I don't know about that. Yeah. What are you thinking about that right now?
Well, I just think, listen, if this guy right now is making good money and acting like this, what's going to happen when you put $10, $15 million in a year in his pocket? They call that something that was written on his nose tape on Sunday night, right? I mean, that's money that they don't listen to anybody after you get that kind of money. And so the reality is that you've got to be very careful. And sometimes with a guy like this, and I'm not saying it's going to happen, but you see it all across the NFL. When a guy's like this and he just won't listen to, what a professional is supposed to be and how they're supposed to act, you get put on the street, you'll change real quick. And so that's the thing is the Steelers, do they need to trade him? Do they need to maybe cut him? This is premature. But a lot of guys like this that act like this, that think that they're above the game, which that's what it is. You show up late for meetings. You're lackadaisical on the field. Right? We're just talking in general. Players that act like that are players that think that they're above the game. And the game has a long history and tradition. And this is not what it's about. And so the people that are going to make these deals in that front office, Omar and Coach Tomlin got to think long and hard because they're putting money and a guy's hand right now has proven to this point that he is not a Pittsburgh Steeler type player in terms of effort and playing with a sense of urgency.
I'm trying to figure out Tomlin, what is Tomlin actually doing behind closed doors? Why won't he, forcefully call out Pickens publicly?
Not his style.
What's that?
Not his style, Starkey. His style, I mean, the guy is just, he's so great with players. He's a player's coach, and not in the bad way, right? I mean, guys play hard for Coach Tomlin. As you've seen, he never loses a locker room. Guys are going to go fight for him. Guys throughout the NFL want to come play for him. And he's a great coach. The reality is Coach Tomlin's never, very rarely, he's done it over the years. He's been here forever, so he's done it a few times, and we can point to those if you'd like. But the reality is that he doesn't call people out in the media. What he does is Coach Tomlin works behind the scenes. He talks to these guys, and he's got a great rapport with these players. But at some point, you've got to do what he did on Sunday night: is sit a guy down, get in his pocket. Sometimes getting in his pocketbook and taking some of his money doesn't change behavior. It's not playing on Sunday Night Football, and that's a little embarrassing. And that's what changes behavior. And if at some point, if he doesn't change, you're going to have to do a little more than that. And suspend players. I don't know, but the reality is right now, whatever they've done to this point hasn't worked.
Well, he might not lose the locker room, Hokie, but he sure loses a lot of these receivers, and once they start to go down the wrong road, they never return. He's unable to retrieve them. Santonio Holmes, AB, Martavis Bryant, Chase Claypool, Deontay Johnson, all traded. So I have to question whatever his tactics are for getting the most out of these guys and keeping them engaged. It really hasn't worked.
I don't know. Santonio played here for a while, right? Super Bowl MVP. If with free agency, people leave for more money, so I wouldn't say anything that had something to do with Coach Tomlin. AB, who was able to keep AB under control longer than Coach Tomlin? He left here. He was a loose cannon, right? Coach Tomlin did a great job of keeping him under control for so long. Listen, everybody knows the famous stories about AB, and even though he was a prolific, one of the greatest receivers to play the game, the reality was he was a guy that you had to always know where he was, and it took a lot of work to keep him under control for as long as he did. So, listen, Deontay Johnson, the game's changed, unfortunately, where with social media, with a lot of this stuff, it becomes a me game. It's about marketing myself. As you see what's written on his nose tape, which is completely appalling in my mind, it draws attention to you rather than the team, which is not Steeler-like again. And that's the reality of now. That's the era we live in, Starkey, unfortunately.
Well, let's talk about that before we move on to the quarterbacks real quick. I mean, this isn't really the issue. And if they win the game, nobody cares. And if this doesn't become a story with his effort, but the Steelers portray themselves, and you've experienced it, I'm sure you would back this, as a family-friendly organization. We're the mom-and-pop Steelers. You have a guy on national television with the F word painted on his face. Tomlin claims that he was the only one of 20.3 million people watching the game who didn't notice it. Nobody told him to take it off. Would you have? Would one of your teammates have? What do you make of that thing?
That leaves me scratching my head. I'm surprised. Listen, Coach Tomlin has so many things going on. Did he look him in the eye? Did it get to him throughout the game? I don't know. I want to give Coach Tomlin the benefit of the doubt on this because there's so many things going on. He's one of 53. And it's, the thing about with the rain and the weather and all that took place, there was a lot going on. So maybe he didn't know. I want to give him the benefit of the doubt there. But the reality is that right there, that's not what the Rooneys stand for. The Rooneys are good people at their core, and that's not what they're like either. And that's not what they desire for their organization to represent. And when you're on a Sunday Night Football, one of the biggest audiences of the year, Sunday Night Football, and you have that's not a good show. And I'm sure that's being taken care of right now.
Would you have told him to take it off? Would James Harrison, Farrier, somebody said,
I don't know.
Not tonight. Not tonight.
No, I don't think a player would ask, but I would hope that if that coach knew that, just kind of what the culture was of the Pittsburgh Steelers, that they would ask him to take that off, because to me, that's just not representative of who the Steelers are and who the Rooneys are as people. Listen, I've known the Rooneys for 20 years, and they're as good as people as there are in the world. So, and that's not the kind of people they represent and they desire to be.
Chris Hoke, two-time Super Bowl champion on the line. Let's get to the quarterbacks. I guess we'll see today if Russell Wilson gets some first-team reps. He's apparently been healthy for a couple weeks, cleared to play, but has only been the emergency quarterback. How do you expect this to play out, Hokie? And what would you do if Wilson's ready?
Listen, I think, 2 weeks ago, this wouldn't even be a question. I believe that Justin Fields would be the guy moving forward until there was an injury or something. But the last 2 weeks, he hasn't played horrible. He had 312 yards just 2 weeks ago against the Colts. And last week, they missed some throws, some big throws that he could have connected on that would have changed the game and the complexion of the game. But I think that I believe they'll go with him this Sunday. He ran first-team reps. Let's see how he goes. Let's see how he does. If things are still just kind of slow and offense is not producing points, then I think you go with Russell Wilson maybe in this game or in the following week when you come back for another primetime game. I just think right now where the Steelers are going, they're only averaging 18 points a game. That's not horrible, but hasn't been enough to win the last 2 weeks. And that's the struggle right now is offensively, they're just not producing points. And this game, if you can't score, you can't win.
Speaking of the offense, Chris, it's been fits and starts at best. Ben on his podcast had a very specific critique of the offense. You can hear, right? You can hear the interview with Ben.
Yes, sir.
Take a listen to this, and then we'll get your thoughts.
I understand that you want to be a team that runs the ball and is physical, but when it's not working, stop running your head into the wall. Naj is not getting it done right now. And I'm not saying it's Naj's fault. Naj runs hard. He is doing everything that he can. But the run game is more than just the runner. Yeah. It's the line, it's the tight ends, it's the receivers, it's everybody's involved. And Najee is working really hard, but it's just not there right now. Find other ways to get the ball down the field. And that's what they did on that drive right after coming out of the blue tent, too, which is even more surprising. It's like, yes, this is what you want to see. You want to see these shots. I mean, I'll go back earlier in the game. Like, I loved what they did early in the game with Justin. I thought the shot he took to Connor Hayward was a perfect pass. Yes. Connor dove for it. We always tell receivers don't dive. It's hard to tell guys because you're actually faster when you run through a ball instead of dive. People think you need to dive for it. Same reason you don't slide into first base, right? You run through it.
And he talked about getting the ball to the tight end more on little screens, slip screens to the running backs, etc. That's Ben from his podcast, Footballin'. Thoughts?
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's great to hear Ben's voice and hear him break it down because that's not only just a wise football player and just a knowledgeable one, but a guy who's been there, done that, and seen it he has a lens that he's seen it through for a number of years. But, I agree with him on a lot of points. Listen, Najee ran really hard. I've watched this film since Sunday night. I've watched it several times. He ran hard. The holes aren't always there. Listen, they're asking him to do some runs and run a style that's not really conducive to him and what's best for him. He's not a zone running kind of running back. He's a downhill runner. Think Derrick Henry, right? And they're running these zones that's more for Jaylen Warren and for Cordell Patterson, but more Jaylen Warren. And so those aren't there. And they're not winning at the point of the attack all the times. And so that's the struggle. So, yeah, I mean, there's other ways to move the ball. I mean, I just remember, I think back to when we used to play the Patriots and with Tom Brady, and they couldn't run the ball on us. I mean, there were times when they were averaging less than 1 yard a carry in games, and they would go to a run play alternative, and they'd start running quick screens and quick outs and quick slants and things, now passes, just to get the ball into their playmakers' hands and to stretch us out. And so I just think, Ben's right. There's got to be other ways than running your head into the wall. But that's the Steelers. That's Arthur Smith. He wants to pound the football and impose his will on people, and that's what they're trying to do right now. The reality is they're not moving the line of scrimmage like they'd like to right now, especially on the edges. And so if you can't run downhill on the edge, it's very difficult to run the football when your outside guys are getting knocked back.
By outside guys, you mean the tackles, tight ends, both?
Oh, yeah. I mean, listen, Coach Tomlin talks all the time about when you play 4-3 teams, right? When you play a 4-3 team, it's tight ends versus D ends. And those tight ends got to win. And so the tight ends don't get them off the ball and knock a guy back, and they get knocked back into the backfield. It's tough to run the ball off the edge. I mean, it widens the edge there and makes Najee go a little bit farther, right? He can't hit it downhill, and he's got to go more lateral. Listen, there are a couple guys on this offensive line who are getting after it, man. I think Zach Frazier is playing better than anybody. You watch this guy playing and play out. I mean, he's finishing blocks. He's. I mean, almost every play he's off the film, off the screen because he's knocking his guy back. He stays on his block. These guys got to stay on blocks, and they've got to finish blocks. And listen, I'm not here to call guys out, but the reality is, you go back and watch the film. It's very clear who's finishing blocks and who's not.
Who's not?
Well, I'll tell you who is. You know, you have guys like, you know, Sam Malu's finishing blocks. So listen, it's the same guy. I mean, it's just about being out there and having a little bit of a fight to your business and finishing mentality. They're the good guys that are out there, like, you know, Pouncey, those guys, and Marone Foster, DeCastro. Those are finished. You have Zach Frazier out there that's finishing blocks. I just think we need to get a little more out of 77. I think Broderick Jones is, you know, if you watch him, he doesn't finish his blocks, and his guys a lot of times come off the block and make plays. And it happens a lot of times. You'll see him patting his chest like my fault, or smacking his hips like, oh, dang. I saw him one time turn to Najee and said that was my bad. At some point, you can't do that 6 or 7, 8 times a game. You've got to go out and you got to block your guy and stay on your block. And that's what Max Starks is talking about. Listen, Max Starks was talking about Broderick. Let's be honest, you know, and guys got to come out and at some point live up to the first round pedigree. And if you think I'm crazy for saying this, go back and watch the film. The film doesn't lie. There's an old saying in the NFL, the eye in the sky don't lie. And if you want to know if what I'm talking about is true, flip on the film. Watch Zach Frazier finish blocks and watch Broderick Jones finish blocks. It's night and day difference.
Chris Hoke, brought to you by McVeigh Plumbing and Heating. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. All right, let's talk about your bread and butter then, the other side of the ball. They're getting pushed around. The Cowboys don't run on anybody. I don't even know what the running back's name was. What happened? Who happened? Identify the problem, if you would, Chris, with the run defense, really the past couple weeks.
I think they did a pretty good job the first 3 quarters. They wore down. Remember a few weeks back, Starkey, we were talking about how the Steelers just wore down the Chargers.
Yeah.
And were imposing their will on the Chargers in the fourth quarter. That's just what the Cowboys did. And they got after the Steelers, especially on that last touchdown drive. I mean, they came out, and I think the first 3 or 4 plays, they ran the ball and had success running the football. I think they wore down the Steelers. Injuries are catching up to them right now. It's really hurt. The Steelers' defense is totally different without Highsmith and Herbig. Listen, Herbig came in and was playing lights out. And when he's in the game, I just love his energy. I love the way he comes off the ball. He causes fits for offensive tackles. And he and TJ Watt, so fun to watch them meet at the quarterback. And if you want to see something funny, watch Herbig. He is a spitting image of TJ Watt on the other side of the ball. You can see that he's studied his film, that he works with them, and he's trying to be a great football player. So really there wasn't much of a drop-off. I mean, Highsmith is a heck of a football player, and there wasn't much of a drop-off when Herbig came in there. And then when he comes out because of injury, as you saw that against the Colts, there was some time when he had to come off the field because of injuries. It's different because you don't have that speed off the edge that causes fits, right, for a tackle. Leal does a good job. He does a good job, but he's not Herbig or Highsmith with that quickness. That's where the struggle is right there. The injuries are catching up to them. I'd like to see the linebackers a little more active. I'd like to see them playing a little more downhill. These D tackles are getting double teamed a lot. They're getting double teamed a lot. And I was always played, and Casey Hampton and it was always like this, man. If I'm getting doubled, hit the gap, get upfield, and get this guy off me so I can come off and make a play, or you can get in the back and make a play. And it seems like there's just not a lot of downhill playing right now. I'd like to see him be more physical at the point of attack. The linebackers getting on, getting off blocks. The linemen at times seem to, you asked me last week, Starkey, about, is it fair to say that Patrick Queen is getting eaten up by these linemen? And you would like to see more from him. He's a big free agent. He's an all-pro guy. You'd like to see him make a few more plays. But I think, we're just talking about guys, but across the board, they've all got to be better. And I think they know that.
Last play, the winning play, the last Cowboys play anyway, You had TJ getting extra attention, plus Prescott rolling away from him a little bit. You had Keanu Benton rushing the passer. You had Cam, for some reason, wound up back at the goal line on the ground. And then you had Jeremiah Moon did nothing on the play. Would you have blitzed on that play with at least one more guy? What would you have done to defend the last play?
Well, listen, it was tough, man, how they ran that play. It was a crossing pattern. It was well executed, a crisscross kind of deal with the receivers on opposite sides. A tough deal for Deshaun Elliott to come across and stay with Tolbert on that. I don't know. I think you blitz and you put yourself in a tough spot. Dak Prescott's not a statue back there either, and you're playing against this guy as an all-pro quarterback. You saw them throws that he made, and so you're damned if you do, damned if you don't, Starkey, in that situation. And I think they chose to rush 4 guys and see what happens and try to fill up. When you have a lot of guys that are in all over the place in the red zone, especially when you're inside the 5, it's difficult to find. I mean, I'm not a quarterback, but I have to imagine, and I've been told that it's hard to see receivers when you have 7 guys, DBs all over the place. There's not a lot of room to run or to go. It was just a perfect play call and perfect execution. You got to give a lot of credit to the Cowboys, man. Dak Prescott was big time. A lot of big time throws that we haven't seen around here since Ben played.
For sure. Well, let's get into the upcoming game because it's a big one against the Raiders. Chris Hoke will break it all down for you. Coming up next, Pet Fest 24, presented by Subaru, is back. October 27th at Rockwell Park in the East End. The event runs from 9:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. Bring your 4-legged friends to meet vendors, participate in costume contests, and get photos with Santa. Stop by any Subaru dealer for complimentary tickets. For more information, go to 937thefan.com. JP Roofing and Siding. I'm going to see Joe Potocznik this weekend. Always great to see him. Maybe at some point you'll get to see him, and that would be great for your roofing and or your siding. The weather's turning. It's going to turn worse very shortly, get colder. If your roofing, siding isn't up to snuff, you're going to feel it. This guy's been doing it for 43 years. He's been winning MVP awards, Northeast Trifecta back-to-back. MVP for customer outreach, customer satisfaction, marketing, reaching out in the community, and yes, what he does with roofing and siding. $500 off right now, any roofing or siding installation. I speak from firsthand experience. Joe has sent folks out to my house on multiple occasions. They identified the problem, fixed it, and I haven't thought about it since. That's what I want in home repair. I imagine it's what you want too. 412-928-7711. That's 412-928-7711. JP Roofing and Siding.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Hold on a second. It's 829-7711. Not 928. That's our number. What am I doing here,
you gave
City
part
Limits?
of our number.
412-829-7711. 829-7711. Did I mention 829-7711? Thank you, Limits.
Thank you, Joe. Thursday Night Football's tonight. 49ers and Seahawks, San Fran and Seattle. You can hear it right here on 93.7 The Fan. Westwood One's coverage begins at 7:30. 8:15 is the kickoff. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The PM team presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say Hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
I'm at a smoothie bar asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
What's up, sandwich heads? Today on Steve-O's Sandwich Reviews, we've got the tips and tricks to the best sandwich order. And it all starts with this little guy right here. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Partial to pastrami, craving a cubano. Yeah, sounds delicious, but boom! Add the crisp, refreshing taste of Pepsi Zero Sugar and cue the fireworks. Lunch, dinner, or late night, it'll be a sandwich worth celebrating. Trust me, your boy's eaten a lot of sandwiches in his day, and the one thing I can say with absolute fact, every bite is better with Pepsi.
Sun and clouds this afternoon, the high 58.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
At the UPS Store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable.
Football is back. And what better way to celebrate than winning some cash with Sleeper Picks? Sleeper Picks is a fantasy game, but you could win real money. Just pick more or less on at least 2 player stats. If your picks are right, you win. You could pick up to 8 players to win up to 100 times your money. And Sleeper has a couple huge offers to kickstart the football season. For new users, Sleeper will match your first deposit with up to $100 credit to your account. If you've already played, Sleeper's got discounted player projections for you every week of the season. So download the Sleeper app now and use promo code BLOCK, and your first deposit will be doubled with a credit up to $100. What are you waiting for? Download Sleeper today and use code BLOCK for a credit up to $100 match on your first deposit. That's code BLOCK. Must be 18 years in most states and in state where it is legal. Promo code and other restrictions apply. Visit sleeper.com. Please wager responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-426-2537 for help. Sponsored by Sleeper, a Blitz product.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Aaron Rodgers is offended. The Jets quarterback bristled at the notion that he was in any way involved in his head coach getting fired, calling it patently false. Sorry, Aaron, I'm not buying it. Rodgers has proven his power when the team signed multiple former teammates at his behest. And answer this question. If Rodgers really wanted Robert Saleh to stay, would he still be the head coach? The answer is obviously yes. I'm Maggie Gray.
Football is back. And what better way to celebrate than winning some cash with Sleeper Picks? Sleeper Picks is a fantasy game, but you could win real money. Just pick more or less on at least 2 player stats. If your picks are right, you win. You could pick up to 8 players to win up to 100 times your money. And Sleeper has a couple huge offers to kickstart the football season. For new users, Sleeper will match your first deposit with up to $100 credit to your account. If you've already played, Sleeper's got discounted player projections for you every week of the season. So download the Sleeper app now and use promo code BLOCK, and your first deposit will be doubled with a credit up to $100. What are you waiting for? Download Sleeper today and use code BLOCK for a credit up to $100 match on your first deposit. That's code BLOCK. Must be 18 years in most states and in state where it is legal. Promo code and other restrictions apply. Visit sleeper.com. Please wager responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-426-2537 for help. Sponsored by Sleeper, a Blitz product.
Pennsylvania football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws an awesome block so his teammate can score instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Everyone knows the most exciting part of football is the score. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD scorer wager today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Fall into savings with Gutter Helmets. Save 50% off installation and enjoy 0 down, 0 payments for 1 year. Don't risk costly water damages. Gutter Helmet guarantees clog-free gutters for life. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for your no-cost free estimate today.
Young America, Kamala Harris thinks she knows all about you.
What else do we know about this population? They are stupid.
Kamala thinks you're too stupid to realize she's to blame for overspending and record inflation.
They are stupid.
She thinks you're too stupid to realize groceries now cost 26% more.
They are stupid.
Too stupid to see how she tripled the price of gas.
Stupid.
Kamala Harris thinks you're too stupid to notice home costs have skyrocketed, now 46% higher. Electricity is costing you 25% more. Healthcare has risen 18%, and cars are up a jaw-dropping 33%.
Bidenomics is working.
With all due respect, Madam VP, we're not that stupid. Young America, we can't afford 4 more years of Kamala Harris. To learn more, go to learnaboutkamala.com. Right for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.rightforamericapac.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. The air is turning crisp and cool. The smell of pumpkin spice and bonfires fill the air. Fall has officially arrived, and these cooler temps mean now is the time to schedule the annual maintenance on your heating system. Don't let just anyone do this important service. Call the experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVeigh's highly trained certified technicians can clean and check your heating system to be sure it's running smoothly and efficiently before the really cold weather hits. Stay warm and worry-free this season and call McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling or visit callmcveigh.com.
Men lacking confidence in the bedroom because of ED, NuFlow Men's Health is the area's leader in treating ED with long-term results. Pittsburgh guys helping Pittsburgh guys. NuFlow is serious about helping your ED issues. No pills, no injections, no games. Call NuFlow today for your free consultation at 412-784-9000.
This season, get premium tech that inspires joy from Dell Technologies. Bring projects to life with the XPS 16. It delivers supercharged processing for enhanced productivity and freedom to express yourself. Performance-class Dell PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors deliver a dedicated engine to help accelerate AI. Enjoy free shipping, Dell rewards, and expert support. When you get a Dell PC with AI, it gives back. Shop now at Dell.com/deals.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
This George Pickens interview in the locker room today, press conference, I guess you could say, maybe scrum around him, is there's some priceless quotes here about the eye black that he wore the other day, about the uniform policy, about penalties and things like that. But we'll hear that in the noon hour for sure. That is must listen. In the meantime, we have must listen to Chris Hoke, former Steelers nose tackle, 2-time Super Bowl champion. Let's get to the Raiders. What about this team concerns you, Hokie?
Well, listen, 2 weeks ago, I would have said this is a surefire win. We just don't know, with all the injuries we have now and going on the road to Las Vegas where we've struggled in recent years. I think this is going to be a much tougher game than we anticipated, Joe. There's not much that scares me about the Raiders right now, except for Max Crosby, right? He has 5 sacks. The guy's just a relentless, tireless worker. Christian Watkins, who is a heck of a football player, their free agent signee they got from Miami, was playing lights out and got hurt last week. It's so unfortunate for them, but everybody's dealing with injuries. But right now, there's not much to fear in Las Vegas. They just changed Gardner Minshew, pulled him out. They pulled him out after, 60% into the game last week. He threw 2 picks, had a pick 6 that was returned. Horrible throw to Pat Surtain. Pat Surtain's not a Raider. He's a Denver Bronco, by the way. right? And so he was pulled out. I just think, Aiden O'Connell going in there that hasn't played a ton, and a team that's beat up just like the Steelers, this could be an ugly game.
And that's something in and of itself, considering they really don't have a quarterback or a running back or a receiver. Other than that, they have tons of lethal weapons on offense, Hokie.
But those teams are those wounded animals, if you will, are dangerous, right? And we've seen that over the years, haven't we, Joe? I mean, these are teams that come out and they have something to prove. Listen, everybody's going to bring their A game to the Pittsburgh Steelers, whether the Steelers are wounded or not, because of those 6 Lombardis that sit there. And then Steelers resemble and symbolize greatness. And so people are always going to bring their A game, whether they're wounded animals or not. But the reality, listen, Aiden O'Connell at home has had success. I say he hasn't played a lot, he hasn't played a ton, but he's had 6 starts at home in his career. He's 4-2 at home with 8 touchdowns and 2 interceptions. With a 94.4 rating. So, this guy can play some good football. He's different than Minshew. He's a big, strong, tall guy. He can throw the ball. And so the Steelers are going to have to be ready. And listen, we didn't think they'd lose the Colts. We didn't think they'd lose the Cowboys, but they did. They have to go out and take care of business in Las Vegas because they can't go on a 3-game losing streak after going 3-0.
How about the Raiders on the other side of the ball? We saw Max Crosby, who's apparently playing through an ankle injury, be pretty destructive on Sunday, even though they didn't win the game.
What's interesting is Spillane. Robert Spillane's like their leader. He's a throwback kind of guy. We remember when he was here, right? He was tough. He was physical, and moved on. And now the Raiders love him. I mean, that's really fun to watch when you go back and I watch film of the Raiders to watch him. He's a guy. He's at double-digit tackles, every game this season. He's really the inspirational leader and the physical leader of that team. And so, Robert Spillane, it'll be fun for him to go against the Steelers, his old team. So he's a guy that you got to really watch and make sure he doesn't take over a game. He can. I mean, he's physical. He's tough. He plays downhill. He's old school. He'll hit you. And other than that, you have him and you have Max Crosby. I don't expect Crosby to be on the bench on Sunday. I expect Crosby to play. He had 2 sacks last week against the Broncos, and so those 2 are guys that the Steelers have to be ready for. And Broderick Jones is going to have his hands full. Max Crosby, he's going to line up over on that left side, and he's going to go and he's going to make Broderick work. And hopefully the Broderick that got after and hurt, what's his name, the San Diego Chargers defensive end.
Mac or Bosa.
Bosa. That physical play he had in the very first play, hopefully that 77 will show up. That Broderick Jones will show up on Sunday.
How different is the game plan between if it's Wilson or Fields? Are they 2 vastly different plans because of their talents or no?
Listen, I think a lot – I think Russell Wilson at this point in his career would love to stay in the pocket, but I still think he's still a mobile quarterback. He can still run. So I don't see him doing design run plays like you saw in the first play of the game and a couple times throughout the game against this last week against the Cowboys where you saw Justin Fields run. You're not going to see those, but he can get out of the pocket if he needs to. I think he has a little more touch on the ball. And some of these throws that Justin Fields threw on Sunday, I think that Russ could probably – the Russ of last year could have connected on those throws, right? A little more touch. Van Jefferson a couple of times that he threw the ball, just a little more touch on that ball could have been caught. That ball down the seam that was thrown to Darnell was Washington was a little tough throw that I think with a little spice on it could have connected. So I don't think there'll be much change. I think it'll still be the same kind of offense except for eliminating those design runs.
Ben thought the throw to Hayward down the left sideline was a perfect throw. Do you agree? Is that a ball that needs to be caught?
That's a tough one. Listen, I think as a quarterback, the mindset is always if the ball touches your hands, you got to catch it, right? So I see where Ben's coming from because, the reality is it was in his hands and he's able to tuck it away. That's a tough catch for even the best of them. But coming from that, that quarterback mindset, even that offensive mindset and Connor Haywood would tell you, I've got to catch that ball. He would tell you that.
Yeah.
Because he had it in his hands, he tucked it away. When he came down, it popped out. what an effort to extend out and get that ball. Maybe if there was a little more, I don't want to, I think that unfortunately they didn't connect. I thought it was pretty well thrown, and what a great effort, just didn't work.
Are you as perplexed as everybody else, Hokie, that Peyton Wilson hasn't gotten a helmet yet? Not Peyton Wilson. Roman Wilson. I get my Wilsons confused. Roman Wilson.
Yes, but at the same time, listen. I mean, there's talk. You see other tweets. You see people out there that are insiders for the Steelers that are, they say, hey, listen, it's tough to get on a moving train, and he's a guy that he's still got to understand the playbook, or he's got to. There's a lot of things that there's a lot of growth, and there's a reason why he's not out there. If he was going to help this team right now, especially with a 2-game skid, he'd be out there, right? The Steelers are going to do everything they can to win right now. And so, maybe it's just, they need him to come along a little bit more. Maybe he needs to understand the playbook. Who knows? He missed all of training camp, Joe. That's a lot of time and experience for a rookie to get up to speed. And I think you'll see him at some point, but I don't know if it'll be right away.
All right, Hokie, give us a prediction on the game with the exact score and who's going to be getting the game ball for you.
Well, listen, I have to say I can't see the Steelers going on a 3-game skid. I think the Steelers go out to Las Vegas. They play ticked off football, and they get after the Raiders. I think that the Raiders are beat up, but the Steelers still have enough firepower on the field to win this game. So I see the Raiders losing, the Steelers beating them in this game. I don't know the score. I think they'll win by at least 7 points. I think it'll be at least a 7-point victory. Player of the game?
Yes.
Oh man, I'm gonna say Minkah Fitzpatrick. I'm gonna go out on. We haven't seen Minkah make a play yet this year. Big play. He's made a lot of tackles. He's hit a lot. He's hit people really hard. I want to see him pick off Aiden O'Connell this week and do that, because he's one of the best safeties in the NFL. And he has a lot of things that you just can't, that don't show up on the stat line. But it'd be great for him to come up with a big interception this week, a big forced fumble, and one of each. That'd be great. And I think he'll be the player of the game.
Man, am I glad you ended with Minkah, because that's where I was going to end. My last question. This dude has not recorded an interception since 2 seasons ago. He hasn't recovered a fumble in 3 seasons. And my question for you, Hokie, is how he's being deployed affecting his ability to create turnovers. How is he being deployed? Is it a lot as a de facto linebacker, or is he a center fielder again?
I mean, the reality is that he, where he's at, they typically don't throw the football. Now, sometimes like players like him, when they're trying to make plays, you can try to do too much. And when you do too much, you're not where you need to be. There's a lot of discussion about that. But the reality is Minkah, he's a guy, he erases a lot of area on that field. He does, like I said, he does a lot of things that don't show up on the stat line. But there are times when he's covering a tight end. There are times when he's up in the box. And it'd be great to see him force fumbles or cause turnovers, take the ball away. What I'd like to see, and this has nothing to do with Minkah, I think part of the problem with the Steelers is they're so focused on turnovers that there's poor tackling. How many times have you seen this game? You go back and watch the film, guys punching at the football rather than trying to put a helmet on somebody. I've never seen anything like this before. There's a lot of guys just punching at the ball, that guys that are hole players, guys that are supposed to be in the C gap, and instead of putting their helmet in there, they're coming from the side and they don't even try to tackle them. They just punch at the ball, and the running back keeps going for 6 or 7 more yards. You see them. I mean, I saw that half a dozen times, 10 times in this game where guys are punching at balls and not getting the ball. I mean, that's it's like shooting a half-court shot. You'll make it from time to time, but it's not going to come. These guys are NFL running backs, especially when they see you coming. Put a helmet on somebody. Don't let them get those. That's hidden yardage to me, where you try to punch at a running back or a receiver. Put a helmet on them and put a little paint on them.
All right, Hokie, this was great. We appreciate the time. Good luck on your trip out there. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, buddy. Thank you.
See you, man.
Man,
is he great? Huh? That is great stuff. Verizon, the official 5G network of the Pittsburgh Steelers, is treating deserving veterans to lunch with Cam Hayward. Head to a Verizon store by October 20th to nominate a vet. No purchase necessary. 18 plus to enter. Visit Lunch with Cam Hayward from Verizon.com for details. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Speaking of punching at balls, did you see the story where Jalen Tolbert from the Cowboys apparently has sprained testicles from a play from the other night?
No, I did not see that.
Did you know that that's possible?
Not at all.
Sprained testicles. That doesn't sound pleasant, does it?
Definitely uncomfortable.
I would think. All right. Noon hour's big here. We're going to talk to a fireman. Am I right about that?
We're going to talk to Shane Ray, the president of the National Fire Sprinkler Association.
We're going to do that next as part of, is it Fire Prevention Month here?
That's correct.
We're going to do that, and then we're going to hear from George Pickens. He spoke to the media today, and it was riveting, to put it mildly. I mean, there was a lot of stuff broached here. You'll get George's answers. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevrolet, Washington Road, McMurray, or at sunchevy.com. High of 62 today with sunny skies.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
After losing 6-0 to the Rangers, the Penguins are back tonight, this time in Detroit. It's an 8 o'clock puck drop. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Today, expect mostly sunny skies and a high of 61 degrees. Light northerly winds at around 5 to 10 miles per hour. Overnight, mostly clear and a low of 37. Patchy frost is possible toward daybreak. Winds will be light and variable. And on Friday, expect mostly sunny skies and a high of 69 degrees and a light west wind at around 10 miles per hour. I'm KDKA First Alert meteorologist Trey Fulbright with your forecast.
The Chris Hoke Show, brought to you exclusively by McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling.
This is the day of the big sale at your gift shop.
Welcome in.
So this isn't just a big day for your business. It's a big day for the network keeping it all connected. That is, if it can handle the pressure.
Next in line, please.
So is it possible to get business internet you can really count on? It is. With 99.9% network reliability from Comcast Business. It's like this neat little bow.
You like that gift wrap?
Really ties it all together. Reliable internet for your business. It's not just possible, it's happening. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Switch to Comcast Business and get started with fast, reliable internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Or ask about our 5-year price lock guarantee on qualifying internet bundles. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 12/22/24. Restrictions apply. EcoBill and autopay required. New 150 megabits per second internet customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
Direct Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers. The people who refuse to make trade-offs in life. Like Kelly, when her old car insurance got so expensive that she couldn't afford to drive anymore, do you think she started carrying her groceries for miles? No. But she did find Direct Auto's savings that allowed her to drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25%, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a quote today at directauto.com. Savings based on applied discounts and will vary. Terms apply. How you buy can affect price. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
For quality, affordable, all-wheel drive, Mitsu by the Mall delivers. The fall kickoff at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills has new 24 Outlanders up to $6,500 off. New 24 Eclipse Cross up to $5,250 off. And new 24 Outlander Sports now up to $5,000 off. Plus, interest rates at a low 0%. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Come find the Mitsu that fits you in-store or online at JimShorkeyNorthHillsMitsubishi.com. See dealer for details.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's gotta be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder & Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right, they're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder & Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, The Fan. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Thursday night football, you can hear it right here on The Fan. San Francisco and Seattle. 8:15 is the kickoff, but Westwood One's coverage right here on The Fan begins at 7:30. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Hey, yo, what's up, y'all? I'm your host, Joe. Back to more of the Joe Starkey Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
George Pickens has spoken in the Steelers locker room, and we're going to have that for you in its entirety this hour. But first, a very special guest as part of Fire Prevention Month. Shane Ray, the president of the National Fire Sprinkler Association, joins us on 93.7 The Fan. Shane, how are you? And did you know that there was a football player of your name who played for the Buffalo Bills and the Denver Broncos?
I did. It was I was number one on the internet till he came along. But it's good to share the space with him. So yeah.
Well, it's good to have you on the air because this is important stuff, Shane, and I appreciate you taking the time to join us. One question comes to mind here: why are fire sprinklers needed in our homes and businesses today more than ever?
Yeah, the fire environment has changed so much. I spent my career as a firefighter, worked my way through the ranks all the way up to fire chief and state fire marshal. And over those 30-plus years, it's like I've watched the fire environment change so much in these buildings. And it's because all the things in our buildings are made of synthetic material. So back in the day when I started in the fire service, it was, you had some things made out of real wood and cotton and wool and leather and those kind of things, and that's almost non-existent in our homes anymore.
So how long oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, those items are mostly, too, in our homes unregulated. So that makes the fire so much hotter and so much faster. So the fire environment I started in, I could come in and rescue you from a fire. And now it's so much harder to do that because the average response time of a fire department is like 6 to 10 minutes in most places across the country. And fire can reach deadly proportions in now less than 5 minutes, and depending on the size of the house, sometimes in less than 3 minutes.
Wow. Well, how long have fire sprinklers been around, and is it like what we see on some commercials and in movies over the years when a fire sprinkler goes off?
Yeah, no, it is not. Fire sprinklers, and thanks for that question, because it is the 150-year anniversary of the automatic fire sprinkler device. So the fire sprinkler is not tied into the building's alarm system. It doesn't go off unless there is an actual fire. So fire sprinklers are individually heat activated. So they do not all go off like you see in a Hollywood movie. Only the one closest to the fire activates, and most of the time, in 96% of the cases, only 2 fire sprinklers are needed to control a fire because they activate quickly when the heat builds up to activate them and put water on the fire to contain it to where it starts. So that is such a key that people don't know. They think it's going to go off and flood the whole building and those kind of things. And it's like, no. Most businesses are back in operation within a few days. So the continuity of business is like vitally important. And in our homes, our logo is fire sprinklers buy time, time buys life. It buys time for you to escape your home, and it buys time for the fire department to get there to rescue you if you can't get out.
We're talking to Shane Ray, president of the National Fire Sprinkler Association. It's part of Fire Prevention Month. All right, Shane, just a couple more questions. What if we have fire sprinklers in our home and businesses now? Should we be having them checked? What should we be doing if we already have them?
Yeah, it's vital that you have your fire system maintained in your building, especially business occupancies. It's required by codes and standards that you have it checked. And so you can visit nfsa.org and find some of our wonderful contractor members there in the Pittsburgh area that can take care of all your needs with your fire protection systems.
And I think you may have just answered my last question of how can people learn more about fire sprinklers?
Yeah, absolutely. NFSA.org and then homefiresprinkler.org if you have sprinklers in your home.
Yeah.
That's the Home Fire Sprinkler Coalition, a vital partner of the National Fire Sprinkler Association. But all of our wonderful members there in the Pittsburgh area do such a great job, and you can find them at nfsa.org and find a contractor.
Shane, we appreciate the time. This is very important stuff, and I appreciate you taking the time to join us here. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Fire Prevention Week's very important, and we really, really appreciate you all spreading the message.
Absolutely. Thanks again. That's Shane Ray, president of the National Fire Sprinkler Association, and this is Fire Prevention Month. Really important stuff. All right, Limits, let's get back to what's happening in the Steeler locker room. And up next, we're going to get to George Pickens. You're going to want to hear this, especially when he was asked for a second time about the message painted on his face the other night. This was at times comical. So you're going to hear George Pickens in his entirety next. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And Shane Ray and all our guests are on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, a very deep injury report for the Steelers yesterday in practice participation, but Russell Wilson, for the first time all season, was a full participant with his calf injury yesterday. A lot of limited participants, though, including Jaylen Warren, Michael Pruitt, with Warren battling a knee injury. Same thing with Pruitt. Cordero Patterson did not practice. A bunch of players did not practice just due to rest, like T.J. Watt, Cameron Hayward, Larry Ogunjobi, and Isaac Seumalo. DeMarvin Leal with a neck injury also did not practice. Alex Highsmith with his groin did not practice as well. Nick Herbig with his hamstring did not practice. Mike Tomlin at his weekly press conference said both of those players are expected to be out. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Joe?
Why, thank you, Limits, and what a wonderful man you've become. We got a ball game tonight, in case people didn't know, and it's San Francisco at Seattle. And who would have thought this game would be this interesting? So early in the season, the Niners look like a team in a little bit of early trouble. Seattle's had some issues lately, but they're better than expected so far. So you have another chance to get into this season with a big return on FanDuel. In partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook, you'll get started with $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet on tonight's game. I kind of like San Francisco's quarterback to go over in passing yards. I kind of like our old friend Ayuka's playing tonight, right?
Yeah,
he's
healthy.
He's been a little quiet in some ways and not so quiet in others. An anytime touchdown from him. And how about Geno Smith over passing yards? That's how you build an SGP. Again, $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
A Gain Scent Bead story. Jim was at the laundromat when he heard his ear said Maraca, senor, but his nose said, hey, freshest scent ever. Following his nose, Jim found a man pouring a bottle of Gain Scent Beads into the washer. The scent, the freshness. Jim blurted, sir, your scent Maraca smell amazing. Actually, Jim, most noses call them Gain Scent Beads. Try Gain Scent Beads. Way fresher than detergent alone.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Dripping faucets, leaking pipes, no hot water, clogged drain backing up. Whether it's a minor repair or major emergency, the honest plumbing experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling are your go-to plumbing professionals for any plumbing issue you may have. McVeigh is proud to offer fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing services. With McVeigh, you get transparent, upfront pricing, meaning there are no surprises when you get your bill. So, when a plumbing problem happens to you, call the honest local plumbing professionals at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling or visit callmcveigh.com.
You know 84 Lumber for their lumber yards, but did you know they have an in-house kitchen and bath design studio at their Bridgeville and Mars locations? At 84 Lumber's design studio, the goal is to bring your vision to life by crafting a design that integrates your home with your lifestyle. 84 Lumber is passionate about quality materials and outstanding customer service. Whether you're remodeling or starting fresh, trust 84 Lumber for expert guidance every step of the way for your project. Visit the Bridgeville or Mars locations to meet with an expert designer today or visit 84designstudios.com. Visit 84designstudios.com.
This year, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is giving you a chance to win big every Thursday night with FanDuel Squares. It's the same Super Bowl Squares game you've always known, only way better. That's because your numbers aren't just randomly assigned. You get to pick them yourself. You can pick as many as you like. You'll get to see the odds beforehand, and you can bet them live during the game. So what are you waiting for? Visit FanDuel.com/Starkey and bet on Squares. Interesting game this week with San Fran and Seattle. As we speak, San Fran is healthy, and when they're healthy, they're lethal. But I think Seattle can compete. I like the over on the game. I like it to be high scoring. I was right last Thursday with a high scoring game. Go for that. If you're new to FanDuel, bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Leaves are starting to fall, and so are the prices at Bowser Hyundai. Fall into savings with the 2024 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive with 1.99% APR for 60 months. It's the perfect ride for all your autumn adventures. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance that are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. With approved credit and financing through HMFC. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies. See Bowser for complete details. Offer ends October 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. So visit Bowser Hyundai today.
Well, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Pennsylvania football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws an awesome block so his teammate can score instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Everyone knows the most exciting part of football is the score. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD scorer wager today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
My sister Rachel Morin loved to run. She loved to laugh. But most important, loved her 5 children. August 5th, 2023, she met a monster, a criminal, illegal immigrant that raped and murdered her. He was already deported once before. Kamala Harris was supposed to get the border secure. Kamala and the Democrats' policies allowed the killer back in. That was a really tough day on Mother's Day, going with the 2 youngest to the gravesite so they could visit their mom. Any given day, your family could experience what happened to my sister. There's no reason why these kids should not have a mother. It just breaks my heart. The last thing that we need is more of Kamala Harris.
The Biden-Harris administration's open border policies have led to an influx of crime and chaos, putting every American at risk. We cannot afford to let the dangerous agenda continue. Right for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad.
This season, get premium tech that inspires joy from Dell Technologies. Bring projects to life with the XPS 16. It delivers supercharged processing for enhanced productivity and freedom to express yourself. Performance-class Dell PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors deliver a dedicated engine to help accelerate AI. Enjoy free shipping, Dell rewards, and expert support. When you get a Dell PC with AI, it gives back. Shop now at Dell.com/deals.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
We got Joe.
High five!
With the Joe Starkey Show.
All right!
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, George Pickens has spoken. He avoided reporters after the game and at the facility this week. So I think it's a good thing that he's spoken because, man, it doesn't help when you already have teammates who aren't overly thrilled with you. And you're not talking forcing them to answer for you. You got to stand up and talk, and George did today. So my friend City Limits has broken it into the best of George from today. Why don't you tell me what the topic is, play the clip, and then you and I will riff for a moment on it. I remember riffing with Ron, and it makes me very sad that Ron is no longer here.
But it makes me happy that Ron is okay with the hurricane as well.
He is. Yes, I talked to him last night. He said the only bad part of his night was watching the Penguin game. Go ahead, Limits.
Okay, we got a plethora of clips. Let's start with George Pickens on load management.
George, Mike said you were okay with the load management, not being out there as much. Is that in fact true?
Oh, yeah, that's what he just asked me. It's just part of the game plan.
Part of the game plan. Part of the game. We're going to continue this? We're all going to continue this? That this was about snap management? Okay, let's entertain that for a moment. Let's say this is actually what happened and that the Steelers went into a game against the Dallas Cowboys and decided it was a good idea to not have their best offensive player out there for more than 40% of the snaps. Okay. Yeah, I'll buy that. Then it was one of the worst game plans ever concocted this side of Matt Canada, and maybe including Matt Canada. What are we talking about here? Limits. Everybody's buying into this? We're all just gonna accept that this is snap management and load management. Even Pickens?
Well, I don't think we're going to accept it, but I feel like there was probably a conversation had between Mike Tomlin, George Pickens, and maybe a couple others in the room that this is going to be the messaging that's delivered to try to control it.
So just to be clear then, and this is actually exciting in a way, that we're all witness to George Pickens being the first number one receiver in the history of football who is being preserved like this through snap management. It's actually very exciting. Next.
So who is in charge of the snap management, you might say?
How do you feel confident about like the way that they're going to be using you? If it is going to be like lesser snaps, that you'll be able to give more effort on each time that you're out there? Like I said, it's just part of, game structure, game plan. If, Art want to do a certain type of play or a certain type of game plan, then it's going to be different.
We're extending this farce to where we're asking about the future? Like, hey, George, now that it's clear that you're in a snap management program, how do you think this will be managed from here on out? Please, everybody stop. Everybody stop doing this. He's not in a snap management program. He got benched. And if he is in a snap management program, fire everybody. He's their best offensive player.
He threw it on Artie Smith. He threw it right back to him.
He did, Artie Smith.
So that's up to Art.
Wait, no, it was Pickens' dad who dumped on Artie Smith, too, this week, right?
Well, did you hear the end of that clip where he said it's up to Art?
No.
I don't think he was talking about Rooney.
I want to hear that again. Let's hear that.
How do you feel confident about like the way that they're going to be using you? If it is going to be like lesser snaps, that you'll be able to give more effort on each time that you're out there? Like I said, it's just part of, game structure, game plan. If, Art want to do a certain type of play or a certain type of game plan, then it's going to be different.
I didn't hear Art. Did you?
Yeah.
Let me hear. First of all, let me hear the question again. I don't know who that was, but did that guy throw in the effort thing at the end and that was just ignored? I have to hear this whole thing again and analyze it.
How do you feel confident about like the way that they're going to be using you? If it is going to be like lesser snaps, that you'll be able to give more effort on each time that you're out
there? And here's the
George,
answer.
hold on. Let me translate that. George, if you are going to be in a snap management program from here on out, any chance you'll try? Let's hear his answer.
Like I said, it's just part of, game structure, game plan. If, Art want to do a certain type of play or a certain type of game plan, then it's going to be different.
Yeah. So another translation. However they want to use me, I guess depends on the opponent, and I won't address the part about you asking me whether I'll try or not. Next.
Here is George Pickens being asked about a lack of splash plays.
George, Mike says he wants more splash. Is it frustrating knowing that you're the guy with the most potential splash out there and your snaps are limited? Is that frustrating? No, not really. One of these people just asked me the same thing before y'all all came over here.
Was there more to the answer?
That was it.
Just not really? That was Will Graves. I guess we call him the bone collector here. Let me hear his question again. These questions are all veiled like in such a way as the umbrella, like if there was a thought bubble above this or some sort of bubble explaining it. It's, George, you didn't try the other night. So in light of that, I'm going to ask you this question.
How do you manage frustration?
No, let me hear the bone collector again.
George, Mike says he wants more splash. Is it frustrating knowing that you're the guy with the most potential splash out there and your snaps are limited? Is that frustrating? No, not really. One of these people just asked me the same thing before y'all all came over here.
Okay, next.
Here is Brooke Pyre's question on George Pickens managing frustration.
How do you manage frustrations just throughout the course of the season? And, maybe if you're not as involved as you want to be, how do you kind of mentally stay in the game?
You just keep working.
What?
He said you just keep working.
Oh. You just keep, but he's not working. He's quitting
Now,
on routes.
That's
the opposite of working. Plus, Fittipaldi reported that he comes late to work. So I'm not saying Brooke, but doesn't somebody have to follow up with, there's just one problem there, George. You've been late to work, according to a Post-Gazette story today. Is that true? Go ahead.
Now, here is probably the top 2 quotes of the day.
Please.
This is George Pickens on questionable penalties.
Earlier this season, you've had some questionable penalties called on you. You've had some plays just kind of not go your way. Do you feel like you've gotten better at handling that kind of stuff and, just dealing with the ebbs and flows of a game?
I wouldn't really say that. That's all on the refs. So that should show you where the refs are this season.
I actually like that answer. Yeah, me grabbing that guy by the face mask after the game was over the other day and throwing him to the ground, that's the ref's fault. That's gold. Can we hear that again? That's the Batconian, that's the Brian Batko asking that question.
Earlier this season, you've had some questionable penalties called on you. You've had some plays just kind of not go your way. Do you feel like you've gotten better at handling that kind of stuff and, just dealing with the ebbs and flows of a game?
I wouldn't really say that. That's all on the refs. So that should show you where the refs are this season.
I almost admire just the flagrant lack of accountability. It's actually admirable, but keep going. What's the next best one?
The next one is George Pickens not being aware of the NFL uniform policy in terms of the eye black.
George, were you aware of the rule about messaging on the eye black? Never seen it before. Have you seen it before? I mean, Cam got fined some years ago for putting his dad's name on it. Years ago? Yeah. When I wasn't in the league, so nah.
Well, you know what else we've never seen before? Somebody show up for a game with, what was it? Blanking always open, always blanking open, open blanking always.
Yes.
That was it.
Yes, and the
open F word always. We've never seen that either. So I guess it was sort of a clash of things we've never seen before.
Here was Pickens once again.
Hold on.
Okay.
These are so great that I want to analyze them a little bit more. Can I hear that one again?
Yes.
George, were you aware of the rule about messaging on the eye black? Never seen it before. Have you seen it before? I mean, Cam got fined some years ago for putting his dad's name on it. Years ago? Yeah. When I wasn't in the league, so nah.
So if somebody asked him before the game, George, do you think that's a good idea to have the F word painted on your face? And do you think the league will come down on you for it? He would have said, I think it is a good idea. Yes. Thank you for asking. And no, why would the league care about me having the F word on my face on a nationally televised game? Is that what he would have said?
Yeah, it kind of seems like it.
Next.
So this is back to Pickens on the eye black and hearing from the league because it factors into another question.
Did he hear from the league? I thought. Yeah, I think
the eye black message on your eye black. Was there any purpose? What was the purpose behind it? It's just eye black. Yeah.
Did you expect the blowback about the message on the eye black?
Nah.
Have you heard from the league about a fine, or is there anything internal that comes with that?
And he didn't answer.
That's actually great.
That was the answer. It was just nothing.
That might be one of the greatest media sessions in Steeler locker room history.
It's not done.
Oh, good.
So Pickens was asked again about the eye black a little bit later on, and this was what was said.
So what was the point of the eye black?
They just asked me that. It was a little late to the party.
You're a little late to the party.
A little late to the party.
That's the best line of all.
The invite was just a little tardy.
Clip that. Just the part where he says, you're a little late to the party. Which the best comeback to that would have been, at least I'm not late to work. Anything else?
I have one more. This is George Pickens on throwing his helmet down after a failed third down conversion.
Throwing your helmet on the sideline, is that something that you just part of being a competitor? Or do you regret that? Do you not want to do that anymore?
Nah, when it's third down and you don't convert, a lot of fans are mad as well.
Yeah, I agree with that. Everybody's mad after you don't convert on the old third down. Nice to get on the field, though, when you're part of the snap management program, at least. Would you acknowledge that?
A little bit. 57% of the snaps is not a lot for a number one wide receiver.
So I'm not sure this helps in the court of public opinion, kind of like last year when he refused to block by the goal line and then said that week that he didn't want to risk injury, that some other player in the league had been injured trying to block on a similar play, and he didn't want to put himself in that position. That didn't help. I'm not sure this is going to help a lot either. Hokie was adamant. You know, I've said this a couple times this week. In terms of like huge issues in the world, him wearing the F word on his face, on his eye tape, whatever you want to call it, is not one of the big issues. But the way that the Steelers portray themselves as a family-friendly, family-oriented organization that's operating from a higher moral ground, which is how they have portrayed themselves for decades, I'm not sure how nobody calls down and says, can you tell him to get that off his face, please, on a nationally televised game? And Hokie was very adamant that, you know, and he was talking as a former Steeler who sounded like he was embarrassed by that, wasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, because what he said is that just does not represent the Steelers in the Steeler way. And from a Super Bowl champion that has played on some of the best teams in not just Steeler history, but really NFL history in the 05-08 teams when you win the Super Bowl, that's a startling message, Joe. Like, it really is.
Now, there were some issues with those teams. Just to be clear, right. James Harrison got in one that was exponentially worse and in a whole different ballpark than what you wear on your face during a game. I certainly get that. Of course, well, that was a whole different issue. Same thing with Ben back then. I get it. So somebody may point that out. But this on national television is just probably not the look that you want. It's just probably not the look that you want. Again, though, congratulations to Mike Tomlin. The rating for the game the other night, even with the long delay, was a robust rating of 20.3 million people watching that game. And Mike Tomlin was the only one among the 20-plus million who didn't even notice that Pickens had that on his face. That's incredible.
And Artie Smith is talking right now about load management.
There's no way he's going to be able to match George in that little news conference, if you want to call it that. But let's listen to Artie coming up, shall we?
Let's do it.
Best of Artie?
Yes.
We'll do that. Coming up next, 50-minute mark on the Fan. Well, we're not there yet. I'm not going to mention that yet. It's too early. I want to wait and make it special when we do.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Steelers will play at the Raiders this Sunday. It's a 4:05 kickoff. The Steelers are looking to avoid going on a 3-game losing streak, which would put the team at 3-3 on the year. Jeff Hathorn is the one hosting Fan Game Day at 1 o'clock this Sunday. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. More 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. When you think Steelers football, Smash Mouth Defense is the first thing that comes to mind. And Landon Roberts proved this weekend that nobody embodies that play style more than him.
So I knew, like, man, the only way I can make this play, I got to just go airborne.
And that's just what he did.
So I was just like, it is what it is. I'm fit to just go all out. Like, I'm fit to just sacrifice my whole body. I don't care. No, I want to get this ball stopped, and I just went airborne.
Tune in every Tuesday night from 6 to 7 p.m. for the best player show with the toughest player on the team. It's the Landon Roberts Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Have you received estimates from roofing contractors that are pages and pages of confusing details? Or did the salesperson seem pushy, making you feel trapped and stressed stress in your own home? I'm telling you, let the team at Craig Gallagher Roofing bid on your next roofing project. You won't have to deal with any of that. Craig Gallagher Roofing provides an itemized, easy-to-understand estimate to make your roof replacement project a breeze. Plus, ask about their buy now, pay later, easy financing options. Visit CraigGallagherRoofing.com. Craig Gallagher Roofing, where details make the difference since 1991.
What can give you that sensational Pittsburgh skyline with half-off pizza on Monday nights? I told you guys this will be one of my new favorite places. Look no further than the Steel Mill Saloon in Mount Washington, right across from the Duquesne Incline. I'll see you there.
Direct Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers. With savings up to 25%, you can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote at directauto.com. Savings based on discounts and vary. How you buy can affect price. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Want to keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The 49ers are in an early must-win situation tonight in Seattle. Their 2-3 start isn't hard to figure out. Last season, they were number one in red zone offense. Now, they're one of the worst in the league. What's missing? Christian McCaffrey. The Niners need a win tonight and then just hold on until their star running back comes back. I'm Andrew Perloff.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Want to keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
We still on for breakfast tomorrow? I've been looking forward to it all week.
Yes, ma'am. Wouldn't miss it.
And then we're gonna go vote together, right?
Yeah, I guess.
This stuff matters, kid. It wasn't that long ago when there were laws that kept us from voting.
I know. I learned all about it in school.
And now it's pretty simple. We can vote by mail, we can vote early in person, or we can vote on Election Day.
Who and what are we voting for?
That's up to you. But it's important to make sure you don't sit on the sidelines. You've got to make your voice heard, and voting is the best way to do it.
All right. I'll go vote with you. But breakfast is on you.
Voting in Pennsylvania has never been easier. You can request a mail-in ballot until October 29th. It must be returned to your election office before 8 p.m. on Tuesday, November 5th for your vote to be counted. And remember, you can always vote in person on Election Day. Go to votehq.org for all the information you need to vote this election. Paid for by American Independent Radio.
I'm Rick Julius, a partner at Cordell & Cordell. As a business owner in today's economy, it's your job to anticipate constant market changes. But what do you do in the event of a divorce? Your assets and finances are scrutinized. Years of hard work building a business are on the line. This is not business as usual. You need an experienced partner you can count on for help. We're Cordell & Cordell.
Offices in downtown Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Schedule an appointment with one of our Pittsburgh or Cranberry area attorneys. Rick Julius, licensed in Pennsylvania only. CordellCordell.com.
Now is the time to save big on the rugged Jeep lineup and powerful Dodge vehicles at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township. Get a 2025 Dodge Ram 1500 Bighorn. Payment starting as low as $347 a month for 42 months. A 24 Jeep Grand Cherokee and Jeep Grand Cherokee L. Payment starting at $265 a month for 27 months. Hurry in today. These deals are hot and won't last long. Visit them online at southhillschryslerjeep.net or see a dealer for details.
Rick Springfield, live in concert. 17 top 40 hits. Saturday, October 19th, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Buy your tickets now at riverscasino.com. Rick Springfield, live in concert.
The Pittsburgh Gun Show this weekend at the Monroeville Convention Center. Tons of ammo, guns, knives, accessories, and more. Get your guns and supplies while you still can. Saturday 9 to 5, Sunday 9 to 4. Info at showmastersgunshows.com.
It takes a lot to prepare for game day as a dedicated fan, and preparing the perfect tailgate meal might be most important of all. That's why Hellman's Real Mayonnaise is the MVP. Hellman's Mayonnaise is the secret to bring out the rich and creamy taste to all your game day dishes. From buffalo chicken dip to your favorite sub sandwich and everything in between. So give it a try, and mayo game day be delicious with Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Shop at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store and add some extra deliciousness to your game day dishes this football season.
Wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wetco locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wetco Pro location and enjoy free, high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
It takes a lot to prepare for game day as a dedicated fan, and preparing the perfect tailgate meal might be most important of all. That's why Hellman's Real Mayonnaise is the MVP. Hellman's Mayonnaise is the secret to bring out the rich and creamy taste to all your game day dishes. From buffalo chicken dip to your favorite sub sandwich and everything in between. So give it a try, and mayo game day be delicious with Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Shop at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store and add some extra deliciousness to your game day dishes this football season.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
We have a development here, and not an insignificant one. City limits. Our friend Andrew just walked in here, our social media guy.
Yeah.
And said he has been in touch with Rivers Casino, where Rick Springfield is playing.
Yes.
And the request is in, two requests, actually. One, that Rick Springfield insert Mulsey's name into that song. Is the song I've Done Everything for You? Is that the name of the song?
I'm going to make sure so that I don't sound dumb.
Okay. That he insert Mulsey's name into the song during his performance. And two, that he join us perhaps on the air before his concert.
It is I've Done Everything for You.
I've Done Everything for You.
Just confirming.
And if he did, we could either sing it for him live or play the clips of Bob and I singing it, and he could judge them. Maybe as a way to bump up the interest. I don't know. I don't know what the concert is selling like right now. Maybe he doesn't need that. But either way, we could certainly do that. Would you welcome Rick Springfield on the show?
1,000%. You know what it would make me think of, Joe? The next edition of Austin and Joe Tries, singing with Rick Springfield.
That would be incredible. Do you think he would like Bob's version or my version better?
I think he would probably like Bob's version better.
Can we?
I've done everything for Mulsey. He done nothing for me.
Now, do you like?
I love that.
Do you like your first version better? Or do you like your second version better?
Well, I've told you the first version was just off the cuff. The second version was after I went home and actually practiced and realized I needed a pause. I needed to emphasize everything, and Mulsey, and I needed a little lilt after I came back from the pause. So the second one for sure.
Yes.
I've done everything for Mosey. He's done nothing for me.
And all together now at the same time.
I've done everything for Mosey.
He's done nothing for me.
Perfect harmony.
I think Rick Springfield would be blown away by that we have honored him like that, and that a guy who, frankly, is bigger than him, and that's Bob Pompiani, is singing that. I think Bob's even bigger than him nationally.
You'd think it would be more of a compliment than Rick Springfield. Look at these guys trying to imitate my song. Put their own little parody on it.
I mean, there's only one way to find out, and that's to get Rick Springfield in the building.
Let's do it.
And if not, to at least get him one time. I mean, in that song, he says that verse, that chorus, I guess, probably 10 times, right? Does he?
Oh, yeah. I mean, multiple times.
If just once he could put Mulsey's name in there, I mean, it would be historic, wouldn't it?
It would be almost as historic as you trying to get incrinculant into the dictionary.
I mean, that's a great example. I got incrinculant said at a Pirate news conference, unsolicited, by the manager of the team after they beat the Cardinals. Don't ever underestimate the power of this show, City Limits.
Well, and Pomp said it on a Steeler preseason game, too, I remember.
I know. I mean, this stuff happens. Where there's a will, there's a way. Easier to beg for forgiveness than ask for permission. So we have a call in to Rick Springfield's people through Rivers Casino. I think he's going to come over here. What else during the day? What else is he going to have to do? I mean, he can go to the casino, I guess, for a little while if he likes to do that. We'll pick him up, right? Will you pick him up?
Sure. Whatever works.
Yeah, I think that would be wonderful. Artie Smith just talked.
He did.
Anything interesting?
Yeah, he was talking about load management, which seems to be the key phrase of the day.
Yes.
And Arthur Smith previously has done this, he said today.
Derrick Henry, get in there and play, and went out there on all third downs, and he got plenty of touches. And A.J. Brown early, certain things, and tried to mix and match and maximize things or set things up. And that was a little bit early. Still played the majority of snaps. He's still, I believe, depending on what metric you're using, 7th in targets from passing downs or from passing opportunities in the league.
Yeah, the issue isn't the season as a whole. It's the other night, Dr. Smith. And I went back and looked at A.J. Brown's percentage of snaps after, let's say, his second year in the league. And remember, Pickens was at 59% the other night, the lowest number of his career. This is incredible. Everybody's in on this? This is like some sort of, what's the word, gaslighting here.
Word of the day.
Everybody's in on it? Reporters asking framed questions about load management. Arthur Smith talking about it. Pickens talking about it like this was normal the other night. Your offense sucks. You're not doing anything, so let's have your best player watching from the sidelines. Makes sense to everybody? Yep. A.J. Brown, his second year in the league, 81%, 71, 84, 93, 94, 82, 75, 81, 81, 86. There was one game at 56%, 84, 76, and 90. I don't know what happened in that one game. Maybe it was snap management, or maybe he left hurt, or maybe it was a blowout. Let me see here. The score of that game was 31-10 against Jacksonville. Might that have had something to do with it? This is ridiculous, really, honestly. He got benched the other night, okay? Any other explanation is ludicrous. You're going to tell me that we're going to have to go back and look at A.J. Brown's snap counts now to tell us what happened? And then Derrick Henry, he did have lots of games with low snap counts. That's apples and oranges. Was he also their third down back? I mean, are you out of the game on third downs?
Right.
Games you have to pass to catch up? That's not relatable here. A.J. Brown is more relatable. And even if there were a couple of games like that, Mike Tomlin spoke in terms of saving Pickens for late in games and I guess later in the season, which again would make him the first number one receiver in the history of professional football to be put on a snap count to preserve him for later in the season. Get out of here with this. Please.
They just have really got all their ducks in a row on this one, don't you think? Like,
watch your language there, or George will wear it on his face next week.
Yes. So, I don't know. To me, it just seems like there was they knew, because Tomlin was asked the questions beforehand, there had to have been a conversation, whether it been Monday or Tuesday, that, look, you're going to get asked this. We know this is the only thing you're going to be asked.
Can you imagine imagine if Tomlin got in front of the whole team? Said, listen, you guys are going to be asked, coaches, everybody, we're all going to be asked about George's snap management this week, about why he didn't play a lot the other night. Just say it was load management, okay? Everybody. The funny thing is, the players haven't said that. The players basically admitted that there's a problem here. So, what is going on here, Limits? What is happening? The players are acknowledging that there's an issue with George Pickens. The coaches aren't. That's what's happening. Pat Freiermuth the other night indirectly, and by the way, Limits, get off the phone for a second. Tell that guy to hold. Please tell him to hold. We have more important matters.
All right, what we got?
Did you hear Tirico and Collinsworth the other night? Or maybe it was who was the sideline reporter? I can't remember. Melissa Stark. One of them said during the broadcast that Freiermuth told them during the week that that's how you pronounce his name, Freiermuth.
Freiermuth.
To which then whoever was talking to him said, well, what about all the fans? Like, you're not going to deny them the ability to say, Muth, are you? And he said, of course not. You know, basically either one works. But we now have it on the record forevermore, for posterity's sake, that this dude's name is Pat Freiermuth, okay? It's Pat Freiermuth.
Muth. Is that any better? You like Muth?
I like that.
You ever play Pokemon? There was Mew and Mewtwo.
No.
Muth.
No, my favorite game was always Pac-Man, which is still very satisfying to play, is it not?
Mine too. I love Pac-Man. I love it. Every time I go to the arcade, I find the Pac-Man machine, and you can find me there for hours.
But the point here is that Freiermuth, after indirectly ripping Pickens the other day, tried to soften it yesterday by saying you have to understand where he's coming from. But he also said at the end of the day, he also has to understand this is a team sport. So the players themselves are acknowledging that there is an issue here. Calvin Austin. George being a star in this league, he faces a lot more than maybe I face. We're all together at the end of the day. It's about having trust in each other. People go through real life stuff just sticking together. So he, even in all that, he's acknowledging that something is happening with Pickens. Mount Washington. I know his actions probably weren't the right thing to do at the time. Everybody's acknowledging that.
Right. But
we're going to continue this ruse of snap management? Even Artie's in on it?
Well, because it's the guys at the top.
Even Artie? I'm talking Artie Smith, not Art Rooney II.
Right, I know. I mean, it's those guys that aren't going to come out and... You know, I've started to notice something. Does it seem like there's a common pattern in this city with this regard, like not wanting to come out and just deliver the accountability section, lay down the law a little bit?
Yes. And I think it's happening with the Penguins, too. And it's not that Evgeny Malkin is doing anything, wrong. He didn't wear open blanking always on his stick tape the other night or last night. But I think there's definitely a reluctance to kick him off the first power play, quite frankly. He was an issue last year. He may have been the issue. Maybe Carlson, too. But Malkin stands out, and I think Mike Sullivan doesn't want to do that. He doesn't want to pull him off the first power play. Like I said last night, thankfully for me, I forgot to tape the game, and when I came home, I tuned in, and I swear to you, right away, right, as soon as I turned on the television in the man cave, the Penguins were on a power play, losing 4-0. maybe 10 minutes left. The first thing I saw, seconds after I turned on the TV, was Malkin throw a cross-ice pass on the power play to nobody, springing the other guys for a shorthanded breakout. It became a puck race between whoever was the Ranger player and Letang. The guy tipped it past Letang and scored a crap goal on Jarry. So I thought, 3 issues this season. Malkin, the power play, maybe even a little bit of Letang, although I think he was hurt last year, and Jarry all manifested themselves within 2 seconds of me turning on the TV. So I turned off the TV and didn't watch anymore. But to answer your question, this multi-sport lack of accountability in this town, Shelton the same way. Shelton is much or more than anybody, by the way. That's a great point by you, my little limitless wonder. Shelty watches O'Neill Cruz watch the ball off the bat, hit off the wall, and not run out of the box. The Yankees, their manager benched a guy, I forget who, for that exact scenario. Same with Rowdy Tellez. He did the same thing. And maybe it would do some good for Shelty to stand on the top step of the dugout and yell at somebody, or at least quietly bench somebody. And then admit to it later instead of saying Rowdy was on load management there. Yeah, it might have seemed like he didn't run out of the box and I immediately benched him. But no, he's just on load management. Take accountability, exact accountability. I'm with you on that. Sully, Shelty, and Tomlin.
All too common. It's just all too common. Like,
what a point you've made here.
I'm not asking them to just come out and rip players and just, make a mockery of them. Like, nobody's saying that. But still, there has to be some type of messaging that's delivered, whether it be in a press conference, anywhere, just to know that, look, this is an issue. It doesn't have to be a big thing, but, I mean, man, it just seems like nothing is being done to fix any of this other than what's internal, and we don't know what that is.
This is one of the most incrinculant and salient points you've ever made. It is a pattern.
I'm growing up in front of your eyes, huh?
It is a pattern. I think Sully is reluctant to demote a franchise icon. And who knows, maybe they'll be right. It's one game, but it's really not one game. The power play last year, and I mean this, and I'd like to see a study done on this, and perhaps I'll perform it with your help, was one of the most, based on talent level and pedigree on hand, was one of the most embarrassing power plays in the history of the National Hockey League. To finish 31st. 31st in the league. You go find me another power play ever from all time with that kind of talent, even if some of it is aging talent. That many potential Hall of Famers, and I think they started the season with 4 of them on their power play, that underachieved to that level. And now, one of the biggest thrusts of the new season is we brought in David Quinn to help us fix this power play. We fired the guy who was in charge of it, probably against Sully's wishes. And now Sully's good friend David Quinn is here, and now everything's going to be fixed. Or at least we'll go from historically horrific to average, and that'll probably win us 4 more games or so. Instead, I turn it on last night, and it's Malkin making a mindless cross-ice pass to nobody that springs the other guys on a breakaway once he pushes the puck past Letang. And it becomes clear to me that, oh my gosh, it's the same people. There's no accountability for what happened last year except the scapegoat of the guy who was running the power play. Right, Limits?
I'm just over it at this point.
And Shelty is an issue unto himself with the accountability thing. And he's practically said on the show here that he's not that kind of manager.
Yes, and that it's all in-house. We handle it internally. I just don't feel like that's the most appropriate way to go about it.
And then this thing that extends to poor Artie Smith having to say, yeah, I did the same thing with Derrick Henry and A.J. Brown. Thank you, Limits, for making that point.
You're quite welcome.
And elevating the show to a whole new level today. Let's talk about that at 412-928-9370. The entire George Pickens situation. We got into this before Hokie came on. We'll play a Hokie clip from earlier today. Very strong words on Pickens. We'll play you the choice clips from Pickens. And it's all happening in this context. Would you out there be inclined to sink big money into George Pickens after this season, as Jerry Dulac has reported the Steelers plan to do? At least that report was accurate a few months ago. Are you inclined, with everything you know, all the good, all the bad? There's been a lot of good with Pickens. Spectacular player at times and a productive one. Would you be inclined at this moment to say, yes, let's sign him to a 4-year, $90 million deal? You know what I'm talking, something thereabouts. Yes or no? 412-928-9370. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. And then we'll have our very own Jeff Hathorn, who is live on the South Side. Because the even bigger issue is the quarterbacks. What's happening today with Russell Wilson? How did he make it through yesterday health-wise and sort of quality of participation-wise? And what is the chance that Russell Wilson's going to start this game? We'll talk to Jeff at 1:30. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevrolet, Washington Road, McMurray, or at sunchevy.com. High of 62 today with sunny skies.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number 1 Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Would you believe that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people? Or that a single cloud can weigh 550 tons or more? Sounds fake, right? How about an insurance company that actually treats you right? Sounds unbelievable, but it's true. NJM Insurance is proud to put policyholders first, and they don't use jingles or mascots either. Don't believe me? Well, guess what? Everything in this commercial is true and approved by the legal department. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote.
It's Dan Zangrili for the injury lawyers LGKG. You may know them as Luxembourg, Garbic, Kelly, and George. They've been around Western Pennsylvania for over 90 years. Their flagship office located in Newcastle, but now 7 offices canvassing the Pittsburgh region. I've come to know and really like Joe George as a trustworthy professional. And for Joe, trust is everything.
The moment of truth comes down to when you get an offer in a personal injury case. You got to decide whether it's the right offer, the right number, and you got to decide whether it isn't. And if it's not, you're going to trial. And you can't have a wide-eyed client on the other side not knowing what to expect. And when you say, my recommendation is this, and they turn around and say, we trust you. You're the professional. Let's do it, whether it's accept the offer or go to trial.
So if you're injured in an accident or have a medical malpractice case that needs the attention of LGKG, visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
It's time to review the top 3 highlights of the day. I'm joined as always by my co-anchor Snoop.
Hey, what up, though?
Snoop, number 1 has to be getting the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence at T-Mobile.
Yeah, you should hustle down to T-Mobile like a dog chasing a squirrel chasing a nut.
Nice analogy, Snoop. Dogs do love to chase squirrels.
And squirrels love to chase those nuts.
On to highlight number 2. At T-Mobile, families can save 20% every month versus the other big guys.
That is very impressive. You know, y'all can take some of those savings and buy some Snoop merchandise.
That's exactly what I'm planning on doing with my savings, Snoop. Now, take it away, Snoop.
Head to T-Mobile.com and get the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on them. Now drop that jingle.
24 monthly bill credits eligible trade-in on Go 5G Next. Well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 connection charge. Cancel entire account before receiving 24 bill credits and credits stop and balance on required finance agreement due. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See how you can save versus the other big guys at T-Mobile.com/switch. Apple Intelligence coming fall 2024.
Chances are you're not hearing this ad while topping 100 in your Aston Martin or taking a spin around town in your Rolls Royce. But if you are, then Donald Trump's tax plan is for you. Just ask him.
You're rich as hell. We're going to give you a tax cut?
But if you're hearing this on your way to work or school pickup, if you're heading to the grocery store or wondering how long you can stretch that tank of gas, then your plan is Kamala Harris's plan. She'll make the wealthy and big corporations pay their fair share so she can give the middle class a tax cut, as well as $25,000 for first-time home buyers, $6,000 for first-time parents, and a $50,000 tax deduction for starting a new business. Because that guy in the Cybertruck that just zoomed by doesn't need another break. But Kamala Harris knows you sure could use one. Paid for by FFPAC, ffpac.org, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. FFPAC is responsible for the content of this advertising.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Football is back, and ESPN Bet is bringing fans exciting new features and promotions to elevate your game day. Get in on trending parlays in the all-new Parlay Lounge experience. Check out one-of-a-kind offers from ESPN personalities and boost your winnings with Profit Boosts all season long. The official sportsbook of ESPN has football fans covered. Download the ESPN Bet app today. Must be 21 plus and present in select states. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
We all want more. More laughs. More hangouts. More, this is the best takeout ever. Excuse me. But if you're 75 or older or 60 or older with certain health conditions, you've also got more risk of getting seriously sick from RSV. But an RSV vaccine lowers your risk, so you can keep doing more of the stuff you love.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Risk less, do more. Get started at vaccines.gov.
Leaves are starting to fall, and so are the prices at Bowser Hyundai. Fall into savings with the 2024 Hyundai Elantra SE. It's the perfect ride for all your autumn adventures. And right now, lease a new 2024 Elantra from Bowser Hyundai for just $199 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance that are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year, $2,999 due at signing with approved credit and financing through HMFC. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies. See Bowser for complete details. Offer ends October 31st. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. It's a great time to beautify the outside of your home. Save 50% off Weather Seal's insulated foam siding and pay no interest for 24 months. Zero, zip, zilch, no interest for 2 years. Not only will you beautify the outside of your home, but the built-in foam insulation will pay for itself with huge energy bill savings. 50% off Weather Seal's insulated foam siding with no interest for 2 years or 24 months. Call Weather Seal now, 877-351-SEAL or WeatherSealHomeservices.com.
Mommy, want to play a game with me and Dad?
Mommy's not feeling good.
You need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with DayQuil VapoCool. It's DayQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
Come on, honey. Let's let Mommy rest.
You guys are amazing. And so is DayQuil VapoCool.
DayQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing daytime coughing, aching, fever, power through your day medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $199 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $219 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires October 31st, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Steelers-Raiders, 4:05 on Sunday. 1 o'clock is Fan Game Day right here on 93.7 The Fan. Hosted by our own Jeff Hathorn as well as Mark Cabali, as the Steelers look to avoid losing 3 games in a row. More 93.7thefan.com. Jeff will join us at 1:35. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishy.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Joe. It's the Joe Starkey Show. Joe. On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Should we ask callers if they want to sing that and just get this out of our system once and for all?
Well, if you think that's what's going to get it out of our system, then I think you're mistaken.
Nobody's going to top Bob anyway. But now we have a message out to Rick Springfield if he'll come into the studio or if during his show he'll insert Mulsey's name into it. So, yeah, if you need to get it out of your head and need to sort of perform your own self-exorcism of the Rick Springfield song, feel free to call in and give us that line. You're not going to top Bob. You'll never top Bob. Nothing can top this, his Elvis Costello version of Rick Springfield.
I've done everything for Mulsey. He done nothing for me.
Oh, I'm not sick of it yet, although I bet everybody else is.
Getting close.
George Pickens is a story, but so is Russell Wilson. May we confront that story for a moment? Did he make it injury-free out of practice yesterday, or did the blocking sled get after him again?
Full participant for the first time all year.
I know, but it wasn't just going to be his participation. It was being our guide. It was going to be how did he make it through as far as health, or no, quality. How did he make it through as far as quality? Were there any repercussions health-wise? That we don't know yet. We're going to find out today if we don't already know. We're hopefully with Jeff Hathorn. I don't know exactly what the practice schedule is today, but I want to know if Russell Wilson is taking any first-team reps. Do you think so?
Maybe.
And what if he does?
If he does, then that's a concerning sign for Justin Fields.
I'll say yes.
It means that he's likely bound for the starting role sooner rather than later. I don't think it's going to be this week. But if Fields struggles against the Raiders, then, yeah, it's Russell Wilson's team next week.
Our old friend Ryan Scarpino, I like quoting him, former Steeler PR man, after hearing Pickens' comments today, said absolutely done with 14. He doesn't care, and his comments today solidified that. Zero accountability or respect for the uniform he wears. And Pickens did speak today. And so did our very own Chris Hoke. We've seen other former Steelers be critical of Pickens this week. Max Starks on their flagship station just ripping him after the game. We saw and heard that. We saw Ben just basically say, listen, on certain run plays, George is not going to block. So, do you want him in on those packages? Things like that, which was subtle, just factual in a way. He's not going to block on certain run play. I mean, that's just such an unbelievable, sad fact, isn't it? That they have to think that way?
Well, yeah, that's a part of the game. And it's also, Joe, a tell where let's say you take George Pickens off the field, he's not going to block, and there's a 2 wide receiver set or maybe a 1 wide receiver set. Can the other team just guess based off the other personnel the Steelers have on the field that the Steelers are running the football and can put another defender in the box?
Well, right. And here's the other thing is there have been developments in the story today. And I would say a pretty darn significant development when Ray Fittipaldo reports that sources told the Post-Gazette that Pickens has been late for work multiple times this season. That's mildly concerning. In fact, that's more concerning, or at least as concerning as what happened in the game. Is it not?
Remember the report that Jersey Jerry said on his podcast that later got debunked that George Pickens showed up 10 minutes before a game once? And do you remember that? Like, I don't know if I believe that. That story was definitely exaggerated, over-exaggerated.
Wait a second. You don't believe you don't believe Fittipaldo's story?
No. I'm not talking about Fittipaldo's story. I'm talking about the story that Pickens arrived 10 minutes before a game.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I think
was exaggerated. But what I think is partly what I think about this is that also kind of mixes in with this a little bit too, right? Like, it becomes more of a pattern because stories are somewhat aligning in terms of him being late.
It's inexcusable, and it evokes Mr. Big Chest because Tomlin did not act in any sort of forceful way when Mr. Big Chest started being late to work. And by the way, the most significant thing Hokie said today about this issue was that this is nothing new. Do you have that clip from him right off the top? If you can get Chris Hoke right off the top here, his first answer to my question was basically your take on the whole Pickens thing. Part of his answer was this has been happening his whole career. So, new twists and turns and additional information with the Pickens story. Your calls at 412-928-9370. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Then we had the other twist here was George Pickens' father on social media. This evokes the whole Devin Bush era when Devin's father, who played in the NFL, called the station. Remember that? Wonder Twin?
Disastrous.
But
it just made a problem worse for Devin Bush.
Yeah, exactly. Now here, according to Ray's story, Pickens' father put on X, quote, this was Sunday, quote, Arthur Smith, this one is on you. Poor Artie keeps getting caught in the crossfire, doesn't he?
You know, would you say that the number one biggest guy who gets flack is the coach, the second's the quarterback, the third's the offensive coordinator? Here you go.
Here you go. Pickens' dad says, don't try to throw to George now. This offense is sad. So once it started going south early, he said, forget it. Don't throw to George now. And that fits in with the post from last Wednesday from Pickens' dad. George Pickens, the athlete, a very fiery competitor that wants to win. He's a very talented young guy that has definitely been misunderstood. He has the super competitive gene, his dad tweets. Guys with that gene have to be involved early and often. It's an engaged tactic. Involve him early. Oh, my God. I wouldn't have wanted to have been George's travel baseball coach. I can tell you that. Can you imagine those conversations? George should pitch, play leadoff, and play every inning of every game. Please.
George is not allowed to bunt. There will be no bunting allowed. Can't move over runners.
Exactly. I mean, come on, man. This is pro sports. And your dad is, you know, in so many ways calling the coach, confronting the coach. And then you tell me there's a burner account. Well, did the PM guys put this out there?
Oh, yes, the PM team.
Meaning for people who aren't aware that this would be George Pickens running his own social media account, tweeting about George Pickens. We have no way of verifying that, but there seems to be suspicion out there, right?
Of Michael Brewerly being the burner account with Justin Fields' video.
Wait, how's that spelled? I want to see if there's because usually when, you know, famous people check into a hotel, they might check in under the name, you know, City Limits or something, or under the name Ingrid Bergman or something. You know what I mean? Is Michael Brewerly a real person?
Well, when the PM team looked it up yesterday, the first thing that came up for them was our friends at Mike's Beer Bar.
What? How do you spell Brewerly?
Brewerly.
Okay, I'm going to look that up right now. Yeah,
Michael Brewerly.
Mike's Beer Bar is the
first thing.
Which is a great place, I might add.
Love it there.
But there doesn't appear to be any famous person named Michael Brewerly.
Do you think that's just Mike from Mike's Beer Bar? defending George Pickens?
Wait,
I don't.
I'm going to look up Michael Brewerly phone number and see if there's, because this will be if there's a residence. And I don't want to call the person, but this would indicate if there is even a person out there named Michael Brewerly. It's a very awkward name to say. What did this so-called person, has this person come out and disavowed the idea that it's a Pickens burner account?
No, Michael Brewerly has not done that. You can also send a message to Michael Brewerly on Twitter. It allows you to do that if you want to get Michael Brewerly on the show.
There's a guy named Michael Beer who lives in Pittsburgh, which is a great name. Michael Beer. I see that, but no Michael Brewery anywhere.
The Twitter account's first tweet that was not a response was, "One issue needs a wide receiver 2 beside him, man." You know what George Pickens' Twitter account is called?
What?
One issue.
Look at this sleuthing work by Limits here.
Oh, I got to give the PM team a lot of credit for this. I doubt one issue and Pittsburgh have issues they can't fix, but man, they need to find him on his breaks. Was also tweeted.
You mentioned something earlier also that was tweeted in defense of George Pickens on Michael Brewerly's account. What else does he have on there? I'm quite curious.
One issue loves Pittsburgh. He will bounce back like crazy.
Oh, yeah, and then the one where he told people I bounced back, or he bounced, not I, he bounced back last year.
How about one issue does not care about your parlays? You like that one, Horace?
I do. Now play for everybody Chris Hoke, 2-time Super Bowl champion. What he said when I just basically asked for his take on this whole Pickens situation.
But the reality is, Starkey, is when you get out on that football field, when you cross that white line and the ball snapped, there's no excuse to be lackadaisical. There's no excuse to not to be physical and play with a sense of urgency. And that's what you're seeing on the film. And that's why you see Max Starks pointing that out. As you say, Ben pointed out, we're pointing out. It's obvious on the tape. And when it's that obvious, you're going to see your plays diminished like you've seen. And no matter what the excuses of why he didn't play a lot, the reality is you put plays like that on the film, that Coach Thomas says, that's your walking, talking, breathing resume, right? That's his resume, is what he's putting on the film, and what he did on Sunday night, going about his business without a sense of urgency is who he is. And in order to get more playing time, he's got to change that.
And he went on to say, when I mentioned Fittipaldo's story where sources told the PG that Pickens has been late to work multiple times this season, Hokie said that's been going on his whole career. Did he not say that?
Yeah, pretty much. It's a problem, Joe. It's significant.
And again, all of it happening under the headline or under the headline question, do you think it's a good idea to sink big money into Pickens long term? Are you willing to live with this to get the production? And that's an honest question. Because he's pretty productive and sometimes spectacular. Let's go to the phone lines, shall we?
Let's begin with Brian in Brookline.
Hello, Brian.
I've done everything for Mosey. He's done nothing for me. How's that, Joe?
I hope that works for you to get it out of your head. That was good. Very good. What's up?
George Pickens, Joe. So I was researching this, so I'm going to try to make this point here. I watched, now he's no Randy Moss. Randy Moss was a freak, but he also had Chris Carter. Randy Moss said things like he takes plays off. Well, George Pickens takes plays off. Randy Moss is a Hall of Fame receiver. So yes, he's very talented, but he doesn't act like Justin Jefferson. Justin Jefferson got $140 million. Why? Because he's that good. And if George Pickens wants to be Justin Jefferson, there's no problems with Justin Jefferson. Jamar Chase, cocky, but he's good. And I think Joe, I love your point. It's got to go. It's heading south. It's heading south in the early. I just hope we can get rid of him and get something for him. I would rather live without him, Joe, than win with him.
Interesting. I wonder how teammates feel. Thank you, Brian. I wonder how teammates would phrase that. Clearly, there's some upset. And these are guys talking on the record, acknowledging the issues. Imagine what it might be like behind the scenes when these guys talk. It's just, you have a guy who now for the second straight year isn't giving the effort required when people are out there breaking their bodies trying to win games. And they look at it. You heard Freiermuth after the game the other day saying, I trust the coaches. It's easy to bitch and moan when you don't get the ball sent your way, but this is what a good teammate does, George. I mean, that was the obvious veiled reference there. Stark saying, come on, you got to be a team guy. They don't think he's a team guy. There are people in that room who clearly don't think that. And I don't know how you survive for long when your own teammates think that of you. Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. PetFest 24, presented by Subaru, is back October 27th. At Rockwell Park in the East End, the event runs from 9:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. Bring your four-legged friends to meet vendors, participate in costume contests, and get photos with Santa. Stop by any Subaru dealer for complimentary tickets. For more information, go to 937thefan.com. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Jeff Hathorn coming up next, live from the South Side. I mean, I want answers on Russell Wilson and Fields. We can move on from Pickens mercifully. Who's going to play quarterback? Let's talk to Jeff next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt football will play against Cal. The Panthers are 5-0 on the season, and Pitt looks to just continue to roll on at Acrisure Stadium. You can hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan, and you can also hear the Pitt football pregame show beginning at 12:30. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get ready for the most tail-wagging event of the year. PetFest 24, presented by Subaru. Sunday, October 27th at Rockwell Park in the East End. Bring your four-legged leashed friend to check out an array of pet-centric vendors inside and food trucks outside. Show off your pet in the costume contest and get your dog or cat a photo with Santa. Event details at 937thefan.com. PetFest 24, brought to you by Shenderovich and Fishman and Point Breeze Veterinary Clinic.
My values have not changed. I will not ban fracking.
Roll the tape.
There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. Access to health care should be a right.
Roll the tape.
So for people out there who like their insurance, they don't get to keep it?
Let's eliminate all of that.
She was big on defund the police. Roll the tape.
Defund the police. We need to reimagine how we are creating safety.
I would enforce our laws with people who cross our border.
Roll the tape.
An undocumented immigrant is not a criminal.
For America is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Halloween sales happening now at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. But don't worry, there's absolutely no tricks. Panda only dishes out treats at Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville, like monster savings on new Toyotas with the Panda price and a sweet lifetime powertrain warranty at no charge. So don't miss the Halloween sale. Hurry in and shop one of the largest new Tacoma and Tundra selections in Western PA. Only at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
See dealer for details.
In business, success is never by chance. You know that better than anyone. So why settle for a marketing agency that gambles with your money? At Scale Marketing, we've been in your shoes. Our founders successfully owned and operated businesses long before becoming marketers. They understand the business of, well, business. We specialize in performance marketing for mid-sized B2C companies with teams of over 100 people. From traditional and digital marketing to media buying, data science, and creative production, Scale Marketing manages it all. Our tailored strategies drive measurable growth, turning your challenges into opportunities. Imagine your company leading the market, not just participating in it. That's what we do at Scale Marketing. Don't let your business growth plateau or underperform. Scale Marketing will pinpoint exactly what you need to focus on, ensuring your success isn't left to chance. Take your business to the next level with Scale Marketing. Visit scalemarketing.com today. That's scalemarketing.com.
Paid for by government. Did you hear? A secret hoard of 1932 $10 gold Indian coins have been found.
These gorgeous 1932 gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling the secret U.S. gold coin discovery a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you can own a piece of the hoard. When you call, you are guaranteed a 1932 dated gold coin featuring Lady Liberty with an Indian war headdress and a majestic eagle. With limited availability, you must call now. These 1932 dated gold coins are still in uncirculated condition with brilliant luster. That is 92 years of history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-495-6468. Call now and you'll receive a free bonus over a $55 value free with every order. Call 1-800-495-6468 now to secure your 1932 $10 gold Indian coins before they sell out. Don't wait. You must act fast. Call now.
Football is back. And what better way to celebrate than winning some cash with Sleeper Picks? Sleeper Picks is a fantasy game, but you could win real money. Just pick more or less on at least 2 player stats. If your picks are right, you win. You could pick up to 8 players to win up to 100 times your money. And Sleeper has a couple huge offers to kickstart the football season. For new users, Sleeper will match your first deposit with up to $100 credit to your account. If you've already played, Sleeper's got discounted player projections for you every week of the season. So download the Sleeper app now and use promo code BLOCK, and your first deposit will be doubled with a credit up to $100. What are you waiting for? Download Sleeper today and use code BLOCK for a credit up to $100 match on your first deposit. That's code BLOCK. Must be 18 years in most states and in state where it is legal. Promo code and other restrictions apply. Visit Sleeper.com. Please wager responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-426-2537 for help. Sponsored by Sleeper, a Blitz product.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5-HELMET.
This is Andrew Bogusch with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Sleeper, a Blitz product. Just download the Sleeper app today. Must be present in certain states. Visit Sleeper.com for details. Before yesterday, no team had thrown a postseason shutout with their starter recording 4 outs or less. And then 6 Tiger pitchers did it in the afternoon against the Guardians, and then 8 Dodgers did it to San Diego at night. I'm Andrew Bogusch.
Football is back. And what better way to celebrate than winning some cash with Sleeper Picks? Sleeper Picks is a fantasy game, but you could win real money. Just pick more or less on at least 2 player stats. If your picks are right, you win. You could pick up to 8 players to win up to 100 times your money. And Sleeper has a couple huge offers to kickstart the football season. For new users, Sleeper will match your first deposit with up to $100 credit to your account. If you've already played, Sleeper's got discounted player projections for you every week of the season. So download the Sleeper app now and use promo code BLOCK, and your first deposit will be doubled with a credit up to $100. What are you waiting for? Download Sleeper today and use code BLOCK for a credit up to $100 match on your first deposit. That's code BLOCK. Must be 18 years in most states and in state where it is legal. Promo code and other restrictions apply. Visit Sleeper.com. Please wager responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-426-2537 for help. Sponsored by Sleeper, a Blitz product.
At Two Men in a Junk Truck, we know cleaning out an entire house is a daunting task. Psst, but that's our sweet spot. Book us online. 2 Men and a Junk Truck.com.
Fall into savings with Gutter Helmet. Save 50% off installation and enjoy 0 down, 0 payments for 1 year. Don't risk costly water damages. Gutter Helmet guarantees clog-free gutters for life. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for your no-cost free estimate today.
Gatorade, the world's most popular sports drink, designed to rehydrate, replenish, and refuel. It fuels the best because it is the best. Gatorade, is it in you? Find Gatorade at your local Giant Eagle and Market District stores. Gatorade and Giant Eagle are proud supporters of high school football in Western Pennsylvania and athletes everywhere. Gatorade, is it in you?
Now is the time to get into your brand new Jeep at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township. For a limited time, get unbeatable deals on the entire lineup of rugged, adventure-ready Jeeps. Choose from a versatile 2024 Grand Cherokee 4xe, payment starting at $399 a month for 42 months, or the 2024 Jeep Wrangler Sports S 4xe, starting at $347 a month for 36 months. Visit them online at southhillschryslerjeep.net or see a dealer for details.
You want the best. UPMC Health Plan is ranked #1 in member satisfaction among commercial plans in Pennsylvania by J.D. Power. With UPMC Health Plan, you get access to UPMC doctors and hospitals, local community care, and a national network for travel outside the UPMC service area. Plus 24/7 access to virtual urgent care services through UPMC Anywhere Care. When you're given a choice for health insurance, choose the best. Choose UPMC Health Plan. For J.D. Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Shop the fall kickoff at ShorkeyChevy.com. Your Chevy truck headquarters has new 24 Silverado crew cabs up to $11,000 off. New 24 Colorado pickups up to $4,000 off. And you can finance Silverado EVs at 2.9% for 84 months. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Murraysville and the North Hills, ShorkeyChevy.com. Together, let's drive. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. See dealer for complete details.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Looking for the perfect weekend? Join us at Shooters Golf for brunch every Saturday and Sunday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Enjoy delicious bites alongside mimosas and Bloody Marys while catching your favorite football team on 30-plus HD TVs featuring the NFL ticket. Remember, golf isn't over. Our heated bays are open year-round, so you can swing your clubs no matter the weather, whether you're here for brunch, games, golf. Shooters Golf, located in Wexford, PA, your ultimate destination. Visit us today and make every weekend unforgettable.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Starkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All right, Austin, let's go to the south side, shall we? Let's visit our friend Jeff Hathorn. He's on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Jeff, let's start with the quarterbacks. First of all, what time is or was practice today?
It is ongoing.
Ongoing even as we speak. So I know you can't tell me everything you see. What can you tell me about Russell Wilson and his participation yesterday and so far today?
Well, what I can tell you yesterday, I mean, and people have seen the videos, like, he looks better. It's a different, much like he said at the end of last week, that he was starting to feel like he was able to do more. And, Mike Tomlin said he was working with the second team, and that's Mike Tomlin was right about that. So, I mean, so far he looks good. We're going to talk to him here in about an hour. I'm really anxious to hear what he has to say about where he's at, what possibilities might be this week. But I think it's a real chance, if not almost a lock, barring a late setback, where he'll at least be the backup quarterback on Sunday.
Percent chance from everything you've seen and just your gut feel in general that he'll be the starter on Sunday?
No more than 10. Maybe not even 10. But active and not the emergency third, I feel 95% that he'll at least be active on Sunday.
And how do you feel about how much leeway Justin Fields would have as the starter with Russ now right behind him? In other words, has he earned a bad half, a bad quarter, a horrendous start to stay in the game, or will there be a quick hook?
And it's kind of hard to tell because, this team's had bad starts to every game, essentially, some worse than others. And they've responded in the second half. So that's got to be in the mindset of okay, in Indianapolis, we really struggled in that first half. But, man, in that second half, Fields led us to 3 touchdowns. So does that eliminate a hook? I think it would have to be really bad. And by really bad, I mean turnover bad. for Justin Fields for Russell Wilson to get into the game this Sunday.
Before we get into George Pickens, can you update us on this just smorgasbord of injuries here, Jeff? Who's in and who's out? Everyone from Jalen. Let's start with him. Jalen Warren. There seems to be some hope there.
The arrow is pointing up for Jalen. He's listed as doubtful, but he was limited in practice yesterday. And, he looked, and what he was able to do, he looked good. And he's always somebody that is going to push himself to get out there probably before he should. Now, Jalen told us yesterday that the coaches have kind of told him, we need you to be honest with this stuff. Does that work against him here, where he might say he's feeling good and the coaches say, well, I don't know. You said this stuff before. We got to make sure because we don't want him in for a couple of plays and then lose him for a few more weeks. So let's see through tomorrow. But I would say right now, doubtful might be a dismal look. I think optimistically there's a chance he could play on Sunday.
How about Cordero Patterson? Where is Alex Highsmith? Just if you could go down the list.
So those guys have been ruled out. Those two have already been ruled out for the game. Nick Herbig is already out for the game. So, outside linebacker's the big problem, you know. They've got T.J. Watt and then et al. Jeremiah Moon, Ade, Echo, Isaiah Loudermilk, maybe at a time or two. Maybe even Mon Adams flips out to more of a tackle role in some, type of specific themes. But, what TJ can't do in these scenarios is try to be Superman. And he's going to get double teamed. He's got to just keep fighting through it. He can't try to alter what the defense is by trying to be hero or knowing that he's the guy that could get home. He's just got to do what he does and try to get home that way. And then it is a big opportunity for somebody. Ade has played in the NFL. Last year he was with Atlanta and was hurt all year. And, he says that has really fired him up for this opportunity. Jeremiah Moon is a guy who played with Baltimore. He's played games, AFC North type games. These are their opportunities to come out and shine, and they're going to get it because, it's Thursday afternoon. They've got another hour of practice here. I doubt they're going to bring in somebody off somebody's practice squad or a free agent, give them a Friday practice, and put them in the game on Sunday.
Jeff Hathorn on the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. 50-minute mark on the Fan coming up, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. How about Roman Wilson? We going to see him this week?
Arthur Smith was asked that question by a very distinguished gentleman named Mark Cabali.
It was a
today.
Joke.
And he kind of danced around. There's just something not connecting right now. You brought up Brandon Johnson and didn't really play him special teams in the game on Sunday. There's just something that's just not clicking right now with Roman Wilson. One of these times, whoever predicts that he's going to be out there is going to be right. Whether it's this week, I'm not so sure. Just because you would have thought in these other weeks you could have used a guy that's had at least high-level NCAA experience and made some big plays in some of those big games.
All right, Jeff, let's get to the topic we've basically been talking about all day. What about George Pickens? Some people, based on his interview with you guys today, concluded that he just doesn't really have any accountability. What sense did you get around him?
So the interview we had with him today is the interview we've had with him every time, almost bar none. He doesn't expand on answers. He doesn't give long answers. He's not going to entertain a question that's already been asked. Those media sessions are always short, and most of the time you could feel that he's just, he's Marshawn Lynch. He's there so he doesn't get fined, and he's going to, answer however many questions he does with as short answers as he can so he can get this thing over with.
Yeah.
So I don't read too much into what he says. I thought it was interesting where he said it's up to Art, not Rooney, Arthur Smith, as to, him getting more involved in the offense. I mean, Arthur Smith had an interesting thing today where he said that, well, I've load managed, Derek Henry and A.J. Brown in the past.
Everybody load managed Derek Watt, but go ahead.
Right. Yes, yes, they did. But Derek Henry, I understand. The guy is a stud. You were giving him the ball 38 times a game. Like that I get. A.J. Brown, I don't know what the circumstances was, but you probably had at least an other option. I think George is frustrated. He says he's going to work hard at practice and that, he's just going to do what he's being told. Arthur also said today that we've seen that every time. Like they know that this is how he acts. So they're not overly concerned with him throwing a helmet or pouting on the sidelines. I don't know how this thing ends. The bottom line is, as much as you might want to discipline the guy, you're trying to win games, and he gives you the best option to win games. That's what makes this situation more difficult than just, bench the guy or give him more opportunities and make him happy. It's a complicated issue with him.
How about Najee? Let's talk about him now, Jeff. And we had Chris Hoke on today, and it's his feeling that Jaylen Warren's running style fits Arthur Smith's zone scheme better than Najee. Do you share that opinion? And what sense do you get around Najee these days? Because I can't help but go back to the fact that they didn't offer him a fifth year. And it's hard for me to believe that sat well with him. He's handled everything great so far, seemingly. What sense do you get around him? And do you agree with Hokie on that issue?
Yeah, I do. I think Jaylen Warren does fit better in the offense. Not to say that Najee can't play in the NFL, but I think he does fit. I mean, we saw it with Patterson, because Patterson's a little bit more like a bigger Jaylen Warren, and we saw him have immediate success against the Colts and then had to leave that game, unfortunately, with injury. So, yeah, I agree with that. As far as Najee out here, he's worked hard. You've seen him communicate with his teammates. There doesn't seem to be anything on the surface. But I agree with you, Joe. I mean, you know that you're going to be in a new home next year. Your option wasn't picked up. They didn't like you enough to bring you back for another year. So that's got to be weighing somewhere in the back of his head. But at practices, you don't see it. I don't think, as much as he was called soft by Zaire Franklin, I think that was more a buzzword that he knew he would get under his skin.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's a lack of effort. I think he doesn't have the burst off the line. The ability to cut and burst like Jaylen, or from the small sample size we saw from Patterson.
All right, Jeff, this is going to be really interesting today, man. It could be, depending on how much Wilson does with the first team, what that interview goes like. What time does he meet with you guys?
He talks to us around 2:30, 2:45, somewhere in that range. It'll be him and Fields.
Yeah.
So,
wow. That's going to be interesting. And if you can get them to reveal for everybody who had more first-team reps, did Russell get any? This is going to be very interesting.
I agree. The one good thing is now you're ramping up to the time where you might have an option if you want to make a change. So I guess if that's the positive to take out of this, you may, by the end of the week, have two healthy quarterbacks.
We appreciate the time, Jeff.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Limits.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thanks, Austin.
Limits, what an eventful day this was, yes?
That's one way to put it.
Fan weather. Did I do the 50-minute mark? I did, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevrolet, Washington Road, McMurray, or at sunchevy.com. High of 62 today with sunny skies. What's cooking? Brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. Do you think that Rick Springfield is going to join us in studio. That keeps sticking in my mind right here.
I put it at a 50-50 shot.
Is he old enough? If this were 19, when was he popular? 83? I don't know.
Yeah, right around the 80s.
There's no chance we're getting Rick Springfield in the studio, but I feel like it's a better chance now.
What, so that he can promote the show and
promote his show, just hang out, maybe talk a little sports and judge me versus Bob versus that caller who just weighed in with I've done everything for you lyrics. I think that there's a chance that that's going to happen.
I think there's a chance. I think there's a better than zero chance. Maybe, I think 50. Yeah, I'm firm behind that.
When is our next field trip? This is also big news.
This is being planned.
Olivia Babcock, we went out and saw her at Pitt last week, I think it was. I don't know, 2 weeks ago, and she was smashing serves at us. If you saw the Pitt volleyball game last night, she ramps it up, obviously, in the games compared to what we saw. And one of her serves hit the floor, the back left side of the other team's defense at the baseline there, and nobody touched it. Do you know how fast at that level you have to serve for nobody to touch it?
I mean, we saw it firsthand. And Chris Peak put out a funny tweet the other day. I think it was last night. Would you, if you were offered $10,000, stand on the court and Olivia Babcock at full speed hit at you on a great set and a great swing, would you do it? And man,
she's great.
That's why she's the best.
And they're great. The number one team in the country. And she was just very upbeat, energetic, positive person. That was fun. But we're going out on the road again. And where are we going? Are we doing Pitt football, Duquesne basketball?
Yes.
We have lots of possibilities. Plus, I have a note here from, I think, the Pittsburgh Playhouse.
Yep.
That I've been invited to act and maybe sing in a play.
IUP Rugby.
And IUP Rugby.
National champs. They want us to come up there. So anybody that wants us out, tweet at us.
But what could we do, Limits, with the rugby team? I'm definitely not tackling people without pads or anything like that.
Right.
Do they kick in rugby or pass or anything?
I don't think I have the physical build to be good for rugby, so I worry about that a little bit. What do they do in rugby?
Yeah.
I mean, we could kick. I feel like I would be horrible kicking. Like kicking a field goal. We did a field goal contest.
Yeah.
I would be horrendous.
Yeah, I don't think I could do that either. Maybe you could drink beer with them. I mean, rugby is also noted for their parties. Forget the game. We would put you on stage at a party.
All right.
Let's do that.
I guess.
I want to try to hit off a softball pitcher.
Me too. I want
to do that. There's the one girl from Seneca Valley. I don't want to get this wrong. There's some pitcher out there who's going to Clemson. That's who I want to hit off. At least bunt.
We could try that.
Of course, if Shelty was there, he wouldn't let us bunt, right? He doesn't bunt.
We should do free throws with Pitt basketball.
And Duquesne.
We're setting it up with Duquesne basketball. We have a great thing coming up with Duquesne. We're going to try to film next week, as well as Pitt. We're going to try to film next week.
Thank you, Limits. I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Joe. Goodbye.
First, I have FanDuel.
Correct.
We got a ball game tonight. We have Seattle, San Fran. And I'm starting with Brock Purdy. This guy, his weapons are up and down. He's got some injuries. He keeps putting up numbers. It's not all perfect with him, but for betting purposes, it ain't bad. Get started with $200 in bonus bets, guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. Start with him and build your SGP for tonight's game, your same game parlay. I like Brandon Ayuk. One of these weeks, this guy's going to bust out. Why not tonight? Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to make every moment more this season. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey to make every moment more. I would start an SGP this weekend on the local team. First, I'd find out who the quarterback is. But I think they're going to run the ball a lot. And if Jaylen Warren is in the game, that might be a sneaky little bet, right? Because as our guy Hokie said, his style fits this scheme better. When he's ready, he's going to get a lot of carries. FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Bowser Genesis of Monroe.
Thursday Night Football tonight, San Francisco and Seattle. Westwood One's coverage begins at 7:30 on the Fan. Can also listen on your Odyssey app. Penguins are also back after losing to the Rangers last night. Tonight against Detroit at 8 o'clock on the road. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. PM team next.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with BetQL. Two of the favorites in the Eastern Conference drop the puck tonight as New Jersey plays host to Toronto. The Maple Leafs started off their season with a 1-0 loss to Montreal on Wednesday, while tonight's contest is home opener for the Devils. The BetQL model is looking for some plus money tonight. They're backing the visiting Maple Leafs, grabbing them at plus 115 on the money line against New Jersey. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL. And download the BetMGM app.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, while their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through October 10th, upgrade and switch to 300 megabit Xfinity Internet with unlimited data and one line of unlimited mobile for just $35 a month for 1 year. Plus, get an eligible free 5G phone with trade-in. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless bill and an auto-pay stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed.
It's time to review the top 3 highlights of the day. I'm joined as always by my co-anchor Snoop.
Hey, what up, though?
Snoop, number 1 has to be getting the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence at T-Mobile.
Yeah, you should hustle down to T-Mobile like a dog chasing a squirrel chasing a nut.
Nice analogy, Snoop. Dogs do love to chase squirrels.
And squirrels love to chase those nuts.
On to highlight number 2. At T-Mobile, families can save 20% every month versus the other big guys.
That is very impressive. You know, y'all can take some of those savings and buy some Snoop merchandise.
That's exactly what I'm planning on doing with my savings, Snoop. Now, take it away, Snoop.
Head to T-Mobile.com and get the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on them. Now drop that jingle.
24 monthly bill credits. Eligible trade-in on Go 5G Next. Well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 connection charge. Cancel entire account before receiving 24 bill credits, and credit stop and balance on required finance agreement too. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See how you can save versus the other big guys at T-Mobile.com/switch. Apple Intelligence coming fall 2024.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. Their experts favorites in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-709-7022. 800-709-7022. 800-709-7022.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Chances are you're not hearing this ad while topping 100 in your Aston Martin or taking a spin around town in your Rolls Royce. But if you are, then Donald Trump's tax plan is for you. Just ask him.
You're rich as hell. We're going to give you a tax cut?
But if you're hearing this on your way to work or school pickup, if you're heading to the grocery store or wondering how long you can stretch that tank of gas, then your plan is Kamala Harris's plan. She'll make the wealthy and big corporations pay their fair share so she can give the middle class a tax cut, as well as $25,000 for first-time home buyers, $6,000 for first-time parents, and a $50,000 tax deduction for starting a new business. Because that guy in the cyber truck that just zoomed by doesn't need another break. But Kamala Harris knows you sure could use one. Paid for by FFPAC, ffpac.org, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. FFPAC is responsible for the content of this advertising.
That's the power of Bowser.
Leaves are starting to fall, and so are the prices at Bowser Hyundai. Fall into savings with the 2024 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive with 1.99% APR for 60 months. It's the perfect ride for all your autumn adventures. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance that are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. With approved credit and financing through HMFC. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies. See Bowser for complete details. Offer ends October 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. So visit Bowser Hyundai today.
Well, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
A governor's election in Massachusetts. A race for Congress in New York. Control of the entire Virginia state legislature. All elections that came down to a single vote. One single vote. That's one person who decided to show up, make their voice heard, and ended up swaying history. One person whose decision was the difference between higher and lower taxes, more or less personal freedoms, better jobs in their community, or an industry that packs up and leaves. That's the power you hold this year. That's the potential of your vote. And our elections come down to you more often than you think. In 1 year, in one state, 69 elections came down to just a handful of people. That's the power we hold this year. And we can move mountains when we use it. Go to votehq.org and look up your polling place and make a plan to vote. It can mean all the difference. Paid for by American Independent Radio.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both. The professionalism from beginning to end is unbelievable.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel Hall, was a 10 out of 10. They truly would not give up until they designed their windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. They're amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient windows are built to last a lifetime. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with 0 down and no interest or payments for 24 months. Schedule an estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, the man.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, second day of Steelers practice this week. We'll see if Russell Wilson gets to work with the first-team offense after being a full participant yesterday. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now from a jam-packed Rivers Casino Sportsbook. It's Pony and Muller.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
The eye black message on your eye black, was there any purpose? What was the purpose behind it?
It's just eye black. Yeah.
Did you expect the blowback about the message on the eye black?
Nah.
Have you heard from the league about a fine, or is there anything internal that comes with that?
So what was the point of the eye black?
They just asked me that. It was a little late to the party.
George, were you aware of the rule about messaging on the eye black?
Never seen it before. Have you seen it before?
I mean, Cam got fined like some years ago for putting his dad's name on it.
Years ago?
Yeah.
When I wasn't in the league, so nah.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. We are live at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. That is George Pickens, eye black gate, what he put on there. Hates dealing with the media, thinks we're out to get him. And so you're not going to get any kind of answers that make you feel better about his temperament, his attitude, his drive to be a great player. There's not going to be any kind of admission of blame there, no contrition whatsoever. That's just not the way he's going to come across in these situations. I think he would be better off with fans and maybe even some of his teammates if he did that, but he's created this adversarial relationship. Did you see the quote from Deshaun Elliott that makes some Steelers fans think that Deshaun Elliott is advocating for a George Pickens for Davante Adams swap?
I might have missed this one, actually.
Donnie, have you seen this?
I have not.
Deshaun Elliott here. I'm going to pull up the tweet right now. At Steelers Space tweeted this.
As opposed to outer space.
Deshaun Elliott wants Davante Adams in the Berg. And then the quote, if we need to sell my G-Wagon, we can sell it. I'd love to have him.
What car manufacturer makes the G-Wagon, Donnie? I don't know. Pony?
I think BMW.
Wrong.
Mercedes-Benz? I knew it was a big one. Yeah. People thinking G-Wagon stands for George.
No, it's a literal type of car. You think Deshaun's talking in code there?
I'm just saying. It starts with the same letter. That's what fans think. That this is his way of
subtly putting George out there on the trade block in Deshaun Elliott's mind.
And for Davante Adams in a swap.
I've heard Deshaun Elliott talk a bunch this year.
Yeah.
He sounds like a very sharp guy. Like
well,
a guy
wouldn't it be sharp to say it?
Like a guy who could do this for a living. Like he's very smooth talker.
Would do a good show on the station, I think. But is it possible that this is his way of
subtly firing a shot in Pickens' direction? Like, yeah, get this guy the hell out of here? Possibly. I wouldn't. If it were another guy, I think he might just be saying G-Wagon because that's a rich person's car.
Yep.
A lot of players probably have them.
My friend Nick Wright drives a baby blue G-Wagon. Congratulations on all his success.
Nick is rich, I would say. Like, close to athlete
When
rich.
are we going to get our day in the sun, Malsey?
I think you've already.
When are we going to get to that level of fame and stardom?
You do a podcast with Patrick Peterson, a future Hall of Famer. You're going out to Circa in Las Vegas later tonight. You're flying out. They're paying for you to be there. People are going to come and see you. So I think the answer is very soon for you. Absolutely when hell freezes over for me. God. But I'm really – I'll start today by saying this. I am – a couple things. Like you had an epiphany – earlier this week.
Bless you, Charlie. That was one of the loudest sneezes I think I've ever heard here. That
you've never
absolutely
worked with Starkey.
Made it on air.
Never worked with Starkey where it would be. Anyway, you had an epiphany earlier this week. I had an epiphany of a different kind today. Not that I expect anything different, but when guys like Pickens finally meet with the media, I do think there's a small percentage of our audience of Steelers fans who are hoping for like some cathartic remarks where he cuts the profile of the penitent sinner here, like a kid who gets called out on the carpet and goes, you know what, Teach, I was wrong. It was wrong. Like, you know, something out of a movie, right, where the bully or the bad guy.
How about a heartfelt apology? How about
anything
I'm sorry?
in like a coming-of-age movie where somebody that you're not rooting for because of their behavior, like finally sees the error of their ways and says, you know what, I've been doing this all wrong.
Yep.
But it just struck me today when I started to see the quotes trickle out and like the videos that were being posted from like literally every angle around him. One of those questions Brooke asked didn't get a verbal answer. He just looked at her and nodded and
He
like
mean-mugged her.
shook his head no, though, but made it very obvious like the answer is no. And I just thought to myself, why would anybody expect any different here? Why does anybody really expect that Mike Tomlin, anytime on a Tuesday after they lose, is ever really going to give up anything that you want to hear him say? They're not. He's not. Pickens isn't. They're not giving anyone their pound of flesh. And in Pickens' case, in Tomlin's case, I can at least say this. I think Mike desperately and badly wants to win, and I think he has a flawed methodology in the modern NFL, but I know Mike Tomlin is a competitive dude who hates the thought of losing. George Pickens says he's competitive. Guys around him say, oh, yeah, he really wants to win when they're trying to close ranks. I really am starting to wonder and have grave levels of concern, regardless of what Michael Brewerly, the possible Pickens burner account, was tweeting people yesterday. It just doesn't seem like this is a guy whose attitude matches the vibe he wants people to think he's putting off. You know, whenever people say things about him, or he'll occasionally say something like, oh, yeah, I'm working hard. I know he said he's working hard today. I think that was another one of his comments. Talk is cheap at this point for this guy.
Dulac in his chat said, trade him if the nonsense continues. Is that where you're at on George Pickens?
Put it this way. I'll answer that question thusly. Probably beginning of this year and for the entirety of his tenure leading up to through the beginning of this year, I'd have said, that's crazy. He's your best offensive talent. Like, you have to find a way to make it work. Man, don't you ever just get sick of something enough where you say, screw it, I just don't care? Like, if they were to trade him, and even if I thought the return was underwhelming, I'd be like, fine. Let's just move on from this. It's getting annoying. Antonio Brown's the guy he gets comped to by far the most. Antonio Brown was 50 times the player George Pickens is. I mean, he was an all-time great. What's George Pickens? I've often said, and a lot of people actually agree with this, Ryan Clark, he might be the most physically gifted guy in the league. On how many teams would he actually be wide receiver one? It's not nearly as many as he thinks. He wouldn't be wide receiver one ahead of a Jamar Chase, a Justin Jefferson, a Tyreek Hill.
Sure.
Probably not a Devontae Adams. In fact, definitely not. You know, you could go on and on and on and list the teams where he just wouldn't crack the very top of the depth chart. But here, he's been enabled like he's Jerry Rice in his prime production-wise.
He's also had us make excuses for him because of the offense he's played in and the quarterbacks he's been around. And I'm not saying that hasn't negatively affected his career. I think it has. I think there are probably situations where if he had been drafted there, he would have been put in a position to flourish and have a very successful career. But the way he's responded to that adversity is piss poor. It's embarrassing, actually, that we have to keep having these conversations about him. You know, the reason why I really don't want to trade him, might surprise you, I don't want to let Tomlin off the hook. Mike, this is your bed, man. Sleep in it. You figure it out.
If you trade him, he's not being let off the hook. It becomes an abject failure. You've had to trade him for, it might not be for Devontae Adams. It might just be trade him for a second or third round pick if somebody wants to take the risk.
That does nothing for them this year.
No, I know that. I don't think trading him would let Mike off the hook. I think it would be seen as a complete failure of Mike to actually get the most out of the player in the long term.
But the whole point of me giving him the money that he's making is for him to manage personalities and players and do a good job at it. Yep. And I'm going to just take that problem off his hands. If I don't think he can, if I'm Omar Khan, or not Omar Khan, if I'm Art Rooney, I'm looking at this logically and not just blindly believing in Mike Tomlin, what's the point in me treating him like an elite coach if I have to take these issues off his hand and not trust him to remedy the situation?
I think he looks at Mike as an elite coach and as somebody we're firing him as a non-starter because I think Art likes having the perception around this team because so much of the national media will repeat it ad infinitum that they're just the steady Eddie franchise that doesn't fire coaches. It's been one of the biggest problems going for them. I think Art borderline fetishizes this idea, hey, look, we're the Steelers. What's our identity? We're steady at the coaching position. And look at what it's yielded. No losing seasons in 17 years. Wow.
No, I don't think that it's an ultimatum situation where if you don't get more out of George Pickens, you're going to get fired. I'm not naive enough to think that one player, one bad egg, is going to undo all of the equity that Tomlin has built up with his owner, who treats him like he walks on water. I'm not articulating that. I am just saying the owner himself has said, what is it about Mike Tomlin that you like as a coach? And he has said repeatedly, it's that guys play hard for him. That's one of his go-to lines on this. So you drafted a guy knowing that he was maybe questionable in that area because you think your coach is better at getting that out of the player than any other guy in the league. Right.
And he's not.
Yes. So I'm not, I would be so upset if I were Art Rooney and Mike Tomlin and/or Omar Khan came to me and said, look, this has just become untenable. We got to get rid of this guy essentially for pennies on the dollar. Because it would turn into a Pirate situation for me where it's like, gee, damn it, if I watch this guy go somewhere else and keep his head screwed on straight and put up numbers, I'm going to blow my top.
Well, to ensure that doesn't happen, you'd have to find a team without a very good quarterback willing to trade for him. Because I'll tell you right now, if he goes somewhere where there's a really good quarterback and established hierarchy, I think he would put up huge numbers.
Keep his mouth shut?
Yeah, because he'd be putting up huge numbers. When the guy put up numbers at the end of last year, you didn't hear so much as a peep from him. In fact, he actually looked like an engaged teammate. That is the second half of this, but I'm not inclined to give George Pickens an out because they run a rudimentary offense.
He still had the horrible fumble in Buffalo where it was another one of those situations where a guy that is a number one wide receiver
would not make that play.
Have
I know.
Dumb plays
that. I'm just not inclined to give him any outs about how they run their offense because he still received the most targets. Whether Arthur Smith knows how to get him the ball, because when he did get it in Indy, he fumbled inside the 5 and fundamentally changed that game. The chief mainline difference between George Pickens and Antonio Brown is Antonio Brown was an established great player who delivered the goods on the field, and George Pickens hasn't done it regularly enough.
Donnie, is that where you're at? Dulac says he'd trade him if this nonsense continues. Are you getting close to that?
I mean, I think if it gets completely overborne, yeah. I mean, I don't think we are to a point yet where it is, FUBAR, there's a point to no return here with him. I mean, again, we saw these episodes from him last season, and luckily he responded well. That's unfortunately, they may have to buck their trend a little bit of the conservative approach, because if they don't want to lose this guy, they simply, that's the only way to keep him engaged. That's the only way we know that. You let George Pickens get his, and listen, you might be forcing things, but if they want to keep him around, that's the only way they can solve that problem.
I mean, isn't that the other part of the problem here, though? Is that even when this guy is completely locked in and he's giving it his all, it's hard to create a situation where he always gets his, because if defenses are smart, if he's not taking himself out of the game, they can do that.
Correct, which is why AB was always much more preferable, because he just wouldn't allow himself to be taken out of the game. George Pickens cares about his stats, but does not care so much that he will go hard no matter what because he thinks he's always going to get the ball. Antonio Brown always went, and it was because he had Roethlisberger too, and frankly Haley for most of that time, who knew how to get him the ball as well, for all people wanted to rip Todd Haley. There's none of that right now.
George Pickens finally talked today. You got guys like Jerry Dulac saying trade him if this nonsense continues. Some fans think that Deshaun Elliott subtly made a comment about trading George Pickens today. Where do you come down on that topic at 412-928-9370? That's 412-928-9370. I'd really like to hear from fans on this. I mean, maybe you think that we're overblowing this and the guy's fine and it'll all work out. Let's hear it. 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. Some calls. Pat Narduzzi in 20 minutes, but first a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt tries to start 6-0. They welcome Cal on Saturday, 3:30 kick at Acrisure Stadium. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage begins at 12:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 93.7thefan.com. Pony.
All right, thank you so much, Donnie. Mike's Beer Bar is a great place to head over tonight. We know that there's a hockey game in Detroit. Last night was disgusting. Need to get that bad taste out of this team's mouth. They'll have the game on. It's starting later because of the baseball game, 8 o'clock in Detroit. Around the same time, a football game is going to be played in Seattle between two teams. Not everybody gets the app that it's on. Mike's does. Get over there and watch the game. They'll have both going on their brand new TVs. 80 rotating taps of local craft beer, including pumpkin beers like the Pumpkin Shandy, which is the fan beer of the month. So meet me at Mike's today, right next to PNC Park. It's Mike's Beer Bar.
93.7 The Fan, Giant Eagle, and Gatorade present top high school gridiron performances of Week 6. North Catholic's Joey Feltiski threw for .355 in a road loss for the Trojans. Connor Kometz of Riverview passed for .282 on 11 of 24 passing. Chaz Jackson of Perry Traditional Academy threw for .291 to Deontay Herring, who caught 5 passes for .237 in a Commodores win. Keep listening to 93.7 The Fan for more top performances on the high school gridiron presented by Giant Eagle and Gatorade. Men embarrassed because of ED, New Flow Men's Health is the area's leader in treating ED with long-term results. Pittsburgh guys helping Pittsburgh guys. New Flow is serious about helping you solve your ED issues. No pills, no injections, no games. Be that guy again. Call New Flow today for your free consultation at 412-784-9000.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Hey, Padres, quick question, and I'll be very nice and respectful about this. The hell happened to you all? I mean, you were aware that there was a game last night, right? And a pretty big one at that. You know, an elimination game. An opportunity to beat down hated Big Bro and the evil empire to the north. You were aware of that, right? I'm Jim Rome.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us, too, in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. And the second bite is like fresh American cheese, bacon. And the third bite, you get the idea. The boss of breakfast burritos, gotta be Wendy's.
Participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee? Only 25%, not 40% like some other firms. They're smart, they're aggressive, they're experienced. They have a 99.7% success rate. That means they win. Car accidents, motorcycle wrecks, tractor-trailer crashes, dog bites, any accidents, only 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman. 888-98-TWINS. They got your back, not your wallet.
Pennsylvania football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws an awesome block so his teammate can score instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Everyone knows the most exciting part of football is the score. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD scorer wager today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Summer heat will soon be turning into cold winter weather, and now is the time to make sure your roof will be prepared for the snow, sleet, and freezing temperatures. You know what to do. Call the Pickle, 724-515-5551. Gherkin Roofing is taking appointments right now for their fall roof replacements. Gherkin also does small roof repairs. Protect your biggest investment by calling the Pickle today at 724-515-5551 or visit them at callthepickle.com. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
PetFest 2024 is presented by Subaru. It's back October 27th at Rockwell Park in the East End. Starts at 9:30, goes through 4. We'll be there. Bring your four-legged friends to meet vendors, participate in contests like a costume contest, and get photos with Santa. Stop by any Subaru dealer for complimentary tickets. For more info, go to 937thefan.com. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. George Pickens giving a very curt Q&A with reporters today. No contrition whatsoever. Not at all sounding like he feels bad or sorry for the way he's played or what happened in the game against the Cowboys. 412-928-9370 is how you join the program. Let's start with Zach in New Kent. Hello, Zach.
Hey, big fan.
Yes, Zach, good to talk to you again. What do you got for us?
Yeah, man. Well, first, can I just say I just drove past the car aflame on 28, so please drive safely.
Did
Stop
you say
going 90
aflame?
miles an hour? Aflame, yes. It was on fire.
On the side
Literally.
of the road or driving?
No, on the side of the road. I mean, it is a huge pileup. Not a pileup, but it is a huge backup. But, it's just – secondly –
scary.
They were talking about his father. He's on Twitter X, making a ruckus. He's got to be embarrassed listening to his son talk like that on the radio. I
don't
cannot
think
believe
he is. I think the father thinks the son is being done wrong by the offense here.
I can't believe that he would act this way. He would talk this way. I'm with you guys. Now that you say that, it's a good question. Why can't I? I'm with you guys. I'm ready to cut tail. See ya. It's an embarrassing look.
Man, think about how bare-ass naked it leaves the Steelers if you trade George Pickens at wide receiver. The third-round pick is in jail. Can't get on the field.
Not
He's in
literally.
Steelers jail. Yep, he's in Steelers jail. Thank you for football jail. Van Jefferson stinks. Calvin Austin makes one play a year in week 3 that gets people excited. Mike Tomlin is having to describe Pat Freiermuth as a wide receiver now just to make it seem like they're not as thin or as weak at a position as they really are. And we're going to trade George Pickens on top of that because the migraine headache that he's giving everybody is just enough for us to say, who the hell cares anymore? Let's have an even worse wide receiver room? That can't be the solution. I'm sorry. It can't be.
Well, do you think it will be? Do you think he's going to be a Pittsburgh Steeler after the trade deadline?
He better be. I'm going to say yes. He better be.
I mean, right now it represents, if you can't make it work with him, a failing on two fronts. A failing by your head coach. It's actually 2 by Mike Tomlin. A failing by your head coach to...
1.
No.
I'm keeping track.
Yes. A failing by your head coach to get through to a player when that's his specialty.
Mm-hmm.
And connected to failure number 1 is a failure to run an offense that better showcases basically your passing game. And also, I guess 3 failures because guess what? They still don't have a quarterback he trusts enough to implement the offense that would put the ball in the air more and put it at risk more, but also give you more potential for big plays.
Paul is in Natrona Heights. Hello, Paul.
Hi, guys. Quickly, give me a minute. I blame the owner for this because, as you said, Pony, he thinks that Tomlin could walk on water. He is the worst coach that in the last 7-8 years. This guy cannot draft. He drafted Kenny Pickett. Now, where is he at? They traded Deontay Johnson. Where is he at? Because he was a cancer. George Pickens is a cancer. I'm not comfortable with the quarterback situation any more than I was last year. You're admitting mistakes on people, and Mike Tomlin has to face the music for this. And again, you reap what you sow, and I say that with politics too. When people complain, but the same thing here. You reap what you sow, and it's Art Rooney's fault for this because we could go out and get better people that.
All right, Paul, thank you. We gave you exactly 60 seconds there. Here is Tim next. Hello, Tim.
Yeah, how you doing?
Yep.
Hey, my opinion is Antonio Brown is head and shoulders above Pickens.
If we're actually measuring guys, one is George Marison and the other is Muggsy Bogues. I mean, that's the difference between the two. There ain't much.
Well,
they play the same position. That's about it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I don't even think George. I mean, he's a good player. He's not a great player, but what has he done? I mean,
he led the NFL last year in yards per catch, so we know he's a big play guy, but he isn't consistent. And the thing that prevents me from saying he would thrive and turn into a star on another team is that when he is afforded opportunity, even though they're not enough, he bungles some of them in spectacular fashion, dropping touchdown passes. Remember the play Mulsey where, like, last year, it looked
didn't get his foot in when he had in NFL receiver terms, especially with the control for his feet that he has shown in the past.
I mean, your buddy from Navy would have pitter-pattered his feet 10 times.
Any receiver
in the
worth his salt in the NFL. A wide receiver 1, a wide receiver 4 would have gotten their feet down in that situation, and he did not. It was against Tennessee, yeah. It's just he's not consistent. He seems to think that he does know that he's the best receiver on the team, and that has to inform some of the way he acts. He definitely despises the media, doesn't want to give us anything, fine, whatever. No one would care. Like, what he doesn't seem to realize is if he went out against the Raiders, there were 0 snaps taken off. He's blocking hard. He's running his routes hard. How many ever snaps he's out there for, he looks like the best player on the field offensively. And even if he had 5 catches for 65 yards, if you didn't hear a peep from him and the Steelers won, no one would say anything.
Get back to your calls later. Coming up, though, on a much more positive note, Pitt is now ranked 22nd. They're 5-0 for the first time under Pat Narduzzi. He joins us on the other side. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Here's the Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Thursday night football, you can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan tonight. San Francisco and Seattle kick off at 8:15. The NFL on Westwood One coverage begins at 7:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. The Steel Mill Saloon in Mount Washington, my new favorite spot in the city. Hey, guys, it's Donnie Football Happy Hour. 3 hours long. It runs from 3:30 until 6:30, and that kitchen runs until almost midnight. An awesome menu for everyone, including several vegan options. Get some buddies, head up to the Steel Mill Saloon. They have the space for any party or an event. And the view tops it off, located right across from the Duquesne Incline, giving you the best view of that Pittsburgh City skyline. The Steel Mill Saloon. Meet me there in Mount Washington.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Celebrate the spooky season with Zero Res and get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of these huge savings. Spell it backwards or forward. It spells the same. Zero Res!
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder & Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right, they're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder & Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Pierce Township has your deal. Brand new 2024 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $314 for 24 months with $399 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $195 a month for 24 months with $399 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires October 31st, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Rick Springfield live in concert. 7 17 top 40 hits. Saturday, October 19th, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Buy your tickets now at riverscasino.com. Rick Springfield, live in concert.
Young America, Kamala Harris thinks she knows all about you.
What else do we know about this population? They are stupid.
Kamala thinks you're too stupid to realize she's to blame for overspending and record inflation.
They are stupid.
She thinks you're too stupid to realize groceries now cost 26% more.
They are stupid.
Too stupid to see how she tripled the price of gas.
Stupid.
Kamala Harris thinks you're too stupid to notice home costs have skyrocketed, now 46% higher. Electricity is costing you 25% more. Healthcare has risen 18%. And cars are up a jaw-dropping 33%.
Bidenomics is working.
With all due respect, Madam VP, we're not that stupid. Young America, we can't afford 4 more years of Kamala Harris. To learn more, go to learnaboutkamala.com. Right for America, paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.rightforamericapac.com.
Okay, everyone, what did you think of the chocolate bar?
It's too chewy.
Feels kind of chalky.
Too much nougat.
I need to go brush my teeth.
Business is booming for Steph's small marketing research firm.
After all these focus groups, there's only one conclusion. I need more researchers.
And she's way too busy researching.
Does this have peanuts?
To waste time researching resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
It's time to find out who was in the zone. Presented by AutoZone. After 2 losses to start the season, Baltimore has won 3 straight behind the play of their reigning MVP quarterback. Going for 348 yards and 4 touchdowns through the air and adding 55 yards on the ground against their division rivals, he looks to be making a case for another MVP caliber season. In the Zone is brought to you by AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Visit Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington for the most affordable all-wheel drives. Our fall kickoff event has new 24 Outlanders with 0% financing, choose savings up to $6,500 off, or lease for just $279 per month. Plus, our trade-in values are at an all-time high. Get paid to trade. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Stop in today or shop the fall kickoff at JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for details.
This season, get premium tech that inspires joy from Dell Technologies. Bring projects to life with the XPS 16. It delivers supercharged processing for enhanced productivity and freedom to express yourself. Performance-class Dell PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors deliver a dedicated engine to help accelerate AI. Enjoy free shipping, Dell rewards, and expert support. When you get a Dell PC with AI, it gives back. Shop now at Dell.com/deals.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or 2 half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and 1 blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Saturday at 3:30, Pitt plays its first game of the season as a ranked team. They've moved into the polls, ranked 22nd. Pat Forty. Ballsy, are you familiar with Pat Forty?
I'm a little embarrassed that you're asking me that. Of course I'm familiar with Pat
He
Forty.
has Pitt right now in the college football playoff as we sit here. Going into week, for Pitt, this will be week 6. For other teams, week 7. They've had a bye week already, but what a start to the campaign. 1-0 in the ACC. 5-0 overall for the first time since 1991. Another trivia question. Can you name the Pitt quarterback in 1991, Mulsey?
Alex Van
Let's
Pelt.
go. You're on the ball today. And joining us on the hotline right now is Pat Narduzzi, Pitt football coach. Pat, how about Chris? Is he just a wealth of knowledge or what?
Wealth of knowledge. I didn't know the answer. I thought it was Dan Marino, but what do I know? I'm just worried about today. But how you guys doing?
In 91, Pat? You thought it was Marino?
Know.
He already played in the Super Bowl by then.
Shoot, I have no idea. I have no idea.
Pat, I'll start you off with a question about your quarterback. Eli Holstein won the job, but that's in practices. You don't, Mike Tomlin loves to say you got to get guys in stadium and see what they're made of when he's talking about preseason football. So, since from the time Eli Holstein won the job, what have you seen from him that you didn't know you were going to get? Like, what have you learned from him now, seeing him play and win 5 games for you?
Coach Tomlin's right. I mean, you got to get him in the stadium, and that's why we had 2 scrimmages over there trying to find out who plays when the lights come on in the stadium. But we've learned a lot. I think from what Eli is. It was a really close race in camp with him and Nate Yarnell, who's a really good quarterback and an unbelievable young man. Not an easy decision, but as each week passes through the season, you kind of go, golly. I mean, this kid's so composed. He's a playmaker. At the end of games, his fourth quarters have been outstanding. He finds a way to make the play to help us win football games, and that's what it comes down to at the quarterback position. A guy that will your football team to win.
Pat, vocal leader, lead by example. What is he, personality-wise, Eli Holstein?
That's another good question. You don't see him as very talkative, so he's not a guy that's going to, sit there and talk a lot. So he leads by example. But I think the players may see a different side, than I see. I think he leads off the field as well. I think he's a guy that, brings those guys all closer together. I think he's got those receivers and those running backs kind of in his, within his wings, and I think he's got a kind of a savvy way of just bringing those guys together, and he doesn't have to say a whole lot, and maybe it's just based on what he does, but I just see there's a really good chemistry by the offense with what he's developed there.
Pat, he's also, in addition to obviously putting up the big numbers passing, he's also the second leading rusher and the leading rush touchdown guy on your team. What kind of a juggling act is it for you and for Cade Bell to try to temper, hey, this guy's a weapon when he uses his legs versus he is a very important player for you guys, so you don't want to put him at any undue risk for injury. How are you working through that calculation in that situation?
Yeah, we've got to be smart. I mean, the one thing is, he's going to scramble when he scrambles. You can't help that. When you drop back to throw and use your arm, he's able to scramble. I think he's done a decent job of getting down and being smart. You don't see us have a lot of quarterback, runs, maybe here and there, like down on the goal line if you feel like you need that extra number in the box and you use the quarterback. But you got to be careful. We don't want to get him hurt. And you saw what happened to Florida State at the end of the year. They got, Travis, great player, and then he gets hurt against South Alabama or whoever that was, and all of a sudden, kind of ruins. They still haven't recovered from that day. So I think, you got to be careful. Obviously he's critical in what we do and how we do it, and we got to keep him healthy. We got to block for him. We got to check the quarterback in the pocket, and then he's got to be smart himself and making sure he gets down when he has to.
Pat, fans are so excited that you guys are winning and that Eli has had this amazing start, but also fans oftentimes do find negative in great situations. And the one thing that they do, I know it's crazy, and the one thing they bring up with this is how do they keep them? How does Pat Narduzzi keep the jackals away? Is Eli Holstein getting texted every week, hey, this is Joe Blow from the Big Ten, or Steve Smith from the SEC, come down here, we got big bags of money for you. Is that a real thing that you have to deal with during this season?
Well, we don't have to deal with it during the season. Maybe he has to. I think he's pretty level-headed. He knows, what's there in front of him. I think he knows Pitt's going to take care of him. I haven't had that conversation with him. Pitt has the ability to take care of him. This new house settlement obviously will help, but the quarterback's, the most critical, player on your football team, so we're obviously going to take care of him. But here's the other thing people forget. The grass is not always greener, okay? You guys follow NFL football more than I do, but, some of these quarterbacks, in one program, then, let's cut them, they go somewhere else, and, and all of a sudden they're stars, okay? So, Eli's found a great niche here. I think it comes down to, are you happy or not, okay? And, I always relate everything to happiness, and again, a couple weeks ago, did an interview talking about just happiness as a coach. And I turned down a lot of money, turned down a lot of head coaching jobs, okay, to stay at Michigan State as the defense coordinator because I was happy, not because of money. I mean, I turned down millions to stay as a defense coordinator. And people might look at you and go, what are you doing? Because the time will come, okay? And, to me, I think Eli and his family are smart enough to know, listen, him and Cade Bell work really good together, okay? He likes how he calls the game, and those are all great things. I mean, he can win a Heisman Trophy from here. He can win a national championship from here, all those things. But you know what? You can think that it's all about you and it's all you, and you can go somewhere else and all of a sudden go from being really good to not being very productive. So I think, when you have a good thing going, I think, people are smart enough to figure that out. If you're happy. Now, if him and Coach Bell aren't getting along, and Eli's a great quarterback, but we don't get along, well, then you really, the fans should worry. But I hope, the city of Pittsburgh is a great place to play. It's a great place to live. It's an unbelievable place to get an education. And again, on top of all of that, if you have a good culture and your team gets along and you like who you're playing with, that's probably the most important thing in the world. I mean, we could be 500 right now, but if you're happy with where you are, be careful what you wish for.
Pat, I assume that I can ask the same question Andrew did about Eli about Coach Bell, because those same jackals and vultures might be calling on him too. So do you feel the same way right now about keeping that partnership together with those two?
Yeah, I mean, I think, those two together, again, Cade's got a good thing coming here too. You know what I'm saying? He's got Eli, and, I don't think, you'd be crazy to pass that up. But the great thing about Coach Bell is he's got a contract, and Eli really doesn't have a contract. You have a transfer portal that's wide open. People sometimes try to compare, coach with a player and say, if coaches can do it, players can. But, there'll be a, hefty buyout and all those things. So, hey, I'm going to try to enjoy the moment. We're going to try to win one game each week and be 1-0. And, I think it's a good problem. Last year nobody was, worried about, how do we pay a quarterback or how do we pay a coordinator? It's a good problem to have is when you got great players and they're being successful, and you got great coaches that are being successful as well. So I think, to me, that goes hand in hand, and it's a great problem to have here in the city of Pittsburgh.
Hey, Pat, I want to let you do something.
And time out. And if you happen to join the Alliance 412, our collective run by Chris Bickle, I'll do a little commercial for it. Like, get a hold, go on Twitter, go on Instagram, go to Alliance 412. Help your Panthers continue to be great and pack the yak on Saturday.
Also, maybe setting up a radio show with star quarterback and afternoon drive hosts in Pittsburgh might also help.
Why don't we get that done? What do we got to do?
Huh? I think we could have our people talk to your people and make that happen. Hey, Pat, I wanted to give you a chance, though, before we let you go, to do something that I know coaches love to do, especially when things are going really well, like 5-0 for the first time since 1991 well. What is one thing you want to see your team do better the rest of the way, that you want to improve? Because I know that's a classic. That's coaching 101 right there, is always try to find something that we got to work on even when things are going well.
But you know what? I could grab every starter on our offense, our defense, and the guys run down on kickoff and kickoff return, and I could give you details about each one. Hey, what do you have to do better? What do you have to do better? So individually, each guy, has a goal sheet that they fill out every week. And I hope they know from the coaching and the details that their coaches give in their individual meetings. The head coach knows what every guy is going to improve on. But the one thing, and I say it all the time, is as a football team, just continue to get better. Okay, there's situational football. There's situational football at the end of that game that we just got to be smart with the ball, protect our quarterback. I hope they learn from that. But it's I say one thing. It's like execution. It comes down to execution. I want to see our execution, offensively, defensively, and special teams get better each week. And again, that goes with great coaching in our meeting rooms. It goes with every play that we run in practice or in a game, like learning from those situations and becoming better as a football team and as a unit when we walk on the field that next week.
First time since we loved it. First time since 1966, Pitt and Cal, a big ACC rivalry matchup, 3:30 Saturday on the Fan. We'll have pregame at 12:30. Pat, we love talking to you. One of our listeners says, what's Pat snacking on? It sounds like he's got a little snack there with him. Is that accurate?
I had a little Snickers. So I apologize. I didn't think you guys could hear that.
No, that's good.
I just had lunch at 2 o'clock.
Do you throw them in the freezer when you eat them, Pat? Are you a frozen Snickers guy where you'll toss it in the fridge or the freezer, chill it out a little? I know people who do that with Snickers bars.
Yeah, there's nothing. Cold is better than warm and melty. But room temperature is good, too. So either one. I want to make sure I keep my teeth. I'm getting old. My teeth may be cracked out.
Hey, Pat, along those lines, the Narduzzi household, they giving out full-size candy bars on Halloween, or you do the little fun-size ones?
We have full-size, but like we live back in the woods. My driveway is about a half mile. You're not a very intelligent trick-or-treater if you're coming by my house for trick-or-treat. By the time you come down here, you better get a big bar, okay? But it's a long walk down the driveway to get there, and you're not hitting as many houses. The key to great strategic trick-or-treating is get to as many houses as you can. You want short walks. Yeah. You don't want this half-mile walk in between houses. You want to get your pillowcase, and you want to make sure. And you know what? We used to run house to house, because we're just trying to get to as many houses as we could.
Pat? It's just like this. It's like the Pitt offense. Hit them fast and run a lot of plays. It's perfect.
That's right. Hit the gas. Hit the gas, as Coach Bell says. Hit it.
Hey, Pat, good luck on Saturday, and we'll talk again soon, okay?
Hey, appreciate it, guys. Thanks for having me on. Hail to Pitt.
There you go. How about what he said about Holstein? He can win a Heisman Trophy and a national championship here at Pitt. I mean, it happened in the 70s, but that's a long time ago.
Kenny Pickett, he looks like I don't know. He looks like he's playing even better than Pickett did when he finished third in the Heisman.
I think he's a better NFL prospect.
Well, he's a bigger guy, and I think he's got the attributes physically just look better. If Pitt, let me tell you this: if Eli Holstein through the next 6 games or whatever, 7 games, if they are somehow undefeated, they pull a stunner on Clemson, they just handle their business, and the guy has got like 35 touchdowns and 5 picks, he'll be in New York. For an undefeated Pitt team? Are you kidding me?
So
he'd be in. Do you disagree? I mean, I know Travis Hunter, Genty from Boise State is insane, and Cam Ward. But if Pitt were undefeated and this guy had ridiculous counting numbers, he would absolutely be getting Heisman consideration right now. They'd have to go undefeated. That's the key.
Yep.
But he would absolutely be getting talked about that way.
I think this is a sneaky, hard game.
I got a stat for you.
I know that Cal heartbreak hotel against Miami, and we'll see where they are having to come all the way over here from Northern California. But the thing about Pitt that I always wonder about is how do they handle prosperity? The Pickett year, they lost to Western Michigan.
Well, that's what I was gonna. That's why I asked him.
They beat Clemson. I was there with Craig Riley. He had his little Kenny Heisman shirt on. They lose the next week to Tyler Van Dyke in Miami. So this, to me, you're on the map now. You're ranked.
Stay on the map.
People are talking about your quarterback as an NFL prospect, a great find in the portal, and the playoff. You got to keep at it. And also, you get to 6 wins. I cashed my ticket. I had them over 5.5.
I have a Pat stat for you. You like that rhyme? Since he has been at Pitt, he is undefeated straight up and undefeated against the spread when he is a 4-point home favorite or less. He has covered and won every single game.
Thank you, sir.
Or might be 7-0-2. Might be 7-0-2 against the spread. But he is 9-0 he does not lose home games when he is a narrow favorite at Pitt.
We're going to get to what's going on with Russell Wilson at Steelers practice. Quick thought on what the hell happened with the Penguins last night. You made a very generous bet with me to make a $1,000 donation to the charity of my choice.
What charities do you
support?
support?
The Penguins missed the playoffs, several.
Okay. I'm trying to get my ducks in a row here.
Yeah, you should probably start to make out the check now. 6-0 last night. Okay, I get it. People say it's only one game. It's
a continuation of exactly what they were last year, which was slow and bad.
Fears realized. The goalie still stinks, and I think it's psychological. I don't think he's in the right place. I think now he has a negative relationship with not just the fans, but I think it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. I think he expects bad things to happen to him now, and the power play still sucks. And their bottom six blows, these pirate-esque moves where they rented these guys, none of them are any good.
Makes you wonder if they're just rebuilding.
No, they're in purgatory. They're in limbo. You can't, quote-unquote, rebuild with Sid and Malkin and Carlson and Letang and Mike Sullivan as your coach. But you also can't compete for Stanley Cup
with Nola Chari playing minutes.
Right. I mean, you're just not.
And Kevin Hayes.
They're gonna lose more games than they win this year when you add in the overtime losses and shootout losses.
As long as that somehow gets them to about 94 points in the 8th seed, I don't care if they lose a 7-game series in 3.
Yeah, that place was a morgue by about halfway through the second period because people were like, here we go again.
Here's the real problem.
More games of this crap.
Here's the real problem. The game was over at 2-0 and probably at 1-0, given who they were playing. The Rangers took their best punch for about 6 minutes, and then once it got to 1-0, you felt terrible about it. Once it got to 2-0, it was done.
I mean, you beat them late in the season last year in New York when you were trying to get back into the playoffs and you had a little mojo going. Plant the seed with the Rangers on night one. Hey,
it's the healthiest you're going to be all season, like the most even terms you'll be able to play them on. I know Rust isn't in there, but
we're no slouch this year. We're not an easy win.
Everyone's laughing at us, but our venerable stars are still out there. Carlson's going to do his thing this year in the playoffs.
Sucked.
It was the kind of game where, honestly, you can do this with hockey, especially like in those midseason doldrum games where you have it on, but you're not like watching closely for several minutes because it's game 38. I felt like that about it maybe 7 minutes to go in the first period.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy, low of 38 degrees. Coming up, did Russell Wilson get first-team reps in practice? And what did one Hall of Fame coach who's best friends with Mike Tomlin say about Wilson's chances of playing on Sunday? First, I'm going to tell you guys about the Wet Go Car Wash. I stopped there on my way into work today. I sent out a video of me talking about the Pickens situation. Some people got angry at me. That's fine. We can debate and discuss and disagree on sports topics. That's part of what being a sports fan is all about. What we shouldn't disagree on is how good of a deal the Wet Go Car Wash is and exactly what you get hooked up with and set up with when you go with them today. You pay one low monthly price. When you look at that number, it's like, damn, if I go to the car wash twice in 30 days, I'm going to save money and my car is going to look much better inside and out because at the Wet Go Pro locations, the vacuums are clean. You can cancel anytime if you feel like you're not using it. And if you're worried about there being a Wet Go near you, not so fast. There's 45-plus locations all around Pittsburgh. So sign up today. GetGoCafe.com/unlimited. Mulsey.
Thank you, Pony. I want to tell everybody about Awaken 180 weight loss. You've heard of our little pal, Harry Callis, in the morning.
Hello.
Hello, I am starting Awaken 180. Yeah, I'm very excited for Harry Callis because if his first week is anything like mine or like Donnie's on the program, he's going to see a major drop that first week. I think I lost about 10 pounds my first week. I think Donnie's was all the way up at 13. Our guy Callis, me and Donnie are trying to set an over-under. We think it's going to be a pretty big number, and we think it's going to be a life-changing difference for him like it was for us. And the best part, the single best part about Awaken 180 for me is how much the people at Awaken 180, from Paige, the founder, on down to all the coaches, they care truly, and they are invested truly in your success and then in maintaining that success after you reach your goal weight. They put together the program. You follow the program. The pounds come off. 35 for me in 6 weeks. And then this is the best part. That coaching, that support, it stays free for life. on the maintenance portion of the program, even after you've reached your goal weight. What are you waiting for? Make the change. Our guy Callis did. It starts Monday for him. You can start soon, too, like very soon. Just call 844-346-1800 or check out Awaken180weightloss.com.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Breaking news, and this one is almost up.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. Terms and conditions apply.
Your coworkers might annoy you, but we promise we won't. Download the free Odyssey app and you can listen to us at work while you tackle your inbox or get ready for another meeting that probably could have been an email. Tune in late? You can rewind your favorite live shows to catch what you missed. And with Chapters, easily jump to the topics that you care about most, like the latest updates from your team. Your sports talk, your way. The Odyssey app. Download it today.
A Gain Scent Bead story. Jim was at the laundromat when he heard his ear said Maraca, senor, but his nose said, hey, freshest scent ever. Following his nose, Jim found a man pouring a bottle of Gain Scent Beads into the washer. The scent, the freshness. Jim blurted, sir, your scent Maraca smell amazing. Actually, Jim, most noses call them Gain Scent Beads. Try Gain Scent Beads. Way fresher than detergent alone.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or diabetes, you're at higher risk of being hospitalized from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. And the third bite, you get the idea. The boss of breakfast burritos, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
You want the best. UPMC Health Plan is ranked #1 in member satisfaction among commercial plans in Pennsylvania by J.D. Power. With UPMC Health Plan, you get access to UPMC doctors and hospitals, local community care, and a national network for travel outside the UPMC service area. Plus 24/7 access to virtual urgent care services through UPMC Anywhere Care. When you're given a choice for health insurance, choose the best. Choose UPMC Health Plan. For J.D. Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Join the Pittsburgh Riverhounds for Night of the Living Dead night at Highmark Stadium. When the Riverhounds host Charleston, they'll have special guest Judith O'Dea from the movie signing autographs during the first half. Only 2 regular season home games remain, and they need you to help the Riverhounds with this playoff push. Kickoff is at 7 p.m. Get your tickets now at riverhounds.com/tickets. That's riverhounds.com/tickets.
Football season is in full swing, and the deals at Tri-State Office Furniture are just heating up. Whether you're refreshing your workspace before the holidays or preparing for the new year, we've got the inventory and expertise to inspire your best work. Enjoy free design services and up to 45 days of storage, so your furniture is ready when you are. Our project management team will handle every detail from delivery to installation for a hassle-free experience. Visit our showroom, check us out online at tristateofficefurniture.com, or give us a call, 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
There's new Tropic Bowls in paradise at Tropical Smoothie Cafe. Enjoy our new Bahama Mama Bowl, inspired by our fan fave smoothie flavor, serving pineapple, strawberry, and coconut. Or dig into 32 grams of protein with our new Peanut Butter Protein Crunch Bowl. It's tropic time.
I learned it from my adoptive mom. Hold my hand.
You hold my hand. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care at adoptuskids.org. You can't imagine the reward. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
The Halloween sale's happening now at Spitzer Acura. But don't worry, there's absolutely no tricks. Panda only dishes out treats at Spitzer Acura, like monster savings on new Acuras with the Panda price and a sweet lifetime powertrain warranty at no charge. Plus, anytime you come in for service, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle. So don't miss the Halloween sale. Stop in and let our friendly consultants help you find your perfect new Acura.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Some think that you have to be part of a club or know someone to get in. Not the case. At Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply need to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Butler, or Beaver counties, and you're eligible to join for just $5. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
Leaves are starting to fall, and so are the prices at Bowser Hyundai. Fall into savings with the 2024 Hyundai Elantra SE. It's the perfect ride for all your autumn adventures. And right now, lease a new 2024 Elantra from Bowser Hyundai for just $199 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance that are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year, $2,999 due at signing with approved credit and financing through HMFC. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies. See Bowser for complete details. Offer ends October 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers just wrapped up a second practice. We'll see how much Russell Wilson did. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. Live from a jam-packed Rivers Casino Sportsbook, it's Pony and Muller.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller, Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
We're able to do a lot more this week. You know, it's exciting to get back out there this week so far and be a full participant and do everything, all the reps and everything else. So that was great. We just got better from the first day to day. Felt even better. So that was a good thing.
What are your expectations for Sunday, your role? What do you expect?
That's a big question. I think, for me, I'm preparing my mind to get ready to go and everything else. So that's kind of my mentality and help us win and whatever.
All right, Russell Wilson, 50-minute mark happened a bunch of time ago, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram and Peters. Should have done that last hour, my bad. We're live at the Rivers. My frame of mind is to be ready to go. And then he trailed off there after that. I think Russell Wilson believes he should be starting this game against the Raiders, and I don't put it past him to make a very impassioned plea to Mike Tomlin to get the shot, to step in, and he's going to make the argument like, hey, we've lost 2 in a row. Let me get out there and rally the guys and lead us to victory, that kind of fire and brimstone thing.
Steelers country, win the 7th.
Is that what it is? Win the 7th? Is that what his thing is?
I thought that's what it was, wasn't it? Steelers country, let's smelt.
What if he said stairway to 7? Would you like that more?
He would just be ripping off one that we've been doing for a while. Steelers country, one for the other index finger. I mean, I think that he...
How does Sierra put up with the corniness, by the way? She's tremendous. I am such a fan of hers. Does he turn off the corniness when he walks into the house? Or is she one of these ladies that, like, somehow is either turned on by?
She just thinks it's endearing.
Really into the corniness.
We laugh about the corniness. He seems like a genuinely good person, I think. Like, I've never heard a bad word about him. Like, maybe as a teammate, he's not like a great teammate. He's very self-absorbed, but not like in a malicious way. He's just kind of in his own world. I'm sure she probably just likes being married to somebody who seems like a genuinely decent person.
But there's so many of those people out there for someone like her.
But they aren't NFL quarterbacks. Not that she needs the money. She's famous in her own right.
That's what I mean.
What if they're just very aligned, like with charitable interests? I mean, he's doing these hospital visits with sick kids.
He's great. He's great with that stuff.
Here's the point. You're thinking about it from a guy's perspective. We're shallow idiots. She's probably like, she sees all the things or knows all the things about him I'm describing right now, and she's like, that's the kind of person I want to be my life partner.
But you don't think she hits a saturation point?
Well, maybe he walks in the house after like doing the whole like, yeah, Mr. Unlimited, and he goes, "Hey, honey, what's for dinner?" or something like that.
It just turns it off.
It shuts it off and goes, "Do you want to watch Pawn Stars tonight?" or something like that.
So that's Wilson. I did have Donnie grab this. Tony Dungy. We know how close Dungy is with Tomlin because that's where Mike got his NFL coaching. Well, that's where he got his NFL head coaching start. Because Dungy was there in Tampa before John Gruden.
Isn't there somebody else, though, he credits like with being the very first guy to have gotten him in the door? I could have swore there was.
Oh, the guy that was the Lions head coach for a hot second, Martinelli.
Yeah, I thought Marinelli.
Marinelli.
I thought that was what it was.
Right. Okay, but anyways,
he's very close with Dungy. Bottom line,
to the point where he made that absurd comment about playing the Patriots in the AFC Championship game before they had even made the playoffs and then lost to Jacksonville.
Yeah,
he was so comfortable with Dungy. So Tony was at Steelers practice on Thursday of last week and said this to NBC Sports.
I'll tell you what, guys, if you'd been with me at the Thursday practice, Russell's trying to work his way back in. He's running the scout team. And if you didn't know it, you would have thought he had the first receivers going against the scout team defense. He threw some balls against the Steelers' first D that just were right on point. And when you saw the guys react to him and just kind of shake their heads in admiration, I'm thinking, when this guy gets back in there, he's going to give them a lift of confidence.
That's Dungy, dude. Like, of all the things that have been put out there, Florio with us yesterday, Aditi hearing murmurs and things from her
Melissa
friends.
Stark, because they were in the production. Melissa was in the production meeting. Aditi knows the things that are shared sometimes.
The sideline reporter.
They're very close. They're very close friends, and Aditi understands like when you can tip the audience off based on something you heard, you can kind of hint in a direction. They had him giving the catchphrase on the air.
But the Dungy's
a true ball knower without. He just knows ball.
But not only, but he's close enough with Tomlin where he's reporting on something that happens privately behind closed doors and feels like he can, in great detail, describe what happened and how it made not only Steelers
other
players feel, but I'm guessing like if the players are reacting that way, the coach has to pick up on that. And it just that I think I said maybe 30% chance Russell Wilson starts on Sunday.
Now what are you up to?
I'm at
48.
I'm at 50-50 right now, Chris.
I still need to know, did he work with the first team today? That's my big question. Did he throw to was he throwing to George Pickens?
We did not hear him answer that question in the brief clip that Donnie had.
Right, so Mike can say, well, he's a veteran. He might not be a veteran here in this system, but everybody's pretty much new to Arthur Smith. I just trust the guy with very little run-up time to get out there and be good to go. But I would still think you would want just a little bit of practice rapport throwing to these guys in like a real practice situation and not a glorified walkthrough.
Donnie, Why am I bringing Donnie up? He'll have a debrief at 4:30. We have our PM Team Power Rankings in 20 minutes. Bob Pompiani joins us next for his take on this and a lot more. Text us on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. We're live from the Rivers Casino Sportsbook right now. A headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Rangers 6, Penguins 0 last night, the season opener of the 24-25 season. The Pens get back at it tonight. They take on the Red Wings in Detroit. Puck drop set for 8 o'clock. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, thank you so much, Donnie. Let's talk right now about Weather Seal Home Services. Temperatures are going to dip into the 30s tonight. It's about as low as it's gotten all year since we got into spring and summer and now fall. Great siding deal going on right now with Weather Seal Home Services. Foam insulation siding. So what that means is it keeps the warm air in. It keeps your energy bills down. Also, it's 50% off right now with Weather Seal on their siding sale. It's a true sale. It's not one of these things where you're hearing the word sale and it's like 10% off. This is a big-time savings with Weather Seal. Half off their siding, and you're not going to pay any interest for 2 full years with Weather Seal Home Services. I've been preaching about Weather Seal and spreading the word on them for years. I'm going to continue to do so as long as they have great offers like this that puts us, the customer, first. So you can schedule a free quote right now. Get them over for an estimate. WeatherSealHomeservices.com is where you go. Check them out and make it happen. Weather Seal today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system. This station is testing its emergency alert system equipment. The EAS will provide timely emergency warnings. This station serves the Pittsburgh Extended Operational Area. This concludes this emergency alert system test.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I know all Philadelphia is miserable right about now. They come up short yet again, and not only that, but who got them? The Mets. The hated Mets get over Philly. Let the Mets have a moment, and make no mistake, the Mets are having themselves a moment. The Mets are an actual vibe. The Mets are like the anti-Mets right now. I'm Jim Rome.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
Retired or retiring soon? How much money do you need to live comfortably? Retirement Planners of America is here for you. Would you like to have financial peace of mind? Here's how. Step 1. Find out the amount of money you'll need to retire. Step 2. Have a plan to get there. Step 3. Make sure that plan can take advantage of market gains but protect you from market losses. Discover how to do all three with a free consultation at 800-508-6108. That's 800-508-6108.
All investments involve risk, including losses. Past performance does not guarantee future results.
You can only help someone who has been injured in an accident if you have a relationship with them. Hi, I'm Joe George.
I'm Larry Kelly. That's what we do at the injury firm of LGKG. Clients quickly become friends and some become family.
It's part of the home team advantage with LGKG.
Visit lgkg.com. LGKG, your home team.
Crews are on the scene of a vehicle fire on the northbound side of 28 just before the Harmer interchange. That's causing a backup to exit 10. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report presented by Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine. Call for neuropathy treatment today.
There is treatment for neuropathy. I'm Dr. Dawn Spalla. At Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine, we treat neuropathy patients daily. No drugs, no surgery, just relief. Call 724-224-2224 for a free consultation in our Sarver or Brackenridge locations.
The PM Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All right, TRT, Total Request Thursday at 5:30. We're letting you vote on it right now. TRT means you pick the topic, 4 things on the table. Petulant George Pickens, Penn's epic opening loss, Pitt 5-0, and Lieutenant Dan. He's in the news, Mulsey. And right now, Pitt is it right now with 37% of the vote after Pat Narduzzi joined us last hour.
This is going to be I think it's going to be a very close race. I'm going to goose it right now. I'm going to give it the Mulsey retweet and see what happens.
Joining us right now, you will hear him on Pitt pregame coverage on the Fan Saturday afternoon around 12:30. Or is it 11:30?
No, it's 12:30.
12:30. Bob Pompiani, you know that voice. You've also heard him singing songs dedicated to Mulsey on the station this week. What is that all
that's
about,
not going to be. That's not going to win your Total Request Thursday. I can tell you that.
Bob, do you remember the old story where, like, Dick Cheney, the former vice president, of course, went hunting with his buddies, and the one guy ended up with a face full of buckshot?
Yes.
Can you, the next time Starkey drags you out to the golf course, I'm not asking you to hit him in the face with a golf ball, but just maybe could you, like, practice chipping on a tee box if it's crowded, and maybe just kind of put one into his calf so he just knows you're there? Can you do that for me?
I'll do that for you, sure. I may do it for myself.
Just a little wedge chip shot, nothing crazy, just something to let you know, and just say, "Hey Joe, maybe stop the singing."
I don't think that'll ever stop. I think that's just who he is. He's pretty good about rhyming some of the lyrics too.
You know what? I actually have a segue, believe it or not, from "That's Just Who He Is." I'm just thinking there's so much going on here, so I'll get to it quickly. I'm just thinking about watching a 6-0 loss last night and just thinking to myself, that's just who the Penguins are now. It feels very grim with 81 of these left, Bob. That feels saying that there are 81 games left for the Penguins feels like a threat and not a calming statement.
Yeah, and that was just disappointing and embarrassing, actually, for the first game of the year against the Rangers and what they ended up doing. There was not a lot of pushback early on. They got some chances. Shesterkin stopped them, and Jari couldn't do the same for the Penguins. Next thing you know, they're down big, and power play. It's the same problems, guys. It's just shorthanded goal. They actually could have had 2. There was another one earlier in that game, and Kreider got the second one. But I guess it's good or bad how you look at this. They got a game tonight, so maybe they can just quickly get back and turn in a good game. Although Detroit and a lot of these teams in the Eastern Conference are all pretty good skating teams.
And, Bob, you did guarantee the Penguins would make the playoffs Monday night on the Sports Call, if I recall. So they got.
I did. I don't know if I used the word guaranteed. I said if you asked me, I do think I thought their power play would be much better. So after one game, it's only one, but that didn't make me look very good there.
And you seem to be the last guy who wants to bail on Tristan Jarry, Bob. Are you ready to do that yet, finally? Or are you still going to be steadfast?
I'm heading in that direction, although. It's funny about him. He made some really, really good saves last night, but the ones that you want to make or need to make, especially early in the games, he just does not make.
Yep.
And I think that was the flow of the game because Shesterkin did make those saves, and he didn't. And then next thing you know, it's a deficit.
One game in, did you do the ice cream sundae with like the 25 cherries?
Maraschino cherries.
Yeah. No.
To my displeasure, they've done away with maraschino cherries, and it's more like a Pirate Press lounge now, where it's all. Ice cream bars. There is no soft serve. I love the soft serve, but there's
I do like a good ice cream bar, though. Like, if you give me an ice cream sandwich or whatever, I'll eat one of those.
You get the chocolate all over your fingers, and it's so hard to get it off.
You got to keep it in the wrapper. What are you, a child?
I don't
roll
want
the wrapper down
the whole time.
You should eat it with a knife and fork.
I have the same problem as Boney. My hands look terrible when I'm done. Everything's stuck together. I just want soft serve, and I want maraschino cherries.
Bob, we heard Russell Wilson at the end of practice today. We also heard Tony Dungy talking about how great Wilson looked at practice last week. Right now, do you think it'll be Wilson or Fields against the Raiders on Sunday?
I still think it's going to be Fields. That's the way I would play it, just because I haven't seen enough of him make me think that he can't go out there against that team and be successful. Russell Wilson's to the point now where it's going to be an interesting discussion week in and week out, and I think it will come down to what happens on the field that day. And if Justin plays well, because personally, I just get the vibe that they want to see him consistently be good, because quite frankly, if you're going to invest in the future, he's the guy you'd want to invest in. Having said that, Russell Wilson was very good in the red zone last year, and he didn't make mistakes. He made big hookups they need that as well. And but that's also tied together with play calling, conservative ways of thinking, and letting things happen a little bit more.
I can't shake the notion, though, that it probably two plays or two things happen. If George Pickens doesn't fumble against Indy, and if the Steelers just find a way to fall on that ball on 2nd and goal when the Cowboys go in for the winning score, if those two plays go the Steelers' way, I think we're talking about a 5-0 football team, and I feel like it's not even a question as to whether or not Russell Wilson will get back in the lineup. The answer is a flat no. So I would think, Bob, putting him in would be reacting to more of the results on the field and not whether or not Justin Fields warranted being benched.
Yes, those are good points, but I will also tell you that while those two games could have been wins, I thought they caught Kirk Cousins at a very good time. And he was not sure of himself. The difference that I see now in Kirk Cousins after his last 509 yards, pretty big stuff there. So, and Bo Nix has gotten better. Their team has gotten better. So maybe it's just catching the teams at the right time. So, yeah, you can make that 5-0 possibility, but it can also go the other way, too.
Bob, one more for you here. George Pickens. He did not exactly sound apologetic today when it came to his effort and then what he wrote on his eye black Sunday. Jerry Dulac put in the Post-Gazette that the Steelers should consider trading Pickens if this nonsense continues. Are you getting closer to that?
Not yet. He's just too talented. I got to figure out a way. If I'm Mike Tomlin and Arthur Smith and everyone involved in that offense, I thought Tom Arthur was going to be a guy who can actually, do some things with him. And as a quarterback, wide receiver kind of guy, the quarterback coach also has an impact on, I think, how wide receivers fare. And I'm not going to give up on him yet, Pony. I'm not. I'm more willing to wait and see what happens. I think there's too much talent to extract there. He's got to get his head on right, and if he does, and they also need to help him. That's the other part of this. You can talk about him all you want, but if somebody doesn't come in here and help him out at the other side of that wide receiving spot, then you may have the same kind of problem all year. Who knows? But I'm not giving up on him, not yet.
At what point in his career, though, now we're well into almost halfway into year 3 in the NFL, are we allowed to expect a little bit more maturity in handling whatever adversity might be coming his way? Like, at what point am I allowed to say, you know what, you probably should be handling this better by now?
But no, I get that, and you're right. But I'm not going to give up on the talent quite yet, because talent still wins out for me. If he's one of those guys who can, if he does all this stuff and he puts up 150 yards a game on 9 catches and 2 touchdowns, but so far we haven't seen any touchdowns. So to me, that's more alarming than the attitude. The attitude is probably the results of all of this frustration and lack of success. So they've got to do things to get him more involved, scheme him open a little bit more. He's going to, of course, run harder than he's been running, and that's a problem that should be, basically tackled head on, and it shouldn't be tolerated. So, but I'm going to defer to the talent for now and see what happens.
Bob, Donnie Football is headed to Vegas for Steelers and Raiders on Sunday. It'll be his first trip to Vegas. Donnie was soliciting recommendations and advice on what to do while he's out there on Twitter. What's your 2 cents on the matter?
Well, first of all, Donnie's not going to do this because I would go to Shadow Creek and play golf first.
Well, that's a cool 1,000 or 1,100 a round, I think, Bob.
He's Donnie Football. Are you kidding me? They pay him a lot of money. He's lost a lot of weight.
I'd hold it back on that, Pomp. Money don't grow on trees in this family.
Come on, Donnie. You got to do that. Do you play golf anyway? I didn't even know that. Do you?
I've gone like twice for real. I can't be doing that.
All right, well, there's so many places to go out there. I don't know, are you a gambler? I would not encourage that, by the way, other than what you do on your phone, just here and there, getting involved. But you can get sucked into all this stuff out here pretty quickly. But they've got some great steakhouses. They've got some great food is my thing. If I come to a place like that, food first.
Well, now we're talking. So
how about some quick recommendations
He doesn't
here?
have any. I don't think.
No, I stay most of the times when we stay at the Bellagio in the Wynn. Those are good places, and they have some pretty good restaurants. You get all these, the Emeril Lagasse and
Here's
Bobby
something
Flay.
Donnie needs to know, I think, right, Pomp? Tell me if I'm wrong. I haven't been to Vegas in several years, but I feel like if he and his buddies actually want to go to a pretty nice steakhouse, you got to have some nicer clothes. Like, you can't just walk in there looking like you're a bunch of, yinzers,
Hobos.
basically. Yeah, you gotta have a nice pair of slacks, you might say, and a jacket.
So. But like you, I haven't seen that recently. Maybe the dress code is relaxed a little bit, but I tend to think they take that stuff pretty seriously. So I have a good place for you. It's called Heinz Healy. Let me take you down there, Donnie, and we'll get some good stuff for you.
Man. Bob, thank you. That was very generous of you. We'll talk again next week.
All right, guys. Have a nice trip.
Thanks.
Wow. Can you imagine a Donnie glow-up like that? Pomp just has him wearing pocket squares and, like, tie matches, like, the buttons on his suit jacket?
I think Donnie's going to stay true to who he is regardless of how much money he makes, though. I think he's always going to have the Fetterman look about him.
So if Donnie's a millionaire someday, he'll still be wearing a hoodie that just says, or a crew neck that says college on it?
Right, Donnie? I mean, am I wrong in saying that? I just don't. You're not. You cease to be Donnie Football if you start to dress up fancy like that.
I'd go corporate. It would be like when The Rock went corporate and they tried to get Stone Cold to go corporate. What would
your sport be? You'd cease to become Donnie Football and become like Donnie Polo or something like that?
Donnie Tennis. All right, in 4 minutes, we have our PMT Power Rankings. A few weeks ago, Bill Cowher ranked his top 5 Steelers defensive players of all time. We've been promising you that we would do the same thing. We'll do that next. First, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Thursday night football, you can catch this game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Tonight, 8:15 kick between the 49ers and the Seahawks. The NFL on Westwood 1 coverage begins at 7:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Donnie. Let's talk right now about McVay. They do heating, they do cooling, they do plumbing, and the plumbing is what I want to tell you about right now. You're never going to get raked over the coals with McVay. They're not going to take advantage of you because if you don't like the price, they won't do the job. They're going to tell you what it's going to cost up front. They're not going to do it and then stick you with a bill afterwards. A lot of plumbing companies do that. Shame on them. Also, if you went with one of these fakakta companies and they screwed you over in terms of what they're going to charge, you can get a second opinion from McVay for free. So check them out. CallMcVay.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. When you think Steelers football, Smash Mouth Defense is the first thing that comes to mind. And Landon Roberts proved this weekend that nobody embodies that play style more than him.
So I knew, like, man, the only way I can make this play, I got to just go airborne.
And that's just what he did.
So I was just like, it is what it is. I'm fit to just go all out. Like, I'm fit to just sacrifice my whole body. I don't care. No, I want to get this ball stopped, and I just went airborne.
Tune in every Tuesday night from 6 to 7 p.m. for the best player show with the toughest player on the team. It's the Landon Roberts Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Can Baltimore stop the hottest story in pro football? I'm Sammy P, here to help you beat the books with BetQL. Baltimore hosting red-hot Washington and their young quarterback Jaden Daniels, who is taking the league by storm. Ravens, a 6.5-point favorite, and the BetQL model thinks the feel-good story stops here. BetQL has Baltimore minus 6.5 as a 5-star best bet. I'm Sammy P. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
This is the day of the big sale at your gift shop.
Welcome in.
So this isn't just a big day for your business. It's a big day for the network keeping it all connected. That is, if it can handle the pressure.
Next in line, please.
So is it possible to get business internet you can really count on? It is. With 99.9% network reliability from Comcast Business. It's like this neat little bow.
Do you like that gift wrap?
Really ties it all together. Reliable internet for your business. It's not just possible. It's happening. Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Switch to Comcast Business and get started with fast, reliable internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Or ask about our 5-year price lock guarantee on qualifying internet bundles. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 12/22/24. Restrictions apply. EcoBill and autopay required. New 150 megabits per second internet customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Afternoons with Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
3:30 on Thursdays means it's time for PM Team Power Rankings. First, I got to let you guys know Verizon's the official 5G network of the Steelers, and they are treating one deserving veteran to lunch with Cam Hayward, or deserving veterans, excuse me, more than one, my bad. Head to the Verizon store by October 20th. You got 10 days left to nominate a vet. No purchase necessary, 18 plus to enter. Visit Lunch with Cam Hayward from Verizon.com for details. All right, before the Steelers played the Chargers in their home opener, Bill Cowher ranked the 5 best defensive players in Steelers history. Troy 1, T.J. Watt 4, Mel Blount 3, Rod Woodson, Joe Green 1. That was his list of 5. I said at some point in PMT Power Rankings we would give our own top 5. So I'm going to just allow for us to go around the room here and not elaborate too much on our rankings. Each put out our 5, and then once all of us put out our 5, we can debate why we left certain guys off and ranked certain guys too high, too low, etc. Malsey, you want to go first here?
Sure. I will go first. Number 5 on my list of am I doing the whole list here?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't know if we were all doing 5, then all doing 4. Number 5 on my list of greatest Steelers defensive players of all time. I'm actually going to put, even though that people might be surprised that I, say that this guy's been a little overrated throughout the years, I will put Jack Lambert number 5. It still matters that you had a guy making tackles, a guy that was athletic, a guy that could go sideline to sideline. All of that stuff is true about him. I won't belabor the point. I know I say he's a little bit overrated, but that doesn't mean he wasn't great. Number 4, Troy Polamalu. I think that for people my age and, probably 15 years younger, people who came of age with those late 90s, early 2000s Steelers, he sort of has the mystique that a guy like Lambert does. He made crazy plays that it felt like nobody else could make, and just he did cool stuff that was extremely memorable, in addition to just being a great player. Number 3 on my list is actually going to be Rod Woodson, and I debated a lot Woodson in number 2 on the list. There was not a lot of debate internally for number 1, but Woodson, I think, easily could have a case for being higher, but I'm going to nudge him aside in favor of somebody, and this is going to shock people, given a Penn State guy love, Jack Ham, who I think, if I wanted to go against one particular criteria, could be number 1 on this list in many ways, but he's number 2 to Joe Green, because it still starts and ends for me with a guy who didn't maybe have the counting stats that other players did, who maybe didn't, they didn't have sacks as an official statistic, but they picked him number 1 overall, and he transformed the franchise, and he was objectively a phenomenal player.
Man, I think one major omission that I will include in mine.
Yeah, of course.
My top 5, I have Troy 5. I have Troy as the best defensive player from the 05 and 08 Super Bowl winning teams. So I'm going to give a nod to that era of Steelers football by including him on the list. I'm putting T.J. Watt 4. I think he has a chance in the next couple of years to get higher on this list. He's led the league in sacks the last 3 times he's stayed healthy and played the entire year. He's won the Defensive Player of the Year award once. He's won the Andrew Filipponi Defensive Player of the Year award twice because Myles Garrett did not deserve to win it last year. I have Ham 3 because he's the ultimate technician, the most fundamental Steelers defensive player of all time. I have Jack Lambert 2 because he is the spirit animal that is the Pittsburgh Steelers defense from the 70s and everything he represented. He also won Defensive Player of the Year award, so it's not just all things that are ephemeral and can't be counted and can't be looked
Donnie,
at.
do you know what ephemeral is?
And then number 1, I'm going with Joe Green because he was the beginning of Steelers' greatness and was the anchor of that defense. That was amazing in winning 4 Super Bowls. So Troy, Watt, Ham, Lambert, Green for me. By the way, I will point out to you guys again, Cowher left Ham and Lambert off his list. Both of those guys. A major oversight by him, and we ripped him for it at the time. At least I did. Let's get Donnie's list in here. 5-1. Top 5 defense, Don.
I'm going to go Rod Woodson at number 5 for me. Number 4, I really had issues with 2, 3, and 4, as you could probably tell by the way I just started talking there. 1 is obvious. I mean, we know who that's going to be. 4, I'm going to have Troy Polamalu there. I really thought about putting him at both of the spots ahead. Just maybe bias from me because he was like the player when I was watching football growing up, and I just feel like he is a true one-of-a-kind type guy. TJ Watt for me, number 3. Opportunity that there is a real chance that if the Steelers don't end up being a team that gets to the playoffs or shows to be a true contender, he will be one of the greatest players in league history that's never won a playoff game. There's a real opportunity for that.
I think he's already there. I think he's right there with Joe Thomas in that regard.
Number 2, I go Jack Ham. We talk all the time. Yeah, Jack Lambert was like the cool one, and Jack Lambert was the one that was the face of the Steel Curtain defense. And maybe my own father will be upset with me for leaving Lambert off of this list, but Jack Ham, pretty much anyone will say he was the more well-rounded player and the better overall player. He takes number 2 for me. He was always somebody making a difference no matter how big or small it was. Joe Green, number 1.
You know what we should have done? Maybe we can do this another time. We should have flipped it and said, name the 5 worst Steelers defensive players.
I can do that right now.
Of all time. Artie Burns,
Anthony
Devin Bush.
Smith. Anthony Smith's absolutely on that list. Burns. I have visions of Chad Scott getting beat for touchdowns over and over again.
But that's disrespectful to Chad Scott.
No, I know. He doesn't belong on that list.
What about guys who never played, like Golson?
How about Ricardo Coakley?
I don't see why not. I don't see why you couldn't say that.
Is there a defensive lineman, like does Ziggy Hood make the cut, or was he like too
he's just a bad
average
pick. Donnie, my thing with Senquez Golson is we never
got a
actually
chance.
saw him suck. We never saw him play. Too much.
Well, he just literally never played. Man, who is the actual Burns is up there, and Anthony Smith is way up there for me. Holy crap. How about Justin Lane? More modern era.
I just didn't see it again. He was relegated to the bench so much that I never got a chance to see him suck.
He was more just an avatar of why does Mike Tomlin think he can draft multiple corners and turn them into good players? It hasn't ever worked.
Yep.
I'm trying to think of who's a defensive player who really drew people's ire.
Oh, there's plenty of guys that were ire.
Bush is a good one. Well, Bud Dupree was on track to be one until he finally got it together when they drafted Watt.
Yes, when he stopped DMing me, I think it really took off from there once he stopped obsessing over what people like I was saying about his mediocre career to that point. Would you put... Let's think of some older heads here.
By the way, Watt for me was obviously number 6, and you can make a case for him. But they just gotta. I know it's not fair to him because it's an individual ranking.
So then why make a point to say it?
Because I don't feel bad about any of the 5 guys ahead of him being ahead of him.
How about Huey Richardson, Mulsey, for a guy that sucked ass?
He was terrible. And we're not going for Senor Sack because his career ended in
I don't count
tragedy.
Him.
So
I do not count him.
Some old heads who...
How about Broderick Jones? Not Broderick Jones. Jarvis Jones.
Dude, he's up there.
He was somebody I was so excited about.
Same.
Do you remember the infamous clip of Colbert and Tomlin talking about that where
about how it was such an easy
Kevin
evaluation?
Just goes, this was an easy pick, and then Mike just goes with the biggest, widest grin he could possibly muster. He goes, yeah, I concur with Kevin there. They thought
it was an all-time steal.
They thought they were getting just an incredible football player. Huey Richardson, so you do the approximate value stat on Pro Football Reference, Pony. It's a nice little counting number.
It's like NFL WAR.
Right. Huey Richardson, approximate value, 0. Literally, one of the worst players in team history. I'm trying to look up guys who played more than a year who were just that bad, and there aren't too many, Pony, that are zeros.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. We'll let Channel 2 take care of that. Arthur Smith on what's going on with George Pickens and his quarterbacks. All that coming up next. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM team. I'm going to tell you guys right now about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official betting partner of the NFL. Tonight, we have Seahawks and 49ers. The game's in Seattle, and both of these teams are coming off losses. Seattle got upset by the Giants at home The 49ers got upset by the Cardinals at home. So both licking their wounds as they go into this matchup tonight. To be honest with you, I like Seattle more to win this game, and they're getting 3.5 points right now at home. San Francisco, I think, is overrated. I think a lot of the turmoil from the offseason has bled into the regular season. And not only that, but we know they don't have one of the best defensive players in all of football available to them either, which is a bit of a problem. So I would take Seattle. And by the way, $5 on FanDuel. You make your first bet $5, and you can turn it into $300 in bonus bets provided you get that pick right. There's also another thing going on FanDuel called their squares, just like Super Bowl squares. The big difference is you get to pick your numbers and not just take the numbers that are assigned to you at random like you get on the Super Bowl pools you do at work. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Overnight, expect mostly clear skies and a low of 37. A frost advisory will be in effect until 9 a.m. on Friday. After the morning frost, expect temperatures to warm into the upper 60s under mostly sunny skies. And Friday night, mostly clear to partly cloudy and a low of 50. I'm KDK First Alert meteorologist Trey Fulbright with your forecast.
Ready to take your business to the next level? In today's fast-paced marketing world, staying ahead isn't just an option, it's essential. That's where Scale Marketing comes in. We don't just help you compete, we make sure you win. Whether you're looking to grow, expand, or overcome stagnation, Scale Marketing is your performance marketing partner. We specialize in helping mid-sized B2C companies with teams of over 100 thrive. Scale Marketing is a full-service agency offering expertise in performance marketing across traditional and digital platforms, creative production, and data analytics. We treat your money like it's our own, ensuring every dollar is spent with purpose and every decision is driven by data. Our knowledgeable team stays ahead of the trends, crafting strategies that align with your business goals. Partnering with Scale Marketing means gaining a dedicated strategist and a team committed to your success. If you're ready to lead the market, visit scalemarketing.com today. That's scalemarketing.com.
Would you believe that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people? Or that a single cloud can weigh 550 tons or more? Sounds fake, right? How about an insurance company that actually treats you right? Sounds unbelievable, but it's true. NJM Insurance is proud to put policyholders first. And they don't use jingles or mascots either. Don't believe me? Well, guess what? Everything in this commercial is true and approved by the legal department. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote.
My sister Rachel Morin loved to run. She loved to laugh. But most important, loved her 5 children. August 5th, 2023, she met a monster. A criminal, illegal immigrant that raped and murdered her. He was already deported once before. Kamala Harris was supposed to get the border secure. Kamala and the Democrats' policies allowed the killer back in. That was a really tough day on Mother's Day, going with the 2 youngest to the gravesite so they could visit their mom. Any given day, your family could experience what happened to my sister. There's no reason why these kids should not have a mother. It just breaks my heart. The last thing that we need is more of Kamala Harris.
The Biden-Harris administration's open border policies have led to an influx of crime and chaos, putting every American at risk. We cannot afford to let the dangerous agenda continue. Right for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad.
For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/rules.
Let's face it. Nowadays, most companies have to rely on dozens of expensive, disconnected platforms to run their business. And even then, things can get a little, well, stressful. But with Odoo's all-in-one management software, packed with a suite of fully integrated business applications, every process is streamlined. Tasks are automated, and success is just a few clicks away. See how Odoo can take your business to the next level at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar and the place to watch all the exciting sports action. on over 20 large TVs. Don't miss any of the big college and pro football games, Premier League action, and the return of pro hockey and hoops. Make Mike's Beer Bar your choice on game days. It's Pittsburgh's premier destination for 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Mike's also offers amazing food, including steak on a stone. So tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Pennsylvania football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws an awesome block so his teammate can score instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Everyone knows the most exciting part of football is the score. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD scorer wager today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Mike Valenti here, host of Cash the Ticket alongside my partner Jim Costa. It's really simple. Are you tired of podcasts claiming they're a bunch of pro bettors when they live in their mommy's basement? Are you tired of podcasts that claim they hit 80% of the games when really they just lose like most of us? Then Cash the Ticket's the spot for you. We're real, we're transparent, we're having a hell of a good time with it, and we sit there and we're there for the sweat with you guys. We're just trying to figure it out just like you. Follow and listen to Cash the Ticket on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Are you handy with tools? You might make a good maintenance technician at Presbyterian Senior Care Network. That's where I work, and I love it. Our residents so appreciate the work that I do. It's like having 100 grandparents, and they treat me just like I'm their grandson. Making them smile makes it all worthwhile.
Get a hands-on career at their beautiful independent living apartments in the Pittsburgh area. Presbyterian Senior Care Network, making aging easier. Learn more at srcare.org.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmitt Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards RealFit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
And welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or diabetes, you're at higher risk of being hospitalized from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
At the UPS Store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time, and still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open and happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable.
Football season is in full swing, and the deals at Tri-State Office Furniture are just heating up. Whether you're refreshing your workspace before the holidays or preparing for the new year, we've got the inventory and expertise to inspire your best work. Enjoy free design services and up to 45 days of storage, so your furniture is ready when you are. Our project management team will handle every detail from delivery to installation for a hassle-free experience. Visit our showroom, check us out online at tristateofficefurniture.com, or give us a call, 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
Pittsburgh's longest-running financial services radio show started at Heffron Tillotson and continued at Baird is now a new podcast. Baird's Your Wealth and You has launched just in time to kick off the year. Hosted by the same advisors you've grown to know and trust, Baird's Your Wealth and You offers timely financial information and advice weekly wherever you get your podcasts. So now listen anytime on any device, or simply visit yourwealthandyou.com and discover the Baird difference. Robert W. Baird & Company Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
Leaves are starting to fall, and so are the prices at Bowser Hyundai. Fall into savings with the 2024 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive with 1.99% APR for 60 months. It's the perfect ride for all your autumn adventures. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance that are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. With approved credit and financing through HMFC. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies. See Bowser for complete details. Offer ends October 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. So visit Bowser Hyundai today.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire the largest injury firm in the world for your injury case? Let me count the ways. Your case will be handled by your lawyer, a paralegal, and a case manager who's always in the office for you when your lawyer's in court. There's also a 24-hour hotline if you ever have a question or a problem. We've collected over $20 billion and won a lot. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
November is Lung Cancer Awareness Month. Independence Health System Advanced Lung Center, Westmoreland area, is holding its second Lung Cancer Awareness Walk on Saturday, November 2nd at the Square at Latrobe. The walk will help spread the word that screening improves the chance of detecting cancer earlier, which provides better outcomes. At Independence Health, they have performed over 25,000 CT scans for lung cancer detection. For more information or to register, call 724-689-1440.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Already seeing some pretty large backups on the outbound side of the Parkway West. You'll be delayed from the Birmingham Bridge through the tunnels to Greentree. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET.
Fall into savings with Gutter Helmet. Save 50% off installation and enjoy 0 down, 0 payments for 1 year. Don't risk costly water damages. Gutter Helmet guarantees clog-free gutters for life. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for your no-cost free estimate today.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins, Red Wings, Detroit, 8 o'clock. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now, live from a rambunctious Sportsbook here at the Rivers Casino. It's the PM team on the Fan.
More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
4 minutes late to the 50-minute mark, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. We are live here at the Rivers, and thanks for joining us. I'm leaving for Vegas later on tonight. Donnie's leaving on Saturday. Ballsy's holding down the fort for us here. Steve Palazzolo in about 20 minutes on who he would start at quarterback for the Steelers this week. Also, what the tape says about George Pickens, the wide receiver. We have Russell Wilson going to bat for Pickens. You'll hear that a little bit later on. We just got Arthur Smith clips back here on a few things. Obviously, people have questions about quarterback Pickens, also what the heck is going on with Roman Wilson. So let's start with the Roman Wilson thing, actually. Donnie, just get in my headset when you get the audio, because I did just email it to you. We are live here. See this? That's one of the things that sets us apart from the podcast.
Let me ask you something. Yeah, there's an immediacy to sports talk radio and to radio in general that podcast world can't ever match. But you should go to our
no problem with podcasts.
You should go to our podcast page right now, though. Not right now, but when the show is over, if you want to hear more Pony and Muller, we have our picks segment that's up. And yeah, I love podcasts. Big podcast.
Donnie said he's going to Vegas with a guy who could lose $1,000 in minutes.
I said,
but he could also win it.
Is he the guy who could most afford that? And he said yes, conveniently. Question for you, Pony. Flight leaves this evening. Obviously, you're gaining 3 hours, so to speak, while you're flying. You're probably going to get in a way, an hour after you leave in that sense,
right? I'm going to get in shortly before 10 o'clock.
Their time.
Yeah.
So 1 o'clock our time.
Yeah.
What is the move? Right to the hotel, or do you want to go get something to eat?
Right to bed.
Just try to get on the right track?
Going right to bed.
Now, you're probably then going to get up at like 4 or 5 in the morning, Vegas time.
I'm going to get a workout in there.
Really?
My personal trainer sending me a
list
of things to do in the morning, yeah.
When Alex and I went out to the Flamingo, we had
congratulations on all your success.
One of the rooms, it had like a nice view kind of everything laid out. It's hard to have a bad view out in the desert, but it messed with me, man. I would be up at like 4 in the morning for the day. And you'd know that you'd go downstairs and there were people who were clearly just out all night. And I'm like, I don't know how to get my body adjusted to this. It just absolutely destroyed my sleep cycle.
I'm going to stay on East Coast time the entire time I'm there.
I tried to do that, but we flew out in the morning, and so it was just it just messed me up. We did a ton of walking, all that stuff.
I think Donnie's going to come back from this trip, and something will have changed
fundamentally.
Yes, either he has a big score and he wins a bunch of money. There's a situation maybe that props up something Hangover style with the group of guys he's with.
Joe Smeltzer, America's sweetheart, is found on the roof of a hotel.
He's gone.
Badly sunburnt.
Okay, so we have clips here. Let's get to what Arthur Smith had to say about why Roman Wilson can't play on Sundays.
I just think he keeps working. You're talking about a lot of time missed for a young player. He's working very hard. I'd imagine it would happen sooner or later, but it's not hey, you've got to meet this certain metric. A lot of it's getting back into game shape. You're talking about a young player. We have such a long way to go, too, but he's doing really well, making progress every day. I imagine that probably happens sooner rather than later. It's just, again, you miss all of training camp. It's getting your legs back in. It's not like a guy that had played 4 games and he missed a week or 2. There's a lot of football and conditioning and certainly the young guy mentally, too. Very pleased with the progress he's made, though.
Or not, because he's still not playing. So don't try to lie to us and say that the progress has been incredible.
He said he's a long way off, but then also said I expect him back sooner rather than later. Which one is it?
He needs to get in game shape. He needs to get his legs back in it. How are they measuring that? Do they know what Roman Wilson looks like when he's in game shape? He was there for rookie minicamp, and he was there for minicamp, and then he got hurt the first day the pads went on in practice. So to their naked eye, what they see from Roman Wilson in practices where he's out on the scout team, I would suppose, he's pretending to be somebody in the Raiders offense. He's Jacoby Myers at practice this week or something like that. And they're seeing him move at a rate of speed that makes them think he's not ready to play on Sundays yet. I don't. If he had said more the mental thing, which he sneaked in there, if he had tried to concoct some kind of argument for, we just don't think he's ready to handle the speed of the NFL game because he's going to be thinking too much, and we like the guys we have here now where we're not going to take that chance or take that risk. I wouldn't agree with it, but that would make more sense than he's not in game shape. You've never seen what he looks like in game shape.
It's just the whole answer is very cryptic. It's not just the game shape part of it. As you said, you wouldn't know what it looked like if because you haven't seen it. It's how is somebody going to be back in sooner rather than later, but also be a long way off, 5 seconds before that in your answer.
How do you get, if they don't think he's in game shape, how do you get in game shape without playing in games? It's not like baseball.
Seems like a bit of a catch-22.
It's not like baseball where you can send a guy down on a rehab assignment and he can get a few innings in or a few at-bats in and get his sea legs under him.
Presumably what he has to go. They don't really go hard in practice anymore in season at all. It's specifically designed to keep guys from being too banged up.
They got to throw him out there and just see how it goes. And I'm telling you.
Do you think Arthur Smith's the one holding him back, or that Mike Tomlin doesn't want to put him doesn't want to make sure he has a helmet? Obviously, these decisions are made in a collaborative way. Who do you think is the person who most doesn't trust him yet as an active player on game day?
You know what? I'm actually going to say Smith here because I think Smith has more say over the personnel, and Tomlin has more say over to like the
usage.
Not just the usage, but like the goal of the offense, the strategy of the offense,
the overarching philosophy.
Yes,
he sets the philosophy. Okay, fine. These are the guys we need active on game day. Man, they are dying alive. In terms of receivers, you got Brandon Johnson out there.
Most of our listeners, shape because he's played in the NFL.
Most of our listeners probably, unless they listened very carefully yesterday, don't even know who Brandon Johnson played for last year.
Let's get to what Arthur Smith had to say about George Pickens and his snap count being way down. Was he benched? What was the deal with George Pickens playing so little compared to other wide receivers in that loss to the Cowboys?
Well, you go week to week with game plans, and obviously last week we were limited possession. The way the game flowed, some of it was our own doing. Obviously, not being as efficient we had been on third down. We had 2 shots in the high red zone in the second half. We didn't convert for different reasons. But you're going any game plan, certain players, and how we package things. You're trying to maximize snaps. Different lifetime, but certainly done it with other. Premium players, done it with Derrick Henry. He wanted to be out there to play, and he wasn't out there on all the third downs, and he got plenty of touches. Did it with A.J. Brown early, certain things, and trying to mix and match and maximize things or set things up. And that was a little bit early. Still played the majority of snaps. He's still, I believe, depending on what metric you're using, 7th in targets and passing downs or passing opportunities in the league. So I get it. You lose a game and something may look off or whatever, but that's not. And then we communicate to any player, whether it's Scotty or Van or Connor Hayward. You guys know the roles. You got to know the backups. Now you package things. Those are week-to-week things. That's the best way I can answer it.
So the game plan was for Van Jefferson to play more than George Pickens. It's a week-to-week thing.
And on a week when Trayvon Diggs didn't play for the Cowboys. When not only did they not have the teeth of their pass rush, they didn't have maybe their best corner. How does that equate to we play our best wide receiver fewer snaps?
How do you even bring up Derrick Henry as a relevant comparison to make here?
You don't, because that it's because if you're Arthur Smith, you're well aware that he was punished, and that's why the snap count was lower. But you can't say that. Are we in any? Is there any sort of dispute about what actually is happening?
These guys are contorting themselves into positions that are in the what's the book about sex?
The Kama Sutra.
Yes. In order to explain away something that's very obvious to all fans, that there's a disciplinary element to what happened here.
Correct.
With George.
It's
one of the things that Dee Dee said about Arthur Smith and having gotten to know him through her travels in the NFL was that he was going to be more of a no-nonsense guy than Tomlin, and that bringing in someone that was going to demand more accountability was going to be good for guys like George Pickens. Obviously, he's not able to do that publicly because he's taking marching orders from his boss. But I just wish somebody would have the nerve to say, look, we didn't like what we saw from the guy, and that's why we did what we did. That's it.
Unless Mike says it, nobody will do it. And Mike ain't going to say it.
Because, honestly, you're an even bigger idiot if you went into a game against Dallas with all their injuries, pass rushing-wise, and in their secondary and said, the way to beat this team is to play Van Jefferson more than George Pickens.
That's why I said what I said.
Give me Arthur Smith on Justin Fields, and let's see, Donnie, from this answer, if it makes us think Fields or Wilson will play Sunday against the Raiders.
A lot of our guys, there's been some really good football played, and there's things that we got to keep working on. But, he is unique in terms of, in the modern era, of a guy that's kind of old school, just tries to work on things. There's no drama with him. I don't think he has doesn't try to live through his avatar, create a perception. That's probably why he was so endearing to his teammates in Chicago. That's what I really enjoy about working with him. Extremely coachable, extremely bright. And it's the same thing as a play caller. You get in this business and people start making excuses or rationalizing and blaming others or whatever it is, or, put whatever they want on social media or make sure certain narratives get leaked out. And he's old school. Guy just wants to work, and that's what you appreciate about him. So like all of us, there's things you got to work on, and different things pop up week to week. And so that's why we practice. That's why we meet. I'm very pleased with him overall.
It's not really a glowing review because it's not really much about the way he's played, and it's more about just the being around him thing. I would not like to hear that. If that was my boss giving me a review, just hearing
How's
him
Chris
say,
on the air? He's a really nice guy.
He's just a good guy to be around. He's easy to work with. He doesn't have an ego. He's not a drama queen. Okay, thank you, but okay, how about the actual production that I'm giving you guys?
I did think it was weird. He doesn't live through his avatar. That felt like a weird Wilson adjacent comment.
Or maybe it's adjacent to Pickens on that a little bit. He's not creating Michael Badgerly accounts.
Badgerly was a kicker from Miami, I believe.
Oh, by the way, someone who, let's say he played in the NFL.
That narrows it down.
Heard the Detective Mulsey and you figuring out that you think that this burner account is George Pickens.
Is GP.
And he heard you break down some of these tweets and said it's definitely him, and George gave it away. He made a comment to one of my posts, let's compare bank accounts.
Yeah.
Who the hell's Michael Brewerly? What is he doing for a living? Why would Michael Brewerly, a guy who is a nameless gray face on Twitter, why would he be in such a rush to compare
his bank account?
It's the guy that's the NFL player who's making millions of dollars who would want to do that. Hence, with that answer, he gave it away. That is George Pickens. And I said, Eureka, I can't believe I must have been distracted by something. How did I not make that point on the air yesterday?
Let me make sure.
That's giving away the game right there.
Let me make sure. I want to see. Let's compare bands then and not say you two should compare bands.
I think that was a heck of an observation by this athlete who will remain unnamed.
Yeah, here we go.
The professional athlete.
No, it says go band for band with him then.
Oh, okay.
So he did keep it in the character of Mr. Brewerly. That's why I wanted to check.
Okay, that's a good job by Brewerly then, a.k.a. George Pickens.
I just like that he picked the name Michael Brewerly.
What if somebody said Mr. Brewerly today at the Q&A with Pickens, a reporter, if Cavalli goes, Mr. Brewerly, I've got one for you here.
Do you think there's an equivalent chance if somebody said, hey, Mr. Brewerly, there's an equivalent chance the reporter would get punched and it would be like a major incident, or you'd actually get Pickens to crack in that setting?
It's easier. This is why in that answer by Smith, it's easier to give that person bad news. So it's easier, I think, to bench a guy who you know is going to probably take it better than somebody like George Pickens, who's this highly emotional person that is going to lash out or might do the opposite and just completely unplug and turn himself off. And, you're dealing with, basically a corpse at practice and around the meeting rooms. If Fields is really like that good of a teammate and that good of a guy and is going to respond well to adversity, telling him, hey, we're going back to Russell Wilson, he's not going to check out or demand a trade when you do that based on how Arthur Smith
talks.
And that way I think that it
would make it easier for them to do it.
Yes, it was clearly meant as a compliment, but I think in a way it can easily work against Fields in this situation. All right, we've got Steve Palazzolo next. You can text us on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. Live at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook, here's an update from Donnie.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pitt Panthers try to go to 6-0. They would actually be bowl eligible with a win on Saturday at Acrisure Stadium. They welcome Cal. 3:30 kick. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pre-game coverage starts at 12:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Malzy.
Thank you, Donnie. I want to tell everybody right now about Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington. Go see them. You want to get a great deal on a brand new Mitsu, the Mitsu that fits you. You got to go to Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington, where they are paying 125% of Kelley Blue Book value for your trade. That's awesome. And right now you can fall into savings on Outlanders. I drive an Outlander. I love it. It's awesome. And right now, here are some deals for you. 2025 Outlander hybrid all-wheel drive. You can lease one starting at $269 a month. How about a 2024 Outlander all-wheel drive? 0% financing on that and all 2024 Outlanders. Great deals to be had right there. You can also get 0.99% financing on 2024 Eclipse Crosses. That also has all-wheel drive. When you get into a Mitsubishi, you know what you're getting to. The all-wheel drive, the safety, the features, everything else, and the peace of mind. 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. What are you waiting for? Find the Mitsu that fits you at Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington and online, ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Francisco Lindor, what an investment, right? I feel like this guy essentially earned the entire deal in one single swing yesterday. I feel like owner Steve Cohen would happily chip him off a few $100 million just for that one swing. You know the one, the Grand Slam. How clutch is this guy? Especially after the Mets loaded the bases in the first two innings and got nothing across. I'm Jim Rome.
Hey, sports fans, if you're not calling John Anthony, you're simply missing out. To prove it, I'm released your Thursday Night Report absolutely free on a recorded message line. 1-800-244-5506. San Francisco at Seattle tonight is going to be a monster game, and I've got the side and total. San Francisco, Seattle, confirmed analysis and special props. That's 5 big plays. John Anthony has you covered. I'd love to sweep the board. Call now to hear them free on a recorded message. 1-800-244-5506. Information wins. John Anthony Sports, #1 against the spread. 1-800-244-5506. You want information? I've got it. San Francisco, Seattle, special props. That's 5 big plays, 5-0 the season free. John Anthony Sports, #1 against the spread. 1-800-244-5506. That's 1-800-244-5506. Or go to johnanthonysports.com.
Sponsored by JFSR Group.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. The best happy hour specials in the city are at Cheerleaders Pittsburgh.
Doran Dickerson here, and I'm sitting here with my good friend Jake, owner of Southside Plumbing and Heating. Jake, you've been doing this for a little while, haven't you?
Well, Doran, we've been in business for generations, building an unparalleled experience in top-notch customer service and solutions for our customers.
Oh, wow. So you really know what you're talking about, huh?
Exactly. We don't just hide behind a family name. We are family-owned. That's why we are not just another transaction, and our customer satisfaction matters to us on a personal level.
Give them a call today, 412-431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Hi, I'm Dr. Rafferty from the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh. We are here to help. At the Disc Institute, our treatment, Intradisc Neutrosis, is non-surgical, safe and gentle, and highly effective. 412-906-9600.
Clear and chilly tonight, the low 38.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
Seeing some pretty serious backup on the outbound side of the Parkway East at this time. You'll be delayed from the Birmingham Bridge through the Squirrel Hill tunnels. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
At twomenandajuncktruck.com, you can even book same day or next day. Then we arrive, we quote, you like the price? Yes! We haul it away. Yeah, it's that easy. We'll even whistle while we work. 2 Men and a Junk Truck.
The PF Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service. It's our weekly chat with Steve Palazzolo. Used to work for PFF. Now he's with the 33rd team. His podcast, Check the Mic, doing huge numbers with Sam Monson. And, Steve, let's start with... I think nationally everybody thinks the big story here is the quarterback, so let's do that. If you were Arthur Smith and Mike Tomlin, would you go with Russell Wilson or Justin Fields against the Raiders?
I think I'd roll with Justin Fields, at least for one more week, give him one more chance. I thought that was his worst game on Sunday night against Dallas, but he'd been playing pretty well. It's not like it's an explosive offense right now, but, man, the way George Pickens was running routes and, not having him on the field as often as they did. It's not like Fields is in this great situation, or either quarterback really, in this great situation to produce. I think I'd roll with Fields at least for one more week, see if he could, bounce back from last week.
If he doesn't play well against the Raiders and they lose, which always still feels like a possibility when the Raiders are on the schedule for the Steelers, how much of an upgrade could Russell Wilson actually give them? Like, what is in there that Russell Wilson does well that would be something Steelers fans could be at that point optimistic about?
Yeah, the could factor with Russ is just higher because that's how you asked it. He could provide, more consistent deep ball. I know Fields has made a few nice plays down the field, but Russ could flip the field with that deep ball. He could, probably take care of the ball a little bit better, certainly better than Fields did the other night. I just don't know what you're getting from Russ at this point in his career. I think we're 4 years removed from high-end football from Russell Wilson, even though he was pretty good statistically with Denver. And then last year, there were some plays last year outside of structure where he showed some of that magic, scrambling away and getting the ball to Cortland Sutton in the end zone against Buffalo. Like, there was a few of those special outside of structure plays. I think that might be the one other piece where if Russ could tap into that once or twice a game, that maybe you're getting a little bit more than what Fields has done to this point.
Steve, do you think that the offensive production, the 18 points, is a byproduct of Justin Fields being limited as a player, or do you think it's more about like a self-imposed by the coaching staff conservative approach to the way they're trying to play?
Yeah, I think some of it's self-imposed, just the game flow of those first few games that they're saying, hey, we're playing a defensive-minded game. I think Fields has done a better job of just, hitting his first read, getting the ball out. But a lot of it's short, underneath stuff. They've taken a few shot plays here and there. But again, it's not like, other than George Pickens, it's tough to get anybody open down the field to create those big plays. So I think it's a little bit of personnel and a little bit of most of the games have been defensive minded, and I think that's where the Steelers have been most comfortable playing is just a little bit more conservative approach.
Steve, what the heck would you do with George Pickens if you were the Steelers?
I don't know. How do you guys do this? How do you do this all the time? You get excited about a player, he's awesome, and then it's like, oh, he doesn't want to play anymore. Like, is this Tom? Does Tomlin find? I'm going to ask you guys the question. Does Tomlin find the guys that he can, like, they were always a little crazy, but he got them good for 2 or 3 years, and then it just catches up to them? Or do they go crazy when they're in Pittsburgh? Like, what's the deal here?
I think he is the classic woman in a relationship who dates guys who she thinks she can fix. I think that's what he does.
And it worked for a while. This is why I don't want to be a GM, guys, because I would make this great pick like George Pickens, great football player, but, at some point he would just quit on me, and I'd be upset. But, they know how to push the buttons, and it pushes buttons so that he wants to play and be awesome, because when he plays, he is awesome. Find a way to do that. How's that?
I just feel it's like an easier said than done thing. I'm at my wit's end already with Pickens, so I'll move on to something else.
Actually, I have one more on him, Steve.
Please.
As a wide receiver, you say he's awesome, but is he actually awesome? Like, when you turn on tape of George Pickens, do you see him, like, doing the complete route tree of things that set him apart and can potentially make him one of the great wide receivers in the NFL?
I think he's shown flashes of it. I mean, I was just watching, like, the lack of effort thing is just a whole different story, but first pass that Fields threw that probably should have been picked, I feel like Pickens, slowly running into his route kind of threw off his timing. Like, he had to come off that read quicker, and he just kind of chucked it. It throws everything off. But when Pickens had those few plays last year where the catch and runs for 70-plus yards, that was the part of his game I felt like, okay, he can do that now. And he does the contested catch thing. Yeah, he's not the best route runner at getting open all the time, but I think he could be an intermediate threat, a deep threat, and I think he's shown enough of the after-the-catch ability that, I think he could be a pretty good all-around receiver, even if he's not, say, A.J. Brown or Justin Jefferson.
Steve, here's a couple of names of Raiders quarterbacks in the past who have beaten the Steelers. Bruce Gradkowski, Terrell Pryor.
Bruce. Yeah.
No, our guy. Bruce is our guy, but I think even Bruce would say, like, hey, they don't expect to lose to me when I'm playing against them. I think they were like a 13-point underdog, the Raiders were that day. Terrell Pryor, I believe Ryan Clark and the rest of that defense are still chasing the other guy who didn't have the ball while Pryor takes off running. So this has been a horrifying run for them when they go out to, usually it was Oakland and play the Raiders. Do we have anything to fear from Aiden O'Connell as Steelers fans? Is this the kind of player whose profile, the way he plays the position, could actually make him dangerous on Sunday?
Yes, Aiden O'Connell can be dangerous any given week. That was kind of the story of him at Purdue. That was the story of him last year as a rookie. Now, it was like every other week for him. He had a game Christmas Day against the Chiefs. He didn't complete a pass in the first half, and they were winning because of defense. The other game against the Chiefs, he was cooking. Like, they were putting up points. He was making big-time throws. He's got some special plays in him. He can make some pretty nice throws down the field. He's a little volatile. So, you could get – if you get good Aiden O'Connell, then, you might be able to add him to the list of Bruce and Pryor and everybody else.
Steve, I was talking to somebody who played in the NFL recently. You know who he compared him to? He said he's a very poor man's Kirk Cousins. That's what he said to me. That's what the person said on Aiden O'Connell. You see that?
I don't see that.
I'm going to text that person back and say your opinion's horse crap.
I would say he's more on like the Ryan Fitzpatrick spectrum of
so there's
like that.
Okay.
Yes. It's more like that continuum of like a little bit of crazy and a little bit of, hey, when it all works, watch out, you're putting points on the board. That's what I see. Yeah.
Why is this defense, which is the highest paid in the NFL, why has it looked so average the last 2 weeks, Steve?
The Steelers?
Yes.
Nick Herbig got hurt. They didn't give up a touchdown until he got hurt. Just saying. That dude's he's an impact player. He's a difference maker.
Was $13 million on Patrick Queen a mistake?
Probably. I know. I mean, aren't they happy with how he's playing? Isn't that how
they are? They are, but they're the only ones. I think pretty much every fan is tired.
Okay.
Tired already of not seeing much happen there.
Yeah, I'm no longer with PFF, but a PFF user, right? Grade user. And when you look at Queen's grades, it is fascinating because he had like 2 bad years, 2 good years, which coincided with Mike McDonald being there, and then the grades back down again. He is a very interesting use case where the only time he produced using that metric was with Mike McDonald, who does a really nice job of maximizing linebackers, setting them free, and letting them make plays. So, something to keep an eye on. I think that honestly, that was part of the risk, I thought, with Queen, is that he was kind of bad for 2 years until McDonald got there, and if he's not in that system, is that an issue?
Steve, I'll give you one more, which is kind of like back in your old wheelhouse. The big play stats, the interceptions, the fumble recoveries, the forced fumbles, the getting down near the line of scrimmage, tackles for loss, breaking up passes. We're not seeing Minkah Fitzpatrick do any of that. Does that mean he's playing poorly, not up to a standard? What do you think?
No, I mean, those are nice as a safety, but I don't think that's the determining factor. I think he's, a lot of that's luck, right? The ball finds him, and, I think those tend to fluctuate year to year. So Some guys feel like they're a ball magnet and they'll always make those plays. But Minkah, a lot of it's usage pattern. You have to be playing in and around the line of scrimmage, and certain things have to break your way. So I don't think that's how I would determine safety play. I think he seems fine so far this year.
All right, Steve Palazzolo, 33rd team. We'll talk again next week. Thank you, Steve.
Yep, thank you, guys.
All right, coming up next, Donnie Football's debrief, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Rangers beat the Penguins 6-0 at PPG Paints Arena on opening night. The Pens get another crack at it tonight in Detroit against the Red Wings. Puck drop set for 8 p.m. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mosey.
Hey, thank you, Donnie. I want to tell everybody about the Bet Parks online casino and sportsbook app. They have you covered, and you have some playoff baseball still to be decided today. You've got a couple games. You've got Cleveland and Detroit in about an hour and a half. Just after 8 o'clock, you've got New York and Kansas City. Detroit and New York both trying to punch their tickets to the championship series over in their league. You can check this out. Even if your team doesn't score, you've always got another way to win on the Bet Parks app. You can also play all your favorite casino games, blackjack, craps, roulette, hot online slots too. So make sure you take a look at that. You've got college football, by the way, on Saturday. Pitt, a 3.5-point home favorite, hosting California. Black and gold 3-point road favorites at Las Vegas this Sunday. New users download the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app and get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Casino bonus must be wagered. See BetParks.com for details. Must be 21 and in PA, New Jersey, Michigan, Maryland, or Ohio. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The beer of the month for October is Penn Brewing Pumpkin Shandy, a lager beer made with pumpkin pie flavoring and overflowing with taste of cinnamon, ginger, nutmeg, and cloves. The charity of the month for October is Young Adult Survivors United.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
Crowley here for Guardian Protection. Why is a Guardian Protection floodlight security camera so great at protecting your property? You get crystal clear recorded video and 2-way audio so you can identify and speak to trespassers. It has a built-in siren to deter intruders, plus 2 3,000 lumen floodlights so you never miss a detail. And right now, get 50% off Guardian's floodlight security camera with a professionally installed smart home security system. Just visit guardianprotection.com/fan. Limited time offer. New customers only. Terms apply.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2 plus tax, acquisition fee, title, place, and dealer doc fee. Not all buyers will qualify. Bonus cash available on select trims. In stock units only. Offers end 10/31/24.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai for huge end-of-year savings. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Elantra SE or Tucson SE all-wheel drive with financing as low as 1.99% for up to 60 months. Plus $500 bonus cash. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Hamlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards RealFit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
In business, success is never by chance. You know that better than anyone. So why settle for a marketing agency that gambles with your money? At Scale Marketing, we've been in your shoes. Our founders successfully owned and operated businesses long before becoming marketers. They understand the business of, well, business. We specialize in performance marketing for mid-sized B2C companies with teams of over 100 people. From traditional and digital marketing to media buying, data science, and creative production, Scale Marketing manages it all. Our tailored strategies drive measurable growth, turning your challenges into opportunities. Imagine your company leading the market, not just participating in it. That's what we do at Scale Marketing. Don't let your business growth plateau or underperform. Scale Marketing will pinpoint exactly what you need to focus on, ensuring your success isn't left to chance. Take your business to the next level with Scale Marketing. Visit scalemarketing.com today. That's scalemarketing.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Oh, yeah, it's time for the Donnie Football Debrief, and it's brought to you by his friends at the Steel Mill Saloon in Mount Washington. Don?
The debrief, October 10, 2024. The Steelers' next opponent will be another Sunday night football clash at Acrisure Stadium, and it is a team that is falling apart, I think, more quickly than what some may have anticipated, but what some no doubt have been rooting for, the New York Jets. They fired Robert Saleh earlier this week, and now the big news today, Aaron Rodgers' buddy, Nathaniel Buddy Hackett, no longer the play caller for the Jets offense. Todd Downing will be taking over. This team went into disarray a lot more.
You've been loving that word lately. I think you've been, I don't know what it is, but disarray has been on your brain.
Yeah, a new addition, I guess.
There's a couple like rock songs that used to have disarray prominently featured in them, like some Stone Temple Pilots songs.
You think that's what what Donnie's
maybe
listening
Donnie
to?
probably listened to some Stone Temple Pilots in his day.
Did you, Donnie?
Yeah, here and there.
Okay. I'm glad that Nathaniel Hackett, who is a completely incompetent boob in over his head.
His head kind of looks like a boob. Now that you mention it, he's got a bald, but it's like a fat head.
So like my head then?
No, your head, like, I feel like if I push down on it, it would, like, the shape of it would stay the same. I feel like he's got a lumpy bald head.
Huh.
Yeah. You know what I'm talking about, Charlie?
Not really. I mean, it is kind of confusing. You're making it sound like he's got a soft skull.
Yeah, no, I know.
Anyway, he's completely incompetent and should never have gotten any
And
job
it's
near a
smooth,
head
too.
coaching position. Yeah, he
That
probably
also
shaves
has,
his
like,
head
the
every day.
boob
Yes.
Look to it.
Got boobs on the brain here? What's going on?
No, just you brought up boob, not me.
That's true. I did say it. I hope it goes down in flames. Rodgers looks completely washed. He was crawling around on the field in London like a guy who dropped a contact lens, and then he just sprang right back up after they got the ball right back. I will say this. I joked like everybody else that it had to be Rodgers knifing Robert Saleh in the back. The fact that they did demote Hackett, if it turns out that he really is having authority stripped from him on game day and he might be Aaron Rodgers' binky and security blanket because Aaron likes having him around, but that's all he is.
Yeah.
Then this really does give credence to the idea that maybe Woody Johnson is just sick of this bleep. But then again, Woody Johnson is also much of the cause of this.
I got to be honest. I think it's a very short-sighted move. Now, I'm going to say that the Jets are going to come here and lose. All right, I think that they're going to come here and lose in 2 weeks. Now, after this Raiders game, maybe I'll be singing a different tune. And let's just say, for the sake of the conversation, not to be, like, difficult, I think that the Bills will beat them on Monday night.
Okay.
So if that were to happen, that would put the Jets at 2-5, which, given everything that's happening there, you'd think, like, the vultures would be swirling at that point.
Yep.
They have the opposite of the Steelers, an unbelievably easy second half of the schedule. Like, I look at what they'll have to play the Bills around New Year's. They still haven't played the Jets. They still haven't played the Dolphins yet this year. They have the Jaguars. They have the Colts at home. They have the Patriots still. Like, I think they're still gonna make the playoffs.
I don't know, man. Rodgers might be, like, actually cooked. He really might be.
Is he cooked, or did he just play in back-to-back weeks Denver's defense, which is, surprisingly, since it gave up 70 friggin' points last year, one of the best in the NFL,
and Brian Flores, Minnesota's defense, which made C.J. Stroud look like whale feces earlier this year. They're stopping everybody. I think that the owner knows that the quarterback and the head coach don't have a warm and fuzzy relationship. The team, he was the ambassador to London for Trump. He was over there, just like
Are he and Rooney
was.
the only ambassadors who also have owned teams? Also, apparently, he's referred to on their site as Ambassador Johnson.
Even though he's no longer an ambassador?
Apparently.
So wait a minute. Was I supposed to continue to call Dan Rooney Ambassador Dan Rooney?
I think it was more that Woody. It's more that Woody Johnson really liked being called Ambassador Johnson.
He's not. They're not the only two, actually. I didn't know if you knew. If you
who
didn't
was
know that.
who was another one?
Mark Davis,
Ambassador to P.F. Chang's.
Just like
trying to
a
think
country he made up, like
Fredonia. Somebody who has an oil platform in the ocean and considers themselves a sovereign nation. One of those deals.
Like he was big into Star Wars and said he was the ambassador.
Alderaan.
One of the. I didn't.
The planet that got blown up.
What was the ice planet?
Hoth.
Yeah.
Then you had your Dagobah, which was where Yoda hung out.
The Steelers are running into an incredible run of games here.
You must.
Are running into an incredible run of games where the teams they are playing are dealing with major adversity. The Raiders this week with the quarterback change in Devontae Adams.
Which makes it so frustrating that they insist on playing this conservative style. You should try to kick, deliver the kill shot when the other team's down.
Christian Wilkins is out for
I know,
them,
I was going to mention that. That came down the pike yesterday. That's their best interior guy. And you know what? I can't help but think this goes back to Tomlin. He doesn't care about all that. He said, next man up. We don't think it's going to be easy. Maybe not. Try to make it easy on yourself. Try to get up 21-0. Try to plant seeds of doubt. Instead, with every passing day, even though Luke Getsy runs the offense out there, I'm starting to talk myself into the idea that here comes Aiden O'Connell, and it's going to be like 10-0 Raiders after one quarter.
The issue with Aaron Rodgers is that with every game he doesn't play well because of his age, the thought is going to be that he's fried, that he's done. I'll just ask you guys this question. Do you think he's worse right now than Ben was his last year here?
No, because I think Ben
that team made the playoffs.
I think Ben had like 2 last year heres in a row. I think he was really ready to be done. But I'm saying that now because Rodgers has, of the 5-game sample, he's got 2, I would say 1 terrific game and 1 very good game back-to-back, Tennessee and New England.
He's lost to San Fran, Denver's defense, and Minnesota's. I'm not a big fan of the guy, but I'm not ready to write him off yet.
Just the look of him crawling around on the ground was tough.
I know. You don't think there were some moments where Ben looked like he was a has-been those last couple of years, and he still, through his moxie and everything else and high football IQ and savviness, was able to get it done?
So much savviness.
I guess this old Cowboys got a little bit.
The other problem is his numbers weren't even very good, obviously, against the Vikings, but he threw for 244 yards mainly because they were down 17-0.
Yeah, I don't give him any credit for that game. I thought he looked like crap against them. I think he's looked like crap for 2 games.
You know what I'm doing here? I'll be honest. I'm saying it because I want him to be done. Because I'm just so sick of him.
You don't like the McAfee interviews?
He's just.
Does anybody like the McAfee interviews? Wouldn't Pat?
I think Pat likes
Wouldn't
them.
Pat be better off doing another goofy segment there, like having the one guy put the Lou Holtz mask on and just.
They should have Lou Holtz guy debate Mel Kiper guy. Don't they employ the Mel? Or is it the same guy?
I think they might be the same.
Well, if he's really talented, let him do both voices and have him do a script where we're going to tell you right now here, Lou. Let's talk about this guy from Notre Dame, Lou.
Donnie, how is it that Molinaro is in Indy and McAfee's in Indy and they've never collaborated on anything? That makes no sense to me.
Joey he was an intern for Pat when he first started up his thing.
Maybe Joey just does his own thing now. Jeff in South Park knew what song I was mentioning by Stone Temple Pilots, and he quoted the lyrics, and then he inserts this one, Donnie, which I think is a perfect place to end the debrief. Fun fact, Jeff in South Park once auditioned for Stone Temple Pilots. I did not get the gig, he confirms.
He's told me that before. That's one of his claim to fames.
Did he audition to be the singer?
I don't know. I mean, I don't think he should be the roadie if that's what you're asking. I think he wanted to be in the actual band.
Does Jeff play instruments?
He's in a band now.
I don't know what instruments he actually
I think
plays.
he's a vocalist.
Okay, then he could be a vocalist without playing an instrument.
True.
Huh. I'm just imagining him singing, "These are the eyes of disarray."
I like picturing Jeff in like more of a poppy sounding band.
Like Weezer? Jeff doing "Wee Oo, I look just like Buddy Holly."
He kind of does, actually. Anyways, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. Low of 38 degrees. Here, George Pickens next on his situation, plus Russell Wilson went to bat for him hard today. We'll tell you what he said. Ray Fittipaldo next hour, too, the guy that reported that George Pickens was missing work and has missed a lot of work. Timeout, and we'll be right back live from the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. It's the PM team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Smale Kia, Tri-State Office Equipment, and Cedar Brook Golf Course.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Allegheny County is looking for poll workers to work the election November 5th. Poll workers earn $150 to $175 for the day, plus paid training. For more information and to apply, visit AlleghenyVotes.com. That's AlleghenyVotes.com.
From profit boost to same-game parlays, ESPN Bet is ready to hit the gridiron this season. And as the official sportsbook of ESPN, it's the only place to find exclusive football offers from ESPN personalities like Mike Greenberg and Stephen A. Smith. New players can get their first bet insured up to $1,000 in bonus bets by downloading the ESPN Bet app and signing up for the promo code RADIO. Download today. Must be 21 plus and present in select states. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with savings on hundreds of items every time you shop, with new low prices, deals for days, weekly sales, and My Perks at your neighborhood Giant Eagle. Visit gianteagle.com for details.
Leaves are starting to fall, and so are the prices at Bowser Hyundai. Fall into savings with the 2024 Hyundai Elantra SE. It's the perfect ride for all your autumn adventures. And right now, lease a new 2024 Elantra from Bowser Hyundai for just $199 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance that are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year, $2,999 due at signing with approved credit and financing through HMFC. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer dock fee of $464 applies. See Bowser for complete details. Offer ends October 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti to hear the Sims Spotlight featuring Super Bowl winning quarterback Phil Sims. Brought to you by Balance of Nature. Balance of Nature supplements, changing the world one life at a time.
Visit Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington for the most affordable all-wheel drives. Our fall kickoff has new 24 Outlanders up to $6,500 off, new 24 Eclipse Cross up to $5,250 off, and new 24 Outlander Sports now up to $5,000 off. Plus, financing at 0%. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Stop in today or shop the fall kickoff at JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for details.
Join the Pittsburgh Riverhounds for Night of the Living Dead night at Highmark Stadium. When the Riverhounds host Charleston, they'll have special guest Judith O'Dea from the movie signing autographs during the first half. Only 2 regular season home games remain, and they need you to help the Riverhounds with this playoff push. Kickoff is at 7 p.m. Get your tickets now at riverhounds.com/tickets. That's riverhounds.com/tickets.
When life deals you your worst moments, that's when we're at our best. I'm Larry Kelly, personal injury attorney for LGKG. I'm a Western Pennsylvania guy that knows our people. That's a big part of our success. At LGKG, our clients become our friends and then our family. LGKG, your home team.
Good morning, Doctor.
Doctor?
Hi, Doctor. Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I occasionally have nerve discomfort in my hands, so the things I love to do
Let's play something, Grandma.
became difficult as I got older.
If you have occasional stabbing and burning in your hands and feet, try Nervive Nerve Relief. Nervive's clinically studied dose of alpha-lipoic acid reduces occasional nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days with continued daily use. Say yes to healthy nerves with Nervive Nerve Relief. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind. Ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind. Ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
Hey, sports fans, if you're not calling John Anthony, you're simply missing out. To prove it, I'm releasing your Thursday Night Report absolutely free on a recorded message line. 1-800-244-5506. San Francisco at Seattle tonight is going to be a monster game, and I've got the side and total. San Francisco, Seattle, confirmed analysis and special props. That's 5 big plays. John Anthony has you covered. I'd love to sweep the board. Call now to hear them free on a recorded message. 1-800-244-5506. Information wins. John Anthony Sports, #1 against the spread. 1-800-244-5506. You want information? I've got it. San Francisco, Seattle, special props. That's 5 big plays, 5-0 the season free. John Anthony Sports, #1 against the spread. 1-800-244-5506. That's 1-800-244-5506. Or go to johnanthonysports.com.
Sponsored by JFSR Group.
It's better over here.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has an exclusive rate plan just for you. Right now, get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Plus, you can get one of the latest 5G phones free when you add a line. That's right, a free 5G phone. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. So why wait? At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Just go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 or visit your local store to make the switch.
With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees, 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Free phones up to $300 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
My values have not changed. I will not ban fracking.
Roll the tape.
There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. Access to health care should be a right.
Roll the tape.
So for people out there who like their insurance,
they don't get to keep it?
Let's eliminate all of that.
She was big on defund the police.
Roll the tape.
Defund the police. We need to reimagine how we are creating safety. I would enforce our laws with people who cross our border.
Roll the tape.
An undocumented immigrant is not a criminal.
Fight for America is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash, urging you to go unlimited. That means you can wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations when you sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. You're getting a pass that gives you access to all those car washes for one low monthly price. You're getting an undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer, wax. Your car is going to look so good. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now. And for an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wet Go Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through October 10th, upgrade and switch to 300 megabit Xfinity Internet with unlimited data and one line of unlimited mobile for just $35 a month for 1 year. Plus, get an eligible free 5G phone with trade-in. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed.
Kevin Moret for Mentality Men's Health. Guys, are you tired of losing? No results, passed over, no respect. It might be low testosterone. At Mentality Health, we've helped over 20,000 men just like you, face to face, right here in Pittsburgh. Imagine having the energy and confidence to tackle whatever comes your way every single day. Get custom treatment designed specifically for you. Visit lowtusa.com and enter code LIVE. Get tested and get your power back. You're not here to be average. Start winning again with Mentality Health. Make today the day you take control.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Seeing some larger delays than usual on the outbound side of the Parkway North. You're backed up from the northbound Veterans Bridge through the Swindell Bridge. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by Ulta Beauty.
We've brought the Emerald City to Ulta Beauty with wicked collaborations from REM Beauty by Ariana Grande. It brushes for Ulta and OPI. Hurry in, these fantabulous products won't last long. See Wicked November 22nd, only in theaters. Ulta Beauty, the possibilities are beautiful.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, the fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins, Red Wings, Little Caesars Arena, Detroit, 8 o'clock. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now, live from a place where they are packing them in like sardines, the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. More PM Team now.
Okay, let's go, come on! Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Foley and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
Feel confident that I'd be ready to play and play at a high level. I think that's, I think we're being really smart too and trying to understand exactly how I feel. It's my first week, really back out there with you guys, and playing and all that stuff. So I feel really confident about that. And, the ball's spinning, it's a good thing. And so I have no doubt, in my mind, once I step between the white lines, I'll be ready to go.
No doubt I'll be ready to go once I'm between the white lines. That's Russell Wilson from a little while ago. I think he's planning on playing, thinking he's going to play. He did put the caveat in there that they're being safe or being cautious with him, I think he said. So I think he is inserting that in there just in case it's Fields for another week. And then he can say, well, they just wanted to be extra sure, and we're so confident in Justin as a backup that we thought we could win this game in Vegas with me getting just another week of practice under my belt before going out there. But I think Tomlin's got a decision to make here. And just listening back to Wilson, we'll have Ray Fittipaldo here in a few minutes. it sounded like he got asked a question by a reporter along the lines of, hey, you were with the backups again today, not with the starters, not with the first-team offense. And Wilson sniped back and said, well, I've practiced with all these guys before.
He ain't starting. That's what I would think. If he sniped back a little bit, he's positioning himself to try to, I think, ingratiate himself a little bit more, though, as the ultimate teammate. He had a big answer about George Pickens today.
Yes, I just said that we're going to get to that. Would you like to do that now?
No. See, I told you guys during the break, I'm off my game right now.
Well,
I'm in brain fog.
Is there something else you're focused on, Mulsey?
No, I'm in brain fog mode right now.
Do you think it's a lack of caffeine?
No, I've had too much caffeine. I think that's the problem. I do think that.
Well, let's get to that.
No. We don't have to.
No, I know that. No, let's do it. Here is Russell Wilson. So he gets asked by Brooke Pryor about the elephant in the room, which is what's going on with the wide receiver, and he gave a very expansive answer on Pickens and a staunch defense, I would say, of George Pickens, the player.
With George, in particular, I try to relay to him that number one is that we love him, and we love who he is, we love the player that he is, we love the competitor that he is, and that's the thing that you have to understand is George a bad teammate? Absolutely not. Is George a hell of a player? Absolutely. Is he a great competitor? Absolutely. Is he a guy that wants the ball? Absolutely. Is he a guy that can do anything on the field that most people can't? Absolutely. So I think the best thing that we can focus on is finding different ways to get him the ball. Obviously, also too, him staying composed. That matters. But also understanding that it's all team effort. And the one thing about George is, and you guys saw, the best thing that I saw, even though he did react to that one moment in the game, he responded well. You saw the big third down that he had, and he just got the crowd fired up, and he was in it. He was still in it despite the moment. Some people, sometimes you can get out of it mentally, emotionally, and he hasn't done that, and he's been a great teammate. And we're looking forward to his best. We're looking forward to our best as well, and it's a great team effort, and we all want to win.
Mulsey?
I just think if you believe, which we don't know for sure, but if we had Jeff make mention that it was something you could see on the sidelines, that one teammate got up when Pickens sat down on the bench. If you choose to believe that there's a chance that could be Justin Fields, who was just frustrated by it.
That's my read on the situation.
Although Fields, by the way, also took pains to say he goes back to 7-on-7 football with Pickens and knows him very well today. So they both had dueling who can be the better quarterback teammate.
Who can kiss more butt.
Yeah, I should have just said it that way. I don't know why I was trying to say it nicer. Who can stay on George Pickens' good side more, show that they're more of a leader. I thought Fields did his thing, but that just reeks to me of Russell Wilson. I am a leader. I won't throw George Pickens under the bus. He also knows that if and when he takes over as the quarterback, he needs to have a motivated George Pickens playing for him, which is the real story here. And I think the subtext there is probably, hey, George, I know you're in the game. You want to get a deep ball thrown to you? Your old pal Russ, number 3, has you covered. And I felt that was a political, a diplomatic lobbying effort by Russell Wilson there.
There's just too many good cops, man. There's just too many guys who want to see the best in him. And I'm not asking his teammates to administer the tough love. I'm not asking them to be the ones that really take him to task and rip him to shreds. But it's just like no one over there wants to
to chew him out, man.
No, but not only that, but no one wants, people are trying to, I think when I hear all of these answers, it's honestly like they're trying to make us feel bad. Being annoyed or pissed off with or angry with the situation. You guys don't get it.